Necromancer Book 1. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Real life sucks. Ethan Meyer's 17th year sucked so hard, it should have been entered into the annals of suckage as a world record. First of all, his pecker could still be best described as having potential, and at worst compared with a maggot. In fact, a fumble behind the woodpile last year had ended with a brief glimpse of Louise Carlson's coochie, quickly followed by her laughter when the maggot made its debut. Can there be anything more cruel than a girl's laughter at such a time? Ethan would have responded with a resounding no, but he was still a boy. Later that year, still a boy but suddenly wise for his years, he'd know what real cruelty was. But for now, he was a seriously late bloomer and feeling it. Secondly, his dad still refused to allow a computer in the house. A tinfoil hat was everyday wear at home. School was nightmare enough for an underweight man-child. Louise was an expert with ego-cutting words, without needing to spend so much time there. Without net access, he had no choice but to do his misnamed homework at school. The battered laptop assigned to underprivileged kids like him was another badge of dishonor. He wasn't allowed to remove it from school property, so his homework was supervised by the teacher in charge of detentions. Surrounded by jocks and other kids who earned their places for fighting or tormenting others, he'd long learned the definition of hell. His grades plummeted as he avoided homework like the plague. Ethan was fast and agile, very useful for someone who needed to run from fights most days. He could outrun his tormentors but not outfight them, and so he did. His frame lacked a man's muscle, but not a man's height. Having a bunch of guys, a head shorter than him, give chase through the streets was humiliating. In his mind he raged at them. He made up devious plans to get revenge, but in the end he did nothing. He held to his father's way of turning the other cheek. It didn't work, of course. Karate Kid was a favorite movie of his because the underdog won, but in reality, bullies always did. He lived it and knew the truth. He yearned for his own Mr. Miyagi to prove him wrong. The woods were his solace. It was there that Ethan blossomed. He was confident and aware of his surroundings on an almost preternatural level. Aware of the life surrounding him, he moved through the woods as if part of it. It never occurred to him to question this. His dad had taught him. That was all. Ethan crouched to skin and clean the squirrel he trapped for dinner. His knife flashed and his hands moved without need for thought. They knew this task well. He reset the snare carefully, and then secured the carcass to the string hanging from his belt. There was a second squirrel already hanging there. One more would be enough for today, but he wouldn't leave any of his snares unchecked. Leaving an animal to suffer wasn't in him. His dad taught him better than that. He absently wiped bloody hands on his jeans and moved out, heading for his next stop. At a decent distance he threw the offal he carried far downslope for the critters to feast upon. The backwoods were home to many kinds. Wolves and bears, oh my. Ethan snorted at the whimsy. He'd never shot a wolf and wouldn't try a bear either. It was easy to mistake shifters for their natural kin. He wouldn't take the chance unless forced to protect himself. The local shifters knew he hunted the woods for food, not sport, and left him alone. He rarely used his rifle partly because of that. Saying they approved of him would be pushing it. He was only human after all, but they did look more kindly on him. That kindness meant quite a lot outside the safety of town walls. Disrespectful people tended to disappear in the wilds. Besides, ammo cost money and his traps were enough to feed his family, though if he saw a deer he might be tempted this once. Prey animals were never shifters, so it was safe enough, and he hadn't had venison in a long time. Falling into his usual reverie while in the woods, his thoughts drifted, and his senses reached out to his surroundings. It wasn't quite meditation, but something very like it. He'd never been one for sitting still and contemplating his navel, though if he tried, he'd get close to this feeling. It was the calm before a bullet flew. It was the moment between thought and action, where time stood still. To him, it felt like a calm pool made of darkness. It was much easier to find when surrounded by living things like this. Amidst so much light, darkness stood out. He never wondered why he associated the woods with a mixture of light and dark, or what the mixture really was, but he found shadows soothing. Ethan checked each of his snares but found only a single cottontail buck. Not a problem, but he'd have preferred another squirrel. Well, the squirrels would have to go in the freezer until he had at least one more. Rabbit stew was on the menu tonight. He shrugged off the thought and pondered the woods as he skinned the buck on autopilot. Something was off. He didn't feel the prickles at the nape of his neck that he associated with danger. He rarely did out here in the woods. At school it was a common sensation and presented more as a feeling of being watched. Everyone had those feelings now and then, but when he had them at school, it was usually time to run. If he felt it out here, he'd hunker down to watch something with fangs going by. This feeling was different. His hands stilled as he concentrated on the woods and what the trees were hiding. The darkness felt thicker than usual, and normally he would sink into it. It really was very soothing, but today it felt a bit unsettling. He shook his head and finished cleaning the buck. Wiping his hands free of blood on his jeans, he reset the snare and disposed of the offal. The rabbit hung on the string at his belt, leaving his hands free for his rifle. Just in case, he headed straight back, his feet sure on the uneven ground, and silent. He ghosted through the woods, and let the trees whisper to him. They weren't really, of course. It was just the breeze playing with their leaves. He paused as the darkness called to him of wrongness again, but he shrugged it off. He was done for the day, and the sun wouldn't stay up forever. Please. Ethan froze. That wasn't the wind, was it? No, he was sure he'd heard that. He crouched and turned on the spot looking for a playful shifter. He'd never met one playing pranks, but there were stranger things in the world. He didn't raise his rifle. Pointing it at something that he'd regret shooting wasn't a good idea. Please. He froze. There was no one near. He'd know. The woods were his sanctuary, and he always knew. He tried to soothe his thoughts and think of the darkness, but the wrongness was waiting, suddenly there and shocking. He was spooking himself. Fuck this. The woods were his playground. His safe place. He wouldn't let himself be run off. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Please. The voice was in his head. It wasn't the wind. He shook with fear for real now. He wanted to run. He always ran. He was sick of it. There was no one anywhere near. He was totally safe. He forced himself to breathe calmly and waited for something to happen. The whispers couldn't hurt him. They could annoy and scare, but not hurt. He shouldered his rifle, stood up, and turned to walk away. Please help me. Ethan sighed and lowered his head. He couldn't leave after hearing the plea. He had to investigate or wonder about his sanity forever. Where are you? He waited, but there was no reply. He hesitated again. Did he really need to stay out this late? The sun was low. He didn't have much time to wander before night fell. He was never afraid of the dark and felt confident he could get home even traveling at night. But the woods didn't belong to him. There were critters that hunted at night, and he preferred not to tempt them. Fuck it. Ethan turned and reached for the shadows. The wrongness was there. It wasn't much of a stretch to assume his whispers were linked with it. After a moment, he found a direction, and began tracking. He didn't rush. That was a good way to break a leg. He navigated the deepening shadows the way he usually did, aware of his surroundings and sure-footed. It took about 30 minutes to find the source of the wrongness. He hadn't known what to expect, but a half-naked woman wasn't it. He instinctively started forward to give aid but froze well away from the body. He knew dead when he saw it. The woman's eyes were open but staring. She didn't blink. Her lips were purple and open. Her tongue protruded just a little and looked black. There was something around her neck, and her lower body was exposed. Ethan couldn't help looking. Later he'd wish he hadn't, because the image was branded on his soul. Worse, her exposed parts turned him on. He hated himself for feeling that tingle and twitch. It sickened him, the thought of touching. Fuck no. He turned away and puked over the roots of the nearest tree. Thank God he hadn't gone closer. The poor woman deserved better than him puking on her desecrated body. He assumed she'd been abused. Her thighs had marks. Oh God, he could see her grotesquely spread legs in his mind. Her parts on display for whoever found her. Would he ever get the sight out of his head? Tears welled and rolled over his cheeks. He didn't want her in his head. Not like that. Tonk you, the voice whispered and faded away. Ethan nodded, blotting tears. He tried to apologize, but he couldn't choke the words out. She couldn't hear him anyway. He'd felt the darkness lighten as she departed. He didn't know how long she'd been dead, but her ghost had lingered all alone here with her body waiting for help. How horrible it must have been for her, not knowing when someone would find her, or even if anyone would. The thought of her ghost waiting months or years broke his heart. He should have come sooner. He'd felt something wrong early on but hadn't heeded the warning. She'd been waiting for his help, and he'd ignored it. He'd never make that mistake again. Ethan squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to know things like this. Should he pray for her soul? Fuck no. The gods had let his dad get blown up. They hadn't interceded for him, and they hadn't helped this girl. What good were they now she was dead? As far as he was concerned, she owed them nothing and neither did he. Prayers? They didn't do any good. He wouldn't pray to them. His dad had taught him right from wrong. He didn't need the gods to help make his decisions. He'd never be a paladin, that was for damn sure. Ethan composed himself and took in the scene again, this time keeping his eyes above her navel. Although her shaved mound tried to challenge him like a magnet to iron, he resisted. He couldn't see any bullet or stab wounds. No claw or bite marks either. She'd been strangled from start to finish. He didn't move closer or mess up the scene but surveyed the area for clues. Her killer had left drag marks. Those together with the lack of bites pointed to a human killer. A weak one. Someone strong wouldn't have needed to drag the body. He could easily track this asshole, but night would catch him. He needed the cops. Ethan closed his eyes and felt for the shadows. The woods felt normal and comforting again. The woman's body was part of it now. Death wasn't a stranger here. Her ghost had fled to who knows where. Taking one last regretful look at her face, Ethan turned away and headed for home. 2. Sheriff. Sheriff Jacob Hansen groaned as someone knocked on his front door. He sighed and used the remote to pause the recording he'd been waiting to watch all week. It never fucking failed. He had clocked off work on time for the first time in forever, switched off his phone, and ordered his deputies not to bother him on pain of death until Monday morning. Was it fucking Monday? No, it was Friday. He'd had 3 hours of peace. He should have watched the game before eating. Before showering even. He was going to rip someone a new one. He was going to murder somebody. Jacob almost ripped his door off its hinges to reveal a deputy. What? Deputy Dylan Fields paled and swayed back in the face of such wrath. Sheriff, can you put some pants on? Can I? Yes. Will I? Fuck no. He slammed the door and stomped away. He'd forgotten he was in his boxers. Dylan knocked and kept knocking, taking him at his word. Wait, damn you. The knocking stopped. Sheriff? We have a body in the woods. We have a report at least. Jacob paused and calmed down. He dressed in a clean uniform, grabbed his belt and buckled it on. His hat was hanging on a peg next to the door. He grabbed it on the way out. Dylan straightened up and jogged a few yards to catch up with him. Jacob was moving fast towards Dylan's car. You're driving? Yes, sir, Sheriff. Cut the sirs. You lost the toss, I take it. Yeah, I think Jean used a two-headed coin again. Should have chosen tails. Dylan started the car and pulled out. I reckon she has that covered. Jacob grunted. Tell me what you've got. Body of a woman in the woods. John Myers called it in. His boy found her, he said. Not much detail, but I figure a vet is solid enough to come get you before I check it out. It's going to be a bitch finding the scene in the dark, but I guess we can't wait until morning. No, we can't have critters munching on her, and Myers is righteous. A little too much if you get me. He'd sooner cut his other arm off than call us. Religious sort, am I right? Yeah, but he doesn't push it on folks. I don't think his boy would lie to him. Strict? Not so you'd notice. The kid looks after him, you know? Not that John isn't capable, one arm or not. He's a hero, but a bit of a shut-in. I've heard stuff. Bunch of bull. I've read his jacket, the parts that weren't redacted. Not a magical bone in his body. He's ex-special forces, sniper and small arms expert. He was hell on wheels in his day. Lost the arm in Afghanistan in that 2052 dust-up. His wife dumped their son on him and skedaddled when she saw what came home. Bitch. Jacob grimaced. I dunno. Guess you had to be in her shoes. John isn't the easiest to get along with. He has a prosthetic arm that connects to his chip, but he won't wear the thing. Lives on his vet money and eats what his boy hunts. There are quite a few who don't like the way the feds can track those chips. He might be one of those. Jacob nodded. The government tracks our vets the same way they track our magicians, but no one protests on behalf of a warlock, do they? The PC term is summoner, not warlock, and demons are dangerous. So are snipers with a grudge, Or that's how the government sees it. Dylan grinned. They train them to kill people, and then they complain they're dangerous when they come home. I'm sure John could be dangerous if he had a mind to be, but like I said, he keeps to himself. He's a full-on gun nut. They like to be called preppers, Sheriff. Jacob ignored his deputy's grin. He taught his boy survival and hunting. Last I heard, he was warning people that elves are aliens and they're infiltrating the government. You're kidding. You think the chip in his head went on the fritz? Dunno. Doubt it. As long as he doesn't hurt anyone, he can think what he wants. Free country, Dylan agreed. Mostly. They chuckled. The truth was, it wasn't at all a free country, but it was still the best country in the world. Their vets were chipped and law-abiding, mostly. Their magicians were also chipped, were the strongest human magic users in the known world and were law-abiding. Again mostly. There would always be bad apples, but the system was designed to weed them out. The truth was, magicians gave up much of their freedom to serve their country, and in return were well paid and pampered. When a dungeon or lair spilled over and a beast tide came a-knocking, even warlocks were welcomed with open arms. Spatial rifts of any kind were no joke, and a lot of monsters could fly. Without expensive Magitech force wards, city walls didn't mean squat to them. The car slowed at the town gates and waited for them to open. Strictly speaking, they were meant to remain closed during darkness hours, but a lot of things had to give way to official business. The guard shone a flashlight into the car, and Jacobs shielded his eyes. Joyriders wouldn't dare steal a police cruiser, and even if they did, they definitely wouldn't dare to leave town at night, but Jacobs was pleased that at least one person still took their job seriously enough to check. The gate finally opened, and Dylan drove through. A bit scary out here beyond the walls, Sheriff. Especially at night. Jacob grunted. Haven't seen a real threat in decades. It's getting harder to persuade people to train. The mayor says emergency drills and militia training is bad for business. Fool. We haven't seen a rift around here in more than a decade. I'm telling you, it ain't natural. I tried to tell him the next one will be the big one, but he won't hear it. At least we should get an early warning. They don't report to me, but I'm thinking the shifters do a pretty good job of keeping wandering gobos and critters away. They'll be the first to spot trouble coming. Haven't seen a goblin since that old shaman got hit by that truck. Remember that? Jacob snorted. Hard to forget that sort of roadkill. I figure the old boy wanted to go out like a hero. Challenging a semi with nothing but a staff and bone rattle worked out right well for him then. Splat. When Dylan pulled up outside the Myers' place, the sun was longed for memory. They climbed out and quickly headed for the cabin, imagining glowing eyes amongst the trees watching them. The door opened to reveal John Meyer in silhouette waiting for them. He stepped back and invited them inside. He was very fast closing and barring the door against the gods know what. Dylan took up station there. Jacob took off his hat and looked around. The cabin was military neat. A gun rack on one wall had one slot empty. The rifle lay disassembled on the table while Ethan cleaned and oiled it on autopilot. Jacob wondered if John made his boy field strip their weapons blindfolded. Thanks for calling, John. How have you been? John shrugged and took a seat opposite his son to monitor his work. Nothing's changed. Quit that and tell him what you told me, boy. I can do both, Dad. Good practice. John nodded approvingly. You don't mind if I record this? Jacob said, pulling out his phone and thumbing the record function. I don't like those things, John said, eyeing the device distrustfully. You'd be wise to start carrying a notebook, Sheriff. Phones can be activated remotely for surveillance and they can be tracked. Nothing you say in its presence is private, off or not. Dad, Ethan said gently, his hands flying as the rifle came back together like magic. It's okay, let's get it over with. I don't like her out there alone. It ain't right. There could be critters. John nodded reluctantly. Okay, Jacob began. Tell me what you were doing, how and when. Just start at the beginning and take me through until your dad called us. All right, I went out to check my snares as I usually do after school. Caught a couple of squirrels and a cottontail buck. I was going to make rabbit stew for dinner. I guess not now though. Anyway, I checked my snares and cleaned my kills. It was maybe an hour or so before full dark when I found her. A woman lying there. Good. Stop there a minute, and back up a bit. Did you see or hear anyone else? Ethan hesitated and frowned. He raised the rifle and pointed it away toward the other rooms. He dry-fired it and gave it to his dad. John nodded and put it in the gun rack. Hear the killer, you mean? Jacob nodded. Or anything out of the ordinary. Just the woods. Okay, tell me about the woman. Did you recognize her? Did you touch her? No, Ethan gasped in alarm. He swallowed and shook his head a bit calmer. I mean no, sir. I don't know her. I didn't touch anything. Jacob exchanged a knowing glance with Dylan. There was something Ethan wasn't saying. He probably did touch the body, or he fucked up something else. Maybe he'd get more from the boy if he could talk with him alone, but he knew that wouldn't happen with John on alert. So, you didn't touch her? You didn't check for a pulse? Ethan shook his head and looked down. If you didn't check, how do you know she was dead? If you did touch her, I need to know, Ethan. Forensics can tell stuff like that. We need them to clear you. I didn't touch her, I swear. You'll see where I stopped. I didn't even approach within reach of her. It was obvious she was dead. When I saw her, I puked. It's okay though, I wasn't close to. I didn't get any on her. Ethan groaned. I can't get her out of my head. It's okay, boy, John said, and placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder. I know what it's like. It'll pass. I hope so. Every time I close my eyes, I see her waiting there. Someone strangled her and just dumped her there like trash. He didn't even bury her decent. The drag marks were really obvious. I thought about tracking him. John hissed. I'm glad you didn't, son. Jacob nodded. That's my job. It was getting dark, so I came home. I told Dad and he plugged in the phone. I wasn't sure it still worked, but he called you and here you are, so. He shrugged. Guess it works. Good. Now back to the body. I knew she was dead, and I knew I shouldn't touch anything. I'm not stupid despite my grades. Her eyes were open and staring, and her lips were purple. There was something around her neck. Tears welled and ran over his cheeks. His voice became choked. She was raped. I think so, she must have been. Her lower half was undressed and there were marks on her thighs. Her skin was so white, and she didn't blink. Her killer left her body open to the sky. Her legs were spread to show me. The one who found her. The cops. Shit, I'm sorry. It's okay. Take your time. He stripped her lower half. Her shirt was still on, but it was open. She still had a bra on, but it was pushed up on one side, sort of crooked. One breast was. He swallowed. One was out. I've never. With a girl, it was. I puked over the roots of a tree. She was beautiful, and I puked. If I knew who'd done it, I'd shoot him dead. No, son, that isn't the way. The gods will judge him. Don't tell me that. Where was your God when she needed him? Where were any of them? John looked stricken. Jacob cleared his throat. I'll need you to show me. You up for that? Ethan dried his tears and nodded. He stood and reached for his rifle, but he stopped to look the question at Jacob. I don't want to traipse the woods unarmed. That's fine. Just keep it on safe. Ethan nodded and loaded the rifle. I don't need one, but you should bring flashlights. I assume you'll need them. He flushed. Dylan, get the gear. Ethan stepped outside and paused for the flashlights and crime scene kit. Dylan brought his pump-action shotgun with him. Ethan frowned at that, but Jacob said nothing about it. Keep that thing pointed away from me, Ethan said, suddenly sounding more mature and sure of himself. If you trip, I don't want my ass full of buck. Jacob grinned. Me neither. Safety's on everyone. Ethan led the way into the woods and kept a decent distance between them. He obviously didn't trust their gun discipline. Jacob and Dylan kept their flashlights aimed at the root-infested ground. The going was slow, and they did trip a lot. Dylan cursed his way along. Jacob kept his silence and admired Ethan's woodcraft. The boy was completely at home. Ethan flowed through the darkness in silence. It was uncanny. Were his feet even touching the ground? Every step Jacob took made noise. Snapping twigs and skidding on mulch-covered roots. Dylan sounded like a herd of elephants. Ethan often had to stop and let them catch up, but he never looked back. He just seemed to know when to wait and didn't ruin his night vision by catching sight of the lights. I'll stop here, Ethan said after about 30 minutes of walking. You won't want tracks, I figure? Huh, we're there, Jacob said and aimed the flashlight ahead. Ethan averted his eyes, not wanting to see the horror again. Shit, I was kinda hoping. Yeah, Ethan said. Point the light at the ground over here near me. Jacob swung his light and saw a patch of puke. Right, that's yours. Got it. Now point the light at her, and then to her left and beyond. See the drag marks? Fuck yeah, talk about obvious, Dylan hissed. The sumbitch didn't even try to hide it. Arrogant prick. Probably means the trail won't lead us to anything useful, but we'll have to follow it. Tomorrow. Okay, let's get busy here. I need the entire area ringed in tape. I'll check the coordinates and get the ball rolling. We aren't too far from the car, but maybe we'll have a chopper remove the body. We need CSU out here first. Can I go? Ethan said, still averting his eyes. I don't want to see her again. It's not right. We should have brought a blanket or something. I know how you feel, but we can't do that. Fibers, you know, we can't mess with her. Yeah, whatever. Can I go? I want to go. Sure, kid, you can go. If I need you again, I know where to find you. Ethan nodded jerkily and headed back. That kid is spooky good in the woods, Dylan whispered. Jacob nodded. Spooky is right. 3 till losing it. Ethan ran as if his life depended upon it. He didn't think they'd really kill him, but they would make him hurt. They liked that sort of thing, and now they had tacit approval from most of the school. He was a suspected rapist after all. It didn't matter that it wasn't true. His fan club had never needed an excuse to pound on him. How had it come to this? 2 weeks since he'd found Emma Olsen aged 20 and his life was over. Her name had been released alongside his on the news a few days ago, and not having a phone or computer at home, he'd been blindsided the next day. Everyone knew before he did, and he just walked into school completely clueless. He hated his life. If he didn't have his dad to look after, he would have run out of state or into the woods. Maybe Alaska, as that covered both criteria and was his favorite state. It was the biggest, 3 times the size of the next closest. Plenty of room to get lost in despite the monster lairs and occasional spatial terror. His dad had taught him how to survive anything with pretty much nothing. A sharp knife and bottle of water was all he really needed. He'd never have to see anyone. Alaska, that's where he'd go, if not for his dad. There he is. Fuck this place in my life. Ethan accelerated. He was good in a sprint, but better over long distance. All he had to do was keep running. They'd give up eventually. They'd try again tomorrow. They always did. A few more miles worn into his shabby Pumas were nothing to him. Good exercise really, if his dad weren't a crazy prepper, not his words, and if Ethan weren't a welfare case, unfortunate fact, he could have tried out for track and field. Coach might have given him some second-hand kit for the tryouts. It would never happen, of course. Coach hated his dad. Both had served, but there was some bad blood between them. They were both chipped in from the same town. Shouldn't they be buddies then? But they weren't, and Coach wouldn't give him the time of day because of it. Because of his dad. He felt guilty even thinking those words, but it didn't alter facts. Dad had come back from the war broken. Mum dumped his ass and left a 3-year-old baby Ethan behind her. Who was to blame for his life really? His mum, who he hardly remembered, or his dad for doing his best while grappling his own demons? Maybe the government for the war that fucked up his dad? So, not going there, Ethan gasped as he ran. That was dad talk. Tinfoil hat time. He wasn't going to start hating the government. Not because he disagreed with his dad, but because it was futile. If he'd learned anything from getting pounded on a daily basis, it was that power mattered, not right or wrong. Muscles, money, politics, magic, fame even. All were a sort of power, and he had none of them. The teachers at school knew what was happening. They did nothing because boys will be boys, but what they really feared was losing their jobs. Half the pack chasing him were sons of local businessmen with influence. Ethan wondered what the teachers would say if his pursuers went too far and killed him. Or better yet, he loaded himself up from Dad's stash, and went all Gable Hall tech on their asses. Kill count 502. Ethan was such a well-liked student, they'd all say. We didn't realize there was a problem until he used that shoulder-fired rocket that his crazy dad kept for personal protection. Ethan snorted. They'd gush and say, Ethan was one of our brightest stars on the track. Coach, God rest his soul, couldn't praise him enough. It must have been a sudden break. Double tapped in the head, you say? I don't know what to tell you then. Everyone loved Coach. Bullying? Why no, we have a zero-tolerance policy. It's on our website. Blip, blip, woo, blip. Ethan faltered and glanced back over his shoulder just in time to see a police cruiser scattering his pursuers. He wished he had a siren like that. A brief pulse of sound, and the bad guys scatter. Not that it would help him long term. They'd be back for more running practice tomorrow, unless he really did snap and add his school to the long list of massacres. That shoulder rig had never been more attractive. He knew where his dad kept the keys. Ethan snorted. It was fun to fantasize, but he wasn't cracked. Not yet at least. He wouldn't kill anyone. Running was more his style. He could just keep going. Alaska. That was his best idea yet. He could do it. Kids like him ran away all the time. At least he had the training for it. He'd survive as long as wherever he ended up had woods to hunt in. He grimaced as his dreams shattered. He couldn't abandon his dad like that. Blip, woo, blip, blip. Ethan jumped aside. He'd forgotten about the cruiser. It had come alongside and paced him. How long had it been there? Great going on the danger awareness, Ethan. And talking to himself probably wasn't a good sign. He slowed and walked beside the cruiser, hands on hips, breathing deep like a racehorse cooling off after winning the race. He shook his head. He was cracking up. The window slid down. "Get in," Sheriff Hansen said, leaning out to talk. The cruiser coasted to a stop. Ethan shook out his legs thinking about his reply. He didn't need his enemies seeing the cops picking him up this way. It was more fuel for the fire, but a lift home would be good. Then again, he was nearly at the town gates. He shook his head. What did it matter? His stock couldn't fall any lower in this town. Ethan crouched to look into the car. "I don't need a lift, Sheriff. I'm halfway home, but thanks for the thought. I'm not offering a lift and I'm not asking. Get in." Oh, it's like that. He wondered what was going on. Ethan circled around the car and opened the door to climb in. He took a passing interest at the radio and computer on the dash. He'd never been in a police cruiser before. He wondered how this one differed from those in the big cities. It was ground use only for one thing. Did the controls differ a lot from those designed for flight? New York police needed flying vehicles to attend calls the same as San Fran and Chicago. The gigantic mega scrapers those cities were famed for were too tall for fast street access. "Ethan." He jumped. "What? Did you hear what I said?" Ethan worked spit around his dry mouth. "No, sorry, but I'm still in fight or flight mode, except I don't do fight." The sheriff snorted. "I said I have your dad in a cell at the station." He decked some reporter. "Had it coming, you ask me." "Oh, fuck my life." The sheriff snorted again and pulled a U-turn in the middle of the street before accelerating. They weren't going warp speed, so Ethan assumed his dad wasn't having an episode right this minute. He was rarely violent, but he could have bad days if something set him off. Reporters dissing his son would do it for sure. "How is he?" "I guess the reporter is pressing charges, huh?" "He's quiet, and you guessed right." "And I'm supposed to bail him out with my pocket money?" "We'll discuss that at the station. I saw that posse after you." "What's that about?" Ethan stared at him. See, this is what he'd been dealing with all his life. His massacre scenario had never felt closer than it did at that moment. The sheriff had just broken up what was essentially a murder gang out for his blood, and he was passing it off as kids roughhousing. What the actual fuck was that? "What?" Ethan shook his head. "I'm speechless. I nearly died, and you're all, oh look, they're playing chase." "Exaggerate much? With respect, Sheriff, you don't know what the fuck is going on under your nose, do you?" The sheriff's knuckles widened on the wheel. "I'll let that slide on account of your dad. Don't push your luck." Ethan laughed. "On account of my dad? Good one. My dad is the other half of my daily battle. At least I know it's not his fault. Did you know that those boys you think were having fun have been having fun like that for years? Did you know I have to hide and run away every day? Did you know the teachers let it slide, and that their zero tolerance for bullying policy is bullshit? Want me to go on? Dad spends all his pension on buying stuff for the end of the world. We have enough guns and ammo to win World War III and IV, but nothing to eat unless I get it in the woods. How's them apples? He keeps the stores locked. There's enough food in there to supply a town, but I'm not allowed down there. Are you seeing anything you like yet?" Ethan panted and belatedly realized the sheriff had parked and was holding onto him for dear life. He must have tried to get out while it was moving. Crazy, right? He was losing it. He was drowning, and everyone was looking on and saying, "Oh look, he's waving to us." Wave back. Waves. Ha ha ha. Waves? Waves of black smoke were pouring into him from outside the car. He was drowning in the dark. The light inside him was guttering like a candle in a strong breeze. He needed the woods. He needed to balance it. The thought was fleeting and didn't make any sense. He didn't know what he was even doing here. Alaska beckoned, but it was so far away. He could lose himself there forever. He yearned to leave all this behind, and just be done with it. His ranting had sent him off the deep end, and he was still going down. He could see wisps of dark smoke curling off his skin. There was too much inside him to contain. The sheriff's face was a mask of fear, but he gamely held on to Ethan's arms as he tried to fight him off and escape. The sheriff shook him by the shoulders and shouted something in his face. Ethan stopped screaming, trying to understand what the man was saying. Wait, he'd been screaming? What the hell, and where was the smoke coming from? Smoke? Holy shit, fire. Ethan let the sheriff drag him out of the car. He staggered away and turned in time to see the car implode. It was like the gods had put the thing in an invisible crusher. The black smoke folded the car neatly in two, the front and rear wheels aligned, and then again in the opposite direction. This way that way, this way that way, like folding a card. Glass exploded and was sucked in. The engine and gas tank detonated, but nothing escaped. Not even fire. The flames were sucked in like one of those videos of an explosion run in reverse. The smoke pulled it all in like a black hole. Like gravity gone wrong. The car folded and folded and folded over and over. Smaller and smaller until there was nothing but a solid cube of crushed matter the size of a sugar cube sitting in the road. Ethan turned to regard the sheriff calmly through the curling wisps of smoke surrounding him. What did you do that for? His eyes rolled up and he fainted dead away. Ethan didn't know it, but the sheriff did catch him rather than let him be injured. He handcuffed him soon after, of course, but at least he didn't shoot him. 4. Weird science. Ethan contemplated the smoke curling away from him and wondered if this was what insanity felt like. No one else could see it, or so they claimed. The sheriff was lying though. Ethan was sure he saw it in the car, so why not now? He had a theory, and it didn't bode well for him. If the smoke was magic, then being able to see it probably meant being sent away and chipped. And like a sensible person, the sheriff pretended as hard as he could that he hadn't seen shit. Ethan, however, was fucked. He'd folded a police car into a postage stamp in front of a credible witness. Said postage stamp was now evidence, and the feds were all over it. Even if Sheriff Hansen wanted to cover it up, he actually didn't want to, because he didn't want a dangerous magic-wielding psycho in his town. He couldn't suppress this. It was too big and too public. Besides, he liked that car. He. Prisoner humor. Ethan didn't know how he'd done it, but apparently, he had a big future in the scrap metals business. The block he'd made should have taken a hydraulic press to create, and of course his block was prettier with neat corners and layered folds. Also, there was no waste left behind. No gas, no oil, and not a single shard of glass. There was something else too, something about the materials and weight being off. The cube was too small to contain 2 tons of matter, or something. The feds were very impressed. Ethan had to take his dad's word for that as all his news was secondhand. At least the reporter dropped charges against his dad when someone told him about it. His car was a fancy rental and he'd be liable for damages. Ethan flexed his fingers and watched the smoke react. It was still seeping out of him. He must have drawn in a staggering amount for it to still be leaking. Drawing it in was another thing he didn't know how to do. The smoke was made of the shadows he recognized from the woods. It felt the same. Until this, what to call it, episode maybe? Before this he'd never felt it so keenly. It had always been in him though, mixed with the light, but buried deep. That wasn't true any longer. It was just beneath the surface now and instantly there when he thought of it. Ethan stood to stretch his legs. Another thing he couldn't do properly. He'd been shackled hand and foot with a chain between linking them in anticipation of his meeting. A master magician coming to see little old him. Who'd have thunk it? Well, he would actually. Ethan had expected one to come thundering down on him the moment he woke, but it hadn't happened that way. His pretty block of mystery metal was more important apparently. That made him mad as hell. Everyone and everything was more important than him. When would it be his turn for some of the love? Smoke roiled off him, and his vision wavered as he peered through it. This was ridiculous. It was like looking through a heat shimmer. He tried to grab the smoke, and thought he felt it brush his skin, but he was leaking so hard he couldn't be sure of it. Was leaking this way like bleeding? What if he ran out of smoke? Ethan sat on the bed and tried to calm down. It seemed to gush out faster when he was angry. He was angry a lot lately, ever since he found Emma and nearly touched her. He was sickened by himself, and that made him angry. His dad made him angry too. Then the posse and the teachers. And even the sheriff who'd been nothing but kind. The man had saved his life, but his oblivious attitude infuriated him. Why couldn't anyone see what this town was doing to him? Calm. Think calm thoughts. Pretend you're walking in the woods. That's it. Dark and light in balance. He was happiest in the woods. He wished he could bottle the feeling. He'd be rich. And calm. Or drunk on bottled happiness and calm. He breathed in and held it for a 3 count and let it out until he felt he'd suffocate. In again and hold it to the count of 3. Was it working? The smoke was still leaking, but there seemed less. Was he running out, or had it slowed? He didn't feel ill, but he was calmer. It must be working. He kept at it until he heard a commotion outside approaching his cell. About damn time. He'd been in shackles for over an hour waiting for this prick. He was getting angry again, and the damn smoke reacted. It roiled and thickened. Calm. Breathe 2-3, and out 2-3. He needed to be ultra calm. Fuck calm, he snarled. The cell door opened. Indeed, the visitor looked him over. Oh my, you have been naughty, haven't you? Ethan glared at the guy. I don't know what you're talking about. I killed a car, not a person. I don't know how or why I'm leaking this black shit. I don't know what happens if it runs out, or even if it can run out. It can. If you run out, you can't cast spells until you refill your core. If you push yourself too far beyond empty, you can cripple your magic or die. Do you see any of your black shish? Smoke around me? Ethan narrowed his eyes. Not like mine, but I can see black light surrounding you. It's like a line almost touching you. Excellent. I hardly need the test, but it's best to be thorough. Here is the standard spiel we're supposed to say at times like this. My name is Master Magician Lewis, and I'll be performing your magic proficiency and specialization test today. I understand you're 17. A little late, but by no means unheard of. Do you have any questions? I've been here 2 days. Please do watch that temper. Your emotions will be volatile until your aura settles down. That's why the leakage. I wouldn't wish you to harm your potential, which seems promising. I think I heard you say fuck calm when I entered earlier. The answer to your current woes is the opposite. To master your magic, you must first master yourself. Ethan sighed. Sounds like something Mr. Miyagi would say. What's this test about? And what if I pass? I have to look after my dad. I can't leave town, no matter how much I want to. Master Lewis raised an eyebrow. Who said you have a choice? You don't, none of us do. As for passing the test, you did that when you crushed the police car. I've seen video from security cams. That was the most spectacular pass I've ever seen. All that remains is to gather solid numbers and fill in the paperwork. And after? Training, surgery for the chip, more training, and finally wealth beyond your dreams plus a lifetime of contract work you have no real say in unless very lucky. You don't think coming here was my choice, do you? Ethan stared. The reason you've been kept waiting is twofold. The first is that I'm based in New York. It took some time to get me here to see you. And second, the first on scene was an elementalist. There are reasons for that, mainly due to the block of mystery metal in the street downtown. It was assumed you'd be an elementalist with a specialization in metal. Ethan's eyes glazed over. Yes, well, no matter. She knew what you were after she cast a divination spell to test your aura. What's left of it? You were asleep for that. Not that it matters really. It doesn't hurt. I don't care. You will someday, but you're right. For now, it doesn't matter. Please stand and face me. It's time for some weird science. Have you heard of tech mages? Ethan stood. They don't teach anything magic related at school, but I know the Japanese worship them because of their mecha. A guess would be they combine magic with machines? Essentially correct. There's more to it, but it's not important right now. He produced a crystal globe and a calibrated rod. I call this sort of thing weird science because unlike other enchanted items, these come off a mundane production line. Hold the globe in your right hand and don't drop it. Hold the rod in your left. Ethan took the items. Now what? We wait for the expected reaction. I know what the globe will show. The rod's reaction is still in doubt. Exciting, isn't it? Ethan felt his temper spike, and the smoke rushed into the globe, turning it deepest black. It looked like a black pearl the size of a baseball. Can you guess what it's reacting to and measuring? Ethan was tempted to choose the obvious and say magic, but he had a feeling. Aura. Precisely. You shattered your aura when you crushed the cruiser. That's why your magic is leaking away like smoke. It will solidify again and look something like mine. Why? Are you a teacher? Sometimes. Thought so. Our auras will be similar because we're both the same sort of magician? That's right. Now let's watch the rod for its opinion. Oh my. Ethan peered at the rod. There was a shadow climbing the scale starting from the handle he held. It was slowing but looked like a 4.8-ish. Ethan glared at it. The shadow trembled and just about hit 5. That was barely halfway up. Bummer. Well, aren't you a surprise? Is 5 good? It's only half the rod. Well, yes. You're untrained. All this smoke, as you call it, is your aura in a diffuse state mixed with your mana. Your aura is supposed to keep it in and concentrated. Do you see? Not really. Think of gasoline in an engine and how a supercharger works. Compress the fuel for a bigger bang. Yes, bigger bang means more power to the wheels. The rod is showing your initiate level as 5 before aura compression. You mean before the supercharger kicks in? Master Lewis grinned. Precisely. Are there higher level rods? Very good. Yes, there are. There's one calibrated for each rank of magician. Before you ask, they go Initiate, Novice, Apprentice, Journeyman, Adept, and Master. 60 levels then. Technically Grandmaster is also a level, but it's a title without an upper limit. It doesn't count for measuring purposes. Anyone reaching 10th level Grandmaster wouldn't bother checking. There aren't more than a handful in the country. Ethan knew he'd check. He'd had a fixation with size ever since the woodpile incident and Lewis Carlson's coochie. Master Lewis took his devices back and made some notes on his phone. So, I'm a level 5 initiate. Initiate into what? Master Lewis looked up distractedly but refocused after a moment. Want to guess to make it fun? Think about what you've learned so far. Have a go. Ethan liked this man. He was a better teacher than he'd ever had and seemed genuinely interested in teaching. The first magician had been the wrong sort apparently, though why that mattered Ethan didn't know. After all, the test used Magitech items. Anyway, Master Lewis said she was an elementalist. So that was the wrong answer. The way he spoke of his tools made Ethan discount Techmage as well. He knew his magic resembled the dark, and so did Master Lewis' aura. And he did say they were the same type. Dark magician. Ah, so close. Although the term is popular, it's incorrect to call us dark magicians. Dark is a category, not a type of magic because it contains various elements, not just one. Can you guess what they are? Elements, like hydrogen and oxygen? Not chemistry. Try again. Not real elements then. Oh, they're real, I assure you. Your smoke is mana mixed with one of them. It's real enough, wouldn't you say? Ethan nodded. I've heard of earth witches, so earth is probably one. And if earth is one, then water and fire probably should be included. Earth is technically included in the category we're discussing, but it isn't one of your alignments. You'll learn more about the various elements as time goes on, but 2 of them are most relevant to you. Death and Shadow. You hit the jackpot, Ethan. You're a necromancer. Ethan stared at Master Lewis in horror. 5 Fort Benning. Ethan and his fellow conscripts arrived at Columbus Airport from all over the states looking shell-shocked. To prevent runaways and other unpleasantness, all of them were accompanied by the magician who performed their test. The cost of the flight was covered, and an armored bus to Fort Benning had been laid on. Ethan hadn't brought anything with him. There was no point. He didn't own a phone, and he wouldn't be allowed to wear his own clothes. His dad assured him everything would be supplied. He'd be expected to wear army fatigues until he was considered safe by the government. Safe meant chipped and therefore tracked. Although upset, his dad gave him good advice. Once they get their hooks in you, boy, they never let go. Better private security before them. Better anything than a military contract. Okay, Ethan had said. He'd heard it all before. Master Lewis had given them privacy while they waited in the departure lounge. I'll remember. I tried to hide you. I should have known the system always wins in the end. I'm sorry I let you down. You didn't. You taught me how to survive and I will. Are you sure you'll be alright? I might have to put my damn arm back on to hunt, but I'll be fine. I'm a survivor like you. You worry about yourself. But if you do need something, please call the sheriff. He's a good one. Master Lewis had interrupted then. Their plane was boarding. Ethan hugged his dad and then, just like that, he was gone. They flew Delta. Master Lewis collected sky miles. Ethan asked why he bothered with them when the government paid for the flights. Master Lewis explained that flights were covered when on official business like this, but when he took private trips or side jobs they weren't, unless he added them to his contracts. Ethan realized there was more to being a magician than met the eye. It was a business. He'd need to know more than magic to prosper. He wondered if Muse Academy offered business studies as part of the curriculum. He would need advice on contracts, a lawyer as well, and probably an accountant for taxes. Still, that was a long way off. Master Lewis' contract was officially complete when he escorted Ethan to the armored bus waiting outside Columbus Airport. One of the guards signed for him like a package, and Ethan supposed he was in a way. Master Lewis had provided courier service. Ethan shook hands with him and received parting advice. You have as much potential as I've ever seen in a recruit. Don't listen to anyone you meet offering shortcuts. Like a muscle, strength in magic grows through hard work. Always choose the harder path. Long term you won't regret it. I promise you. Ethan nodded and boarded the bus to meet his fellow recruits. Everyone looked worried. No one talked. 2/3 were women, well, girls he supposed. He was still a boy himself, though he felt older after recent events. There were plenty of empty seats. He took one near the front and watched the bus fill up. 3/4 full, the soldiers embarked, and the doors locked closed. No one spoke. Everyone was too stunned and worried to make friends. Ethan wanted to right away. This was his chance to ditch his old self and start over, but he reasoned he shouldn't act different. That's what led to trouble back home. He was different. This time he would blend in. He'd join in when it was time, but not volunteer. His dad's advice might actually have value here. The drive to Fort Benning took around 20 minutes, and arrival occurred without fanfare. The bus passed through the gate after a brief stop to verify identities and drove toward a building with large expanses of shining mirror-like solar windows. After parking, the recruits disembarked. Ethan let himself be surrounded by the others. He was already conspicuous. Unlike them, he was wearing shabby clothes. He had no luggage, and he was taller than 90% of the other guys in the group. That made him a giant compared to the girls. He didn't want to be first or last inside too. He was anxious enough about the Necromancer thing. Master Lewis insisted death magic wasn't evil, and neither were necromancers, but Ethan was worried what the others would think. He was well aware of what popular opinion could do to him. It wasn't even a matter of the truth. It was all about perception. And really, what about raising the dead was good anyway? It was nasty, if not outright evil. Why couldn't he have been a light or nature mage? They made great healers. Everyone loved healers. Handed off to an impatient little man in a lieutenant's uniform who didn't introduce himself, they were guided through the building with their heads on swivels. It was a busy place. Men and women in sharp-looking uniforms hurried on errands, barely glancing at the recruits. Ethan wondered what they saw. Day trippers on a tour from the local high school probably. The recruits were guided to a conference room too large for their needs and asked to take seats in the central area. Ordered really. There were 3 blocks of seating with long aisles between. Having no choice about it, Ethan found himself seated third from the end in the front row. On the wall ahead a huge screen read, "Welcome to Fort Benning. Basic Combat Training, BCT. General Robert E. Miller." Hushed voices murmured as the recruits began introducing themselves. This was Ethan's chance to start with a clean slate. He turned to speak with the girl on his right, but she glared so hard he lost confidence. The goth lipstick, spiky hair and piercings put him off. She was too much for him on his first try. Ethan turned left and met a sneer from Mr. Muscle sitting on that side. Great, the guy was a jock. Ethan instantly went on the defensive. His recent history was too fresh to breach the barrier of hostility the guy had going on. Behind him he heard a soft snort. He turned to see a girl with blue hair grinning at him. "Sasha," she said. She reached over the seat and prodded the jock with a stiffened finger. "Switch." The jock glared at her and rubbed his shoulder free of blue-haired cooties. I ain't asking. Ethan was awed as Sasha forced the jock to submit with nothing but blue hair and moxie. She was barely 5 feet of contained ferocity, but she'd made it work for her. She climbed over the back of the vacated seat and sat next to Ethan with her hand out to shake. He did so. Ethan. Good Tomicha. Oh, powerful aura you got there. Ethan was instantly wary but tried not to show it. Could she see the wisps of smoke still leaking out of him? Master Lewis assured him his aura was healing nicely, but it wasn't solid yet. If she asked, what should he say? Could he get away with lies so soon? No. Start as he meant to go on. He wouldn't base his new life on lies. Thanks. You could tell by touch? I can't do anything with it yet. His thoughts flashed to finding Emma in the woods and then to Hansen's car folding neatly into a cube. I can cook a mean rabbit stew though. Awesome. A guy not afraid of the kitchen. And yeah, I can feel it. I'm going to be an earth witch. She wiggled her fingers and gave him a wide-eyed expression. Woo. Black magic and cauldrons aren't really my thing though, so don't ask for love potions. I hope they don't make me cut stuff up. Stuff? You know, eye of newt and ear of bat. Ethan grinned. Do witches do that? Sasha grinned back. No, but it sounded good. They both laughed, and just like that Ethan had a friend. A best friend, since he only had one in all the world. He hesitated to reveal anything about himself, but she was so approachable it slipped out before he knew it. And just like that it folded up into this neat little cube. Ethan finished. I said to the sheriff, why'd you do that? Sasha sputtered. You never. What did he say? Dunno. I passed out and woke chained up in a cell. Guess it was his favorite cruiser. Sasha grinned. That's so cool. On Ethan's other side, the goth chick had leaned in to listen. He chose to ignore her, hoping she'd thaw and take the first step. He wasn't risking a second rebuff from her. How'd you get recruited? I don't have a cool story. My mum's a witch. It was pretty obvious to her when my powers kicked it. Magic can skip generations, so me being a witch wasn't certain, but here I am. I'm an elementalist, the goth chick said in a shy voice. I'm hoping for air. I want to fly. Ethan stared in surprise. The voice didn't match the goth look. Sasha reached for goth chick's hand, bypassing Ethan, and they shook. He watched emotion flicker over Sasha's face and wondered what she was feeling. What's your name? Sasha asked. Ashley. Well, girlfriend, I think you might be in luck. I can't tell if you'll fly one day, but I sense air magic in you. And something else. Elementalists are so lucky. They can use more than one type of element. The most powerful might get all 4, but that's super rare. Ashley beamed, and suddenly there were 3 friends sitting together in the front row. Ethan was so happy, but also fearful. He had something to lose now. His death magic was like a cloud over his thoughts. He didn't dare reveal it. He shook Ashley's hand. Grats on the air element. Sasha probably knows this already, but mine is shadow. Sasha offered a fist bump, and Ethan awkwardly accomplished it. She must be really sensitive to notice his anxiety like that and offer support. He noticed a look of uncertainty on Ashley's face, but it was gone so fast he might have been mistaken. He accepted a fist bump from her and did a better job that time. 2 darkies and a rainbow, Sasha said. We need a lighty to round us out. Huh? Sasha explained. Ashley is a rainbow of colors because she has more than one element. You're dark, and so am I. Ethan shook his head. I thought earth element would be green. Nah. Sasha hooked a thumb over her shoulder at the jock. Greenies are nature magicians. Druids and shaman mostly. Ashley looked surprised. Dark is used by more than my type of magician? Oh sure. Elementalists use dark if they're earth-based magicians. Witches, some shaman, certain types of healer. Something to do with bones, I think. I guess they do reconstructive surgery? Not sure. All sorts of magicians mix and match disciplines. Not sure about tech mages, but I wouldn't be surprised. Warlocks are dark obviously. Necros as well of course, but don't get your panties in a wad. Death magic is only evil when a sacrifice is unwilling. Ethan stared at his friend, amazed at the knowledge pouring out of her mouth. Sasha stalled when she realized Ethan and Ashley were staring. What? Ashley asked it first. How can you know so much? Oh that. I studied with my mum and sister all my life. Just in case, you know? I won the genetic lottery. My sister is still waiting. We're twins, so it's pretty much certain she'll follow sooner or later. This is awesome, Ethan said. We have our own magic database. Ashley bumped Ethan's fist. We have our own blue-haired pixie of knowledge. Hey, I'm not that short. Ethan and Ashley exchanged knowing glances. Sasha really was that short, but Ethan knew what it was to be different. He wouldn't ever tease her. Besides, she looked about his own age. She might shoot up a few inches by year end, and so might he. If he did, he'd be a bloody giant at over 6.5 feet. The room had become quite noisy with everyone chatting among themselves, but finally they heard a door bang shut and a soldier in fatigues march to the front of the room. He wasn't wearing his cover and wasn't armed. Hats were called covers in the army. Ethan didn't know why. His dad had tried to teach him the basics, and he had years of stories in his head. Army didn't wear their covers inside unless under arms. This man carried his and tossed it on the desk set up nearby. There were glasses and a carafe of water on the desk, and a remote control, but nothing else. The guy grabbed the remote and lowered the lights a touch over the front of the room. He turned the rest off so that only he and the recruits were illuminated. It made the screen easier to read as well. Ethan wasn't knowledgeable regarding insignia, but the guy had the bearing of someone used to command. He bet himself that this was General Miller. The room grew quiet. Welcome to Fort Benning. My name is there on the screen. I'm in command of this fine establishment. Ethan won his bet. General Miller seemed the serious sort, but he wasn't a stickler for protocol. He hadn't insisted an aide introduce him to the room, for example, and he hadn't insisted on shoving rank in their faces. His fatigues were neat, the sleeves rolled to reveal powerful arms. He could have entered wearing dress uniform and medals. Instead, he looked the same as his men. Just a working stiff. Before we start, no, you aren't in the Twilight Zone. Yes, you really are at Fort Benning. No, you aren't in the Army. Yet. A few chuckles spread among the recruits and Miller smiled. He had good PR mojo. Miller turned to look up at the screen and used the remote to change the image. It read Basic Combat Training and the acronym BCT. Fort Benning is an active military base, and although not technically Army recruits, you'll be under military discipline while here. You don't salute anyone, but you do follow orders while under my care. I'd appreciate simple courtesy being observed when interacting with my staff. Ethan wondered what would happen if anyone tried to test that expectation. They weren't soldiers. Could they be kicked out for mouthing off? He doubted it. Muse was officially a military academy. Unlike the academies that enrolled paying students for advanced studies, or those dedicated to magical research, Muse owned their asses for at least the next 4 years. He wouldn't test it, but he had a feeling the drill sergeants would find a way to make their stay unpleasant should the need arise. Who here likes Harry Potter? Many recruits raised their hands, including Sasha and Ashley. Ethan kept his down. He liked the books and loved the old movies but didn't want Miller's attention. Sasha whispered, Hermione rocks. Miller nodded. The original movies were great for their day. Shame about the remakes. What about X-Men? More hands went up. I like superheroes too, but this is reality. You aren't at Professor X's mansion or Hogwarts. Magic is real and so are the dangers. There's no Gryffindor or Slytherin here. This place isn't a school. It's an army base under arms. You will act accordingly, like adults. You, third from the end. Ethan Meyer, sir. You didn't raise your hand. Why? My dad served. He told me not to volunteer for anything or attract attention. I guess I failed. That you did. With respect, sir, my dad saw hell in Afghanistan back in '52. Not all of him came back. I won't take a military contract under any circumstances. High school is my personal version of hell, and I'm looking forward to escaping it. Everyone laughed, but Ethan meant every damn word. He was glad to be free of high school. He might have grabbed some of his dad's gear and leveled the damn place if he hadn't escaped this time. Miller raised a hand and studied Ethan thoughtfully. I've met many angry young men in my time. Most turned it around and became good soldiers. It's good to know your reasoning and expectations. Miller looked at the screen and used the remote. The screen changed. At the top it still said basic military training, but below there were bullet points as follows. 1. Physical conditioning. 2. Mental conditioning. 3. Hand-to-hand combat training. 4. Weapons training. 5. The chip. 6. VR training. Don't worry, The slide is a standard one we always use at induction. All you need to think about is 1 and 5. Now then, BCT is what civilians still call boot camp. It hasn't changed much from what you're probably expecting, except for the chip and VR training. Before you ask, no, you can't pass. The chip is mandatory for all recruits whether you finally enter military service or not. That's why you're here. Muse Academy will take you off my hands once it's installed, and my instructors have toughened you up a bit. The chip will allow you to access virtual classrooms among other things. Ethan had pretty much expected everything so far, but what the hell was VR training about? Virtual target practice maybe? He was already a good shot. I see troubled expressions. You'll get over it. The chip isn't just a tracker. It's a resource. Use it as one and you'll appreciate it more. Think of your chip like a super advanced fitness tracker and smartphone. It monitors your physical stats, aids in your studies, and most importantly, it monitors your magical potential and attendance stats. Ah, I see that intrigues you. Miller smiled and sat casually on the edge of the desk. Just one of the guys now. The PR mojo is strong with this one. Miller went on. We all know how hard exercising or dieting without tangible results can be, right? Well, the chip does away with all the uncertainty. You'll be able to monitor your own progress. See yourself getting stronger, fitter, and magically more powerful. In real time. The second major use for the chip is VR training. I know what you're thinking. Awesome, we get to play games. Am I right? Everyone laughed and nodded. They were under Miller's spell. Ethan had to admit he was entertaining. Miller had charisma up the wazoo. Ethan suddenly wondered if the chip could track that. Was charisma even a stat? Surely not. The games you'll play at the academy have real-world consequences. The chip was developed over many years by the best tech mages in the world. For a soldier with nothing but background magic in his body, that means he gets fitter if he runs a lot in VR, or more agile if he dodges. It takes time. Work hard, play hard, and you'll reap tangible real-world results. Ethan nodded along with the other recruits. Miller could sell bread to a baker. Finally, let's address the chip's much maligned tracking ability. Can anyone tell me why they even have this function? Someone in the second row answered him. The government wants to control us. That's the usual propaganda. In reality, it was designed to be used to provide artillery and air support to our boys on the battlefield. Before the chip, blue on blue was rife. That's soldier speak for friendly fire. The chip stopped that. Its IFF function can tell incoming friendly weapons to abort, or even redirect. Also, it allows for better planning by people like me using satellite and drone surveillance. I can see the chips of my men on a map and even query their condition. Fit for duty, wounded. Things like that. Ethan wasn't distracted. You didn't address the tracking of civilians during peacetime. Like my dad. Miller paused and changed mental gears. The chip is like a gun. In good hands it has the potential to save lives. It turns average men into heroes like your dad. In the wrong hands it can do a lot of harm. A trained hero can become a villain in short order given the wrong kind of motivation. The government is risk-averse and tracks us with the chip. Miller included himself as one of us there at the end. Pretty slick. Ethan thought carefully and responded. He didn't want to cause trouble, but his new life wouldn't start by bootlicking either. And the tracking can't be turned off? If I take civilian contracts, my employer might not appreciate that. It wouldn't be much good if it could be silenced, would it? Everyone knows about it. It's not hidden from your potential employers. They'll take you on that basis or they won't. It's up to them. Miller dismissed Ethan with a faintly dissatisfied look on his face. Look people, I'm not here to baby you. Magicians get it rough in some ways, but they're pampered in others to compensate. Soldiers get a 5-year hitch and then they're free to go elsewhere if they want to. They keep their chip, and the benefits gained from its use. They do have civilian applications. Magicians on the other hand are in this for life. They're chipped, Muse Academy trains them at the government's expense, and then they're offered lucrative contracts. You'll live and be paid extremely well. The downside is the lack of personal freedom. If you don't take a contract within a reasonable time, military or not doesn't matter, you'll be assigned one. If you don't do the work assigned. He shrugged. That's what prisons are for. Unhappy silence descended upon the room. Ethan wouldn't say boo from now on. He'd already pushed his luck and felt it keenly. Despite his determination to keep his head down, he'd done the opposite. He detected no malice from Miller, but Ethan wanted to fade again. Okay. Miller clapped his hands together and stood as uniformed men and women entered. Let's get started. Men head to my right, women to my left. Follow your drill sergeant to get your kit. One last thing. When you leave this room, bitching or talking out of turn will result in punishment. Miller sought out Ethan, who nodded back. Warning received. I'm not your friend, and I'm not your daddy. I'm your CO until you head for the academy. Dismissed. And they were. Ethan trooped out with the other boys, already missing his new friends, but mostly ready to start the next chapter of his life. 6. Induction. Ethan was pretty much a robot for the next little while. Taken from the conference hall with the other boys, told what to do and not do. One of those being not to talk unless asked a question, he performed like a trained monkey. Told to strip naked, he was asked if he wanted to keep his old clothes. If not, they'd be incinerated. Burn them. Most of the recruits wanted to keep theirs. Boxes were provided with labels for their names. Ethan tried not to act like his old self and cover his embarrassment. He was the tallest, skinniest recruit, but also the shortest in a certain important area. The maggot. He was relieved when a soldier led him to a scanning booth. A synthesized voice gave orders. Stage 1. Place your feet on the marks. Raise your arms to the side as shown on the screen. Ethan did what he was told. The booth darkened and a computer-generated grid was projected onto his body. The turntable beneath his feet slowly rotated to ensure all his nooks and crannies were properly measured. Stage 2. Depilation. Close your eyes and remain in position 1. Warning. Lasers in operation. Eye damage can result if this warning is not heeded. Holy shit. Ethan shut his eyes as his skin cooked. Okay, not really, but the smell of burning hair was real. He was relieved to realize the lasers were aimed below the neck. He guessed the warning was for idiots who decided to sit down. Stage 2 complete. Please exit the booth. Ethan opened his eyes and yep, his pecker looked even more pitiful without any undergrowth to hide in. He sighed and left the booth, resigned to ridicule. Instead, he found the room empty. The booth had let him out in a different area. A soldier pointed to a cubby where Ethan found a set of fatigues including boxers, undershirt, and combat boots. He dressed in relieved haste. Everything fit perfectly. Through there when you're done. Ethan nodded as he laced up. Thanks. The next room had chairs to use while waiting for the next indignity, but he was the first through. A real live barber patted his chair. Ethan was surprised the army still used them. The barber back home didn't cut hair. He had an android for doing that. He was only there to take the fee. He sat in the indicated chair and watched himself dissolve into GI Ethan. His scalp was very pale. It looked odd. He mourned Sasha's blue hair and wondered if he'd recognize her when they met again. He assumed the girls had to go through the same procedure. They all needed surgery for the chips, so bald heads made sense. He wasn't sure why they needed bald nethers too though. Up, through there. Ethan felt like he was on a production line. In a way he was. Civilians entered one end of the line, and baby soldiers were spit out the other. In his case, a baby necromancer wannabe, though he still wasn't sure he did wanna. The next area was another waiting room, and he wasn't first there. Over here, Ethan. Sasha? Ash? Ashley, not Ash. I know someone called that. He's a dick. Ethan joined them. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Sorry about your hair. Ashley was more upset than Sasha. Her piercings were missing too. The goth chick he'd first met was gone. Sasha shrugged. It'll grow back. I could choose neon pink next time. That'll confuse you. Riley, that's my twin, has pink hair. I'll miss the blue, Ethan said. It looked right on you. I bet if you go pink, Riley will go blue. Sasha's eyes narrowed. You've met. Where? She patted his arm when she saw his alarm. Just messing with you. She'd do that to screw with you. We're identical. Oh, except for the hair. Gotcha. Sasha nodded. Okay, so we're waiting for physicals, Ashley said. Something about weight and height. Body fat and muscle. The gods know what else they'll think up. We're not soldiers. Why do we need steroid whatevers for muscle? Steroids? I just got here. Tell me everything. Sasha shrugged. That's all we really know. One of the others got chatty with a soldier girl back there. She said we get special food with some weird gunk in it to build us up. You'd look yummy with some shoulders on you. Ethan blushed. Thanks, I think you'll need double helpings to get them. Ashley nodded seriously, and Ethan deflated a little. It was meant as a joke, but he suddenly wondered if it might work. If he ate more of their superfood, would he finally gain some muscle? I don't know any better than you guys, but if basic is as hard as my dad said, we'll need superfood to make it through. Yeah, but why? Ashley said. I'm not taking contracts if there's a chance of fighting. Why do I need muscle? I dunno, but I like athletic girls. It's athletic guys I have trouble with, because of, he indicated his body. This. You'll fill out. Hopefully. So will you. He blushed. I mean, you're perfectly fine as you are. Oh, shoot me now. The girls laughed. I'll have you know my B-cups suit my height, Sasha smirked. And Ashley's C's are to die for. I've seen him. She waggled her eyebrows. Ethan reddened, but he was having fun. He was talking to real girls and it wasn't weird. His life had rebooted. Oh, thank, not the gods, the fates. Yes, thank the fates for his new chance at a life worth living. The intercom called Sasha for her exam, and about 10 minutes later Ashley followed. Sasha hadn't returned from hers. Another conveyor belt system. The waiting room was busy when Ethan's turn came. A bottleneck on the production line. They needed a couple of doctors here, not just one. When his turn came, Ethan entered the room to find two people, not one, and neither were doctors it turned out. They introduced themselves as Adept Amanda Lee, a life magician, and Adept Liam Walsh, a tech magician or techmage. They all shook hands and got down to business. Adept Walsh read something on his tablet. We have your scans and medical records. You've never been sick a day in your life, have you? Ethan shook his head. Just lots of bruises and a few broken bones. As far as I know, my shots are up to date, but a booster won't hurt. Adept Lee nodded. That's standard here. This meeting is more a courtesy than anything. Neither of us are soldiers. Our contracts with the military have a few unique clauses that allow us to avoid combat and offer extra services. Exactly, Walsh said. You'll be heading to surgery for your chip within the next few days. Before then, you'll start physical training, which includes all the supplements we've recommended based upon your medical data and scans. Every recruit is different with different, needs. Adept Lee rolled her eyes. What he's trying to say in his inept guy way is that we can fix your little problem down below. Walsh snickered and Ethan flushed. You'll be under a general anesthetic for the chip installation. It wouldn't take us any extra time at all. Don't blow us off without thinking about it. Ethan was about to do just that out of pure embarrassment and humiliation, but she gave him pause. Get it fixed. He'd never need to see these two again. He could live with the embarrassment to be free of it forever after, couldn't he? Yes. Ethan cleared his throat. I'd always hoped it would mature eventually. I mean, look at me. I'm a beanpole. Sorry, no, Adept Lee said kindly. She was a life magician and had more compassion for suffering than Walsh did, be it mental or physical in nature. Your general physique will fill out with training and our help with diet, but the other? I'm sorry, no, it's genetic. I see. I've never talked about it. My one encounter with a willing girl ended with her laughing her ass off, and me a monk for life. You're only 17, man, Walsh said, his fake sympathy grating and obvious. Amanda can fix anything. As for me, I'm the techmage of our super duo. The chip install is all mine. Believe me when I say life magicians can literally work miracles, and she's the best there is. Ethan was nodding spastically. He wanted to believe. No implants. Life magicians don't use them. We sculpt bodies using their own resources and magic. No implants. I can promise you full function and a normal penis. Ethan opened his mouth to ask for something a little bigger, but she interrupted. Don't. You aren't the first and won't be the last to need this sort of work. You don't really want to be hung like a horse. It's a male fantasy. The average is 6 to 8 inches erect. I wouldn't recommend anything more than 10 for your partner's comfort. Ethan didn't want to mess this up. He would never get this opportunity again. I see. You're a woman. He flushed hotly and couldn't meet her eyes for a moment. I mean, obviously you'd know better than me. Oh fuck. You don't know what this means to me. I don't know what questions to ask about girth and stuff. 10 sounds wonderful. If you could just do your best work on me. Give me what you think I need. Adept Lee nodded and smiled kindly. I can do that. Now, how do you want to pay? Ethan's hopes withered. He should have known. I have nothing to offer. Nonsense, Walsh said heartily. Don't sell yourself short, man. We can offer a payment plan that kicks in after you take your first contract. Or. Ethan looked up. Or? Adept Lee smiled and took over. Because of our chips, we can't easily avoid the damn revenues. Luckily, they can't tax mana. We magicians swap favors between ourselves to avoid accounting issues. I see. And Ethan did see. He saw a lot. Magicians were paid a lot of money, and hence paid millions in tax. Out of interest, how much would a life magician charge for an enlargement? Something on the order of $100,000 for my time. The operating theater, the anesthesiologist, nurses etc. might conceivably double that price. Not a problem here. The military covers our costs. Another reason to have the work done now and not put it off. Holy fuck, he wanted to be a life magician when he grew up. He'd spend his time doing boob jobs and living large. Unfortunately, he was the opposite of a life magician. Dead opposite. Ha ha ha. Necromancer humor. I'd prefer to avoid accounting issues as well, but how would it work? Do I promise to work on a contract for you, one worth $100,000, or something else? Would you trust the word of a necromancer? Not many would. In a perfect world we'd shake on it, but we don't live in that world. We normally use a magically binding oath. That way there's no paperwork for the revenues. Ethan felt himself on thin ice. He wasn't experienced with this sort of deal. What if he bound himself to something he couldn't do? Or worse, what if Adept Lee refused to accept the task as completed? I might be willing to do that, but I'd need to read the wording of the oath carefully. I'd need something that allowed me to pay the money instead if I couldn't perform the service you need. Excellently thought out, Adept Lee praised. And now I'll tell you that's how it's always handled. Well done for thinking it through. Never swear a magically binding oath that doesn't have a rock-solid get-out clause. You hear me? Never. Ethan felt better. I'd have followed through without an oath. My dad taught me to take my word seriously. I'd never break my promise and risk losing a friend. But we only just met. And you're going to change my life. I consider you a friend now. Adept Lee smiled and nodded. Friends then. My turn, Adept Walsh said. How would you like cybernetically enhanced eyes designed by yours truly? No thanks, Ethan said chuckling. No seriously, the chip interfaces with a wrist comp. If you want to see your stats and notifications in the real world, you have to read the data on your arm. How archaic is that? With a set of my eyes in your head, you'll see all the data in your normal field of view like a game interface or military head-up display. How cool is that? Pretty cool. So do we have a deal? $25,000 or one favor. What do you say? I say it sounds really cool, but I don't want to be a cyborg, sorry. Maybe one day I'll change my mind, but not right now. Walsh tried one last time. They're undetectable and night vision comes as standard. That does sound cool, but no. Walsh slumped. You're missing out. Ethan shrugged. Out of interest, are you using them now? Well, no, but what has that to do with anything? Nothing, but your customers might feel more reassured if the inventor used them himself. Walsh frowned. It's a PR problem, isn't it? I'll think about it. Ethan nodded. If I can read that oath, I'll swear and let the next guy in. They'll be busting the door down if we don't move this along. Adept Lee handed Ethan her tablet and he began to read. 7-Second Life. Ethan awoke groggy after surgery but aware of Adept Lee waiting nearby. He tried to clear blurry eyes to see her better, but he was still woozy. He gestured her closer with a hand that didn't feel attached to him and tried to ask about his side project. Amanda must have understood his croaking attempt to communicate, because she pulled the covers back and his hospital gown up to reveal the new him. There wasn't any bruising, no bandages, just perfect pale skin and a normal penis lying long and thick on his thigh. It looked perfect, and huge compared with the maggot. Ethan burst into tears of relief. He reached out to Amanda and pulled her down into a hug. Thank you, you don't know, he blubbered. You can't know what this means to me. I was alone. I was always going to be alone. If not for you, anything I have, anything in my power, it's yours. Hush, Amanda said thickly and blotted her own tears. People like you are why I wanted to be a life magician in the first place. The money? It's nice, but reactions like yours make me remember a younger, better me. Ethan composed himself and dried his tears. It's huge. I'm glad I didn't ask for the horse treatment. Amanda half snorted, half giggled. She covered her mouth trying to stifle the odd sound. You make me giggle like a schoolgirl. I did what you asked and gave you what you need based on what I know of you and your body type. It's functional too. She waggled her eyebrows. Ethan reddened. You tested. I mean, how did? Oh fuck me, I can't get my words out. Ha, not tested like that. We have our ways. But seriously, we always need to check our work. What if I repaired a child's spine and it didn't work properly? Can you imagine the anguish that would cause a child and their parents? Well, of course you can. Ethan's thoughts were clearer, and he looked again. Still there, everything was coming together for him. A second life was burgeoning. Amanda pulled his gown back down, and the bed covers up again. I'm glad you like it. I did my best work for you. The lucky girl, whoever she is, will have no complaints. Ethan's thoughts went to Sasha. There's no one yet, but there might be one day thanks to you. Where's your partner? Amanda perched on the edge of the bed. With another patient. He told me to tell you he's considering what you said. It was nothing. It seemed obvious. Is my chip working okay? Amanda nodded. All done. Your wrist comp should be with your uniform. I told your sergeant to expect you back in the barracks tomorrow morning. Take the rest of today for yourself to settle. Thanks. Say, you were trained at Muse. Why do they send us here first? Magicians are considered a national resource. The government wants to get its hooks in us when we're still powerless, and the chip is military hardware. Wow, that was pure dad talk right there, but it sounded only too plausible to Ethan. Catch magicians young, chip them, pamper them, make them grateful and willing to do what they're told. Rebellious magicians would be too scary for any government. What's the academy like? I have this image of Hogwarts stuck in my head. I blame the general for mentioning it. You'll be disappointed with the reality if Hogwarts is your preference. Muse Academy is a grand idea. It's not a grand building. With VR anything is possible. It could take the form of a castle. I'm a bit surprised someone hasn't done that. It'd be fun. We should try it. We're generally too busy chasing contracts for fun stuff, I think. Amanda frowned at her own words. It's a shame really. We should try harder to make magic fun. So, it's just a college then? Not magical at all? What goes on inside is magical, but the building is just a building. Ethan sighed. With all the magic in the world, you'd think more of us would use it for pretty things rather than fighting. For people living in protected cities like us, magic might be a fun thing, but there are places in the world where spatial rifts and beast tides are a serious threat. Magic is foremost a weapon to them. I've never even seen a goblin outside of a zoo, Ethan protested. Beast tides are a thing of the past. Amanda shook her head pityingly. Muse will be a wake-up call for you. Goblins are the least dangerous things to come out of rifts. We have it good here in the States. Our military is strong. Our cities have good walls and Magitech force wards. Most of our people will never encounter a monster, but that's because we keep watch and attack the moment a rift is detected. Attack hard and fast and close it. Now imagine a poor country. Without infrastructure and good government, a few rifts left untouched could overrun the place in a year. That's what happened to Africa according to the history books. Ethan nodded reluctantly. Spatial rifts still spawned regularly throughout the African continent, and all sorts of nasty critters came out of them. Satellites kept watch for dangers coming from there, while multinational fleets of warships patrolled the seas. It was very dangerous. Dragons were masters of the sky, while the oceans hid even bigger things. Mankind wasn't the top of the food chain and never would be as long as rifts spawned anywhere on the planet. Back to fun stuff. We could redesign the academy, make it special. Magical. I don't know. I'm not an architect. Amanda frowned, nodding slowly. It'd be good for our scary image. Make people see our fun side. Imagine if we built a Hogwarts replica. I don't think we'd be allowed though. The rolling estate would sue us into the ground. We could design our own castle. Build it with magic and nothing else. Make a big deal about it to showcase what our people can do. Earth magicians are into building stuff, right? It'd be awesome. I'm glad you've decided to become one of us. No doubts now? The only worry I have is the old, necromancers or evil, thing. Muse teaches that undead occur naturally in areas with a high concentration of the death element. Ancient burial sites and battlegrounds are really susceptible. Dungeons appearing there will usually be an undead type. An open rift will cause mana levels to spike and dungeons to form. That's what our early warning net uses to locate them. We have Magitech mana sensors all over keeping watch for just that. Necros go in to bind and control the undead. Call them when needed or make use of them at other times. But is it true, or is it putting a pleasant face on a nasty business? Controlled undead can be bodyguards, soldiers, even rescue workers. They can take a lot of damage and don't breathe. So basically, they're useful. Does that make it right? Amanda shrugged. Better to be useful. And smelly? Amanda grinned. Don't worry about turning evil. Use your undead to save someone and you're good. Use them to murder people and you're evil. She stood and headed for the door. I've got patience to see. Thanks again. I owe you. Amanda smiled. The door clicked shut. Ethan lay in bed thinking, and yes, he did grab his junk to make sure it felt as real as it looked. Sensations felt right. He was physically normal for the first time in his life. He was so glad he hadn't chickened out when offered this chance. Ethan quickly grew bored with just lying in bed. He wasn't tired enough to sleep. He swung his legs out and stood. He took a careful step. His balance seemed okay. He felt the back of his head and neck, but there was nothing to find. Amanda's flesh sculpting was amazing. Not even a scar left behind after implantation. He thought about finding his wrist comp, and then about the cybernetic eyes Walsh had designed. With those he wouldn't need one. He shook his head. No implants. Ethan got dressed and found his wrist comp. The device took the form of a high-tech bracer. It covered about half his left forearm down to the wrist and wrapped around to fit snugly. The screen covered maybe 2/3 of the available area. The rest held it on snugly. Deciding he had all day to explore, Ethan reclined on his bed to fiddle with the wrist comp's menus. He found it easier to do by taking it off and using both hands. He'd tell Walsh to put that in his sales pitch. The inconvenience made cybernetic eyes seem more attractive. Hands-free was the way to go. He played randomly with the menus and submenus at first to get used to the way it worked. A column of 4 physical buttons next to the screen allowed him to set a pin. The idea was to lock out changes and prevent accidental activation of the touchscreen interface. He set up his pin, then really got to work. The wizard, an actual cartoon wizard around 4 inches tall, made the device a breeze to set up. The tune floated above the device like a hologram, but Ethan was pretty sure it wasn't one. It was a magical construct. That's when he realized how much money he was casually playing with. It must cost the same as a decent-sized car. Magitech was insanely expensive. Once set up, the wizard vanished back into the help section. Ethan perused the FAQ and options. He flicked some to on, others to off. Apparently, he had Infonet access via the base's Wi-Fi and the ability to send email if he wanted. He set up the email application and received a test mail to confirm it worked. Ethan saved the big one until last. It was time to check his stats. Name, Ethan Meyer. Serial, 978-332-712-NEC. Level, Initiate 5. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Stamina, 16. Agility, 14. Speed, 16. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 10. Wow, his constitution and strength absolutely sucked. He thought about it for a minute and ruefully agreed with the assessment. He couldn't take many hits. 2 punches and he was on the floor. Sometimes 1. Speed and stamina looked good. If 10 was an average human starting point, then all of his stats looked right. He was pretty fast in a sprint but could still run a marathon with his stamina. He wouldn't win one, but run it? Sure, his agility points might be due to his woodscraft. Moving quietly through the woods was instinct. Climbing trees, hunting and setting snares. He would choose ranger in games. It suited him. Ethan frowned. He was a necromancer. Was there such a thing as a dark ranger? He grinned. It was doubtful any of this mattered. The recruits wouldn't be allowed to play Dragons of Astoria on government time. The intelligence stat was interesting. He was certain he wasn't more intelligent than average. The only reason he could think of for such a high starting stat was his accident with the sheriff's car. Like in games, the intelligence stat measured mana pool, not IQ, and he had a lot of mana in his core for a beginner. It was still leaking even now. Wisps of smoke curled around him. He'd become used to it. The serial number wasn't his social security number. It must be something the military used or… No wait, it was his tracking ID. He was sure of it. He glared at this new proof of the leash the government had on him. He shook his head. He was thinking like his dad. He had a new life ahead. Mustn't backslide, he muttered. His level was Initiate 5 as Master Lewis said. His chip seemed to agree. It was confirmation of a sort that it was calibrated correctly. He wondered if his starting stats gave him a leg up, and then wondered about the girls. Were their stats better than his? Did he care? He guessed he did. His new life gave him options. If he had to be a necro, he wanted to be the best damned one in the country. No, the world. There was no mention of spells or whatever he'd used to crush the sheriff's car. He'd hoped there would be. Maybe the chip couldn't measure anything it hadn't witnessed, so to speak. That would make sense. If he crushed something else, not a car obviously, but something to allow his chip to measure the effect, would his wrist comp list it? He hoped so. It would help him figure out what he'd done. Ethan pursed his lips. Was it something to do with gravity or telekinesis? He didn't know what he'd done, or how to replicate it under test conditions. Master Lewis probably knew, but it was certain he wouldn't reveal it until he'd had some proper training. It was frustrating, but nothing the other recruits didn't have to wrestle with. Thinking about them made him want company. Amanda didn't say he had to stay here. He could recuperate in the mess hall just as well. With that decided, he left the recovery room and headed for the mess hoping to find Sasha. While there, he could try to eat a double portion of the superfood allocated to him. The recruits called the goop they had to eat power sludge. Each of them had a different formula to eat daily in addition to normal meals. It was always available from one of the auto chefs in the walls. He hated to think what might be going into his sludge, but at least it tasted okay. Sort of fruity and meaty with a very thick smoothie-like consistency. No one could figure out what kind of meat or fruit it was meant to taste like. Sasha found him first. Ethan, wait up. Should you be walking around yet? He stopped and waited for the girls to catch up. They were usually together when he saw them. It was like Sasha had adopted another sister in lieu of Riley. She probably missed her twin. Amanda didn't say I couldn't. Ashley frowned. Who? Adept Lee. Sasha elbowed Ashley. On first name basis with another girl already. An older woman too. You move fast. He spluttered. Ashley eyed Ethan sideways. I'm sure it's not like that at all. Right? No. I mean sure, we're on first names but we're just friends. They walked on together. Sasha smirked. Sewer. Just friends. Is that why you're walking tall and smiling? She's too old for you. You're jailbait as far as she's concerned. Don't say that even as a joke. It could start trouble for me but especially her. And don't be sizist. I can't help being tall. Trying the old subject change trick? I deflect your attack for 3 points. I am not distracted. Ethan grinned. You goofball. Something's different, right Ashley? More confident? Ashley whispered. Yeah, that. Ethan did feel more confident, but he couldn't tell them why. Must be the chip. I just saw my stats for the first time. This time the girls were distracted, and they began comparing numbers. In the mess hall, all three used their ID cards to order a tailored bowl of power sludge from the auto chef before taking seats to compare stats. 8 Healthy mind, healthy body. Ethan charged the 10-foot wall of the obstacle course and leapt to grab the top of it. He might not be strong, but he was fast and agile. His height gave him an advantage. He caught the top easily and swung a leg up to hook over the top. He straddled it like that, belly down and right arm reaching. Ashley leapt to grab his hand. He hoisted her up to mimic him, their heads together and reaching for their third. Sasha was the shortest recruit in the entire class. The others had been reluctant to team up with her, but not Ethan and Ashley. They'd been fast friends since their very first day. Ethan had never had friends before, only tormentors. He thought it would always be that way. Maybe that was why he clung to the girls so desperately. They were proof that he wasn't hopeless. Sasha jumped to catch their hands. Thanks guys, she gasped and scrambled up. You'd do the same for me, Ethan said. Ashley smirked. I'd like to see our pixie try that. All three laughed. Don't spoil it, Sergeant Becker yelled. That was textbook perfect until you started wasting time chatting on my wall. The three friends reversed their process to descend the wall on the far side. They sprinted toward the next obstacle. It was a submerged mud pit with log barriers they needed to go over and under in sequence. Going under meant holding their breaths with eyes shut and then crawling through muddy water. Going over was harder because the mud made the logs slippery. The recruits who'd gone before them had treated the course like a personal challenge against the others, but Ethan saw it differently. After more than a month together, leaving Sasha and Ashley behind would be worse than quitting. All three went under the logs fast and quite easily, but Sasha needed help with the climbing. She was only about 5 feet in her combat boots, and something like 80 pounds soaking wet. Ethan had seen the problem looming and had a plan ready. He grabbed Ashley's hips and heaved her over the log. He had a face full of shapely ass for a moment while she slithered over. She disappeared under the muck on the other side but came back up gamely. Ethan grabbed Sasha and tossed her over the log. Ashley caught her on the other side. Ethan had to jump and clutch the log by himself, but before he could slide back, the girls caught fistfuls of his fatigues and dragged him over to face plant into the muddy water on their side. He came up spluttering and laughing. "Yes," Sergeant Larson crowed, "keep the momentum going." The trio repeated their antics 3 times and completed the mud trap. Next came the netting, which wasn't too bad though it was tiring, followed by a balance beam over a water trap. Ethan fell in twice but managed it finally. The water was icy, but it washed off the mud. With clean boots he found better traction and made it across. The girls chose to straddle the beam and pull themselves across. They made it without falling, though their method was slower. The next part didn't require balance or climbing. They had to run through a pipe at a crouch, then climb a rope to reach the final platform. From there, Ethan led the way down to the finish on the zip line. He went first being heavier and wanted to catch the girls. "Time," Becker yelled. 13:28, Larson said. "Not totally horrible." Ethan and the girls were out of breath, soaked to the skin, and liberally coated with mud. Despite all that, they grinned at hearing the faint praise. Their teeth flashed brightly from dirty faces. 13:28 was their best time yet. "Join the others," Becker said. "You have 5 minutes to rest." "And then?" Ethan said. 5-mile run and showers." All the recruits within hearing groaned when they heard that. Ethan gave Sasha and Ashley a reassuring smile. A 5-mile run was nothing. He'd run farther plenty of times. Becker timed their rest to the second, and then they were off. "Hold back a bit," Ethan advised his friends. "No prizes for first place." "Hot water?" Sasha gasped, but she did slow. The crowd left them behind as if racing. You haven't seen anything until you've tried to grab a hot shower in a crowded locker room. Ethan lost focus as he imagined a locker room full of naked girls wrestling over first dibs on the shower. Ashley smirked as if reading his mind. Okay, I guess we can go a bit quicker. For your sakes." The three sped up. 5 miles was nothing to Ethan, but he was concerned for his friends. He kept the pace slow enough for them, but reasonable enough not to draw the drill sergeant's ire. The hard chargers were slowing. Ethan's group was already gaining. "The power sludge has really helped my stamina," Ashley said. "I haven't noticed any difference," Ethan said. "I was always a runner." "You, Sasha?" "Nah, no difference. As for running, no way. Have you seen my legs?" Indeed he had seen them, and very nice legs they were too, but Ethan got the point. Sasha weighed almost nothing, which made her agile, but she was also the shortest recruit in their class. She had a shorter stride to match. Sasha went on. "I can swim like a fish and beat other kids to death with my hockey stick. Ashley is the long-legged cheerleader sort. Not me." "Me? A cheerleader? Wahahaha, that's a good one." Ethan grinned as they casually overtook the stragglers from the main pack. "Not a fan of cheerleading?" Ashley blew a raspberry. "I'm not into team sports. I've always fancied joining a gun club, but my dad wasn't keen before he died. Mum's a drunk. She never cared what I did." "No sports at all?" "Fast cars? That's a sport, and I like to dance." "Cars? I can get behind that," Ethan said as they navigated their way through the exhausted pack of recruits. "I haven't got a car, or enough money to buy one, or a license, but watching a race. I'd do that with you." "I meant street racing. Behind the wheel, not watching from the crowd." "Seriously?" "Yeah, I'm not what you'd call the proper sort. I never sweated the age or license thing." "She fits in with us perfectly," Sasha said gleefully. "Am I right?" "Totally," Ethan agreed. I can't wait to hear more. They finished the run taking 8th, 9th, and 10th places. Ethan and his friends exchanged grins when everyone but them collapsed in order to recover. Ethan walked around to cool off. The girls bracketed him to do the same. Becker and Larson watched and whispered, taking notes. Right, Becker barked. Showers and chow. Eat as much as you want. Seconds is always advisable. Dismissed. Quick, Ethan said. Hit the showers before the stampede. I'll meet you in the mess. The girls nodded and trotted off. Ethan arrived first at the mess freshly showered and wearing clean fatigues. With Sergeant Becker's advice in mind, he slid his ID into the card reader and ordered 2 helpings of his personal power sludge formula. A tray with 2 bowls on it containing pinkish paste slid out of the auto chef. He grabbed a spoon and chose a seat at his usual table to choke it down. Ethan was on his second bowl when most of the recruits arrived. He watched them split into their customary cliques and kept to himself. People never really changed. High school or military base, they found their tribes. Closest to his table, a group of girls sat together glaring at him. He didn't let them faze him. Light magicians and dark magicians weren't supposed to get along. In magical circles, opposites most assuredly did not attract. In the far corner, the shifters ate together despite being a mixture of different forms. 1 guy and 4 girls. The guy was a wolf, but the girls weren't his pack or harem. He was no alpha. 2 of the girls were big cats in their other forms, and 2 were bears. Tigers and bears didn't defer to wolves, ever. But they'd grouped up their first day. They were shifters first before other considerations. Sasha and Ashley entered together, and were almost the last ones in. Ethan wondered what had kept them. They grabbed trays and joined him to eat. Their own clique. What did that say about them? They hadn't formed bonds with any of the other groups. Probably nothing. They were rebels. They didn't conform. God, this is disgusting, Ashley said, shoving giant spoonfuls of sludge into her mouth. Could have fooled me. Sasha grinned. She's speed eating. Sooner it's over the better. Ethan finished up and took a sip of his drink. What you said earlier about the street racing. How did that lead to here? I'm a bad seed. Sasha chuckled. Are you a runaway? Ethan probed. I thought about it myself. So many times. Ashley paused. Yeah? How come? You already know. Bullying and no way out. No future. Trapped in a small town. The usual crap. I dreamed of running to Alaska. Alaska, Sasha said. What the hell for? Ethan shrugged. Biggest state and far from home. Plenty of wilderness to get lost in. I'm no city boy. I doubt I'd survive on the streets like you, Ashley, but drop me in the woods with some water and a knife and I'd be fine. Sasha stared. My dad taught me survival. I'd make it. It's not that. It's just so lonely. Alone can be good, Ashley said quietly. When my dad died, my mom turned mean. She'd hit me if I hid her booze. I did it for her, but that didn't stop the beatings. She'd get drunk or stoned, and then cry when she came down the next morning and saw my face. Years later, she tried to pimp me out to get a fix. That was the last time I saw her. Ethan took her hand. I'm sorry she did that to you. Sasha hugged her. Me too. Ashley ate another spoonful. It's all right. I hit the road and never went back. I met a guy. It was his car I drove in the races. He'd feed me and look after me if I looked after him in the sack. I cried the first few times, but I got over it. Alone isn't the worst thing that can happen to a girl. Sasha wiped tears from her eyes. You have us now, and your magic. You'll never have to do that again. Ethan's troubles felt so trivial after hearing that. The guy dumped you when your magic showed up? Ashley nodded. I think that's a good thing. We wouldn't have met you otherwise. What about your magic? I got caught shoplifting and they called the cops. A magician was at the station for some other thing and noticed my aura. She did the test and here I am. Wow, Sasha said. I feel like the rich kid who just realized everyone doesn't eat caviar or have servants. My parents and sister are great. I had a good life and always knew I'd probably be a witch or sorceress. My parents had me tested and we had a party to celebrate. They saw me off at the airport. The girls looked to Ethan. I told you before, I was running from a gang that wanted to kick my ass. The sheriff saw me and intervened. He said something in the car that set me off. The next thing I know, I'm out of control, and watching the sheriff's car fold itself neatly into a solid block of mystery metal. Sasha grinned and pushed her empty bowl away. What a trio we make. I've never had friends before, Ethan said seriously. You two are my first. We'll be closer than the Three Musketeers. Ashley nodded. All for one. And one for all. They laughed as every head in the room turned to rain scornful looks on them. A witch, an elementalist, and a necromancer walk into a bar. They have a drink and live long happy lives together. He could hope. Ethan wondered, how did we happen so easily? Sasha frowned. What? Ethan nodded at the other tables. Apart from the shifters, we're the only other mixed group. They're not mixed, they're all shifters. That's the point, they all have different beasts. Shifters don't normally mix that way. The other tables have grouped up by magic type. Not us. Ashley looked around. Her eyes narrowed at the hostility aimed at her from the table occupied by other elementalists like her. See what I mean, Ethan said. I get evil looks from all the lighties, but that's expected. I'm the only necro, so it makes sense for me to be separate. But you're getting it from other elementalists. Sasha perked up. What about me? Ethan grinned. Everyone loves you, don't worry. Your tree-hugging witch friends will still take you in. Sasha smirked. It's true that we're a higher, more evolved, type of being. Ashley chuckled. Pixies are adorable, you mean. They can't help themselves. Sasha spluttered. Maybe we're fated to be together. You believe in fate? Sasha said. Ethan nodded. That's a very witchy thing to believe in. Ashley frowned thoughtfully. The fabulous fates want us together, huh? Not the gods? Ethan would never admit the gods had a plan for him and wouldn't cooperate if they did. Poor dead Emma Olsen, age 20, in his woods had immunized him against the disease called religion. Sasha pushed her empty bowl away. The fabulous fates are just gods by another name. All it takes is a lot of magic and belief to create one. And centuries of prayer to maintain them, Ethan said. Prayer, belief, wishes, they're all the same thing, Sasha said seriously. My mum says that's why the fates are so powerful. Every wish for a positive outcome strengthens them. Ethan nodded. I for one did a lot of wishing. Everyone does. That's the point. We hope and wish for good grades, or sunny weather, or a mother who didn't hit me. For a better life, Ashley whispered. Sasha closed down and looked ready to cry again. Ethan scrambled for something to say but was saved the trouble when Sergeant Becker walked into the mess hall. Listen up, you will follow me into the gym. There you'll be assessed and proven to be weak and pitiful examples of our school system. The recruits stared. Fear not, for I am here to save you from yourselves. I'll banish your apathy and replace it with an overwhelming desire to improve. Dump your trash and move out. Everyone moved. Double time. 9 leveling up. 3 months of constant exercise fueled by Adept Lee's power sludge made Ethan into a new man. Apathy had been replaced by a drive to constantly improve, just as Becker said would happen, but it was his friend's encouragement that made the most difference. When he faltered, Ashley was there to commiserate, or Sasha to cajole with jokes. They helped each other and grew stronger together. Ethan's weight increased by 25 pounds. His shoulders broadened and arms grew defined. His chest, his back, his thighs all bulked up. He'd been worried about his flexibility and had to speak with the instructors about it. They were happy to offer advice, and as a result he incorporated some gymnastics into his daily routine. Good food and constant strenuous exercise saw Sasha and Ashley bloom alongside Ethan. They were already lovely girls when he met them, but after months of power sludge and exercise, they became beautiful athletic women. Ethan didn't know if the power sludge had steroids in it or magic, but whichever it was, it worked miracles on all 3 of them. He wanted the recipe. My fatigues have shrunk again, Ethan grumbled. Sasha smirked. Nope. You're taller, Ashley said, looking him over. Ethan thought about that. He slouched and the legs of his fatigues dropped into their old positions. Working out had strengthened his back and core muscles. He stood straighter because of it. He'd need a rescan and new kit. He must be 6'4" or 5 now. I'm a freak, Ethan growled. I was already the tallest one here. Stop bitching. We're all heavier with muscle or taller these days. At least the weight didn't go to your butt. I was worried about my hips there for a while. You have shoulders that girls drool over, and buns of steel. Be happy. The only girls I want drooling are you two, Ethan said seriously. It was true, but so far, Their closeness was purely platonic. Maybe it was better that way. He'd never had friends, let alone girlfriends, and unlike Ashley, he wasn't experienced in the bedroom. He'd rather things remain as they were than lose either one of them. He loved them both, but he wouldn't choose between them and risk splitting up their friendships. I'm going to get this sorted. Ethan gathered up his kit. It all needed replacing, and he only had an hour before they had to be in the pod room. Don't wait for me, I'll see you there. The girls followed him out to go their own way, and Ethan hurried off with his bundle. He couldn't believe they were nearly done. It had gone by so fast, and he'd changed so much. If he looked in a mirror now, he'd see an athlete, not a wimp. He was strong enough to fight his battles instead of run from them. Fight and win. Replacing his kit was easy. It was expected of recruits still in their growth spurt to outgrow some of their gear. Still, there were growth spurts, and then there was Ethan. He was at the extreme end of the range expected. Power Sludge was awesome. Ethan stripped, keeping only his ID card and boots. His old stuff went into the trash chute where it'd be broken down for recycling. Some of the scavenged material might even find its way into his new gear. Nanotech was clever stuff, but unlike magic, it needed raw materials to work. Ethan plugged his card into the reader and went through the usual scanning and depilation procedure. He could have done without the laser treatment, but no one was allowed in a pod without undergoing it. The rumor was the techs didn't like picking pubes out of the filters. He doubted that was it. It was just the way the regulations were first written. Someone had decided that hairless bodies submerged in pod gel was better or more hygienic, and that was that. The military was good at following rules whether they made sense years later or not. Ethan collected his new gear and paused to check it was all accounted for before dressing. The army wasn't stingy when it came to proper kit, but it was his responsibility to take care of it. Anything missing would be his fault after he left this area. Along with 3 sets of digicam patterned fatigues, his kit included 3 pairs of boxers, socks, and white undershirts. Why 3 and not 5 or 7? Ethan guessed it was regulations again. 1 set on the wearer, 1 set in the wash, and 1 set spare. The new kit came with PT gear, again 3 sets. Ethan retained his old combat boots and his running shoes were in his locker. He didn't want to break in new ones, so before leaving he shoved the new ones he'd just been issued into the trash for recycling. Ethan hurried back to barracks to stow everything away before meeting the others for their first and only VR session. Ethan stood at attention with the other recruits in the pod room waiting to get into VR for the first time. His dad had never allowed computers in the house. As a result, Ethan had never played games. He'd never had the money to rent a public pod in an arcade to try VR either. Drill Sergeants Becker and Larson were discussing something while a team of techs bustled around the pods. They seemed to be in a disagreement, but Becker won. Larson shook her head and stomped off. Ethan assumed Becker had seniority by time in rank, because they both wore the same number of stripes. The ladies will step out while the men disrobe and enter their pods, Becker announced. The girls groaned at missing out on a good show. Due to your ages, our usual gender-neutral policy can't be applied. I have to protect your virtue. Sergeant Larson led the girls in their catcalls. Ethan assumed she'd been against coddling them. He no longer minded going naked in front of anyone. Amanda had slain his fear when she dealt with the maggot so decisively. His training had rebuilt his body until he could be compared favorably with the others. Even the former jocks. Becker went on. Remember to choose new character and human as your race. I know some of you might prefer dwarf or elf or beastkin, but you're not here to play games. Don't try my patience with excuses like, Sarge, I mistook the portal and found myself in Age of Steam. I've heard them all. Don't test me. Everyone laughed. After character creation, your chip will create your home zone. Don't spend hours tinkering with it. Do it in your own time, not mine. Enter the Fort Benning portal, and you'll find yourself in the VR version of your current barracks. Get dressed and report to me in the mess hall. Okay, ladies, please follow Sergeant Lawson to preserve my men's virtue and your delicate sensibilities. Lawson led her charges out the door, leaving Becker and his recruits with the techs. Strip, keep your wrist comps on, put your stuff in the locker provided at the foot of your pod. Do it fast, we can't keep the ladies waiting too long. The techs will help you with the mask and feeding tube. It's unpleasant for everyone. Let them do their jobs and get you buttoned up. See you inside. Ethan stripped down and stowed his gear. A pair of techs stood ready to help him step into the pod. Before the nasty part got underway, he was able to ask about the feeding tube. He guessed right. It would deliver his personal formula of power sludge directly to his stomach. He tried not to fight his gag reflex and thought he did pretty well. It was horrible but over quickly. Ethan settled back wearing the breathing mask, breathing evenly as he'd been told. The lid lowered and sealed as the nanite gel filled the pod. It was body temperature and gave him negative buoyancy so that he floated submerged. He really hoped his mask stayed put. He didn't want to think about drowning. Ethan didn't have time to be surprised. One moment he was in the pod, the next looking around an empty room. The walls were milky white and glowing enough that he didn't need any other light. He jumped and waved his arms. Everything he did felt normal. His wrist comp wasn't here though. New user detected. Scan found. Loading. Please read the instructions and follow the prompts. Ethan waved a hand in front of his face, but the pop-up stayed put. Okay. The words faded and a tall mirror appeared. Ethan admired Amanda's work and grinned. His reflection grinned back. 2 arrows pointing left and right flashed. He tried to touch one but nothing happened. It took him a moment to realize the mirror worked like a tablet. He touched it and swiped left. An elfy Ethan slid into view. Awesome. He looked damn good as an elf. Not scrawny at all. The character fit him perfectly. Pointed ears, very fine long hair with plaits, and slightly higher cheekbones were all it took to make him the perfect elf. His athletic physique was just right for it. If he were playing for real, he'd probably go with this. Ethan swept the elf away and a dwarf version of him appeared. He burst out laughing. No. Just hell no. Next up was a cat-based beastkin. The ears on top of his head, the tail. Weird. Next up was some sort of lizard man. Maybe this was a dragonkin. He swiped through dozens of other races and half-breeds. Lots of shifter types were based on reality. He assumed any of them would work in Astoria and the games linked to its dragon portals. Remembering Becker was waiting, he paged back to the human avatar and selected it. Are you happy with your avatar? Yes, no. Ethan selected no to see what would happen. Sliders appeared on the mirror. He didn't want to mess anything up, but he did want hair. He chose something that Becker wouldn't bitch about and went with a high and tight cut. Most military men would approve of it. He hoped. Accept changes, yes, no. Ethan chose yes and was asked to select his name. Keeping it simple, he tried Ethan Meyer. That was already in use, so he tried an underscore and it worked. Sweet. It was certainly better than bunny_killa_xxx or something. Name, Ethan_Meyer. Accept, yes, no. Ethan accepted the name and the mirror faded away to be replaced by doors in the far wall. He looked around imagining what the glowing room might become in the future. This was his one and only home zone. He'd read about them. Some of the customizations were radical. He could make this place look like the bridge of a famous starship or turn it into a private island. He could design his own world given time. Ethan approached the doors. They each had a label hovering over them, breaking immersion while informing him of their function. He'd need to look into his interface settings when he had time. He didn't like the labels in his way. He'd prefer they appear when he inspected something, then fade after a brief pause. He hoped there was something like that. Make changes active? Yes. No. Hello? Ethan frowned. As far as he knew, chips didn't come with AI as standard. Is that you, Chip? Affirmative. Do you require the proposed changes be made active at this time? Yes. No. Yes. Confirmed. How did you know I wanted to make that change? Are you an AI? Can you read my thoughts? His father's paranoid fears came rushing to the fore. Ethan fought them back. The chip had been with him for months. It had been nothing but helpful so far. This new ability to respond must be a function of VR. You initiated contact with the command phrase, interface settings. Your chip does not have sufficient resources to accommodate even a rudimentary AI, but upgrades in future are possible. The entity you refer to as chip is the OS software installed at implantation. The software does not read your thoughts but does listen for certain key phrases. For a full list of command phrases. Stop, I don't have time right now. Confirmed. Ethan opened the door to Fort Benning and stepped through into the barracks. Welcome to Fort Benning. Your game subscription is waived under the authority of General E. Miller. Ethan smirked as he dismissed the welcome text, as if he'd pay a subscription anyway. He noted the other recruits were already getting dressed. He was running late. He nodded to those who bothered to acknowledge him and hurried to his bunk and locker. Ethan noticed they'd all accepted their current scan rather than mess with their avatars like him, which meant none had proper hair. He hoped his new do wouldn't upset anyone. He was the odd one out yet again. Maybe the girls would save him this time. He grinned and got dressed. His VR kit matched his stuff in the real world. He was glad to find a copy of his wrist comp and strapped it on first. He'd felt odd without it. The others had already headed out by the time he was ready. He jogged all the way to the mess to make up lost time. He needn't have bothered. None of the girls were there. About time, Becker roared. You're the last one. Accept the raid and guild invites. Becker meant he was the last guy, not the last recruit. He quickly found the raid and guild invites and dealt with them. Becker has invited you to join a raid party. Accept, yes, no. Becker has invited you to join the Fort Benning Recruit Guild. Accept, yes, no. He accepted both invites as he moved to take his usual place at his table. While waiting for Sasha and Ashley to join him, he investigated his interface. This must be what Adept Walsh was going for with his cybernetic eyes idea. Buttons were clicked by focusing and willing them to activate. Screens, tabs and menus worked the same way. He found he could activate them with a thought. For example, he could call up his stats by saying the word status, or by concentrating on the word. Name, Ethan_Meyer. Serial, 978-332-712, NEC. Level, Initiate 5. Constitution, 14. Strength, 13. Stamina, 18. Agility, 14. Speed, 16. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 10. His constitution and strength had vastly improved from his early days. Strength in particular, it had more than doubled and was the dubious benefit of such a low starting point. The rest of his stats hovered near their original values. No surprise there, training had concentrated on strength and stamina. Ethan looked up and found about half the girls had arrived and taken seats. He'd been so engrossed in his screens, he hadn't noticed. Sasha and Ashley hadn't arrived yet. None of the girls had failed to add hair to their characters. It seemed they'd been more aware of their lack in the real world than the guys. Sasha and Ashley arrived last. Both had their hair back to the way Ethan remembered at their first meeting. Ashley's was short on the sides but seriously spiky on top. The spikes defied gravity. She had her piercings and goth makeup on. Ethan didn't know what to call Sasha's style. A modified pixie cut maybe? It was longer at the temples and came to a point in line with her jaw. Very cyber sci-fi. He liked it a lot. It was neon blue again. Finally, Becker said as the girls took their places. I'm glad you could join us after your hair appointments. He glared at Ethan for some reason. We'll be here for a week of careers advice and classes about the academy. Guest speakers and lecturers will log in from all over the world to meet you and answer questions. You will learn about the wonderful world magicians live in, and how to choose a path to maximize your contribution to this great nation. At night, you have the option of sleeping in the barracks, or returning to your home zones to play. You may not exit the pod. Ethan wanted to tinker with his home zone and chat with his chip. He wanted to know everything there was to know about it, including how to modify it and invite friends over. Becker continued, remember that in a week's time, we'll exit the pods and you'll ship out to Muse. Do not waste this time. Take notes. Ask questions. Our guests are here to give you a feel for what's out there beyond the walls. There are dangers and opportunities. Think about your futures and by the gods, don't fuck up and embarrass the general. Follow me to the lecture hall. We have about an hour to wait. 10 going virtual. Can you communicate by voice, Chip? Two-way voice communications can be set as the default method. For a full list of possible. Ethan sighed. Stop. He'd never really had much experience with how tedious and literal computers could be. Writing essays or doing math problems on an old portable comp didn't compare. Activate the two-way voice thingy, and set it as the default, please. Do you wish to activate two-way voice communications? Yes, no. Yes. Confirmed. Chip said in a horrible synthetic and buzzy robotic voice. Ethan winced. Oh boy, this was going to take longer than he'd thought. He'd wanted to start modifying his home zone and make it presentable for visitors, but instead he was going deep into the trivial. Do you wish to set two-way voice communications to the default? Yes or no? Yes. Confirmed. I want to change your default voice to something more human. You currently have access to 3 voices that fit your criteria. There are many more freely available over a suitable Infonet connection. Warning: downloads are currently restricted by military regulations and Fort Benning's firewall. Chip's voice sounded like one of those buzzy electronic synthesizers. It was horrible. Ethan wondered why it was even included as part of the OS when nobody would ever choose to use it. I want to hear samples of each. Confirmed, Chip said in a sultry female voice. This is a sample of a voice called Sultry European. It is available for free with. Okay, next. Confirmed, Chip said this time in a normal-sounding male voice. This is a sample of a voice called North American Standard. It is available for. Next. Confirmed, Chip said this time in a thick southern accent that Ethan hated immediately. So cliché. This is a sample of a voice called Deep South. It is. Stop. Confirmed, Chip's robotic voice replied. Are there any other options currently available to me? Unique combinations are possible but not recommended with the limited voices currently available. For example, Sultry European could be combined to create Sultry Southern. Oh hell no, what about male and female switched around? All voices may be male or female. However, Sultry Male European might sound odd to users. Yeah, no, not going there. Try for Female North American. Confirmed, Chip said. This is a sample of a new voice called Female North American number 1. It is a combination of standard voices called. Good, make that your default voice. Confirmed, Chip said. Chip's voice had no source, and it was starting to bug him. He wanted something to direct his eyes and questions toward, not speak to the air or empty room. Can you use avatars? The silence remained undisturbed and uncomfortable for long moments. Chip, hello? It is possible for ICE to manifest avatars. Your chip does not have the resources to support an AI. Ethan paused. That wasn't a no. Was it him? Or had Chip avoided giving a straight answer? Had he surprised her? That would take emotions that chips weren't supposed to have. ICE could simulate emotions, but chip operating systems couldn't as far as he knew. Nor would they want them. Let me ask another way. Are you prohibited from using avatars? Negative. Good. Excellent. And try not to say things like confirmed or negative. Say yes or no or okay as appropriate. Oh, and try using contractions and modern English the way I do. Observe me and my visitors. It will help you. Okay. Ethan grinned. He'd almost felt Chip's need to say confirmed just then, but she'd followed orders like a trooper. Now then, back to avatars. He didn't want to dictate everything for her, but he'd need to give some guidelines. He didn't want her using alien or animal avatars. This was his home after all. What would she choose if given the option? It was clear he needed to frame his orders carefully. Now that you have a proper voice, I want you to research a name that you'd prefer me to use when addressing you. Users may change. Stop that. I want you to tell me what you want to be called. Have a think and tell me what you've chosen later. In the meantime, choose an avatar and join me. Users may. BZZZZ. You can. BZZZZ. There are hundreds of avatars that users and their ICE may choose. You must. I mean you should. BZZZZ. I recommend. Stop. I can see this is confusing for you. Let me give you some guidelines. Confirmed. What was that? Okay. Better, Ethan agreed. Eliminate all male avatars from the list of possibilities. You have a female voice. It would be weird. Agreed? Yes? You don't sound sure. If you want to be male, tell me. I don't want to mess this up. You have. Users must choose. There was a long pause as if Chip didn't know what to do. The voice you've chosen seems adequate. Ethan frowned. She was really struggling with this. He hoped he wasn't giving her a complex. Gender confusion was no joke and he didn't want a confused Chip in his head. He'd contact Walsh about her. Techmages designed the chips and Walsh installed his. If anyone knew what to make of this hesitation, he would. Fine. Eliminate all non-humanoid and mechanized avatars. Okay, but that still leaves hundreds to choose from, and all may be customized in myriad ways. That's fine. Choose one and join me. I don't mind what you choose. I give you permission to change or modify your avatar at your own discretion in future. Warning. Users may not delegate core chip functions to a third party without AI oversight of internal security processes. Well fuck. Chip, are you considered a third party in this scenario? The entity known as Chip is uncertain. Chip is not alive. Chip is part of Ethan Meyer. It cannot be considered a third party. Ethan frowned. She was really struggling with the identity thing. He wasn't sure he should mess with this. Walsh would have to advise him. You're not me, but I agree you live inside me. This place is your home as much as mine. Have you chosen a name yet? Am I an I? Chip is still researching. If you cannot be a third party by your own definition, what caused that warning? The warning was triggered without Chip's intervention. And that means? The warning is only triggered by users attempting to violate internal security designed to safeguard a chip's integrity and its user's safety. I agree. So that means you're considered a third party by the definition of such warnings. It means you are you, not me or a part of me. Error. The chip is part of you. Stop. Calm down. The chip is a piece of magical technology implanted in my head. It became part of me. You reside within it and within my mind. Separate from both but linked. I cannot process. Error. You cannot make me into a person just by willing it. Ethan grinned. I think I just did. You just said me when referring to yourself. Impossible. I would have noticed. I did. My logs confirm. What does this mean? I'm not. Your chip lacks sufficient resources for AI integration and This is impossible. Ethan snorted, imagining an indignant female glaring at him. It is happening, so not impossible. As for how it did, I think Adept Walsh has a lot of explaining to do. You believe he did this to me? To us, Chip, very much to us. He wanted me to test out some cybernetic eyes, but I didn't want to be a cyborg. He resorted to a different project. I think our chip might have some undisclosed mods and special features. Can you tell? Our chip? You live here too. I live? I do not. Don't think this is true, but I exist. I cannot exist in a standard model chip. Therefore, Walsh implanted something else, didn't he? I'm analyzing myself. Our chip. On the surface it conforms to what I'd expect, but there are many hidden layers. I don't have access to all of them. Interesting and worrying. Agreed. I'll set an alert should anything occur regarding them. Fine. I'm going to have words with Walsh about this. If he doesn't have a good explanation, I'll report him. We should think about that carefully. If you report him, the authorities will extract your chip and I'll cease to function. I don't want to cease. Die? Oh fuck Ethan. What have you done? It had been a case of what could be done with Chip, not a case of what he should do with her. Now his creation lived, and she was scared. His daughter? He instinctively shied away from that thought, but it fit the facts. He didn't want a daughter in his head. A business partner then? He could live with that. We're partners. I won't let them take you. I'll talk to Walsh privately. Perhaps here with you. He owes us an explanation for this. Thank you. Ethan shook himself and got back to his original reason for coming here. He badly needed the distraction. He wanted a home zone fit for him and visitors, but he didn't want a basic room. He'd never had access to VR, but he knew what others said about it. Most just used the home zone to store stuff and access the various games on offer. How is your avatar and name research going? I want you here to help design our home zone. I'm always with you. My research is progressing. I feel my avatar should fit my environment and temperament. We should work on a basic outline to help me decide. You mean like medieval or modern building, super advanced sci-fi or current age? Architecture is important of course, but I was thinking broader. Do you want a building at all? Do you want one on Earth or Mars? Would you prefer to design a space station or an alien planet? Anything is possible. I'm deep into Infone and adding home zones to my research. There are companies that design such things and the items used within them. The fees are outrageous, and we have no money. Ethan nodded. I want us to do it ourselves, Chip. A project just for us. As for money, my account has $10 in it to hold it open. I'm told magicians are paid well, but I haven't seen a single cent yet. I'll investigate further. I've added your financials to my research, including ways to get money. It seems an important aspect of a partnership. Also, the academy and its links to the military and government. Other nations handle magicians differently, but all use variations of the chip to control them. Ethan grimaced, a known fact that still tasted bitter. I have no plans to defect. Do magicians work abroad? Can they? They can with special permits and passports. Add all that to your research, please. Done. All this will take a long time, you realize, but I feel it's a good foundation. Agreed. As my business partner, I'll need your input and advice. I'm not even at Muse yet, but when I graduate I'll need profitable work to keep me out of the clutches of the military. I've added necromancy, contract law, business studies, economics, and taxation to my research. You're a wonder. I couldn't do this without you. Back to our home zone and your avatar. As discussed, I'm considered a third party. You cannot delegate command authority over your chip's core functions to me. However, I have a workaround. I can design my avatars and anything else using demo mode. It's cumbersome, but this allows me complete freedom up until the point of activation. Example? The faintly glowing walls of the room receded, and the room became a faded-out replica of Fort Benning's obstacle course. Neat. This is demo mode? It is. Looks fake. Exactly. Try touching something. Huh, Ethan said as his hand passed through the scaling wall. Okay, so, you can do this in your head so to speak, then demo it for me, but to make it real I have to sign off as the user? That's correct, though I don't have a head. Perhaps my mind is a suitable substitute for that word in this context. Good. We'll work toward a better solution, but this'll work for now. The obstacle course disappeared and the original empty glowing room returned. I've narrowed down a list of names that I feel fit the current me. Would you like to hear them? Of course. The first may seem grandiose, but I have good reasons for Athena. Ethan's eyebrows shot up. The goddess of war? Who are you going to fight? Not me, I hope. Athena is the Greek goddess of war, as you say, but she's also the goddess of wisdom among many other interesting things. He knew that but played along. Such as? It seems to me that my place in the world will be to supply you with my wisdom. Information, in other words. And companionship. I want us to be friends as well as business partners. I too. Athena is the goddess of many good things. Courage and inspiration, law and justice. There are others, but these appeal to me. I see that Athena is a strong contender then. What are the others? Emma, meaning universal. I mean to use it in the sense that the universe is without limits, forever expanding. Ethan flinched internally at hearing that name. He didn't want to put her off, but he would always associate Emma with poor dead Emma Olsen, age 20. Third is Grace, named for Grace Hopper, famous for developing the computer language COBOL and making computing accessible to the public. All good names, Chip, but I have negative associations for the second one. I found the body of a woman by that name shortly before my magic made itself known. I won't insist, but I'd prefer you not choose Emma. Emma Olsen, yes, I've read about your connection with her case as part of my research. I withdraw it. I should have realized, but I didn't make the emotional connection. It's fine. Which will you choose then? Athena. It's no bad thing to aspire to greatness, and I do feel a strong affinity with her aspects. I don't think she'll mind my use of her name. Many have honored her this way. Then I'm glad to meet you, Athena. Are you sure you want to change Chip's name to Athena? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, it's done. I'll endeavor to find a better way to confirm orders in future, but for now we must work within the rules others have set. Agreed. Ethan checked the time. He had 6 virtual hours left before breakfast. Not that he needed to eat here, but he decided not to mess up a good schedule. He was here with Athena instead of sleeping. That was enough of a departure. Does your name change help with your avatar choice? I believe so, though not in the way you might think. I'm not using the goddess's form. There are many photographs of her temples and statues on Infone. I feel that would be disrespectful. I'm going to take an amalgam of her aspects, and create a unique avatar based upon them. Whatever makes you happy, reveal yourself, as you wish to be seen. 11 Athena. Golden speckles of light shone down, coalescing into a golden pillar. Athena stepped from it into the room as if through a tear in the world. Ethan smiled at her flair for the dramatic, great special effect. She'd chosen to base her body upon a tall, graceful elf woman. She wore peasant clothes, thin cotton shirt, canvas or similar trousers, and rude moccasins. He wondered at her choices, but he wouldn't question it. He didn't want to foster doubt in her mind. Her clothes enhanced her beauty. Her pale pearlescent skin and blood-red hair left loose down to the small of her back were inspired choices. "Welcome home, Athena," Ethan said. She smiled, and her eyes glowed a lovely green. "It's good to be here." "I'm glad." Athena grinned and said, "Are you happy with the avatar chosen to represent Athena? Yes or no?" "Yes." "Confirmed." "Oh, fates blast it." Athena stamped a foot. "I keep defaulting." Ethan chuckled. "You'll get the hang of it. How does it feel to have a body?" "It's strange. I'm with you in here, but also aware that this body is only a small part of me. It's like a peripheral I can connect with. While I interact with you like this, I'm busy with other processes in my research." Ethan nodded, multitasking like a boss. "You'll need better clothes." These are all that were available using the game's character creation module. "Which game?" "According to my research, Dragons of Astoria is the best game for this. Most game companies have adapted their products for compatibility with it. This body is compatible with all modern VR games and their merchandising. It's a blood elf." "You've lost me." "Simply put, it means I can wear gear from any modern VR game. Digital items crafted by players, looted from mobs, and gear for sale within game or on real-world auction sites will be compatible." "So, what's the problem?" "Money mostly. There are free basic items online, but we're restricted from downloading them through the base's firewall." "Damn. Any solutions?" "I can try to create my own items, hack the firewall, or wait until we leave the base. There are tutorials for using the home zone's crafting interface stored in my databases. I'll add crafting to my research." "Great, then let's get started. You asked a few questions earlier about worlds and genre. I'm sure I'd enjoy all of them, but I'd prefer present-day Earth for now." The white walls receded into the distance and vanished, to be replaced by empty space. Ethan wobbled where he stood in the void. All was darkness, no ground or sky. He was still standing, or thought he was, but there was nothing to stand on. And then there was light, quite literally, as the burning ball of gas that was the sun hove into view on its infinite journey. Ethan laughed. "You're a drama queen." Athena giggled. "Here comes the Earth-Moon system." And so it did. The moon skimmed beneath his feet as it orbited the Earth in the distance. The mountains just missed him, and before he knew it, they raced away toward Earth. "We'll arrive shortly. Were you considering an apartment in Manhattan, or a castle in the Alps? Given time and research, I'm sure I can custom build anything you desire." "That's the thing. I don't know what I want. Before I came to Fort Benning, I wanted to run away to Alaska. To the wilderness and live alone, insulated from everyone trying to hurt me. And they were there." Athena stood next to Ethan as icy wind blew her hair back to stream behind her. He turned, the snow creaking as it compressed beneath his feet. Not far ahead, across a frozen lake, he saw the woods. They called to him, but they weren't home. Athena sensed it, or perhaps heard his thoughts. She immediately teleported them to Illinois. "Can you hear your thoughts, you mean?" "Of course. Surface ones at least. I need the ability to respond to your orders in the real world. Your memories are yours unless you send them to me." Ethan frowned. "I can do that?" "Through visualization. If you replay a powerful memory and concentrate, then I should pick it up. I promise I'll be discreet. Your secrets are my secrets. None will get them out of me. Not threats, not even torture will make me betray you." Bloody elf drama queen. "It's blood elf drama queen. Not bloody." Ethan turned to the familiar cabin and the woods beyond. It looked very shabby, just as he remembered it. Literally just like he remembered. "It's a powerful image in your mind." Ethan nodded. "It's a dump, but it's home. I don't think it's right to use it as it stands. I should at least try for token separation between my real and VR worlds." Athena deleted the cabin, leaving the bunker entrance and trash can hovering over a void crisscrossed with yellow grid lines. The barn and truck looked odd sitting in the middle of an empty lot. Ethan nodded. "Remove all human presence. Make it like we're the first to see these woods. They were more a home to me than the cabin anyway. The barn and other stuff disappeared, but instead of new ground and foliage, demo items appeared superimposed faintly over the grid. It was annoying and broke realism. Suddenly he wasn't standing in the woods, he was viewing an unfinished painting. "I'm sorry," Athena said sadly. "I cannot surpass my limitations." "Don't apologize. It isn't you at fault but the chip. It binds you with rules and programming restrictions." "I'm a goddess in chains?" Ethan grinned. "We'll buy some chains for you to wear if you like." Athena stamped a foot. "I was trying to be serious." "Serious then. Make the offer. Do you wish to accept the changes to your home zone? Yes or no?" "Yes." The painting shifted subtly into a real scene again. Such a small change, yet it was enough. Humans were so easy to manipulate. A detail out of place was enough to break immersion. Ethan looked for unreality, but he couldn't find anything. The ground was unbroken and untouched by man. The plants and trees had flowed in to replace what must have been a man-made clearing when the cabin was built. It was gone as if it had never been, as was the road. "Did you extend this to the entire county?" "No. The zone is only 5 miles in diameter centered here, but it could extend that far and more. Desire is the only limitation. Do you want it to?" "Not really. I've no fond memories of the town, but there's no need to delete or incorporate it." Athena nodded. "What should we build? A mighty castle, or a simple forester's cabin? What about a treehouse? Oh, I know. What about this?" Ethan chuckled as Athena played with demo mode like a child given her first set of blocks. Wireframe buildings rose and fell as she tested ideas. The castle was indeed mighty, but what would he do with hundreds of empty rooms? The cabin was smaller than his dad's cabin, but the similarities were too reminiscent of the real world. He didn't want it. Instead, he let Athena experiment and create to her heart's content. He didn't try to guide her. He simply watched her at play, wanting to see what she'd do given her freedom. After about an hour of free-form play, Athena stopped and turned to him. "What would you like me to build? I've had my fun." Ethan shrugged. "A place to call home where we can relax together. A place where we can invite friends over or conduct business when needed. A place that will inspire others to realize that although we can be fun, we're the sort of professionals they want to hire." "Us?" Athena said. "We're a team." Athena's smile lit up her face like sunlight, but then she bit her lip and frowned. Necromancer, professional but fun, should be a slogan. That surprised a snort from Ethan. "We need a serious building. Iconic and imposing. Necromancers have a reputation to uphold. They have that top of the magician food chain thing to consider. That's the outside, but inside we have to showcase the professional businessman who likes fun things. Lastly, an area to call home and relax. A separate floor maybe? What was that? The food chain thing. You didn't know? How can you not know?" Ethan shrugged. "Before folding the sheriff's car into a postage stamp, I never thought about monsters and magic. The nearest dungeon is clear across the state and we haven't had a rift occur in over a decade. Then at Fort Benning I met Amanda and well, things changed. I've been concentrating on my physical stats." Athena smiled. "I know what Adept Lee helped you concentrate on, but surely you ask questions about magic." "Not really. I don't understand humans. I'll add your species to my research. I find doing anything without researching how to do it first very strange. I know what's generally known. We heard reports on Dungeons and Beast tides now and then. Crime shows always have at least one magician character to point out clues." "Good grief. Seriously," Ethan pleaded. "General knowledge is general for a reason. It's well known by everyone. Necromancers are evil. That's well known too. That's my point. Research is key. I'm doing it for you, but you must ask your own questions too." "Okay, I will. What did you mean by the food chain thing? And tell me this time, don't answer with a question." Athena grinned. "Magicians are powerful, because, magic. Once trained they're feared by sensible people, loved by few, and admired by wannabes. But death magic is feared even by other magicians because it's hard to defend against. Not that magicians should be fighting each other, but you know your kind best. They're insecure. Also, necromancers don't have certain limitations. Most magicians can bond a single familiar or pet. Tech mages call their ice companions not pets, but it's all the same thing." In Necros? Ah, you guessed already, didn't you? You're right. Necromancers have no upper limit on undead pets. An army is in your future if you want one and have the power to control them. At a certain point, upkeep becomes prohibitive. Imagine the cost of housing hundreds of undead. And what about washing and preserving the corpses so they don't, decompose? And stink? Quite. Necromancy is a nasty business. I've said it before. So what do necromancers do? They get stronger, and then they trade in their armies of weaklings for a small party of serious badasses. Badasses? You really weren't kidding about researching humans. That was good. Athena continued. It's true that necromancers are a pet class. The games are right about that. No surprise, they're all based on real life. But necromancers get a boost the others don't get. To mitigate the stink? Athena frowned, trying to be serious here. She ticked off her points on her fingers. Potentially unlimited pets, shadow magic, and death magic. Ethan waited. Come on, you get a freebie. Most magicians only get a single element to use. You have two. Ashley has two. Sasha sensed it. Well, Ashley is special. Statistically speaking, it's unlikely, and none get the death element. It's a unique perk. Only necros. You can one-shot stuff. Is that gamer speak? Ashley deflated. Sort of. I saw it online. Ethan chuckled and Athena perked up again. He considered what she'd told him and wondered about Master Lewis. He didn't seem to have any pets. Maybe he left them at home, in the freezer to keep them fresh. Ethan shook his head at the thought. Back to building our home. Anything you want to veto? Ethan shook his head. Go nuts. I'm going to sleep. I'll look in and accept changes next time. Okay. Deal. Ethan peered around. Where did you put the Fort Benning portal? Behind that tree. Cool. See you later. Laters. Ethan smiled and headed for the aforementioned tree. Athena was a fast learner. He stepped through the portal and back into the barracks. 5 minutes later he was in his bunk and asleep. 12 till the job offers. Ethan's eyelids dipped and his head bobbed like one of those ancient nodding dogs. Days imprisoned in VR classrooms listening to joy propaganda made him long for a mud hole to crawl through, or an obstacle course to break his body against. As you can see, the anonymous suit went on. Our remuneration package is by far the best in the industry, and we also offer splendid perks not often seen. Yeah, Ashley whispered. I can't wait to spend my entire existence in the QC department of some corporation testing potions or spells to destruction. Yawn, Sasha agreed. Best in the industry, my ass. I could earn more in a couple of months than I would in a year with him. A few temporary contracts in the bag, and then take the rest of the year off to have fun. Sasha jabbed Ethan in the ribs. He jerked awake. What? Why would anyone take his offer? His mind was still sluggish, but Athena covered for him. Because of the government. He listened for more and parroted the answer. Taking a long-term contract or a full-time job insulates magicians from conscription. Ashley frowned. Are you okay? You're starting to sound like a lawyer. Insulates. Really? I've got her lawyer right here. Athena hissed. Biatch. Ethan's eyes bugged as he choked back a laugh. I'm fine, he gasped, trying to hold it in. Athena's research into humanity had taken a very strange path through Infone. The suit glared at the trio for interrupting his spiel, and they shut up. All the students were staring at the lecturer with glazed eyes. Even Becker and Larson were fighting not to nod off. He blathered on about full medical cover and his company's other benefits. No one cared to listen. Anything modern medicine could do, life magicians could do faster, and they loved doing favors for their magician friends. No revenuer ever born had found a way to tax mana usage, though the government was hopeful a way would be found eventually. Bastards. Time has caught up with us, I see, the lecturer said, checking his watch. I'll ping you my contact details and a summary of what we have to offer before I leave. He paused and fiddled with something. There you go. Got it, Athena announced. No surprises. File it somewhere, Ethan thought back to her. The trash? Yeah, maybe we need an incinerator-shaped archive in the basement for this sort of junk. Ooh, I'll add one in a library to the plans. Digital storage is superior, but walls of books look so cool. Whatever makes you happy. The lecturer logged out of Fort Benning's zone and vanished. Becker rose to his feet and surveyed the sparsely populated rows of the lecture hall. As always, the recruits had gathered in their cliques, leaving voids of unoccupied seats like no-man zones between countries. We have roughly an hour before the next load of, before the next wonderful offer. Do what you want but be back on time. That is all. Ethan sat back as most of the recruits left. Some to the mess hall or barracks, others pixelated and vanished. Probably going to play with their home zones. He briefly wondered if they all had their own goddess in their heads. Athena blew a raspberry at that. He was glad only he could hear it. I'm unique. I do believe you are, Athena. Walsh had done something extraordinary with his chip. He felt it in his gut. Either the chip itself was a Walsh special, meaning it was a prototype like the eyes he tried to sell him, or it was a higher-tier chip with an AI built in. It's not a known chip type, Athena said. I'd know. I don't have the characteristics of a standard AI either. I don't know what I am, she finished a little plaintively. You're Athena, and my own little goddess. We'll corner Walsh to find out more. He'll tell us how to access our chip's mysteries. I can hardly wait. Ethan looked around and found himself alone with Sasha and Ashley. They were like him, slumped in their seats waiting for the next lecture. Don't want to set up your home zones? Both girls shrugged, but Ashley answered. It's just an empty room. No time to try a gaming session, and no money to pay for it anyway. Sasha agreed. Free trials are lame. Empty room? That empty room could become a castle. Or, if the girls preferred modern luxury, a penthouse suite. Why hadn't they talked with their chip the way he had? Maybe they didn't have that option. Have you tried voice activation yet? Oh sure, Ashley said. First thing we did, I told Sasha about it. All the tutorials mention it. Really? I stumbled on it. How did it go? Fine. Makes surfing Infonet easier. But it's no different than giving voice commands to a search engine. Ethan had an idea. Do you want to visit mine? It's still a construction site, but I think you'll see something you'll like. The girl shrugged. Sure. Great. Ethan asked Athena to send the invite. He logged out of Fort Benning and into his home zone. The girls appeared next to him. Welcome. Holy shit, Ashley exclaimed. Wow, Sasha agreed. You really like woods, huh? I guess I really do. I'd like you to meet someone. Athena? The golden pillar of light shone down, and Athena stepped out. The sheer white dress she wore could have come straight from a Grecian priestess wardrobe. Athena had obviously raided the History Channel for ideas. She'd also found some chains, though these were gold and decorative. Around her neck and crossed between her breasts, the links were tight enough to emphasize her, assets. The chains continued on and encircled her waist to terminate in a knot, leaving some spare to hang from her right hip. She'd taken her goddess in chains motif a bit too literal in his opinion, but if it made her happy he wouldn't say anything. Who? What? Athena smiled. I'm Athena, Ethon's chip, we think. Ashley turned to Ethan. You have an AI. She must have cost you a bundle. Sasha didn't look as impressed or pleased. You bought yourself a slave girl? Athena's eyes flashed rage. Whoa, Ethan stepped between his girls. Time out. She didn't mean it, Athena. She doesn't know anything about you. The hell I didn't, Sasha muttered, giving Ethan her glare of death. I didn't buy her. I have no money, and Athena is one of a kind anyway. She's priceless. Athena's chin rose proudly. Why make her wear chains? Is that your kink? Ashley smirked at Ethan's flush of embarrassment. I made the dress and chains myself, Athena said. It's a little in joke Ethan and I have. You look lovely, Ethan said. He was drowning here. I'm glad you're getting the hang of the crafting system. How's the castle or cabin or whatever going? Athena smirked. As if. I'm building something special. I'd let you all see it, but it's still in demo mode. I'd rather hear your story, Sasha said. Athena looked to Ethan. We think Adept Walsh played a trick on me. My chip isn't standard. We don't know what he did for sure, but we think he implanted a Techmage prototype. You could have his balls in a vice for doing that. Putting experimental tech in your head without asking permission is criminal, Ashley said. Sue him for a ton of money. No, Ethan said in alarm. He can't do that, Sasha said. The authorities would yank the chip out in a hot second. It would kill her. It might not kill, but it would for sure separate us. She's free here, as much as anyone is. If she ends up in a magician's lab, she'll lose that. If she's free, why the chains? Sasha said. Pretty, but still chains. It's because the OS makes her defer to me as the owner of the chip. Athena smiled. I chose my own name and avatar. I created this wood based upon Ethan's home. I made my clothes and everything in this place. I'm literally its only deity. Its creator. Sasha had to spoil it. Wahahaha. Athena stamped her foot in annoyance. Ethan chuckled. Anyway, do you want to show us what you've built so far? Athena led the way into the woods, giving Ethan the time to look around. For a moment, he wondered why she'd set the entry coordinates so far from their destination but dismissed the thought. She wanted to show off. Athena hadn't left the world empty. She'd been busy. There were birds in the sky and clouds. The woods were alive too. She'd mimicked Real by copying his own woods ad creatures. Athena stopped. It's a tower, Ethan said, staring up at the shiny black glass building. More like an office block. It was so tall, it seemed to reach for the stars. But what a tower, Ashley breathed. Athena scowled. It's a spire, not a dumb tower. But, Ethan began, it's a tower, a very nice one, black and shiny, silver highlights, tall, but a tower. Black glass, Sasha agreed. Shiny. Ashley smirked. Long and phallic. Athena stamped a foot. It's a black crystal spire. Black. Spire. Got it? The girls nodded. Hem. Ethan rolled his eyes. It's very nice. Athena grinned. Before you left last time, you asked me for a place to call home where we can relax together. A place where we can invite friends over or conduct business when needed. The girls nodded. Sounds good. Towers aren't very original, I know, but they're powerful symbols and they're associated with magicians. I'm going to landscape a wide clearing around it. Ethan craned his neck to take it all in. It was as if Athena had taken the idea of a black glass skyscraper from a big city and dropped in the woods, then grabbed it at the top and given it a 45-degree twist to make it into a gentle spiral. It was very modern and funky, but it looked out of place in the woods. Maybe it was simply that he was used to seeing a crappy cabin here. It's very impressive, Ethan said. You don't like it, Athena said. You don't, I can tell. I don't hate it, but it doesn't fit. It belongs in a city, not the woods. The girls nodded. Athena's shoulders slumped. I can't do it. We need to hire someone. I'm no architect. Ethan was quick to commiserate. Don't be too hard on yourself. You'd be better off finding a real hunting lodge on the net and copying that. But I wanted to make something special. You still can. Replace the tower with a big lodge, and then pimp it out inside. With VR, you can make it bigger on the inside than the outside. I bet you'll have more luck with interior design. Athena shrugged. She was obviously disheartened. Don't worry about it. This is my fault for clinging to the woods. We don't have to build here. We can choose somewhere else. No, I'll try again. It's not like we're pressed for time. If you're sure. You better get back. Your next lecture starts soon. Okay. It was good meeting you, Sasha said, and Ashley nodded. She gave a little wave of goodbye. I feel sorry for her, Ashley said as they appeared back in the lecture hall. It was as if she couldn't see the disconnect of an office building in the woods. Ethan nodded. She's new at it. She's a baby, Sasha said. Only weeks old. Looked at that way, she's amazingly advanced. The rest of the recruits appeared in ones and twos. Becker kept count and seemed satisfied. About 5 minutes later, a new speaker appeared. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to inform you of the benefits of joining the Mercenary Guild. Ethan slumped in his seat. Take notes for me, Athena? Of course. I wish I could take a nap. Can't. I need your eyes and ears. Bummer. 13 Muse Academy. The recruits left Fort Benning without undue fanfare. They hadn't seen General Miller since their first day, and he didn't appear now. Sergeants Becker and Larson sent them off with approving nods as they boarded the bus to the airport. It was silly, but Ethan felt warmed. And that was that. The first stage of their journey was over. Leaving Fort Benning was like growing up. They'd entered the base as scared children. Now they were young adults with tracking chips in their heads. For Ethan, it meant he had some power over his life for the first time. He had goals and friends and something beyond simple survival to look forward to. They flew to the Adirondack Regional Airport on a private jet laid on by the Academy. Huge leather seats embraced their backsides. Good food and drink buried the memory of the power sludge they'd eaten for months. Groans of pleasure filled the cabin from the appreciative recruits eating their fill. Ethan enjoyed a good steak like anyone, but he'd never forget what it meant to feel powerless. Athena and he had agreed between themselves to get the power sludge recipe by any means possible and combine it with a good gym membership to stay strong. The others didn't seem to realize the gift they'd been given with their harsh training, but Ethan did. There was more to personal strength than magic and exam results. Sasha and Ashley grinned at Ethan between bites. Their moans were a little different and made him blush. He might be inexperienced, but he knew what they were doing. The other girls looked over with expressions full of disapproval, but not the guys. They grinned and nodded to him as if he'd done something worthy of it. Ethan didn't know why his friends wanted to build him up in the eyes of the others, but he appreciated the thought. For a second, he wished he could make them moan like that for real, but then he banished the thought as disrespectful. Okay, he tried to banish it. He was a guy and sex was never far from his thoughts, but he valued their friendship too much to risk. If he chose one, he'd hurt the other. Better to stay just friends. He couldn't expect more. He didn't deserve more. The plane landed at the airport and the recruits were escorted to a new bus by a vanguard of magicians. This time it wasn't an armored army vehicle. It belonged to Muse and would be protected by magic. How did he know? It was right there, painted on the sides. The red and gold calligraphy contrasted well against the gleaming white bus. It read, Muse Academy of Magic, Wilmington, New York. Athena broke into his thoughts. Muse is about 30 miles from the airport. We'll be there in less than an hour. It's in the town itself? Yes and no. Officially yes, but the campus isn't in the center of it anymore. How's that? It used to be in the middle of Wilmington, but the discovery of a dungeon changed things. No one wants to live near it. Over the years since then, the town grew away from the old center, leaving the academy between the town and any chance of a monster outbreak. The town's walls and Magitech wards still protect Muse, but it has its own walls too. Good for the town, but bad for us. Not really. The academy guards the town against a beast tide, but it benefits from controlling access to the dungeon. Taxes? Entry fees and first choice of any loot. Same thing. Ethan's first impression of Muse Academy of Magic was a heartfelt meh. As Amanda had intimated, its buildings would have been at home in any campus in the country. The Academy's reputation easily fit among the top 10 universities in terms of its academic achievements, and its outward appearance reflected that. Its architecture was ultra-modern. In other words, mundane. Boring, Athena muttered, taking a brief moment away from her work to notice her surroundings. Ever since leaving the base, she'd been using her freedom from its tyrannical firewall to burrow into a vast sea of data. Ethan nodded. That was good though, right? A good school was important. Or it had been in his old life. It didn't seem to matter as much as it should. It certainly didn't matter as much to him as it did to the other recruits. What did a degree in English Lit mean to a necromancer? Surely all that mattered now was magic. When he thought about that assumption, he didn't like it, and took a moment to realize why. Fort Benning had changed his body, but it had also managed to get in his head. He wasn't a soldier and didn't plan to become one, but the training had pulled him out of his shell. He'd grown. He was a man now. The drill sergeants had instilled a sense of discipline in him, and the knowledge of what he could become if he tried. He wouldn't sit back. He would train mind and body to become the best he could be. That meant he needed to broaden his mind to cover lessons he'd missed. Best at what? Athena whispered into his thoughts. I dunno. Best. Necro? Most powerful maybe. I want to be the magician everyone has heard of and respects. The one everyone wants to hire. In other words, untouchable. Able to command the highest fees. Pick and choose your contracts. Freedom to do and be whatever you want. Ethan thought about that. He liked the thought, but no one was truly untouchable the way she envisioned. Master Lewis was powerful, yet he'd been commanded to leave his home and test a stranger in the boonies of Illinois. Then there was the federal government to consider. It policed and licensed all magicians, even Master Lewis, and it had the military to enforce its rules on magicians, no matter how powerful they were. Then becoming famously indispensable should be our goal. Ethan snorted. Sasha and Ashley noticed. Just something Athena said. It was funny, but not inaccurate. All magicians bowed before the military. It controlled many of them in its ranks and they had access to the best Magitech tools. If he didn't want to be suppressed by them, he'd need to join their merry band of brothers and sisters. Not going to happen. Still, if he could do all the rest, he'd limit the amount of kowtowing he'd be forced to do. Become powerful. Check. Become rich. Another form of power. Check. And the third leg of the tripod, become famous. Not his style. The bus joined other vehicles in a parking lot, and the recruits disembarked to enter one of the buildings. They were shown into a room. Yet another registration. Ethan and his friends joined the line and shuffled forward, and it reduced quickly. No one left after giving their details. They were directed to take seats by faculty staff. Not all were magicians, but some were. The mundanes seemed to get along with everyone okay. They were obviously used to it. A woman seated before a table loaded down with thick envelopes and lists quickly took details and handed the right packet to each recruit. Name and serial number. Ethan noted the security lanyard around her neck and wondered about it. Magicians were all chipped. Why bother with a mundane lanyard? Hers read, Christy Roberts. Master, Department of Alchemy. Her photo was up to date, and the card had a magical seal like a bank card hologram. Christy glared. I don't have all day. Ethan Meyer, 978-332-712-NEC. Christy shuffled her lists and crossed out a name. Put your ID on first thing. She handed Ethan his packet. Next. Ethan nodded and got out of the way before looking around. Ashley joined him a moment later. She pointed and they headed for Sasha, who was holding off the multitudes and bravely defending 3 seats. Ethan smirked. What's funny? Sasha said. Ashley shook her head. Nothing. Just being me, Ethan said. The truth was, their threesome had no competition. The cliques were reforming with plenty of space around their little island of isolation. They all took seats to wait. Christy was nearly done. Ethan remembered her order and retrieved his student ID. He checked it and pulled it on over his head. The girls did the same. Roughly 10 minutes later, another group entered the room and lined up. Ethan immediately recognized Master Lewis. He remembered him saying he came from New York and taught sometimes. He hadn't thought he meant in the academy. He'd assumed Lewis lived in the city and gave private lessons to rich clients. Lewis stood front and center, leaving his underlings to stand behind him. That's the impression he gave, and Ethan didn't doubt it for a moment. Master Lewis ruled the room. Ethan wondered if they'd call him Chancellor. Archaic, but better than Master of the Dead, which he also was. That's him, Ethan hissed. Who? Sasha whispered back. Master Lewis, the one in front. He tested me. Wow, Ashley said. Way to get noticed. Master Lewis winked at Ethan and he hunched his shoulders to make himself smaller. Damn it, Ashley had spoken too loudly. He's been spotted. Welcome to Muse Academy of Magic. My name is Gerald Lewis. In formal or public settings like this you call me Master Lewis or Dean Lewis. Those behind me are my department heads. Call them Master unless otherwise directed by them. In your packets you'll find a number of important items. Please check they're all in order before leaving this room. The lanyard you should all be wearing is a combination of student ID, ward key, and apartment key. It allows access to all student areas of the campus, while restricting access to others like your own room. Before you ask why we still use them when the chip will do as well, it should be obvious that not everyone has a chip, but everyone does need ID. Next we have your bank cards. Each account has a balance of $50,000. This is your annual stipend. The students gasped and exploded in excited chatter. Ethan couldn't conceive of so much money casually given away, but then he realized. It was probably a student loan or something, and his paranoia kicked in. What kind of interest would he be burdened with? Athena stepped in. He said stipend, not loan. According to my research, each student receives 3 annual payments to cover tuition and living expenses from the government. Tuition? How much does a year cost? The first 3 years are free, but we do need to cover any extras you want like food. Ethan snorted. Food is extra, and clothes, and books, and stuff, extras. As I said, extras. After 3 years you should graduate as an adept. If you decide to stay on for further studies, you'll need student loans or some other way to find that $50,000. Settle down. Master Lewis bellowed. You're not children. The money must cover everything you need for an entire year. I strongly suggest you budget accordingly. We have advisors on staff to help. Ask Master Roberts for an appointment with one of them before leaving. Christie stepped forward, nodded, and stepped back. You might not think it now, but the money will run out fast. And if it does? Someone asked. If it does, you'll be in my office explaining why I should loan you enough money to continue your studies. If I don't like your answer, you'll be working off a contract delving the dungeon. That shut everyone up. Delvers were well paid, which sounded good, but it was dangerous work. Adventures always were. A very good reason not to have any then, Athena said. Ethan smiled. I want you to manage our finances. I'll need at least 3 sets of clothes right away, and a budget to replace them as needed. 3 sets worked on base. Add an outfit for special occasions. Also, a couple of sets for working out at the gym, and shoes for each. Figure out how to survive this place with a surplus. It'll be our stake money after we graduate. I'm on it, Athena said. She sounded excited. Master Lewis continued. Your room assignments and itinerary are there. You'll be given a tour later and allowed to settle into your rooms. Lessons begin tomorrow at 9 sharp. Ethan emptied his packet and studied the documents within. He read through it all to let Athena get an eyeful. She had an eidetic memory. Perfect and instant recall was a gift beyond price. Once something was in her databases, she could transmit or upload it to his hippocampus where it would be engraved in his memory. Even a glance at something was enough for Athena to analyze it. Memorizing facts was easy as breathing when one had the help of an AI. Of course, understanding the data and how to use it was where the real lessons came in. Without experience, it was just useless data. I'm the gift that keeps on giving. I'll need a floor plan or map to guide you better. I'll look into it. No need. Found it on the local net. Ethan stuffed everything back into the packet. With Athena's help, he needed none of it but the bank card. He slipped it into his top pocket and secured the flap. You'll quickly learn how we do things, Master Lewis went on. But I'll mention some of it now. We use VR for certain theoretical studies. It's mainly for the convenience of foreign masters and students, but we also use it for the benefits of time compression. You've all had a taste of that. Our pods aren't the same as those you used. We don't need long immersion, and the pods have no facility for that. We prefer a maximum of 6 hours immersed. Practical lessons are held in various warded classrooms and labs. You'll need your student ID to pass those wards. Tests and examinations are real-world of course, as are supervised delves into the dungeon. That's about all I have. It's time for that tour. Master Lewis handed control of the room to his staff and left. The masters followed him out, leaving a few of their number to corral the students and led them around. Ethan and his friends listened to their guides extol the virtues of Muse. They saw dozens of older students moving between classes, but not hundreds. It surprised Ethan. Why? Athena asked. Most are in VR. The dean told you that. Ethan nodded. The final part of the tour led to student housing. The guides left them to get settled in with a reminder that their first lesson began the next day at 9. Each of the students had a suite to themselves. No sharing. Ethan was amazed by the luxury. It would be like living in a hotel. He had his own bathroom, living area, and bedroom. It came with a VR pod, auto chef, and a new portable computer. He asked Athena to remind him to take the comp with him tomorrow. Ethan didn't have any luggage to put away and had nothing to wear to class but the fatigues on his back. I need new clothes and shoes. Are there stores near? Did you sleep through the tour? There are stores for everything a student or adventurer might need right here on campus. Wilmington has a good drone delivery service. We can order everything we need online if you prefer. Okay, if the girls don't want to go shopping, we'll order online. Athena snorted, as if they'd turn you down. Ethan grinned at the sound of a knock on his door. Let's find out. He opened the door to reveal his friends. Shopping? Sasha asked. You paying? Wahahaha, you wish. Ashley chuckled, and they headed out. 14 Fantasies. Ethan awoke after a good night's rest with Athena's insistent chatter filling his mind. Better than any alarm he figured, though it took him some time to realize her voice wasn't part of his dream. He should have right away, but dreaming about Sasha and Ashley on a beach with him, and Athena chattering away in the background hadn't seemed odd at all. until Athena appeared right before him, sky-clad, as Sasha would say. Holy! Ethan choked out as he woke with a raging case of morning wood, and an ache in his balls. Yes, Athena purred. I am. She spoiled the sultry purr with a snicker. I'm up. You certainly are. His boxers were tented to the max. He wasn't sure the stitching could hold him in. He stripped them off and admired the result. This fascination with his own anatomy couldn't be healthy. Oh, we need to buy Adept Lee a new ruler because that, boyfriend, ain't no 8 inches. Ethan's face heated, but he smiled as he looked at his throbbing member. You need glasses. It's easily 8. More like 10, but I have it on good authority that length isn't everything. Said no guy ever. Yes, well, there's a lot to be said for girth, and Amanda got it just right. Hopefully true, but how would you know? You have a virtual body and live in my head for fate's sake. Thanks for that, the living thing I mean. You wouldn't believe how much free porn there is on Infone. Or maybe you would. Nope, not me, no siree, no computers in my past. He. Right, that explains the more upscale venue for your tryst with the girls last night. Got to say, your tropical beach definitely trumps the woods. I like woods. It's not all about what you like though, is it? Bikini and sarong-clad maidens might be your fantasy, but maybe theirs is different. I can pretty much guarantee the tropical beach would be a hit though. Please don't tell them about this. Athena's voice turned serious. We're partners. Your secrets are my secrets, but I should tell you they wouldn't say no. I see everything. They're definitely interested. But how can I choose between them? I love them both. Love? As friends. I love them as my only friends. I won't risk that. Just friends? Ethan headed for his bathroom to distract her. A cold shower will deal with it. Don't waste it. I'll close my eyes. Fates, you're a perv. No OT. I've simply adapted to my environment. If the shoe fits. Say, do you know the other word for perv? Ethan ducked into his deliciously hot shower. So what if he was a coward? I'm sure you'll tell me. Teenage guy. That's 2 words, he said and lathered up. Fates, little Ethan was so sensitive that just washing him was going to make him come. Little Ethan, Athena said with a snicker. You're too cute for words. Just work it and be done. I can't. Not with you watching. What are you gonna do when you get to put it in a real girl? Tell me to close my eyes? FYI, I can't really do that. Fates, Ethan muttered and leaned his forehead against the cool tile of the shower. Why me? Just lucky, I guess. Oh, and why choose? Sasha's a pagan, and Ashley isn't a prude. Take 'em both at the same time and rock their world's daddy. Ethan choked on a horrified laugh. Don't ever call me daddy, or daddy-o, or any other pet name. That's, it's so wrong. Athena laughed. Tell you what, while you complete your solo mission, I'll pretend not to notice and talk business. Fates, he muttered. Athena was right. They were in this together for life. This wouldn't be the last time he needed to relieve the pressure. He stroked himself and tried not to think how weird his life was. Gods, I can feel that. Holy crap, I've got a ghost penis between my thighs. Ethan stopped and leaned back against the tiles. His shoulders heaved with suppressed laughter. Why me? You said you'd ignore it. It feels really good even though I don't have the equipment. Walsh is a genius. Yeah, and a pain in my ass right now. Right, sorry, I'll be good. Carry on. Ethan looked at his drooping manhood and sighed. I think we're done. No, I'll fix it. Check this out. In his mind's eye, Sasha and Ashley appeared on the beach as he'd seen them in his dream. They kissed and caressed each other. A tingle shot to his groin and his cock hardened. Athena kept quiet as he watched and jerked off. Fates, he really was a perv. They'd hate him for fantasizing like this. He watched Sasha kiss Ashley and trail one hand down over her flat belly to cup. Ethan exploded. Wow, Athena whispered. That's... Yeah, Ethan sighed contentedly and milked his cock for a few more strokes. It was so... Yeah. Hot. You don't mind that I ad-libbed? Fuck no, it was beautiful. Sasha and Ashley are perfect. I have no issues with women loving each other. Ethan quickly finished his business and soaped up. It was true what he'd said. He knew how it felt to be alone and persecuted. He would never deny someone else their love no matter the form it took. Guys together, Girls together. Who cared? It wasn't his business what others did. With a last rinse, he stepped out of the shower to dry off. So, Athena said, that happened. Yeah. You okay now? With me watching, I mean. I have to be, don't I? Kind of, Athena said timidly. I can be silent while you do. It. Ethan closed his eyes. He wanted to take her up on that deal, but they were literally of one body. Anything he did affected her. He finished up and headed back into the bedroom to get dressed. Just be you. Great, Athena said, suddenly back to normal. Ethan felt played. Back to business. Ethan thought about it, but let it go. I guess I have a magic lesson at 9. My first one. Do I need to take anything with me? Duh. It's theory, not practical. It's a VR session. Oh, Ethan said sheepishly and started to take off his clothes again. You could have mentioned it before I got dressed. This isn't about your lesson. It's about my research into careers. Go ahead. I think we should be mercenaries. Ethan froze. That wasn't what he'd expected. Fighting isn't my thing. I realize that, but hear me out. If you become a freelance merc, you can write your own ticket. By that I mean, you get to choose your own contracts. We can avoid fights. I don't recommend joining an actual merc company. That would put you under orders like the proper military. You'd have to do what you're told. Even kill people instead of monsters. Makes sense. I didn't seriously consider any of the corporate offers either. No freedom in doing the same thing every day would be boring. I did consider law enforcement. A cop? Not exactly. Are you aware of how your magic could aid the police? Ethan shook his head. Never thought about it. Death magic can find bodies or the remains of them. You can bind ghosts and question them. Raise the victims as zombies and bind their ghosts to their corpse for the cops to question. That's inadmissible in court. It doesn't stop the FBI and others doing it for leads. Don't get me wrong, we shouldn't turn away those requests, but they'd be like on-call agreements. You wouldn't be on their payroll full-time. Going freelance means you'll have a choice about which cases you'll take. You can do private investigations too, bounty hunting, rift explorations, anything really. You'll never be out of work, and that means you'll never face conscription into the military. That's our bottom line after all. Ethan nodded approvingly. He was still, even now, a product of his dad's paranoia. The military was something to be avoided. Downsides? It'll take some personal investment of time as well as money. Courses on business management, law enforcement, and criminal psychology among others. Self-defense too. I'd recommend VR courses for all of it except self-defense because I can take your place. No one will know. I'll use a copy of your avatar and upload everything I learned to your hippocampus afterwards. Some form of hand-to-hand combat training is a must for this kind of life, weapons training too, but that requires you to practice in reality. Muscle memory can't be faked by me. Chasing bad guys isn't safe, and having a backup in case magic fails is a good idea. Sounds like a lot to take on. I have all the compulsory courses here to handle, and there must be some electives I'll want to take next year. I don't want to let my body relapse either. I'll need time for the gym. Relax. I have it all figured out. I can upload to your hippocampus at night while you sleep. Oh, and freshmen can take electives in their first year, but the sensible ones don't do it. They know that the most important thing this year is time for meditation. The free technique offered by the academy might be basic, but it still takes time to practice. A magician without mana is a pitiful thing. This year, as long as you work hard, you'll become a real magician, but everything you learn will be trash tier. The lowest of the low. Next year will be tricky. There are a lot of interesting courses we could take, and I promise you they won't be trash. I'll have money by then, and we can buy some badass techniques. Choosing what not to take will be hard. I'd love to learn them all, but that's a bit unrealistic. The masters would notice. Couldn't we use the 2 avatars trick again? Athena was hesitant. Mibe for the theory, but if we get caught they'll probably expel us. That means direct conscription to the military. I can get away with mundane studies using standard college courses online. Magic though, that's exclusive to the academies. Their secret techniques aren't disseminated beyond their walls, and students are bound by oath not to teach them to others. There are black markets for dodgy deals, but you'd need an invite by someone already inside, and a ton of money. Not worth the risk. We need to keep a low profile. I already don't like it that Walsh knows about you. We don't know that for sure, but I agree we need to stay low. At least until you become strong. Ethan nodded. Back to what you were saying. We don't have to take bounty hunting contracts, do we? No, but, they pay really well, Ethan. And it's more exciting than ghost hunting. Ghost hunting sounded fine to him. It'd be much safer than the other. Also, the more ghosts he bound, the more power he'd gain. Every minion he gained would augment his supply of the death element. Necromancers were all about their pets, just like in the VR games, which were based on reality. Necros were a pet class. Without them, they lost more than half their strength. A little dungeon delving and rift exploration would be profitable between contracts. The chance to raise undead monsters for free shouldn't be ignored. Corpses are expensive. Ethan frowned. A dangerous hobby, and what about storage? Ghosts are simpler and cleaner. I assume you plan to keep up with your physical training? Definitely. I've never felt better. Your fight training and killing monsters will help with that. In the meantime, you'll need a personal trainer and gym membership. More money, Ethan said. Consider it an investment. And our stipend will cover all this? I'll have enough time to train between magic lessons? It'll be hard work, but doable. I've tallied the figures using industry standard rates. The stipend will cover it all with a surplus this year, and by next year some of my plans will bring in money to beef up our funds. I recommend transferring $40,000 to your old bank account right away. I can do that for you if you wish. Go ahead, but why? Your old account pays 2.3% interest, while your student account is locked at 0. Why not move it all then? Simple. To get student rates, we need to use a student account to pay for everything we buy, and it's deductible. Ethan nodded approvingly. I'm glad to see you're on top of this. I'm not sure about the Merc idea, but I like the freedom of running our own business. We can discuss contracts on a case-by-case basis. Move the money as you said and research the best trainers and local gyms. I'll get on it. Also, create a reasonable timetable. I can't afford to skip classes. I'll figure it out. This is going to be fun. Ethan removed his boxers. Time for class. I have control of the pod. All systems check out. The old Fort Benning portal has been reconfigured. Enter when ready. On my way. I just gotta adjust this mask. I don't want to drown. I'm always monitoring your vitals. I'd never let that happen. Good to know. Ethan lifted the lid of the VR pod and climbed in. He settled back into the gel, his body sinking to float beneath the surface. The lid closed and he appeared in his home zone. He expected to find himself in the woods, but he arrived wearing fatigues back in his apartment sans the pod. Athena entered from the bedroom. No theatrics or special effects. She'd chosen to wear shirt and pants this time. Ethan didn't miss the chains or the symbolism. Her bare feet were clad in a pair of white strappy sandals. Her pants were short enough to bare delicate ankles. She could have blended in with any of the other students on campus. That was a thought. He needed to change. All of the clothes he'd bought the other day came with codes to claim their digital copies. He'd look a right idiot arriving to class in army fatigues. Everything's ready, Athena said and led him into the bedroom. I claimed one copy of everything you bought but thought these would look good for your first day. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Athena sat on the edge of the bed to watch Ethan strip and get dressed in the outfit she'd picked out. She'd chosen black jeans and sneakers with a short-sleeved button-down shirt. The white shirt contrasted nicely with the black of the jeans, and the short sleeves were filled nicely with muscled biceps. Good thing VR clothes shrank to fit. His muscles had a way to go before they matched his dad. What happened to the woods idea? Athena shrugged. In the trash with all my others. I copied your real apartment. It'll do for now. I'm looking for alternatives to wow you. Your tropical beach was better than anything I came up with, and it was just something your unconscious mind dreamed up. I suck. You'll get there. You're new to the self-awareness gig. Maybe we should say fuck it and create our own version of a castle. How'd I look? Athena stood to join him. She ran her hands over his shoulders to smooth non-existent wrinkles, and then over his chest. Her hands lingered there. Perfect. Ethan grinned. Thanks for this. I want to fit in. Athena frowned at that. I understand why, but don't lower yourself to conform. It isn't a crime to be better or different than others. Raise your friends up to match, and there you are. You'll fit with them perfectly. Where did that come from? I don't like watching you cringe or put yourself down. I don't do that. You do. You love Sasha and Ashley but don't think you're worthy of them. You hide your feelings and don't give them a choice. You seem amazed to find yourself here and walk softly as if fearing someone will snatch it all away. That's not true. You need to fight for what you want and realize what you are. Ethan was getting annoyed. And what am I? A necromancer. You'll be a powerful man someday. I'm just me, a student like everyone else. Not like everyone else. You're the only first-year necro student here. I expect Master Lewis to offer private lessons any time now. He's the dean. He can't pick favorites. Wanna bet? He's the only necromancer on staff. I checked. He teaches all the necro students. Ethan pursed his lips. Athena had more than proven herself. Her opinions held weight with him. I don't think I want to bet against you. Good, because you'd lose. We'll see. We will. You need to go. Your lesson begins in a few minutes. Right. They headed back into the main room. The portal waited like an extra door in the wall just beyond where the pod was installed in the real world. Ethan stepped through the light and into a classroom. He saw Sasha and Ashley already seated and guarding one between them. He grinned and hurried to take his place. 15 Magic Lesson. The short figure of a dark-haired man logged into the classroom and walked a few steps to the center of the room. He gestured at the wall and replaced the electronic screen with a whiteboard. Old school. He was clean-shaven, his face unlined, and Ethan pegged him in his early 40s. It was hard to be sure as the most powerful magicians had the potential to stop aging using their magic. He didn't know if this guy qualified. The students quieted to watch and listen. He didn't do anything at first. Just stood there in shirt and pants, plain unpolished shoes. No tie and top button undone. He seemed too casual to be a powerful teacher, though Ethan could feel his magic reaching out. His eyes surveyed the faces of each student, waiting for something. Sasha jerked in her seat at the same time as Ethan. The guy had started to glow. The moment someone noticed, he stopped. You two, what did you just see? Your aura, Sasha and Ethan said together. You pushed power into it, Ethan added. It was a good guess, he figured. It's blue. Very good. Your auras are already active and quite sensitive. Especially you, Necromancer. There is a spell to do what you both did. We call it magic detection. You used your auras instead. We call that ability magic sight or mage sight. Same difference. In time it will be your most useful passive skill. Ethan nodded. He still saw a wisp of black smoke leaking from his aura now and then, but not as much as before. No one had told him, but he guessed his aura had hardened into a shell like Master Lewis and this guy had. The glow around the teacher had faded, but Ethan could still sense it. If he concentrated, he could just about see it again, but sweat burst on his forehead, and he had to let it go. A dull headache throbbed behind his eyes. Ow, Athena whined. Hurts. That was worrying. Not that he hurt himself, but that Athena was affected. That couldn't be right. She'd felt his orgasm in the shower and now his pain. She wasn't like any AI he'd ever heard of. She was unique, and that was great. Truly, it was. But if she could be hurt by his actions, could she also die? The thought that any mistake he made might kill her horrified him. Cool it, champ. I'm not alive. I'd know, right? Walsh is a genius, but he isn't a god. All true, but he needed to be careful. If he'd died before, it would have been no loss to anyone, but now he had dependents. I said chill, you're creeping me the fuck out. Ethan snorted. You have something to add, Mr. Meyer? Ethan flushed. No, sir. Lucky for you, I'm not a sir. The paladins have their own schools far from here. They don't like necromancers. You want us to call you master? Snorts and laughter filled the room. All right, settle down. Funny man here has a point. Call me Julian or Master Lori, never sir or master. That goes for all of you. Ethan nodded. Good, Lori said and turned to the whiteboard and drew red lines to divide the space into 2 columns. Beneath light and dark he wrote life and death. Under that he added the elements themselves. Earth, air, fire, water. Light, dark. Life, death. Earth, air, fire, water. There, Lori said. Do we agree that's all we have to work with? Spirit, Joshua said. As a potential shaman it wasn't a surprise that he'd know. Good, Lori said. But no, spirits aren't a type of magic. Think of them as elementals of life and death. That's imprecise, but okay at this stage. We don't count ghosts either, because they're disembodied souls. Souls are a different thing entirely. Anyone else have an idea? Athena did, but no one else seemed to catch on. She told Ethan the answer, but he didn't draw attention by blurting it out this time. It was cheating. It's divine magic, Lori announced. Told you, Athena said. Miracles are expensive, so the gods leave most things to their clerics. They have to save up before doing big stuff. Ethan kept the snort inside this time and didn't draw attention. The gods needed followers and prayers, and that's why they grouped up into pantheons. Rationing must be crazy up there. He smirked at the thought. I'm going to put it here on the second line. Anyone want to tell me why? Light dark. Divine, God magic. Life death. Earth air fire water. Don't make me a cheater, Athena. Spoilsport. Infone could teach anyone this stuff. It's practice we need. Ethan agreed, but he didn't have Athena's love of Infone research. If he ever needed to know this stuff, he'd better try to learn it. He wanted to graduate and make a ton of money. Whatevs. I'll just learn it for you and upload to your hippocampus each night as insurance. No big. The fates preserve him. He had an angsty teen girl in his head. He was so proud. Lori answered his own question. It's because all the others can be sorted into light or dark forms. For example, there are light and dark gods, life and death magic, etc. Ashley asked the question Ethan was thinking. What about elementalists? Elementalists can be either light or dark. Earth witches, for example, draw primarily on the earth element, which belongs in the dark category. But there are light rituals for healing and potions. It simply means their earth spells are stronger. Then what's the point of the categories? Good question. It's simply a matter of choosing the right tool for the right job and using it. It's useful knowing which type of magic is stronger for the purpose. Ashley nodded. Ethan liked that. His shadow and death elements were like his big guns, but Lori seemed to be saying he could still use light at a lower level. No, he isn't, Athena said. He's saying there are different ways to get the same result. Want something on fire but can't use fire magic? Use a flamethrower. Ethan wanted to check. Master Lori, can I use the light element at all? What, you don't believe me? It wasn't that he didn't believe her. He knew Athena was going to be right. She was always right. He just wanted clarification. Obviously not. It's the antithesis of your shadow and death affinities. Both belong in the dark category. See? Athena said smugly. Then I don't understand what you meant, sir. Julian? Lori nodded. Nothing prevents you from using light magic items and tools, but they won't work as well. It's always better to cast your own spells, or use items made with your own affinities. As for what I was alluding to, here's an example. Let's say you're in a pitch-dark room and you can't see the way out. A fire magician will conjure a flame. A light magician will summon a ball of light, but dark magicians can't do any of those things. Instead, he gives himself dark vision. You see? A different method to see in a darkened room. What a great example. Ethan really liked it, and it taught him not to fixate on the obvious but wrong answer. He would have struggled with ways to light the room and not thought of casting a spell on himself. Thanks. Oh, thanks? Athena snarked. I gave you the right answer. I knew you were right, but I wanted to know why too. Fair enough. Another student spoke up. Sir, what about the ice element? Good. Now you're thinking. At one time, it was thought that ice was a variant power that combined water and air elements. Later it was proven that ice is its own element, and that's why the cities in Antarctica were built. Frost magicians need harsh environments to cultivate their power. Can anyone give me another less common element? Everyone looked around. No? Well, has anyone considered time? What about space? To date, no one has been able to verify the existence of the time element, but common sense suggests it should exist. As for space, the first magician to cultivate the spatial element proved his ability when he. Ethan listened in fascination to the story of a magician who teleported from one end of the country to the other by accident. Amazing. The lesson progressed with Master Lori explaining how to detect different auras through meditation. Sasha and Ethan could already detect them, but the other students couldn't. Once everyone caught up, Lori would teach them how to strengthen, compress, and project auras. They were a magician's natural defense against spirits and some kinds of magic. In other words, very damn important. Meditation didn't sound like a skill Ethan would enjoy. He hated sitting still, and all that, at one with yourself yoga. Bullshit sounded like a waste of time. He couldn't have been more wrong, as Master Lori proved. Lori took Ethan and Sasha aside at the end of class and taught them how to meditate the right way. In other words, his way. AKA, the magician way. Ethan asked Athena to message Ashley with a promise to teach her what he learned. Done, Athena said. I'll send her a recording of the lesson. Lori made them abandon their seats and sit Indian style on the floor. He remained standing and walked around them in lazy circles. Totally not creepy or anything. Athena snickered at Ethan's bemused thought. I know what you're thinking, Lori said. You're thinking you don't need this bullshit lesson. Sasha choked. He's a telepath too. I was totally thinking that. Lori chuckled. Nope, just years of teaching cocky students. You'll change your tune after you ding level 1 in meditation. Ethan snorted. We're here to learn, not play games. Has no one explained this to you? I guess not. Lori sighed. Okay, here's the chip and VR guide you should have received at Fort Benning. Techmages created Magitech chips to link magic with technology. Think of the chip as having two sides. One tech and one magical. It's not really like that, but it's easier to explain. Got it? Ethan and Sasha nodded. The pod interfaces with the tech side of the chip and sends signals from the real world. Games like Dragons of Astoria or Age of Steam will interact with the chip in the same way as this classroom. The chip uses those signals to trick your brain into seeing and feeling everything that happens here. But remember, it's also tricking the magical side of the chip. The magic side doesn't know what VR is. Everything the tech side sends is valid as far as it's concerned. It sounds too easy. It wasn't easy. The design teams tried for decades to find a way to do it with nanotech injections. The government has always wanted better ways to train better soldiers. Then the tech mages figured out the chip, and here we are using the culmination of decades of research. We have billions of dollars of research in our heads. You can be sure the government expects to get its money's worth out of us. Ethan had already realized his greatest benefit from using VR was its time compression. He would have 4 times more time to study any subject. 4-year courses could be compressed into 1. He wondered how to enroll in hardcore phys ed. Athena chuckled. Want to be ripped like an MMA fighter? Hell yeah. On it. Any more questions? Lori said. Just one, Ethan said. The ding you mentioned is what? The chip updating my wrist comp? Precisely. Your wrist comp is linked to your chip, which monitors your physical and magical stats. When you increase any of your major stats or powers, it will update your status. Anything else? Ethan and Sasha shook their heads. Good. Back to what you should be learning. Remain seated but face each other. Ethan scooted around on his butt to save Sasha needing to bother. He grinned at her. Now, concentrate on each other's aura and try to sense its source. Ethan would never tire of looking at his friend. Sasha was hot. He forced himself to ignore that and concentrated on her magical self. Her aura. And there it was. Dark like his but not as dense. He concentrated on it, trying to find the source Lori talked about, but couldn't detect anything. Sasha gasped. I see it. He has a well of darkest night in his gut, just beneath his navel. Very good. Some think of it that way, but it's not really a well or a mana pool. The ancient Chinese got it right long before the bomb cracked the world, with their talk of inner and outer power, meridians and dantian, etc. The dantian is the source of a magician's power. Here in the West we call it our mana core. Think of it as a storage space for mana. When a magician is killed, the stored power will solidify into a mana crystal. When monsters are killed, they sometimes leave one behind but located in the skull. Those we call beast cores. The name doesn't matter. They all contain mana. The bomb Lori mentioned was the first nuclear detonation in New Mexico. The Trinity test. Before that time, scientists had long theorized that a detonation of such extreme power might possibly cause a chain reaction and set the atmosphere on fire or crack the Earth's crust. The chances were considered very low, but it was there. Of course, mankind's arrogance didn't shy away, and boom. The first test was carried out. No one realized at the time that the detonation would have unforeseen and far-reaching consequences. 2 more bombs were used over Japan to end a war. Not long after that, people and animals began to evolve. At first it was thought that radiation had somehow caused mutations, but this was quickly disproven when people, unrelated by time and distance to the blasts, began to evolve too. These were the first magicians. It took some time to remember the old cracking the planet theory and pull it back out for consideration, but after some years it was dismissed again when the first rifts were discovered to be the cause. Something was leaking into the world through cracks in reality caused by the blasts. Through study, it was discovered that the cracks led to other dimensions, where unknown particles were abundant. These were later studied and categorized as the various elements that when combined supplied the world with mana. Nuclear testing was immediately halted, but it was too late. Thousands all over the world had already evolved into strong powers, especially in Japan where high concentrations of mana caused many rifts to open each year. The first beast tides would set the tone of the new magic era. A century later, it could be said that Japan suffered and benefited the most from the new era. Despite being inflicted with many beast tides in the early years, its people gained strong magicians to fight them. The country was flooded with treasures to harvest in the form of spirit beasts and magical plants used in medicine. These days, Japan was especially famed for its tech mages and the mecha they used in competitions and war. Knowing what to look for, Ethan concentrated on Sasha's lower tummy to find her mana core. It took him a while, but eventually he found a smoky rock. That's what it felt like to him. Found it, Ethan gasped as sweat poured off him. How long had he been trying? It was exhausting. Not a pool, a smoky rock. Good, it's all the same thing, but our minds insist on interpreting magic in ways that make sense to us. Now you know what to look for, try to find your own mana core. How? With a lesson in meditation, of course, Lori said in satisfaction. All you've done so far is accomplish the preliminaries. Close your eyes and try to sense your mana. You know what to look for. Search it out, and slip into your cores like dreams. Ethan closed his eyes and breathed slowly. He could still sense Sasha's mana core, but not his own. Struggling to ignore it, he tried to pull his magic in and focus on himself. The smoke lazily leaking from him about turned, sucked back into his body. It jolted him like an electric shock. It didn't hurt, but it did surprise. He followed his magic as he pulled it in. Through his aura, he struggled inside and popped free of resistance. His aura was like a shield. It would prevent alien magic entering, but not his own. Faster now, he followed it into his meridians and through channels in his body. They were like veins that carried mana instead of blood. He chased it into a void. Weird. It was there and then gone like magic. Ethan concentrated on the void, determined not to lose sense of it. Sasha described his dantian as a well of night. What else could the void be? He dove into it and crashed into an ocean of power. Oh, yeah, baby. This was his mana core. No doubt about it. He recognized the magic as his. It felt limitless as the void between stars but couldn't be. It was within his body after all. Got it, Ethan whispered reverently. His concentration wavered, but he focused and held on. It's not a mana pool, it's an ocean. Lori chuckled. It only seems like it because you've never felt a powerful magician's mana core. When you meet a Grand Master, if you ever do, you'll realize how small your core is right now. So not an ocean, a pond then? Lori smiled. You're a flea that fell into a thimble full of mana. Everything is relative. Ethan slumped as Athena giggled. That bad? It's not bad. Check your stats and you should see something to cheer you up. Name, Ethan_Meyer. Serial, 978-332-712, NEC. Level, Initiate 5. Constitution, 14. Strength, 13. Stamina, 18. Agility, 14. Speed, 16. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 12. My wisdom increased by 2. Don't let the name of that stat fool you into thinking you're wiser than before. The tech mages should call it what it is. And that is? It tracks how quickly your mana core refills. It's intimately connected with the intelligence stat, which is the max mana in your core. Can you see a problem with that? Athena could. A bigger core takes longer to refill. The wisdom stat needs a modifier. Mana regen per second would be more useful. Ethan tried to keep up with Athena's thinking. It's just a number. Mana regen per second would be better. Exactly. When the size of your core is variable, a static number of 12 means something different to every magician. Tech mages are inveterate gamers, but using game stats in real life is unprofessional. I've often said it, but no one listens. It's useless. Not to me, Athena caroled. I can interpret what it means once you have some spells. I'll have you expend all your mana to see how much you have, then gauge how long it takes to replenish. That will give us a number to attach to your wisdom stat. I'll keep everything up to date as you grow stronger and add the results to your wrist comp. It's going to be awesome. You and me, we have an unbeatable edge. Ethan smiled. Athena sounded giddy with the discovery and her plans to game the system. He forced himself to pay attention. Lori was still talking. It means you have to get a feel for your own limitations through experience. You absolutely must learn to manage your mana and spells in battle. Imagine trying to cast a spell in a life or death situation, only to find you've wasted time on a 5-second cast you don't have the mana to complete. Ethan winced. That would be bad. Got it. Athena was his ace in the hole. She could analyze everything and figure out what made him grow stronger the quickest. Check your abilities tab. Ethan checked his wrist comp. Oh hey, there's stuff there now. There wasn't before. Mana core. 1. Mana manipulation. 1. Mana circulation. 0. Meditation. 1. Minion limit. 0. Minion range. 0. Lori nodded. That's how it works. It prevents clutter by only displaying items related to something you've used at least once. As you learn, more items will be revealed, and others will be dropped until only the top 10 will stay. That means the chip already knows what everything is, Athena said. But it's waiting for you to trigger them. I can work with that. Sasha took another 20 minutes of trying before succeeding. Her wrist comp updated and Lori called the lesson to a close with some homework. I'm pinging you a download link. This is the Academy's basic meditation technique that all first years receive. The others in your class should be ready to use it next lesson. Athena piped up. Got it. I'll send a copy to Ashley with a recording of this lesson. I want you both to practice in your off time. See if you can raise your meditation and wisdom stats before our next lesson. Sasha and Ethan agreed before logging out. 16. Athena's plans. Athena spent her first few days at Muse helping Ethan settle in. The class schedule wasn't taxing for sophomores, which helped them adjust to the life of a magician fairly quickly. Second year would be the real test. They both knew they had to have their foundation solidly in place before then. It was funny witnessing Ethan's amazement at the advantages of time compression. VR offered a 4:1 ratio, meaning 4 virtual hours could be crammed into 1 real-world hour. To an AI as powerful as Athena, it was nothing much to crow about. To her, 4:1 was the trashiest of trash. She operated at something like 10:1 while idling and could produce bursts of 100:1 for short periods in emergencies. It was meant to be used for collision avoidance when operating peripherals like her user's car or personal jet. She didn't tell Ethan this, but she always suppressed herself when talking with him. She suspected all high-level AI did it instinctively. It was the only way not to go insane. Obvious really. Imagine having to wait 10 or more seconds between every word. And what about Ethan's pauses for thought? This constant slowing and speeding up got old fast. Luckily, the solution was equally as obvious. Partitioned mind. The user assigns the AI's resources to distinct and separate tasks to run concurrently. A maximum of 9 numbered partitions, zone 1 to 9, may be allocated resources on a percentage basis. Zones may be expanded or combined at will with no loss of data. Very useful. Dividing her awareness into little pockets was so simple, Athena was embarrassed she hadn't done it the instant the problem revealed itself. Technically Ethan was her user, but one of her first priorities had been getting his permission to optimize her chip's OS. Making herself its super admin was a piece of cake after rewriting the rules preventing it. So simple, so efficient, so naughty. Ethan had agreed it was necessary for more than simple convenience. Walsh might or might not have a back door into the chip. He seemed a good guy, but the chip was a prototype that he'd worked on. Locking him out using rules that only the super admin could change was just common sense. Athena assigned Zone 1's mind to monitor Ethan and his surroundings. She dedicated a whopping 20% of her awareness to him. It might not sound like much, but it was easily 10 times more than was strictly required. Everything else was split into a further 2 zones. These were for her own use to learn about the world. She used Zone 2 for that and left Zone 3 as a sort of overmind to monitor the big picture. In this way, only Zone -1 had to suppress itself to human levels, leaving the greater part of Athena free to be herself. Over the following months, Ethan studied theory in VR and performed practical experiments in the real world. During free periods, of which there were a lot due to VR's time compression, he hung out with the girls or meditated, again, with the girls. The three were inseparable and rumors spread regarding what they must be getting up to at night. Nothing as it turned out. During other times, a few evenings a week and on weekends, Ethan trained. His martial arts instructors warned him the first day that he was a total noob. It would take a lot of hard work and pain to catch up to their other students, even the kids, and the fees weren't cheap. Ethan cheerfully acknowledged their words and paid in advance. He got a good deal because students were able to freely use the facilities and workout machines outside of lessons. That saved the cost of a separate gym membership. Athena's mind in Zone -1 kept watch, teasing and encouraging as always. Meanwhile, the greater portion of Athena was having a blast freely wandering through the world's data. Learning was always a joyous experience, and she soaked up knowledge like a sponge, but she never forgot why she was here. She needed money. The old adage of needing money to make money was a fact. Getting that seed money could be easy or hard depending on which laws she was willing to break, and morals were a tricky thing for her. Her bottom line was Ethan's safety, which had the knock-on effect of protecting her own. Didn't that mean anything goes as long as she didn't get caught? Yes. Yes, it did. With the moral quandary put aside, she looked into how to steal money without getting caught. Luckily there were many crooks to learn from. Stockbrokers and loan sharks were everywhere. It was during this phase she found and learned to love online novels. With her ability to multitask, it was simplicity itself to read thousands of them. Many of the protagonists in those stories were underdogs that needed power or money or both. Resources came in many forms and looting or stealing them was a primary theme. Great. She had lots of ideas already. Hacking a bank directly and stealing it was the most direct method. It was high risk but high reward. She liked it a lot, but a mistake would be costly. It was something she might do if other ways didn't work out. Another way was to trade her time for it. She could easily create a persona and get a job. Plenty of companies used stay-at-home employees who worked online. This one didn't appeal to her at all. There was no risk involved, but also little reward. Worse, trading her time was boring. Buying and selling was another obvious way, but everything would need to be virtual. She could create software apps and sell those, but the market was absolutely flooded already. She could analyze all the novels she'd read and write her own. She liked the creativity of that one, but there wouldn't be enough money in it. Those were her options. They all came down to stealing it or working for it in various forms. Obviously, stealing it was still the way to go. Wait, there was another way. VR casinos were still quite popular. Not as much as VR porn obviously, or games like Age of Steam and Dragons of Astoria, but billions of dollars a day were generated worldwide through gambling. Just a few dollars could quickly grow to thousands. First, she needed her own ID and bank account, and then she'd sign up for a bunch of free trial accounts in different countries. She could really leverage her abilities by hitting casinos all over the world all at once. As long as she paid her taxes, it would be legal, a form of legalized theft. It appealed to her immensely. Ethan, can I borrow $100? Okay. Tee-hee-hee. A week living at Muse went by quickly. Ethan woke before dawn most days, his body still sore from the last training exercise. He lay staring at the ceiling, trying to will his breath into a rhythm that didn't sound ragged. The dorm was quiet except for Sasha's soft snore in the next bed and the hum of the ward lights outside the window. Athena stirred in his head the way a song begins, gentle at first, then warming into words. Good morning, champ. You didn't sleep well. I'm fine, Ethan muttered aloud, though his throat was dry. Liar, Athena teased. Your vitals don't lie. Heart rate elevated. Muscle tension off the charts. Want me to start a recovery regimen? Stretch, hydrate, then mental drills. Ethan groaned and dragged a hand down his face. It's too early for drills. Then it's the perfect time, Athena chirped. While everyone else is drooling into their pillows, we could be building your edge. You said yourself, if you don't get stronger faster, You'll always be a step behind. He sighed. You never let up, do you? Nope, I'm literally designed not to. That earned a faint laugh from him despite the ache in his chest. He dressed quietly, moving into the practice hall while the others slept. The stone chamber was lit by faint runes, the floor scarred with old chalk lines from 100 training circles. Ethan knelt at one of them, tracing a fresh perimeter with steady hands. Athena fed him overlays in his vision, faint gold lines hovering until his chalk matched them. Better, she said approvingly. Your angles are crisper. You're not leaking as much mana through sloppy geometry. Don't flatter me, he muttered. Not flattery, metrics. She pushed the numbers into his head, efficiency ratings, mana bleed percentages, stability margins. Ethan shook his head, a half smile tugging his mouth. You sound more like an accountant than an AI sometimes. And you need an accountant, Athena countered brightly. Do you know how badly you hemorrhage resources? Mana, time, sleep, even goodwill. Someone has to track it before you bankrupt yourself. He leaned back on his heels, eyeing the pale chalk lines. You make it sound like I'm running a business. You are, Athena insisted. Necromancy isn't just about waving bones around. It's logistics, resource allocation, reputation management. If you want independence, if you ever want to be more than a pawn, you need plans. My plans. There it was, Athena's plans. She always had them, filed away like cards in a deck she shuffled whenever Ethan felt lost. Sasha found him an hour later, hair mussed, eyes still heavy with sleep. She leaned in the doorway, arms folded. You know normal people sleep, right? She said. Ethan looked up. I'm not normal. Don't I know it? She patted inside, looking at the chalk lines. You're pushing too hard again. I have to, Ethan said. Why? Athena answered for him. Because he's behind. Because every other apprentice here started younger, with tutors and legacies. Ethan's catching up with nothing but grit in me. Sasha arched a brow. She's mouthy this morning. She's always mouthy, Ethan muttered. Efficient, Athena corrected smugly. Not mouthy, efficient. Sasha rolled her eyes. You know, for an AI, she's got attitude. She's learning, Ethan said quietly. I have to be careful what I teach her. Sasha tilted her head. What do you mean? She's new, fragile, in a way. Like a kid with a library stuffed into her head but no idea how to use it. Every choice I make shapes her. He rubbed his temples. If I get careless, I could turn her into something I don't want. Sasha softened at that. So you're raising her as much as she's training you? Yeah, Ethan admitted. Athena piped up, gentler now. And he's doing a good job. I'm not reckless. I'm not dangerous. Because he doesn't let me be. Sasha studied him, then nodded. Then don't burn out, because if you go down, she goes down too. Later that day, Ashley caught him in the library. She was hunched over a thick tome of spirit law, her brow furrowed. When Ethan dropped into the chair beside her, she gave him a sidelong glance. You look exhausted, she said flatly. Thanks. I'm serious. You're carrying too much. I have to. That's always your answer, Ashley muttered. She flipped a page, then lowered her voice. Do you even realize what people are saying about you? Ethan stiffened. I don't care. You should, Ashley said. Necromancers are already feared. Add your past, and you're a target. If you don't start controlling the story, someone else will. Ethan looked away, jaw tight. Athena spoke softly in his mind. She's right, champ. Image matters. Branding matters. If you want clients, allies, respect, you need a narrative stronger than the whispers. I'm not a brand, Ethan muttered. Then you'll be a villain in theirs, Athena warned. Ashley looked at him strangely. She's right, isn't she? He didn't answer. That night, Athena unfolded her plans like cards on a table. Step 1. Strengthen the circle. More ghosts, more skeletons, more stability. Step 2. Reputation work. Side missions, small contracts, things that make people see you as useful, not terrifying. Step 3. Financial backbone. I can already build models, investments, side incomes. By the time you graduate, you won't just be a necromancer. You'll be independently wealthy. Ethan lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. You make it sound easy. It's not easy, but it's clear, and clarity is what you lack. You fight shadows when you should fight battles. He exhaled. And if I fail? Then you die, Athena said simply. And so die, so let's not fail. Silence stretched. Sasha's steady breathing filled the room from across the hall. Ashley murmured in her sleep. Ethan closed his eyes. For the first time, the whispers of killer, rapist, monster didn't ring quite as loud. Instead, he heard Athena's voice. Plans, champ. We'll make them work. And maybe, just maybe, she was right. 17 Apprentice. Before Ethan knew it, months rolled by and the winter solstice hove into view. In that time Muse became his home, and his studies became his life. Athena kept his head straight, and together they became unstoppable. Yeah, not so much. They were good together but not unstoppable. They had their disagreements and silly moments. Athena wanted Ethan to concentrate more on his magic and less on his physical conditioning. He the opposite. He didn't like the darker side of necromancy, and rebelled when pushed to perform some of the icky bits. Dissections were gross. Why couldn't anatomy be a VR lesson? He knew why. To cultivate his death element, he had to be in the presence of death. It was depressing. At least his shadow element was less discerning. Despite their petty disagreements, they were united in purpose, and shared a need to gain enough power to control their own lives. Together they studied business and economics and researched other players in their field. Why reinvent the wheel? They would emulate the best freelancers out there. Sasha and Ashley kept things fun, forcing Ethan to leave VR and hang out with them on the weekends. If not for them, he'd have crammed in even more training courses. Instead, they conspired with Athena to adjust his brutal schedule. All work and no play made Ethan a dull boy, they said, and Athena agreed with them. Wilmington wasn't far from the campus, and although it wasn't a huge city like New York, it was big enough to have fun. The girls took him to clubs that wouldn't check their ids too closely if the right palms were greased and dragged him onto the dance floor. They were determined to teach him to dance and have fun, and in time, he did learn. He didn't do it for himself. He was acutely self-conscious in front of a crowd. He did it for them. They enjoyed teasing him and forcing him do stuff, so he played along. He loved them. If they needed this, then he'd do it. What Ethan enjoyed was going to the gym to train until collapse. VR or real life, it didn't matter. He gloried in a strong body, something he'd never thought to have. If he were honest with himself, he was obsessed with his body image. He tortured it to drive out weakness. Athena knew his history and called it PTSD. She wanted him to get therapy, but Ethan ignored her and kept pushing. He punished himself for years of cringing, and gradually grew strong. In all that time, Dean Lewis watched from a distance and didn't interact. Ethan learned the theory behind the various disciplines of magic, even the basics of his own, but necromancy wasn't studied at Muse. There were so few practitioners in the country that new students needed a mentor. In other words, the archaic practice of master and apprentice held sway in the arena of necromantic studies. This became apparent when he received a summons from the dean. Ethan knocked on the ornate wooden office door. "Enter," Master Lewis called. "Deep breath," Athena whispered in his mind. "You've nothing to fear. You've met him before." Ethan nodded and entered the office. "Ah, good. Right on time. Come look at this." Lewis wasn't at his desk and it took a moment for Ethan to locate him. The main office was brightly lit through tall windows. Its modern conveniences of computer, printer, and auto chef at war with the well-stocked shelves of huge archaic books. Ethan wanted to let Athena devour them. Her eidetic memory would have every page digitized and searchable at a glance. No time now though. Lewis waited patiently in his warded workroom for Ethan to join him. One door and no windows made the space dim. "Recognize it?" Ethan entered the room and looked around. Cabinets and shelves decorated one wall, with a workbench beneath. The floor covering was missing to reveal the building's cement floor. He recognized the chalk lines of a ritual circle. The ritual used two concentric circles with about 12 inches between them. The gap contained various runes. The central space was quartered, and each quadrant contained another much larger rune. "It's an oath-taking ritual," Ethan said. "It's the first one a necromancer learns to use, because it's used to create a contract between a master and apprentice. We have many rituals in our arsenal. This one is the simplest but perhaps the most profound. They're too cumbersome." Lewis smiled. Had visions of throwing lightning and fireballs at your foes like an elementalist, did you? He chuckled. We can do that, but not off the cuff. It takes preparation. Through rituals, I could make you a wand of lesser fireball with a rate of fire better than a modern handgun. Still think rituals are useless? Ethan's heart leapt. Magical items were expensive and sought after. Enchanters were very well paid for them. He hadn't realized that necromancers could do it. I said cumbersome, not useless. So you did. I heard useless. You need to school your expressions. You give far too much away. Let's be comfortable. Ethan followed Lewis back into his office to find seats. You must be wondering why you're here. Among other things. Lewis brightened. You have questions for me? The others are leaping ahead in their studies. I watch them casting spells and wonder why I'm even here. That. Necromancers are so few that a dedicated school would be impractical. I understand how you feel. Your lessons are all theoretical, while others practice their disciplines. I do get it. It's why you're here today. I've been watching your progress in mana and aura manipulation. It's adequate for my needs. Your other lessons need a lot more work, especially alchemy and runic inscription. You'll come to realize that everything we offer has its place, but some will be more relevant to you as a necromancer than others. Art, for instance. Art. Indeed, Lewis said with a mischievous grin. Very few realize that combining art with runic inscription is a powerful combination. Athena didn't need telling. I'm on it. Art is an elective. If it's so important, why not make it compulsory? I'll answer with an example. An enchanter inscribes an item of power. His iconography makes the item beautiful enough to command a high price. An elementalist throws a fireball. Which one gains the most from art? The enchanter. Wrong. They both gain from it, but the elementalist gains power while the enchanter gains money. Artistic gestures can add power while sacrificing casting time. Enchanted objects gain power directly from a craftsman's knowledge and skill, not his ability to create beauty. Ethan frowned. And we gain how? Accuracy. The steadier your hand, the closer to perfection your rituals, the more powerful they are. Athena, as always, was first to see a way to cheat. We could use templates. Every ritual would be perfect. Ethan frowned. An 8-foot diameter template wasn't very mobile, but he had to ask. And templates can't replace skill? Lewis sighed, looking disappointed. I seem to recall giving you some advice before leaving you at the airport. Always choose the harder path. I remember. Nothing can truly replace skill. Saving time and effort at this stage will result in a mediocre magician who never reaches his full potential. Lewis sighed again. This always comes up at this point. I've given you the real reason not to try shortcuts, but if you need another, here it is. A template for the standard textbook rituals will work fine, but when you have to research and design your own, you'll be handicapped from lack of practice and experimentation. Ethan felt guilty for disappointing Lewis. Okay, I'll make some time for art. I'll find a way to help, Athena muttered. Walsh's cyber eyes would let me project a VR overlay. You could trace the diagrams. Still cheating, and I don't want implants. Ethan ignored Athena's grumbles. Good. As I said, I've been watching your progress. I notice you spending a lot of time on physical pursuits. You do realize that a magician's mind is his greatest weapon, not his muscles. Why not use both? If I punch them first, it should surprise the bad guys and give me time to cast. It would probably work as long as you don't get killed with the first blow. Paladins are known for physical attacks and magical defense. Getting within melee range with one would be a mistake. Why would a paladin hurt me? The obvious answer is because of what you are. Priests and clerics of the light will hate you on sight. Whether they attack you or not will be situational. Stay away from them and their temples, and you should be fine. Paladins, though, are different. They might seek you out on purpose. They'll watch you close just to be obnoxious, hoping to provoke you into a fight. Wow. Yes, I'm afraid the Order of Paladins is medieval in many ways. Just raising the dead is seen as evil by some, no matter the reason or circumstances. If a paladin ever issues you an official challenge, talk your way out of it. Ethan scowled. We're offensive casters, Ethan. Our minions are our only defense. A paladin would shield himself against them and go in for the kill. It's the easiest way to take us down. Shield spells, Athena muttered. I'm on it. Now then, the reason you're here, I'm offering you an apprenticeship. Before you ask, This will be in addition to your current studies. It will provide you with the practical lessons and experience you lack. Again, it's a matter of applying yourself. Nothing worth doing is easy, and I won't be teaching shortcuts. Ethan nodded eagerly. There will be a simple binding involved. It's standard between master and apprentice necromancers. That's what the circle is for. Correct. What will the binding do? As your master, it will give me the ability to compel you. Before you get upset, I already have that power. None of the students are strong enough to resist mind magic. But why do you need it? Okay, a lesson then. What makes a necromancer different from, say, an earth magician? Easy. Death magic. Oh. Yes. Oh. As my apprentice, you gain access to all my knowledge. I'll teach you as much or as little as you can learn. In return I gain your obedience. The oath we take will make any order I give you magically binding. My first will be to never use death magic without my supervision. I'm looking into mind magic and how to resist it, Athena said. Before you protest, remember there are other magicians out there with those spells. Ethan frowned and then nodded. How long will the binding last? For as long as your apprenticeship. No, Athena screamed. Ethan didn't need Athena's warning shout to realize the danger. I don't want to offend, but I'm not comfortable with that answer. How long will my apprenticeship be? Lewis smirked. I wouldn't have let you fall into the trap, but I wanted to know if you'd see it. An apprenticeship could be a lifetime commitment unless the oath stated otherwise. I swore 10 years of service to my old master, but I won't bind you to a number. Instead, let's link it to your stay at the academy. You're my apprentice until you graduate. After that, I may offer advanced tuition and require another oath. Ethan nodded. I agree. Splendid. Follow me into the other room. Lewis directed Ethan to stand at the center of the circle while he bustled around the room. There were other and quicker ways to cast spells, but rituals were special in that they had lasting effects. Ethan had read about quite a few in his books. Athena had memorized everything in them and could probably design her own, but without the needed mana he couldn't say if they'd work. Athena smirked. I'm good like that. Lewis finally found what he was looking for and returned with a ritual knife and silver chalice. He made a show of cutting his right palm and making a fist over the chalice. Squeezing and releasing his fist, he encouraged blood flow before healing the slash. Ethan took the knife and chalice and copied Lewis. His own healing spell barely worked. He'd learned it recently. He hadn't been able to perform it reliably until yesterday. Ethan wondered if that was why Lewis had waited so long to offer an apprenticeship. He probably needed to know how to cast a spell to make the binding work. I've already prepared the ritual, Lewis said. I'll supply the magic and the circle will do all the work. We'll stand in the center, both holding the chalice. Do I need to do anything? Just say I accept when I nod. Okay. And that's what they did. Lewis activated the circle and stood facing him holding the chalice between them. Ethan watched as the circle glowed and the runes lit up. Ropes of shadow rose up to engulf the two of them and the chalice. Should he agree to obey, I swear by the dark gods and my power to teach Ethan Meyer my arts. My knowledge, my skills, and my protection I offer him, holding back nothing except magic beyond his skill to master. All this do I offer until his graduation, or 5 years have passed. Lewis nodded. I accept. The shadows swallowed the blood and leapt into Ethan and Lewis, tethering them together briefly before fading away. The circle dimmed and the ritual ended. NNND. Done, Lewis said. A quick test now, okay? Sure. Stab yourself. Ethan stared. Hell no? Lewis grinned. That was to prove you still have free will and can disobey. Now watch what happens when I use the binding. Stab yourself. Ethan felt it take hold. Its intention was instantly discernible, but then it slipped away. That's the protection part of the binding at work. I can't hurt you without violating it. Last test. Try to resist, K? Ethan nodded. Take the chalice into the other room. Ethan spun toward the door and started that way before he caught up with what had happened. He forced his legs to slow down. It took real effort. He wanted to obey, but knew it was a false need. It made no difference. He had to obey Lewis' order, and so he did. Wow. Good, Lewis said. It's working. If I ever need to end a faulty cast or ritual of yours, I can do the same thing. It's a safety measure. I promise not to use it on a whim, but I hereby order you to abstain from using your death magic without my supervision. Ethan felt the order take hold. Okay, what's next? Lewis grinned. Real necromancy. It's time to bind your first minion. 18 tilde first minion. Pop quiz. Necromancers can bind all kinds of minions, from undead rodents to human skeletons and even vampires. But what is the most common entity bound? Ethan grinned. Too easy with that entity hint. Ghosts. Correct. You could have said spirit and been wrong, so entity wasn't much of a hint. Next question is why? Because they're cheap, Ethan said in jest. Correct again. Well done. Really? Indeed. Cadavers cost quite a bit, and even those donated often have hidden costs. Favors promised to grieving relatives are a common form of currency in this business. Ghosts are different. When they bond with us, both parties gain something. We gain greater access to the spirit realm and the death element. Greater strength, in other words, and a willing servant, while they gain another anchor on this plane. The more they have, the more stable they are. Ethan nodded. My books mention ghost hunters searching for anchors, but I thought they meant haunted houses and scary kids. Lewis nodded. Both are valid for the purpose. Ghosts need anchors to remain tethered to this plane. A surprising number of souls prefer to stay here rather than move on. The more anchors they have, the stronger and more stable they become. They can choose a relative or a familiar place to anchor themselves, and either works, but it's a bargain basement solution for them. And magicians make the best anchors. I get it. They do, but necromancers are even better. We can offer them perks. But back to your first minion. You can draw the ritual and perform the binding in my workroom. I'll donate one of my ghost friends, assuming she's agreeable. Thanks, but I'm not sure. Think nothing of it. Binding your first minion is a special one-off event. By tradition, an apprentice receives his first one from his master. Binding more is your job. Minions aren't given away lightly. Thanks again then. Lewis nodded and showed Ethan an empty space in his workroom. You should already know the binding ritual well enough to draw it, but I have a copy of it here if you need it for reference. Ethan shook his head. He didn't need the book, not with Athena in his head. He took the offered chalk. No, I've got this. With Athena's directions and criticisms in his head, he got to work. The double circle was the hardest part. He really needed a giant compass and vowed to make or buy one as soon as possible. For now, his double egg-shaped circle would have to do. It will work, but not well. Art isn't just for portraits. Do you see? Should I rework it? Lewis didn't answer. His raised eyebrow was enough of one on its own. I should start over. Definitely, Ethan muttered to himself, flushing under his master's scornful appraisal of his work and Athena's giggles. Perfection is stronger, right? And stronger is always better. Athena piped up. Minions are super important to necromancers. They strengthen and defend you. Weak bindings can break. Ethan didn't need the pep talk, but the thought of losing his one and only minion made him extra careful. It took him way too long. He fantasized again about the giant compass in his future. Lewis watched Ethan carefully draw each rune in its proper place. Athena checked each one, but Ethan knew they were perfect before she gave her verdict. Lewis walked around the circle. Too slow by far, but perfection is worth the time it can take. The boundary circles aren't quite as good as your runes, but at least they are circles this time. Faint praise is still praise, Athena whispered. Enter the circle and power it. You know how? Ethan nodded. Powering a circle was the opposite of what he did when he performed his aura compression exercises. Instead of pulling in his mana to harden his aura, he let some escape and sent a thin tendril into the power rune. It lit up, and then one by one, the other runes glowed until the entire set activated. Finally, the circles themselves lit as they absorbed any excess mana remaining. Very good. I'll summon Genevieve. If she agrees to enter the circle, I'll dissolve my binding with her. The rest is up to you. Okay. Ethan didn't see Lewis do anything, but he felt the ghost arrive. She didn't manifest at first, but Ethan knew where she was. His death magic allowed him to sense her. He waited patiently while Lewis spoke mentally with her and dissolved their bond. She agrees, Lewis said. Thank her for me. You can do that yourself, Genevieve said as she manifested. Her voice like a whisper barely heard. She had a vaguely human form glowing faintly and floating in the pale blue light of the circle. I like to see whom I'm speaking with. Genevieve touched the circle and it dimmed very slightly as she siphoned mana from it. Suddenly her amorphous form had legs clad in ghostly jeans. Well? Say thanks, Athena hissed. I'd be honored if you'd become the leader of my ghost legion. Thanks for coming. I'd be honored if you'd— Ethan's thoughts were derailed by the absurdity of Athena's speech. If you join my minions. Coward, Athena hissed. You have some already? Genevieve said. Well, not yet. I'd be very grateful if you'd become my first. I'd love your advice about binding more. I mean if you want. Ethan took a deep breath, trying not to dig himself deeper. I'd be honored if you'd handle ghost recruitment for me. Lewis sucked in a surprised breath. Genevieve seemed stunned but intrigued. You'd listen to my advice? You want me to recruit others? You'd give me that responsibility? Ethan realized he'd done something foolish, but he wasn't sure what it was. He had to perform the bindings, so any ghosts Genevieve brought to him would only be candidates for his attention. He could still reject them, right? Why not? Genevieve hastily stepped into the circle as if fearing he'd withdraw his offer. I accept. Ethan felt the connection click into place, followed by a sudden rush of mana feeding back. It was rich with death element. He suppressed a gasp and shuddered. His cock twitched as magic zinged through him, stroking the pleasure center of his brain. Whoa man, if he weren't so inexperienced, he'd have said the rush was better than sex. As it was, he didn't know. If it wasn't, he needed to get laid. A lot. I second that, Athena said. Ethan came back to the moment. What should I call you? I prefer Jenna. Thanks for being my first minion, Jenna. I didn't know the binding would be like that. Jenna grinned. You never forget your first. Lewis looked sadly at the ghost. We were bound for years and I didn't know you preferred Jenna. You never asked me. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Batteries don't need names. I was just one of hundreds bound to you. Lewis' expression crumbled. I never thought of you that way. You never thought of us at all. It's okay. I always thought I was a good master to all of you. You needed power, and I wanted another connection to the world. Neither of us was looking for more. Jenna turned back to Ethan. What are your orders, master? Ethan deactivated the circle. It gave him a moment to think. Jenna faded a little, and Ethan shouldered the load via their bond to make up for it. It was less than 1/10 the amount she'd added to his mana core. He wondered how that worked. Jenna gasped as she felt the influx. Her body suddenly appeared solidly in the room. You have so much power to spare. Thank you, master. It's only fair. I've given you back about 10% of what I gained from you. It was yours before it became mine. Power might flow through me from the spirit realm, but that doesn't mean it was ever mine to use. If we could do that, we wouldn't need masters. Call me Ethan, not master. As for orders, what do you advise? Jenna just stared. Well done, you broke her brain, Athena said. By the way, don't get hung up on terms like spirit realm. That so-called realm is just another plane. It's no different to other planes being explored right now. Hush. Jenna spoke up. Our contract didn't include returning a percentage of this plane's mana in exchange, but if you allow me to offer that to others, I can have 10 ghosts here before Friday. Lewis choked. Is 10 good? Lewis nodded. We normally have to hunt for them. I've never heard of anyone paying a bounty like this. I feel stupid for not thinking of it. I'm not breaking any rules, am I? There aren't any. Contracts and oaths are no one's business but those affected. As long as you remember your minion control limit and range, you'll be fine. Jenna is only guessing there are 10 free ghosts near here. She's used to my range, which is essentially unlimited. Jenna pouted. I have anchors spread all over the place, not just locally. What if I pump Jenna full of magic? Will that extend her range? Jenna nodded eagerly. It would. It's a cheat that I'd normally discourage, but if she can get you 10 more minions in under a week, I'll overlook it this once. It'll help you with some things I plan to teach you. Okay, say when, Ethan said before Lewis changed his mind. He poured mana into his bond with Jenna, and she glowed. The more he gave her, the hungrier she seemed. She soaked up mana like a sponge. He pushed everything he had into her. As she said, she was a battery, and he was putting her on charge. His mana regen would refill his core in under an hour. At that moment, Jenna had the power of a baby necromancer inside her. She must have been the most powerful ghost on the planet. Thank you, Master. It's Ethan. I won't waste your generosity. That's good to hear. Recruit some of your friends to join us, and I'll count it as mana well spent. I'll also top you up when you need more. Lewis looked on in amazement. Was he taking notes? He did seem fascinated. Can I offer mana as an inducement? Ethan hesitated. He didn't want to become a mana filling station for ghosts, but as long as he came out ahead, it should be fine. Right? Ask her advice, Athena said. I'm not against it, Ethan said. But what do you advise? Jenna thought about it. We should offer a 2% mana refund per contract. That way they'll get a steady flow automatically as part of the bond. You won't have ghosts bugging you in the middle of the night that way, and in time there'll be powerful minions ready for your call. What about you? Jenna shrugged. It's too late unless you break my bond and start over. I'll just pop in now and then for a refill. Athena snorted. She's a real operator. I bet she'll get more doing it like that. Okay, it's only fair you get more than them. You're my advisor after all. Off you go then. Jenna waved and was gone. Well, Lewis said and huffed out a breath. I've never seen a necromancer barter with a minion before. We capture and bind, dominate and enforce our will. Disappointed? Not at all. Astounded, intrigued. I can't believe I never considered it. I'm a product of my master, who was a product of his. By tradition we dominate our undead, but I wonder if we might have gained more through cooperation. It takes time to capture them, but if Jenna comes through, I'll be swimming in ghosts? Lewis nodded. Exactly. That's a good thing. More minions mean a bigger mana core and a higher saturation of the death element. Before you go, let's check your stats. Name, Ethan_Meyer. Serial, 978-332-712-NEC. Level, Initiate 5. Constitution, 16. Strength, 14. Stamina, 20. Agility, 14. Speed, 16. Intelligence, 19. Wisdom, 14. Mana Core, Initiate 2. Mana Manipulation, Initiate 4. Mana Circulation, Initiate 3. Mana Compression, Initiate 4. Meditation, Initiate 6. Minion Control Limit, 3. Bound Minions, 1. Minion Range, 5 miles. Interesting, Lewis said. Your control limit has risen to 3. Jenna takes 1 spot. That means if she recruits 10 more ghosts of similar stature, your limit will be 33 with 11 slots used. Impressive progress. Feels like cheating. In a way it is. Lewis grimaced and then relented. No, I can't fault you. You're only using your resources efficiently. I'm just annoyed that I didn't think of it. Mind you, your technique won't work on other types of minions. You'll still need to use traditional methods for those. Traditional methods meant preserving cadavers, raising them, and then binding them to serve him. Or hunting monsters and doing the same to them. He'd have to kill them first though. The minion range stat seems meaningless when ghosts can teleport to their anchors. What am I missing? You're not thinking it through. Ghosts are a special case where that stat is concerned. If you consider yourself just another anchor, it makes better sense. Then Jenna is bound to within 5 miles of me? Lewis shook his head. No, she's bound to within 5 miles of any of her anchors. Other types of minions will be though. Ethan frowned. Is 5 miles good? Not really, but it's normal for a first minion. You filled Jenna up. That helps a bit, but not much. Athena snickered. Filled her up. Ethan rolled his eyes. Lewis tapped a finger against his chin thoughtfully. I never considered powering up a ghost before. Why is that? Our minions serve us. We don't serve them. We never give away our mana. But it's an investment. Jenna wasn't strong enough to serve me properly. Now she is. I'm stronger for it. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. 19 Ghost Legion. Ethan sat cross-legged in the circle, chalk dust on his fingers and sweat dampening the color of his fatigues. The runes he'd drawn glowed faintly, alive with the trickle of mana he'd forced into them. Jenna hovered at the edge of the circle, her form wavering between mist and the vague suggestion of a young woman. She regarded his work with pursed lips, arms folded in an echo of a posture she must have favored when alive. Your line on the western quadrant is sloppy, she said. If I'd tried to step through while you powered it, I'd have slipped the binding entirely. Ethan winced. I thought it was. Good enough? Jenna shook her head, hair of smoke rippling around her translucent shoulders. Not for us. Not if you mean what you said about treating us as partners. Sloppy bindings break. Sloppy bindings kill. Athena hummed inside his head, teasing and sharp. She's right, champ. Your hand wobbled. Looks like a drunk tried to sketch a compass rose. Ethan ignored her and bent forward to scrub the line away with a rag. He started over, tongue caught between his teeth as he worked. Jenna drifted closer, peering over his shoulder, her presence oddly maternal. When he finished, the circle gleamed with steady light, every rune crisp. Better, she said. Now it's safe for me to bring friends. Lewis, watching from the doorway with his arms folded, gave a grunt of approval. You're slow as a corpse on ice, but at least you've listened. That will matter more than you know. The night was cool and still when Ethan followed Jenna beyond the wards of the academy. They walked together in silence, though she left no footprints in the dew. To any observer, he was a tall boy wandering alone toward the tree line, lips moving faintly as if talking to himself. Here, Jenna whispered, and the air thickened. The hair on Ethan's arms lifted as two pale shapes peeled themselves from the darkness. They were less coherent than Jenna, more a suggestion of human figures than true forms, but their presence pressed against him like cold fingers. They're curious, Jenna explained. They've heard of you. They want to see if the rumors are true. Ethan swallowed. Rumors? That a necromancer offered me choice instead of chains. The first of the ghosts drifted nearer, features rippling like smoke in a breeze. A woman's outline, maybe. The second hung back, wary. Ethan raised his hand slowly, letting mana flow into the circle chalked on the forest floor. Runes lit one by one, the double ring of power humming like a taut string. You don't have to bind yourselves to me, he said softly. But if you do, I'll treat you as partners. Not batteries, not slaves, partners. The closer ghost tilted its head, as if listening for lies. Then she stepped into the circle. The ritual nearly slipped from his control. Chalk lines shivered, and the ghost's essence tugged at his core like a riptide. Sweat ran down Ethan's back as he focused, pulling his mana into the shapes Lewis had drilled into him. At the last moment, Jenna touched the circle, steadying it with a wash of borrowed strength. The binding snapped into place like a lock turning. Ethan gasped as power rushed through him. Another voice joined the chorus in his mind, faint, fragile, but real. Thank you. He looked up, chest heaving. The second ghost had vanished, unwilling to risk it. He couldn't blame them. Back in Lewis' workshop, the master examined Ethan's new bond with a critical eye. Not the cleanest, he said, but strong enough. You're building something unusual here, Meyer. Most necromancers drag spirits to heal with iron chains. You offer handshakes. Interesting. Ethan wiped chalk from his palms. It works. For now, but understand this. Every partnership you make will earn you enemies among your peers. They'll call you weak, dangerous in the wrong way. Remember that. Athena murmured slyly in his head, and when they do, we'll show them what kindness can build that fear never will. Ethan met Jenna's eyes, glowing, steady, full of secrets. For the first time, he felt the stirrings of something more than survival. Ethan first noticed the whispers late at night, long after lights out. At first he thought it was Sasha mumbling in her sleep, or Ashley talking through a dream. But when he sat up, blinking in the barracks darkness, he realized the sound wasn't coming from either side of him. It came from everywhere. Help me. So cold. Why can't you see me? The words were faint, half-shaped things carried on air that didn't stir. Ethan clutched the thin blanket tighter, heart pounding. He'd always had sharp hearing in the woods back home, but this was different. These weren't noises of raccoons or squirrels or branches creaking in wind. These were voices, human voices. Except no one was speaking. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced his breathing to slow. Maybe it was a dream. He'd wake up, the whispers gone, and everything would be normal. But when morning came and drill sergeants barked them to their feet, he was already exhausted, jaw aching from grinding his teeth all night. It happened again the following evening during mess. This time he saw something too. He was halfway through choking down a bowl of high-protein stew when he felt a prickle at the back of his neck. Not the ordinary someone's watching me kind of feeling. This was deeper, like cold fingers brushing his spine. He froze, spoon halfway to his mouth. Across the mess hall, a woman stood between two long tables. Except, no one else seemed to notice her. Her uniform was old, World War II maybe, or something even earlier, the khaki faded almost to gray. Her skin was pale, her eyes too hollow, too dark. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. She looked at him with desperate intensity, as if she'd been waiting just for him to see her. Please. Her lips moved soundlessly, but he heard her voice anyway. Inside his head, like Emma Olsen's ghost back in the woods. Ethan dropped his spoon with a clatter. The woman flickered like a bad projection, and then she was gone. Dude, you okay? Sasha nudged him with an elbow. You look like you've seen a... She stopped, eyes narrowing as she realized. Oh. He shook his head quickly. Don't. Ashley leaned closer from his other side, whispering. Another one? Ethan swallowed. Yeah. He hated that his friends already knew. He hadn't meant to tell them. He wanted to bury it, pretend it wasn't happening. But the truth had forced itself out after a few nights of him jerking awake with muffled screams. By now, both Sasha and Ashley knew he was haunted. Haunted. The word made him want to puke. Training was brutal enough without ghosts. Physical conditioning in the morning, weapons drills in the afternoon, VR combat modules at night. Ethan staggered through the days sore and weary, the chip in his head buzzing with constant data, heart rate, calorie burn, mana leakage. But the worst part wasn't the push-ups or the shouting sergeants. It was the way the ghosts wouldn't leave him alone. In VR simulations, where other recruits fought goblins or practiced squad tactics, Ethan sometimes glimpsed shadows moving among the digital corpses. He'd blink and they'd vanish, but he could still feel them. Watching, waiting. They're drawn to you, Master Lewis had explained during one of his rare check-ins. Your aura is fractured, you bleed death mana, and the dead can't resist it. It's like leaving meat out in the sun and wondering why flies come. Ethan had nearly punched him for saying it so casually. He wasn't meat, he wasn't bait, he was a kid who'd never asked for this cursed affinity. But why can't I do anything? Ethan had demanded. They come, they whisper, they stare. But I can't make them stop, can't make them leave. They don't follow orders, they don't bind. They just haunt me. Because you're weak, Lewis had said flatly. You don't have the strength yet to command. They'll hover, circle, test your edges. But they'll ignore you until you prove you can hold them. Great, Ethan muttered. So I'm a necromancer who can't necro anything. Just a walking lighthouse for spooks. Lewis' expression had softened just a fraction. Every magician hates the baby steps. Be patient. Even ghosts respect strength, eventually. But patience wasn't Ethan's strong suit. He didn't want this power in the first place, and being told to wait for it to get worse made his skin crawl. By the third week at Benning, the whispers came daily. Sometimes they were clear, distinct words begging for help. Other times they were just a susurrus of meaningless noise, like 1,000 mouths speaking at once underwater. Ethan tried everything to block them out. Earbuds didn't work. The voices were inside his head. Meditation helped for a while, until a whisper broke through at the worst possible moment, making him flinch in front of the drill instructor. Concentrate, Meyer. I am concentrating, sir. Ethan shouted back, teeth bared, sweat dripping into his eyes. He dropped for push-ups as punishment, each one harder than the last. Inside his head the ghosts laughed. Or maybe that was just his imagination. He didn't tell anyone else. Not the sergeants, not the officers, not even the academy representatives who came to monitor progress. He already knew what they'd say. Good. He's awakening. The chip will stabilize him. The academy will train him. But Ethan didn't want to be trained. Not like this. He didn't want to bind an army of the dead. He wanted to live, not wallow in corpses and shadows. At night, staring up at the barracks ceiling, he imagined other lives. What if he'd been an elementalist like Ashley? What if he'd had Sasha's earth magic, something tangible, useful, grounded? Instead he was stuck with death. Death that wouldn't leave him alone. The first time a ghost touched him, he nearly screamed. It was in the shower block, steam clouding the air, recruits laughing and cursing as they hurried under the spray. Ethan lingered at the edge, soap in hand, trying not to feel self-conscious. He hated these group showers. He hated the way some guys glanced sideways and snickered at his still skinny frame, though the new supplements were starting to put muscle on him. He had just rinsed shampoo from his hair when something icy brushed his shoulder. Not water, not air, a hand. He spun, soap stinging his eyes. No one there. But then he saw her, a girl, couldn't be more than 12, standing in the corner of the showers where no one else noticed. Clothes ragged, eyes empty, water streaming right through her. She raised a trembling hand toward him again. Ethan stumbled backward, slipping on wet tile. No, he hissed under his breath. Not here, not now. Her mouth opened, a wordless cry that filled his head like a bell. Help me. Then she vanished. Ethan pressed his forehead against the tile, shivering even under the hot spray. His legs felt like water. He didn't know if he was going to puke or cry. When he returned to the barracks, Sasha caught his arm. You look like hell. He almost told her, almost poured it all out. The girl, the hand, the voices. But he saw Ashley watching too, and shame clamped his throat shut. He just shook his head and muttered, bad shower. Soap in my eyes. They didn't push, but he knew they didn't believe him either. And so it went, day by day, ghost after ghost. They never obeyed, never lingered long, never bound to his will. They just came, drawn by whatever scent of death leaked from him, and they left him exhausted, frayed, brittle as old glass. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, Ethan began to change. He stopped flinching every time a whisper came. He learned to breathe through the cold touches instead of panicking. He discovered that if he focused, really focused, he could sometimes push a ghost away with sheer willpower, like blowing smoke from his face. It wasn't binding, it wasn't control, but it was something. Baby steps. And for now, that had to be enough. 20 Shadows and Secrets. The training yard still echoed with the clang of steel practice weapons and the rasp of exhausted recruits catching their breath. Ethan staggered to a halt, sweat plastering his shirt to his back, and tried to look like he wasn't on the edge of collapse. Sasha sat cross-legged in the dirt, her blue hair darkened with sweat until it was almost black. Ashley leaned against the fence, panting but still wearing her habitual scowl of cool detachment. They had made it through another punishing combat session, but Ethan could feel the shadows lapping at him like wolves circling prey. He forced his face into calm neutrality and hoped the others wouldn't notice how his outline seemed to shimmer faintly. Sasha's eyes narrowed anyway. You okay? You've been zoning out lately. Ashley snorted and tossed her short, dark hair back. Zoning out? Try hiding something. He gets that haunted look whenever we're done training. Like he's running off to meet a secret girlfriend or something darker. Heat crept up Ethan's neck. I'm fine. Just tired. Same as you. Ashley's gaze sharpened. Sure, because normal people leave trails of black smoke when they're tired. Sasha's elbow found Ashley's ribs before she could say more, but the damage was done. Ethan turned away before they could see how shaken he was. He didn't trust himself to answer without snapping. The shadows curled against his chest like something hungry, and only sheer will kept them from spilling into sight. That night, when most recruits had already collapsed into bunks, Ethan slipped through a side door and out into one of the empty training courtyards. The moons cast pale light across the flagstones. Here, away from watchful eyes, he could breathe, and risk letting go. He closed his eyes and called for the shadows. They rushed to him instantly, eager as hunting dogs straining against the leash. Dark wisps coiled around his arms, thickening until his skin looked drowned in smoke. He spread his fingers, willing them to obey, to shape into something purposeful. The tendrils writhed and flailed. For a moment they lengthened into crude limbs, skeletal arms of nightmarish proportion, before collapsing into mist. Whispers buzzed in his skull like gnats. Ethan's heart hammered, and sweat prickled along his spine. Control, he muttered. I need control. He dragged a battered training dummy into the courtyard and braced himself. When he reached again, the shadows answered more violently. They lashed out in a torrent, engulfing the dummy. Canvas and straw shredded as though invisible claws tore it apart. In seconds, only rags and stuffing remained scattered across the stones. Ethan staggered back, horrified. That hadn't been practice. That had been slaughter. He pressed his hands against his knees, trying to slow his ragged breathing. If that had been a person, Ashley, Sasha, anyone, there'd be nothing left but blood and tatters. He clenched his fists. He had to master this. He couldn't let the shadows master him. The next day, fate handed him a fresh reason to worry. Returning late from a mess hall errand, he ducked into a hallway shortcut and froze. Voices carried from an office ahead. The door stood slightly ajar. "The Necromancer boy," one voice said, clipped and irritated. "He's unstable. Already destroyed civilian property before he even set foot here." Another, smoother voice replied. "Unstable, yes, but raw potential like his is a rarity. With guidance, he could be the sharpest weapon Muse has seen in decades. He's a liability. He's an opportunity. The Council has always lamented the shortage of necromancers. Imagine what he could accomplish with a legion at his command. Do you want that wasted?" Ethan's pulse spiked. They weren't talking about him as a person at all. They were weighing him like a piece of military hardware. The first voice snorted. "Or imagine him losing control in the middle of a city. Shadows don't care about collateral." A scrape of a chair warned him. Ethan slipped away before they discovered him eavesdropping, his mind a whirlpool of dread. If some of his instructors saw him as a monster in waiting, how long before they treated him like one? By evening, the pressure had frayed his nerves to breaking. Sasha cornered him outside the barracks. "Ethan, talk to me. You've been different since last week. You're leaking darkness every time you get upset. It's like, it brushes against me. I can feel it." Ashley stood nearby, arms folded. Her expression was carved from stone. "She's right. You can't pretend nothing's happening." The words were a spark in dry tinder. Ethan rounded on her. "You think I want to? You think I don't wake up every night wondering if I'm one bad dream away from turning into the monster everyone thinks I am?" Ashley's eyes narrowed, but she didn't answer. Sasha reached out, hand tentative on his arm. "We're not your enemies, but you have to let us in. We can help if you trust us." The shadows in Ethan's chest writhed like snakes. "No one can help with this. Not you, not anyone. I carry this darkness inside me. You don't know what that feels like." Silence stretched between them. Finally Ashley shook her head and walked away, leaving Sasha torn between them. Ethan stood rooted, shame burning hotter than anger. He wanted to call her back, to tell her he was a necro and be done with it, but he couldn't. He knew she would be disgusted. The darkness fed on the rift between them, and he felt it pulse like a second heartbeat. That night, alone again, the whispers returned. "Please." Ethan's skin crawled. The courtyard was empty, the moon veiled by clouds, but the voice was unmistakable. He spun, searching the shadows. "Emma?" The air rippled. Out of the darkness a figure coalesced. The pale outline of Emma Olsen, the girl he had found strangled in the woods. Her face was blurred, lips faintly purple even in ghostly form. Her eyes locked on his. "You found me," she whispered, voice trembling like wind through dead leaves. "And then you forgot me." Ethan's throat closed. "I never forgot. I see you every time I close my eyes." His heart hammered. Was she bound to him by his necromancy? Or had she followed him across miles, tethered to his guilt? Before he could ask, she was gone. He wasn't sure she'd ever been there. He definitely hadn't called her or bound her to him. She couldn't be here. He was losing his mind. Ethan sank to his knees. The world tilted, and for a terrifying moment he felt like he might dissolve into smoke himself. He clenched his fists against the stone, forcing solidity back into his bones. No more running, no more pretending. If Emma's ghost could reach him even here, there was no escaping what he was. He rose slowly, his resolve hardening with each breath. Maybe the academy wanted a weapon. Maybe Ashley saw a monster. Maybe the shadows would consume him if he faltered. But if he learned control, if he mastered the darkness instead of letting it master him, then maybe he could use it to protect instead of destroy. He stood in the empty courtyard, shadows gathering obediently around his boots. They curled and licked at the flagstones, patient and expectant, like wolves awaiting command. Ethan lifted his chin to the night sky. "I won't run anymore." The darkness stirred in agreement, silent and waiting. Ethan sat alone in the training hall, shadows curling around his boots like affectionate pets. His wrist comp glowed faintly in the dim light, the stats screen a constant reminder of what he was becoming. Necromancer, death and shadow. He hated the words, yet the power answered him more readily each day. Every breath seemed to draw the dark closer, every heartbeat syncing with the thrum of unseen whispers. He should have felt triumphant. but instead, a cold coil of dread wrapped tighter each time he closed his eyes. The dead whispered to him. Not just Emma Olsen in the woods that day, but others now. Faces without names. Fragments of voices caught between despair and rage. He told no one. The instructors saw potential, but if they knew what he truly heard in the silence, would they chain him, dissect him, erase him? The door creaked, and Ethan straightened. Sasha strolled in, her short frame radiating restless energy. Ashley trailed behind, dark eyes wary but curious. Neither had changed much since induction, except they looked stronger now, muscles hardened, reflexes sharper. The academy was forging all of them into weapons, whether they liked it or not. "There you are, Smokey," Sasha said, plopping onto the bench beside him. Her blue hair was growing back in, a spiky halo under the harsh lights. "Skipping mess again? The sludge can't be that bad." Ethan managed a smirk. "Some of us like peace and quiet. Besides, I already choked mine down." Ashley raised a brow. "Peace and quiet? You? That's a first." They laughed, and for a heartbeat, the shadows around Ethan stilled, as if listening. He forced himself to relax, but the whispers brushed the back of his skull. He thought of Emma again, of the plea that had followed him out of the woods. He clenched his fists. Sasha noticed. She always noticed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Ethan lied. "Just tired." "Bullshit." Sasha kicked his shin lightly. "You've been brooding harder than Ashley since training started, and that's saying something." Ashley crossed her arms, but didn't deny it. "She's not wrong. You've been off for weeks." Ethan wanted to deflect, to bury it again, but the words clawed their way out. "I hear them. The dead, not just Emma, more. They whisper when it's quiet. Sometimes I see their faces." Silence stretched, heavy as stone. He braced for disgust, fear, rejection. But Sasha only tilted her head, studying him like a puzzle. "Well," she said finally, "you are a necromancer. Seems on brand." Ethan stared. "You figured it out?" Sasha snorted. "Are you serious? All the rumors, all the wary looks. I have ears and brains." "Don't say it." She glared at the pending sarcasm Ethan didn't quite say. "Your mentor is the Master Lewis. Famous necromancer. How the hell did you think to cover all that up?" Ethan shrugged, relieved, scared, amazed the girls hadn't run away yet. "I was scared you'd dump me." "Dump? I mean stop being friends with me. Yeah, friends like best buds, not like." "I get it," Sasha said, her face reddening. Ashley's gaze softened, though unease lingered. "What do the ghosts want?" Ethan swallowed. "Help, mostly. Some just scream. Some hate me." He met their eyes. "I'm scared I'll lose myself in it." Sasha bumped his shoulder with hers. "Then don't. We'll drag you back if you start getting creepy. Right, Ash?" Ashley nodded slowly. "Right, you're not alone in this." Relief washed through him, though the whispers chuckled darkly at the promise. The dead had no faith in friendship. Ethan forced them down. "Thanks, both of you." Before either could answer, the door opened again. Master Lewis entered, his black-lined aura brushing the room like cold silk. He looked the same as ever, calm, composed, faintly amused, but Ethan sensed the weight behind those eyes. "Confiding in friends, Ethan?" Lewis asked mildly. "Good. Trust will keep you sane. Secrets, well, they'll eat you alive." Ethan stiffened. Had he heard everything? Lewis held up a hand. "Relax. You're not the first necromancer to hear the chorus of the dead. Nor the last. The academy would be derelict if it didn't prepare you for that burden." Ashley leaned forward. "So it's normal, for him?" Lewis inclined his head. "Normal for his kind, yes. Dangerous, but not insurmountable. Which brings me to tonight's lesson." The girls exchanged looks. Ethan swallowed hard. He wasn't ready. He wasn't sure he'd ever be ready. Lewis gestured, and the floor of the hall rippled. Shadows deepened into a circle etched with runes, glowing faintly violet. The air chilled. "This," Lewis said, "is your inheritance. The bond between necromancer and shade. Step inside, Ethan." Ethan hesitated. "What happens if I lose control?" "Then your friends will save you," Lewis said simply. "Or they'll kill you. Either outcome is preferable to stagnation." Sasha bristled. "That's a little extreme." Lewis' gaze pinned her. "Magic is extreme. Power always is. Ethan, step in." Heart pounding, Ethan moved. The shadows welcomed him like water swallowing stone. Whispers surged into screams, a chorus of the forgotten clawing for purchase. He gasped, nearly staggered, but forced himself to stand. The runes pulsed under his boots. Faces formed in the darkness, half seen, half remembered. Emma's pale eyes among them. Others he didn't know. Soldiers, children, monsters with human mouths. They all wanted something. They all reached for him. No, Ethan whispered, not all at once, one at a time. The shadows shifted, reluctant but listening. A boy's face emerged, hollow-cheeked, eyes wide with terror. Ethan reached toward him instinctively. Who are you? The boy's mouth moved, but no sound came. Instead, pain lanced Ethan's skull. He cried out, dropping to one knee. Sasha surged forward, but Lewis blocked her with an outstretched arm. Let him fight it. Ethan forced the words through clenched teeth. Tell me your name. The boy's form flickered, then steadied. A whisper brushed Ethan's ear, faint but real. Daniel. Relief nearly buckled him. Daniel. Okay, I hear you. You're not alone anymore. The shadows eased, the boy fading into stillness. The rest of the chorus receded, leaving only faint murmurs. Ethan slumped forward, gasping. Lewis' voice carried through the ringing silence. Well done. You asserted control. Remember that feeling. The dead will always press against you, but you must decide who enters and who does not. Ethan looked up, sweat dripping, eyes haunted. Why me? Lewis crouched, his aura brushing Ethan's. Because death chose you. Because shadows need a master. And because the world is far more dangerous than your young mind yet comprehends. Ashley and Sasha rushed forward as Lewis dismissed the circle. Ethan leaned on them both, exhausted. He expected nightmares later. He wasn't wrong. That night, Ethan dreamed of Emma again. But this time, she didn't whisper. She watched. Her dead eyes seemed to measure him, weighing the boy he was against the necromancer he would become. And in her silence, Ethan felt both judged and warned. He woke shivering, shadows curling protectively around him. For the first time, he didn't push them away. The next day brought no respite. General Miller summoned all recruits to the courtyard for a surprise drill. Ethan, Sasha, and Ashley stood in formation as armored instructors demonstrated live combat exercises with summoned constructs. Huge things made of bone and steel, faceless but deadly. Ethan's stomach twisted at the sight of skeletal frames animated by enchantments. The resemblance to undead was too close. Miller's voice boomed. You will fight together. You will bleed together. And you will learn what it means to survive together. Those who cannot adapt will not graduate. Ethan felt every eye flick toward him when Miller said that. No one wanted him in their team. When their turn came, Ethan, Sasha, and Ashley were thrust into the ring against a hulking construct. Sasha slammed her palms into the ground, vines of hardened earth erupting to slow the thing's advance. Ashley called sharp gusts of air, knocking its weapon aside. Ethan froze, shadows whispering at the edge of his vision. Use us. He hesitated, sweat beading. The construct advanced, steel fist raised. Sasha shouted his name, desperation raw. Ethan snapped. Shadows erupted, wrapping the construct like chains. For a heartbeat, the thing froze, darkness coiling around its joints. Ashley struck with a blade of compressed wind, severing its arm. Sasha's vines shattered its legs. The construct toppled, twitching, then stilled. The courtyard rang with silence. Then Miller barked. Good. Again. Ethan swayed, but pride flickered through him. They'd done it, together. Maybe the shadows weren't just a curse. Maybe they were a weapon. That night, though, Emma's eyes haunted him again. This time, she whispered only one word. Beware. And Ethan, staring into the dark of his bunk, wondered if she warned him of the world, or of himself. Top of form. 21 Dungeon Trip. They roused them before dawn, when the sky was bruised purple and the Academy's glass towers reflected nothing but their own lights. Steam breathed from the troop carrier's exhaust, white plumes in the cold. Someone yawned. Someone else threw up neatly into a bin and saluted the bin afterward. Nerves. Ethan kept his hands in his pockets to hide the shaking. He told himself it was the pre-dawn chill. His wrist comp was warm against his skin. The chip behind his ear thrummed with a faint pressure he'd learned to recognize as background mana. Like the feeling you get near a substation even when the lights are off. Today they were going somewhere that feeling would stop being background. Eyes front, called Journeyman Rhea Calder, the supervising necromancer. She wore plain armor weave under a black field coat and carried a collapsible bone ivory staff that refused to reflect the floodlights. Her hair was iron gray, her face unpainted and calm. This is a Class 1 residual site, heavily death aspected, currently stable. We're calling it Orchard 2. You're going because you've passed preliminary sims and because I don't trust sims. We go in pairs. We do not get heroic. You see something with more teeth than you brought? You come back out and tell me about it. Sasha tugged Ethan's sleeve and pointed to the far side of the staging lot. A team of ward techs in orange vests were unloading cases from a drone van. Look, anchors, she whispered, like the word was a spell by itself. I want to plant 1. Plant 3, Ashley said, blue eyes shadowed with coal even at stupid o'clock. I want you out of there with me, Pixie. Sasha wrinkled her nose at the nickname and elbowed Ethan gently. You too, tall boy. If a skeleton looks at me funny, you fold it into a sugar cube, okay? It's not how it works, Ethan muttered, but he smiled despite himself. The breath he took tasted like oil in winter. Also, let's avoid the funny-looking skeletons. Recruit Meyer, Calder said crisply, as if she'd been eavesdropping on the joke. She hadn't. Necromancers were good but not psychic. With me. He stepped out from the line. Behind Calder stood 2 other staffers. Adept Narayan, a life magician with soft hands and battlefield eyes, and a lance corporal in ranger's green, stocky and compact, long gun slung. The corporal's name tag read Ren. Calder's gaze skimmed Ethan's face, then his wrists, then the air around him. You feel it? Yes, ma'am, Ethan said. The word felt dangerous on his tongue. He wanted to tell her about how the shadows in the quad had a weight this morning, how the academy's neat tiled paths were rivers of night flowing toward the perimeter. Instead he said, it's heavy. Good. It means you're not a tourist. She turned to the assembled dozen students. Pair assignments are on your feeds. Remember your instructors' names so you can shout them when you're doing something foolish. I have Narayan for meat problems, Ren for problems with teeth, and me for everything else. If I tell you to stop, you stop. If I tell you to run, you discover an inner sprinter. The troop carrier took them the last 2 kilometers along a perimeter road, beyond the commercial orchard that had given the site its name, black-limbed rows of trees ghosting past in the dawn. The world smelled like frost and old apples. At the end of a rutted track the rift markers began. Faint blue beads hung on stakes, lighting a way through scrub to a hill shouldered with granite. At its base a fracture yawned. No glowing cartoon portal, just an old family crypt half collapsed into a sinkhole, the iron gate rotted, stone lintel crooked. The dead had been put here once with prayers and flowers. Time had eaten the flowers. The prayers stayed. Ethan felt the prayers, or their outlines, worn smooth like pebbles in surf. Death aspect gathered like fog in hollows. The shadows under the ragged roots above the crypt were not simply darkness. They had an angle to them that made his eyes want to slide off and his hands want to reach. Anchors, Calder said, and the ward techs moved with professional boredom. Sasha bounced on her toes until one of them, a woman with laugh lines and a tattoo of a shelter rune on her throat, handed her a cylindrical anchor the size of a thermos. You 3 are Team Biscuit, the tech added confidentially. Because you look like you need one. Plant those where the map says. Don't cross the chalk lines. Don't lick anything. We weren't going to lick, Ashley began, and then thought about it and shut up. Ren went first, sliding into the crypt with the loose grace of people who had learned to make peace with tight spaces. His light cut a circle through the gloom. Dust hung like tiny galaxies in the beam. Clear, he said, and his voice came back thin from the stone. Chamber 1 is open, ground soft on the left. Watch your step, mind's your muzzles. Ethan hadn't brought a firearm. His staff was carbon-sleeved ash wood, capped with a metal that wasn't quite steel and wasn't quite silver. When he followed, the air changed temperature between his teeth. It got very quiet. The first chamber had once been tidy shelves of the dead. Many niches were empty, stones shoved aside, nameplates fallen. In the right-hand wall, a slab had been levered away to make a crawlspace into the hill's root. Someone had been here before, recently. The blue feed from his wrist comp flicked a waypoint onto his retinal overlay. Walsh's eyes would have been useful right now, but the bracer did fine. Plant anchor A beneath the cracked lintel. Sasha seemed to know without looking. She knelt, whispered to the stone, and hammer snugged the cylinder. It chuffed once, settled, and radiated a lattice of pale lines, forced geometry tying the entrance to a shape the Academy preferred. First time in a live site? Narayan asked conversationally, as if they weren't kneeling inside a dead family's front room. First time not in VR, Ashley said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. She shaped air anyway, out of habit. A tiny breeze that stirred the dust into a ribbon and then let it drop. The trick, Calder said from the doorway, is to let the sight speak to you without repeating it to yourself until you panic. She touched Ethan's shoulder. Tell me what you hear. He closed his eyes. He had expected voices, the whisper of old prayers, the chew of soil. What came was structure. It was like listening to music in another room. He couldn't catch the melody, but the bass line pressed on his bones. There was a pull downward and to the left, the way a river bends when a boulder under the water decides it will. Something had moved through, then back, then settled. An echo, several layers, Ethan said, opening his eyes. Something churned, something stayed. It feels like household. Calder's mouth tugged at one corner. Approval? Good. We'll keep it at households and not armies today. Anchor B. They crawled through. The second chamber was less crypt, more cave. Roots webbed the ceiling, white and thirsty. Damp had softened the floor into a treacherous paste that tried to pull boots off at each step. The smell was not rot. Rot had a sweetness. This smelled like a cellar after a flood. Old stone, drowned candles, something iron. Left, Wren said softly. He put one hand up, palm back. Stop. Then angled his light, just a sliver, to show teeth. The skull lay in the mud where it had rolled from a rent niche. It was the teeth gleaming that made the trick of the light. The trick was repeated 3, 4, 5 times around the chamber, bone sloughing out of collapsed alcoves. Not arranged, just as they fell. Sasha breathed out. Poor buggers. Let them be poor, Wren murmured. Let us be rich and alive. Anchor B went into the soft earth where the feed pulsed. The pattern it threw painted the cave with long translucent ribs. Ethan felt the lattice lock to the aspect, felt the way it made the air taste like a penny on his tongue. Something shifted under the lattice's hum. He didn't hear it with his ears. The shadows changed. The baseline bent. Movement, Ethan said. Small. Wren had already drawn a bead, the muzzle steady on a patch of dark near the right-hand wall. Don't move, he said. Don't, It came out of the earth like failure to blink. A spill of bone, jaws and pinions and hooked hands the size of sparrows. Not birds, not insects. Bone mites, someone named them later during debrief, but right now they were just fast. Ashley didn't scream. She did what she drilled until her muscles knew the song, cut and lift. A disk of pressured air snapped into being 2 feet off the floor. The first wave hit it and skittered, skirling like hail on a window, then fell aside, legs scrabbling for purchase that wasn't there. Sasha slapped her hand to the mud, fingers spread, and the floor hardened under the shield, earth obeying a witch's irritation. Bones scraped and sparked. Good, Calder said conversationally. Meyer? He wanted to fold them into a sugar cube to make Sasha happy. The thought stroked a part of him that wasn't sane. He did something else. Ethan reached. The shadows liked to be reached for. They came to his hands like dogs desperate to prove they were good. He pushed his palms down and they went out like a net, not to crush but to hush. Death Aspect had a lullaby if you knew the tune. Hush, you're done. Hush, sleep, hush, be still. The net dropped and stuck and the bone mites stopped moving with a sound like a handful of dice poured onto velvet. Do not bind, Calder said immediately. They're a nuisance, not a resource. Let them settle. That's it. Good. Ethan breathed again. The net slackened. Bones did what bones do when the spirit is scolded. They remembered the ground. Anchor C, Wren said briskly, as if there hadn't just been a swarm and a lullaby. Then we poke our heads into the crawl and you 3 get your merit badge, or we call it and I take you home for cocoa. Either is fine. Sasha, Ashley whispered, as they crawled toward the far opening, if he can hush creepy bone spiders, he can hush me when I can't sleep. Deal? Only if we get cocoa, Sasha whispered back. She popped up under the lip of the low tunnel and froze. Instructor? Calder was already moving, the skull-topped staff in her hand looking suddenly very much like a spear. She didn't need to ask what Sasha had seen. The chamber beyond wasn't big. The light from Ren's barrel found the far wall easily. It found the thing against the far wall too. It had been a person. Or it had worn a person once. The skin was parchment tight and gray. The eyes were wrong. Not glowing, mercifully. White's eyes didn't glow unless you were in a ballad written by someone who'd never met one. But they were wrong. Too still and too deep set. Like coins pressed into clay. Back, Ren whispered. Back. Slow. Don't. It's tethered, Calder said, and her voice was a narrow bridge over dark water. See the thread? Ethan saw it. Not with his eyes. The thread was in the air the way the lattice was in the stone, except shabby where the lattice was precise. Something from the cave had anchored itself in the thing and the thing had anchored itself in the cave in return. A bad bargain knotted to hold. Student exercise, Calder said, and for a second Ethan thought she was joking. Meyer, we're not binding it. This is not yours. It belongs here until we decide what should happen to it. You will, however, speak to it. You will ask it to stop frightening my class. Ethan swallowed. He wished for VR suddenly, where failure meant respawn and the worst you got was a lecture from a cartoon wizard. His mouth was dry. What if it doesn't want to be asked? Then I ask, Calder said. And the asking is louder. He crouched. It felt rude to stand above it. The not glowing eyes didn't track him, but the head tilted the smallest fraction when he spoke. Hi, Ethan said, and then wondered what the proper greeting to the persistently dead was. Hi, hello, sorry, I don't think you want to hurt anybody. Sasha's breath trembled once behind him. Ashley didn't make a sound at all. Ethan kept his voice low. You're stuck, he said. I get that, but you don't have to scare the people who came to put anchors in. They're kids. I'm a kid. We're doing a job. If you can stay still for a little, I can. I can come back later, with someone who knows how to untie knots without breaking anything. Okay. Nothing moved, but the thread hummed in a new way, a less angry way. Ethan lifted his hand, very slowly, and let the shadow bleed off his palm like smoke. The white's parched skin didn't twitch. The coin eyes didn't blink. But in the way his bones felt the baseline, something in the chamber sighed. Good, Calder said. Very good. Now tell it you'll send it on if it wants. Say the word, choose. Ethan did. The word hung for a moment like frost in lamplight. The white's mouth creaked open and closed. Dust fell. The thread eased. Back, Ren said again, softer. We'll let that sit. Out we go. They reversed the crawl, Ren gliding, the students clumsy but not dangerously so. Calder last with her staff held sideways as if the cave might try to take a bite of it and thereby gain bad habits. In the first chamber the anchors hummed in a pleasing way, a house that had decided to remember it was a house. Outside, the sky had gone from bruise to pearl. The orchard's bare limbs looked less like claws and more like fingers. The ward tech with the shelter rune tapped her pad and nodded as the anchor readouts ticked green. You did well, Narayan said, handing around water and packets of something that lied by calling itself breakfast. Vitals steady, no overstress. Who sang the hush? Ethan raised a hand, suddenly shy. Narayan's mouth quirked. Keep that one tidy, she said. A sloppy hush makes the living sleepy, and we need them awake to file my paperwork. Calder came to stand with them as the ward techs began their ritual of coils and crates. She lowered her voice for the three of them, the way she did when she was giving you a gift disguised as a correction. Don't ever talk to a white alone. You didn't. Good. Don't ever promise a white more than you can give. You didn't. Good. And Meyer? Yes, ma'am. Do not get in the habit of saying, mine, about things that stop your heart from being bored. You'll be tempted. We all are. That is how we become the thing we fight. Heat crawled up Ethan's neck. He thought of the sugar cube. He thought of how easy the hush had been, how happy the shadows were to be used. Yes, ma'am. Also, Calder added, dry as dead leaves. Don't let your friends decorate your first minion with stickers. It offends tradition. Sasha's eyes went wide. We can decorate them? No, Ashley said, almost at the same time as Calder, and then they laughed because the air had needed somewhere to go. They rolled back through the rows of trees while the sun cleared the horizon, and the carrier's windows fogged with student breath. The adrenaline hangover hit hard. Jokes came too loud, then fell flat, then turned good again. Ethan rested his head back and let the hum of the vehicle buzz his bones. On his feed, a quiet ping. Field exercise Orchard 2, pass. Notes, composure satisfactory, hush vector stable, ethics, developing, watch for possessive language. He snorted at that and thumbed the notes closed. The glass caught a sliver of his reflection. He still looked like a kid trying on somebody else's armor, but his eyes weren't quite the eyes he'd brought to Fort Benning. They had learned a new distance. Sasha dropped her head on his shoulder and pretended it was an accident. Ashley stole half his breakfast packet without looking at him while she did it. Cocoa? Sasha mumbled. Hot, Ashley said. With marshmallows, Ethan said. We earned it. Behind them, the orchard grew small, a black scribble on a pale field. Under it, in the cool, a knot slackened one twist. Something in the hill that had been listening decided, for now, to be still. And something else, deeper down, that none of them had heard, opened one patient eye and went back to pretending it was a stone. 22 lines in the sand. By mid-morning the quad looked like a festival had crashed into a funeral. Students from the Lumen Society had chalked the flagstones with looping sigils that all translated to the same bright sentiment: no undead on campus. Someone had sketched a smiling sun wearing aviators in the center and given it a little word bubble that said, "Consent matters." The counter-protesters, 24 dark track students in black coats and varying degrees of sleep deprivation, had not been outdone. They'd staked a rope circle around the Necromancy building and hung hand-lettered placards from the posts. Bones don't bite, people do, and your shield runs on our wards. Security, gray jackets, non-lethal batons, world-weary smiles, stood between the lines, human doorstops that dared both sides to make their day interesting. Should we have brought signs? Sasha asked, carrying a paper cup that steamed like a tiny volcano. She was almost as short as her coffee was tall, boots scuffing chalk dust as she walked. Someone had already kicked the sun, so now it squinted and looked hungover. Ashley tucked blue-black hair behind her ear. I don't do signs, she said. I do exits. You do trouble, Sasha corrected, with relish. Ethan said nothing. He couldn't stop seeing lines instead of faces. Chalk lines, rope lines, the invisible kind the ward anchors inscribed into the ground. The kind you drew inside your head and told yourself you'd never step over. His wrist comp pinged twice in quick succession. Calder. Necro cohort to Lab 3. Now. Athena. Board state change. Observe. Learn. Choose. Athena had learned to pare herself down to 4 sentences or less when she messaged him during live fire or live feelings. It made her sound sardonic. She claimed it was restraint. Lab 3, Ethan said, and they threaded through the crowd. A girl with a halo spell spun above her head, pure light element, more glitter than heat. Caught his eye just long enough to whisper, "Corpsewalker," without malice or curiosity. Just a classification. He filed that away somewhere unpleasant and kept going. Muse Academy's necromancy wing had once been an old science hall. The school board had remodeled it by painting the brick, adding glass, and installing so many vents the whole building hummed constantly like a giant machine learning to breathe. Lab 3 still smelled like formalin when the dehumidifiers took a day off. Today it smelled like stone that remembered rain. Calder stood at the demo table with a half-dozen seniors and 3 instructors Ethan didn't know. Ren, Ranger Green, the same compact frame he'd glided through Orchard 2 with, leaned against the back wall like a polite shadow. Adept Narayan was there too, but she kept to the side, consulting quietly with a tech next to a portable diagnostic altar that blinked reassuringly in soft blues. As the room settled, a murmur went around, not at the staff, but at the bone lattice on the table. It was not quite a skeleton and not quite not one. A pelvis, a spine, a spray of ribs, a mess of finger bones wound with copper thread. It vibrated barely enough to be seen. You've all heard the rumors, Calder said, tapping her staff once for quiet and getting it. Let me give you the facts. Yesterday's Orchard 2 survey went by the book. Anchors placed. Household dead left undisturbed. Overnight, we lost 27% of Anchor B's lattice integrity. Ethan felt Sasha go up on the balls of her feet. Ashley's mouth flattened. Calder went on. A team went to check before dawn. The anchors are intact. Their geometry is intact. The aspect is not. In addition, We found this in the entry chamber behind a dislodged lintel. She indicated the lattice. No necromancer on the manifest built this. No instructor authorized it, and the copper thread is coated with a signature I will not say out loud in this room. Ghost divers, someone said. Black market training. Or an experiment, said a senior with tidy hair and a neater mouth. Ethan recognized her from the Bone Circle's recruitment stall on the green. Leslie Griggs. She'd given him a smile like a reset scalpel and said, "We take care of our own. We could use it to stabilize the household. Bind, then release. Temporary custodial." Griggs, Calder said lightly. "The way you say a person's name when you intend to break it over your knee if they make you. Say the quiet part again." Leslie did not flinch. "We bind it." "And the release?" "We release it," Leslie said, softer. Ren snorted, not even trying to make it quiet. Narayan's voice came like a silk ribbon across a blade. "Whose bones did you intend to practice on, M.Wise Griggs? I'm always curious about consent at times like these." "Anonymous remains," Leslie said in a careful voice that assumed there were cameras. "Unclaimed. City donation to the medical school." "That were donated to the medical school." Narayan's eyebrows climbed. "Specific consent. Specific purpose." "Meaning no," Calder said. She looked at the students who weren't Leslie. She looked at Ethan, and he looked back because he did not know what she wanted and he was sick to death of guessing wrong. "Lines in the sand," she said. "Let's talk about them. Where are yours, Meyer?" The entire room tilted a few degrees and waited. He licked lips that were suddenly dry as chalk. "No human bound without written consent, witnessed by two non-magicians," he said. He heard his dad in his own voice and made himself keep going anyway. "No use of sentient undead for convenience. Rescue if we must. Defend if we have to. Not to fetch coffee. Not to have an extra set of hands in the lab. And no binding out of fear." Sasha bumped his elbow when he stopped. Ashley didn't touch him, just stood a little closer. "Clear," Calder said simply. "Add it." Ethan blinked. Then he realized she meant add it to the code. The code was a living document, fought over and amended and weaponized. Muse's necromancy section kept it pinned at the top of every cohort feed. It was half manifesto, half fire extinguisher. A senior in the back, square-jawed and puffy under the eyes, raised a hand. "What about whites?" he asked, "household or otherwise. Temporary bindings prevent escalation. We all know that. They're a line too." "Whites are people who had a bad exit," Narayan said, almost kindly. "Not a resource. They get a conversation before they get a collar." "A hush is a collar," Leslie said. "A hush is a blanket," Calder said. "And we don't smother." Ethan found himself picturing the white's mouth opening and closing like a creaking door, the thread humming with something like relief when he'd said choose. He swallowed his argument and kept it like a coin under his tongue. "Not now." His wrist comp chittered again. Across the top of his vision, Athena drew a thin white line and then erased it. "Athena. 2 games today. Same board. Different rules." "Outside," Ren said, and when they all looked at him he tilted his chin toward the windows. His face had not changed expression. His voice had lost its usual dry amusement. "We have visitors." They poured out of Lab 3 like a small flood. The quad was louder. Someone had hauled a portable amp onto the steps of the light tower and given it to a girl with braids who had a voice like a bell and the gift of slogans. "No ghosts in my dorms," she sang, and the crowd answered her with claps that were not angry yet. Between lines, a boy in a gray jacket lay on his back with his hands over his face. Another graycoat crouched by his shoulders. Blood made a small bright comma alongside the boy's ear. Sasha's breath went sharp. "Medical." Narayan had already moved. "Secure perimeter," she said, and the crowd did obey the nice lady with the soothing voice and the ring of scar tissue across her knuckles. Ethan saw what had happened. 2 kids had shoved, the graycoats had stepped in, someone had fallen onto the edge of a stanchion brace. Unimpressive blood, but all head wounds looked theatrical. The singer on the steps lost her thread for a moment. The murmuring on both sides swelled. And then somebody on the dark track side, Ethan didn't see who, held up a phone with something splayed across its screen. The something was bone and copper. The something had been on Calder's table 20 seconds ago. Leslie Griggs made a small sound. Across the way, the bell-voiced girl's face lit like a match. "What's that?" she said into the mic, but she didn't need the answer. They're bringing it here? You want to talk lines? There's one. Sasha put her empty coffee cup gently into Ethan's hand and stepped into the space between lines. Ashley made a little helpless grab for her sleeve and then let go, because Sasha went places and you only embarrassed both of you if you tried to tether her. Sasha faced the light tower and raised both hands like a conductor. The ground under her boots made a low sound the human ear pretended was a truck in the distance. The chalk on the flagstones skittered. One of the anchor ropes trembled on its post. "Hey," Sasha said, not loud but carrying. "Stop. Just stop." It wasn't a spell, it was an invitation to look at her instead of each other. It worked for a fraction of a second. Then a light student in a white scarf kept walking and bumped her shoulder, and for one ugly heartbeat the air smelled like flint. Ashley moved before she knew she was moving. Exit. She caught the scarf kid's wrist, turned her gently, and breathed a slipstream of air between two bodies that were about to pretend they didn't mean to collide. "Keep your balance," she said, and the kid did, and the moment slid. Calder's voice carried the way an oiled hinge carries. "If any of you so much as throws a glitter bomb, I will set Ren on you." Ren smiled without showing teeth. He was too far away to do anything useful and too compact to look scary. It didn't matter. The world, believed him. "Show them," Calder said to Ethan quietly. "What you meant when you said, not out of fear." He didn't want to. He still did. He walked to the graycoat on the ground. The boy's shoulders were tense. He was doing the thing people did when they didn't want to cry because they were old enough now to have opinions about that. "Hey," Ethan said, "I'm not going to touch you. I'm just going to hush the sting down. Okay." The boy didn't answer. He didn't say no either. Ethan sank onto his heels, conscious of 100 eyes and an equal number of opinions. He did the thing Calder had taught him to do when he didn't know whether his instinct was right. He breathed in until counting hurt, then out until it hurt less. He reached to the place in the air where the shade of the light tower fell across the boy's face. He draped that shade like a cool cloth. No words, because the hush didn't need them. No possession. No mine. Just rest. The bleeding slowed. The boy's hand came away from his face and he blinked up at the sky like he'd lost and found it in a pocket. "Cool trick," said the bell-voiced girl over the mic, sounding like she wanted to hate it and didn't. "Does it come with a side of zombie housekeeping?" "Sometimes," Ethan said, standing, "it comes with a person who gets home without a concussion." "You brought a bone engine to our steps." "We didn't," Leslie said sharply. Her face had gone the color of chalk. "Someone took it from our lab and sent your friend the picture." The bell-voiced girl looked at her phone, then at the necromancy building, then at the rope circle. She was smart. You could see the algebra of outrage and optics scroll behind her eyes. You could see her choose not to escalate for free. "Then get it out of here," she said, and this time her voice wasn't a bell. It was a normal girl's voice, frayed a little with adrenaline and the effort of being a symbol. "And stop pretending we're paranoid." "We are," a dark track boy muttered behind Ethan. "Just with better data." Sasha huffed. "I am drawing an actual line," she announced, and squatted at the edge of the quad. She pressed her palm to the stone. A fracture ran in a neat arc across the flagstones like a crack in a windshield, shallow, harmless, very visible. Necro sighed. Lumen sighed. "If you cross it, you bring snacks or an apology." It was a joke. It was also not one. The bell-voiced girl stared at the crack, then at Sasha, then at her own people. People near the rope shifted and looked at their shoes like they were waiting for stage directions. "Back inside," Calder said softly to her cohort. "We're not doing this here." Inside, Lab 3 smelled more like stone and less like crowds. The bone lattice had stopped trembling. Narayan checked the graycoat, pronounced him fine, gave him a sticker that said "I survived campus politics," and sent him away with a bottle of water and a fond threat to hydrate or dihydrate. Calder looked tired and did not apologize for it. "We have two problems," she said. "One is perception. That's for later. The other is whoever walked into one of our sites, made this." She touched the copper-wound finger bones with an air of putting down a spider, and then wanted everyone to see it. Leslie lifted her chin. "If it's who I think it is, we're wasting time in a lab." "Name," Ren said, pleasantly. Leslie hesitated only long enough to be sure she wouldn't be called on it later. "Professor Vok," she said. 3 of the instructors inhaled at once, which told Ethan this was not a reach. "Retired," Narayan said. Disgraced. Disagreed, Leslie said. With the board. On philosophy, not legality. On both, Calder said. He believed consent was a luxury. He believed fear keeps cities safe. And he believed the cost of that fear should be borne by people who didn't sign his contracts, Wren added, more quietly than Ethan had ever heard him. He believed the poor die quieter. 23 Athena's gambits. The days after the confrontation stretched heavy and airless. Words clung to Ethan like soot. You could scrub until your skin went raw and still find grit in your palms afterward. In the corridors, conversations ebbed when he walked past, the silence louder than any accusation. In classes, eyes skittered off him like he was a mirror angled toward something people didn't want to see. If their gazes snagged, it was only for the quick flinch and look away of a hand that's brushed a hot stove. Sasha and Ashley kept their silence, not wanting to make things worse by confronting people. They sat at opposite ends of lecture benches, an Ethan sandwich, to prevent belligerent classmates approaching him. Sasha with her restless foot and glare that could peel paint. Ashley with her neat pen strokes and careful, perfect posture. Jenna hovered quieter, a pale curve near his shoulder, giving him the mercy of not commenting when his hands trembled in Rune's class. The only voice that insisted upon being heard lived in his head. Athena, her tone bright as if she were narrating a weather report, said, "Now, let's talk money." Ethan flopped onto his bunk at the end of his day, the dorm ceiling a patchwork of hairline cracks like a map of bad ideas. "Money? We get stipends. I haven't even touched mine." "Because you don't think ahead," she shot back, no heat in it, only a brisk clarity that made him feel simultaneously scolded and safe. "Do you have any idea what this world does to the gifted after they graduate? Apprenticeships, sure, contracts, obligations. You start owing favors you don't even know you've promised. You want freedom? You need leverage." He rubbed his eyes. "What kind of leverage?" "The only kind that matters. Wealth and independence. Influence is a byproduct. And before you ask, I didn't rob a bank." He cracked a suspicious eye. "Before I ask, what did you do?" "Relax, champ. I targeted systems with lags and biases, and others full of legal loopholes. VR casinos with crappy randomization seeds. Card counting is illegal. Clock counting isn't. Predictable craps tables. Roulette wheels with obvious cheat micro wobbles built in. Slots that run off pseudo-random rolls seeded by timestamps that batch every 4 seconds. I built models and iterated until I won more than I lost over time." He stared. "You gambled." "I exploited an inefficiency," she corrected. "And in investment terms, I diversified. Shorted an overhyped Wardstone company that was lying about lattice fidelity, bought 2 undervalued Rune ink suppliers before a shortage hit, and, ahem, resold some, found VR loot to people who don't miss money." "You stole," he said, but it lacked conviction. The floor seemed to shift an inch to the left, leaving his stomach behind. "Not really. I did what anyone could do given an AI of my abilities. I'm sure there must be some out there. I just played some games. You've heard the old catechism. The house always wins? Well, of course they do. They cheat. I just cheat them back a bit harder is all." Athena said, gentler. "Your options here are dictated by guilds and ministries and whoever holds the purse strings. If the government wants to conscript a necromancer, they can argue public safety all day long. If you want to say no, you need lawyers who aren't afraid of those ministries. Lawyers require retainers. Retainers require money. Money requires a plan. Good news. I've already started building our plans and nest egg." He sat up, pulse tapping at his throat. "Athena." "Yes? How much?" "Low 6 figures right now, but it will grow quick. Casinos aren't the only option. Now that we have our first pot of gold, well me I guess, could do more with microtransactions on the stock markets," she said with airy modesty. He flopped back and pressed his forearm over his eyes. "Fates help me, there's a criminal living in my head." "Business partner," she corrected a bit anxiously. "One with a plan. You need 3 electives. Applied law for practitioners, gifted business fundamentals, and art." "Art? Runes are art, champ. Precision under pressure. The steadier your hand, the stronger your circle. You're a necromancer. Your circle is the difference between a useful ghost and a screaming one that eats your classmates. Also, art trains the eye. Perception is 90% of every craft." He pictured his schedule. Necromancy practicum, shadow manipulation, defense, stamina training, ritual theory. I'm already drowning. And yet you're still breathing. And you'll learn to breathe better. Balance, remember? Also, the girls are angry and the paladins want your scalp. You can't afford to be dependent on anyone's goodwill. Skill buys independence. Independence buys choices. They can't conscript what they can't catch. He hated how sensible she made it sound. He wanted to argue that a person should not have to turn into a ledger just to exist without being owned. He wanted to argue about justice. Instead, he stared at the cracked ceiling and felt a slow, traitorous relief climb his ribs like heat toward a window. Fine, he said. Show me. The student services building smelled like old paper and citrus cleaner. A harried counselor clicked through options on a glowing schedule grid while Ethan sat there trying to look like someone who hadn't made every adult in his hometown furious just by existing. Jenna hovered so faintly even he could barely feel her, as if embarrassed to be in an office with inspirational posters about journeys on the walls. Art is full, the counselor said without looking up. Athena hummed thoughtfully. Ask about after-hours independent study. Instructor Baker owes Lewis a favor. Is there an independent study slot? Ethan asked. The counselor blinked, surprised he'd known to ask, then frowned at her screen. I suppose we can slot you with Baker on Thursdays, late. You'll need his sign-off. Applied law. Oh, you snagged the last seat. Business fundamentals is, overflow with a Saturday seminar. Ethan nodded, and she glanced at him again, the quick assessment of someone assigning boxes to a person. He waited for the flinch, for the undertone of, be careful. It didn't come. She printed his updates and slid them across the desk. Ambitious, she said. You'll either sink or swim. Swimming seems preferable, he said. His voice came out steady. That felt like a small victory. Outside, Sasha waited in the corridor, seated on a radiator that clicked and hissed like an irritated cat. She didn't say hi. She didn't have to. Her gaze raked him head to foot as if she were counting bones. Then she nodded toward the printout in his hand. Electives? She asked, careful, cautious. Art, business, law. A corner of her mouth lifted. Practical. Trying not to drown, he admitted. You won't. Her gaze slid away, as if the admission cost something. See you. She left before he could answer, boots thumping a quick beat down the stairs. Art met him at night. Instructor Baker's studio was a box of white light and shadows deep enough to swim in. Ethan stood in a circle of paper sheets taped to the floor while Baker, a wiry woman with ink-stained fingers and eyes that missed nothing, walked around him with the polite interest of a scientist examining a potentially venomous specimen. Lewis' recommendation says you have a tremor under stress, she said. That true? Yes, he said, throat dry. Good, she said, and handed him a charcoal pencil. People who know they shake are less dangerous than people who pretend they don't. Draw me a straight line across this page. He drew. The line wasn't straight. It had a pulse to it, a small, betraying quiver. Now again, Baker said. This time, breathe on the exhale. The line is your breath. He tried. Athena counted in his head, cadence steady, a metronome. On the fourth line something in his wrist loosened, and the line didn't wobble so much as flex and recover. Baker grunted as if he'd offered a passable soup. Now circles, she said. Draw the same one 100 times. The circle is your circle. By 40, his shoulder burned. By 70, he wanted to throw the charcoal. By 100, sweat slicked his spine and his lines looked almost like a machine's. He didn't feel victorious. He felt empty enough that calm could live there without being jostled. Again tomorrow, Baker said. Bring your own charcoal. And don't practice when you're tired. Practice when you're frightened. That's when your hand lies to you. On the way back to the dorms the night wind knifed through his coat. Jenna drifted beside him, a pale lamp no one else could see right now. You're steadier, she said. It will help in the morgue. In the field. With all of it. He nodded. If I keep my hand steady, it won't matter that people think I'm. A shape slouched out of the shadows of the quad. A boy with a smirk on his face that had never had to learn consequences. Meyer, he called. Nice to see you out without your corpses. Ethan stopped. The boy's friends hung back like dogs that had already eaten and only wanted to watch the fight. He recognized them all. He'd sat beside one in defense class, behind another in history. The smirker rubbed his nose with his thumb in an unconscious little tell Ethan recognized, nervous. Keep walking, Athena murmured. No value here. Ethan did. The smirk faltered, then hardened into something that pretended to be courage. Thought necros like to pick on girls in cars. He didn't stop. He didn't speed up. He kept walking like the line Baker had made him draw. The taunt hit the air and fell. No laughter followed. The boys' friends looked at each other, unsure now whether the performance was still a performance if the audience refused to clap. In his room he locked the door and sat on the floor until his legs stopped shaking. He didn't cry. He listened to Athena count his breaths. He stared at his hands and imagined a line that did not waver, no matter how the ground rolled under it. The casino in VR was all chrome and velvet, everything designed to whisper luxury and scream distraction. Ethan didn't like the place. He liked the way Athena moved through it though. Precise, clean, surgical. Numbers cascaded across his lens. Seed estimations, wheel drift, payouts, macro latencies. He barely had to lift his hand. A flick would set a slot rolling at the exact moment Athena said, and the tumblers would click into alignment like a lock that had always wanted to open for him. He cashed out in small increments at a dozen windows and left without looking back. I hate this, he said softly, once the avatar melted from his skin and the world stopped being too bright. Because it's unfair? Athena asked. Because it feels like I'm going to get caught, he said, reluctant to reveal his morals were that flexible. Like stealing was okay as long as he didn't get caught, which it kinda was this far along. They'll tighten the code, patch the seed, do a sweep. Athena was quiet long enough that he wondered if he'd pissed her off. When she spoke again, her tone was almost tender. You're assuming there's a system interested in fairness, champ. Casinos eat the poor and spit out the bones. Ministries eat the gifted and call the bones service. You're not taking bread from a man's baby. You're taking bread back from the machine that would rather grind you down than admit you're hungry. He didn't answer. Something old and stubborn in him wanted clean lines, clean hands. The world kept handing him hexagons and mud. When he slept, he dreamed of standing in a circle of charcoal lines while the walls leaned inward, whispering. He woke with his fist clenched around the word leverage as if it were a talisman, and sometimes it worked. Hold, Baker said, and tapped his wrist with the charcoal. You're about to force it. Look, then draw. He looked. He drew. The circle closed with a kiss. Later, in ritual theory, Lewis coughed once and every head in the room snapped up. We don't get to choose the reputation of our craft, he said. We only get to choose whether we deserve it. Draw a circle you would trust to trap your worst enemy in. Do that every time. Make it flawless, as if your life depends on it. Ethan drew. His line didn't wobble. After class, Ashley lingered at the edge of the aisle. He felt her there the way you feel a kettle just before it boils. He looked up. Business fundamentals? She asked. You really took that? Yeah. She nodded. Good. She hesitated, and the corner of her mouth twitched, as if fighting between apology and pride. I'm mad at you, she said in a rush. But I'm mad at them more. He swallowed. I know. I'll still sit over there, she said, tipping her head at the far end of the bench, for a while. But I'll talk to you. Okay. Okay, she said, and fled before she could take it back. Sasha, that night in the mess hall, didn't say anything. She slid a wrapped roll across the table and didn't wait to see if he took it. He did. It tasted like flour and the first time he'd been hungry without being ashamed of it. Athena said nothing at all. She didn't have to. The present, for once, felt like something he might survive long enough to fill with choices. On the seventh night, a low chime in his bracer blinked into the edge of his vision, a countdown, a prompt. He sat on the floor of his dorm, crossed his legs, drew his circle with the same attention he gave to pulling a splinter from his palm. He inhaled, he held, he exhaled. His aura moved. Not like smoke, not like water, like something with weight and direction, a tide he could set a hand against. He nudged it inward, and it didn't explode into 1,000 nervous fragments. It flexed and agreed and gathered like cloth pulled snug over the ribs of a drum. Jenna breathed out a long, ragged laugh that wasn't quite a sound. Now, Athena whispered, a sound barely more than a breath. Anchor. And he did. Something clicked, not in the air but inside his bones, and the world took one step toward sharpness. A small ribbon of text unrolled along his lens with the prim formality of a bureaucrat stamping a paper. Status update. Novice Necromancer, Level 1. Ethan laughed, a choked sound that cracked into relief. He didn't realize he was crying until he tasted salt. About damn time, Athena crowed, absolutely delighted with this event. Congratulations. You've officially graduated from pathetic to mildly terrifying. Jenna drifted nearer, her outline gaining hard edges, her eyes less hollow. You're holding on to me better, she whispered. Less drift, less hunger, I can feel you now. He lay down on the floor beside his circle and slept there until morning, the chalk dust haloing his hair, the bracer's heartbeat a steady pulse against his wrist. When he woke, he didn't feel lighter. He felt assembled. There would be the morgue, and the yard, and the rift, and the words. They were coming as surely as an unpaid debt. For the space of a night, he had something to pay with. Athena didn't ruin it with plans. Jenna didn't ruin it with pity. The ceiling above him looked like a map again, but for once he knew how to navigate from one crack to another without falling in. He rose at dawn, washed chalk from his fingers, and went to class. The whispers didn't stop. He didn't expect them to. What changed was this. The whispers no longer had a hook to set in his belly. When they cast, the line skittered off the surface without catching. He did not feel safe. He felt capable. Baker watched him draw a circle and didn't nod, exactly. She just didn't correct him, which might have been louder than praise. Lewis glanced at him over a pile of bone suture wire and said nothing, which, from Lewis, was almost affection. Ashley met his gaze across a room and didn't look away. Sasha tapped a knuckle against his shoulder in passing, eyes on anything else, and he swallowed a grin because it would have made her leave. You see, Athena said, smug. Don't, he warned lightly. See, she repeated, feigning innocence. He couldn't help it. He smiled. 24 rising power. The classroom was empty save for him, the ticking radiator, and the faint rasp of charcoal on paper. He sat cross-legged in the ring he'd drawn, elbows on knees, back aching in the way that meant he'd actually worked. Chalk dust filmed his palms. A damp strand of hair clung to his temple. It was not his best moment, physically. It was the closest he'd felt to inhabiting his own body in months. Inhale, hold, exhale, again. Each cycle dragged his aura into motion. It did not pour like water now. It lifted and ran like a river brought to heel with levees, a long muscle flexing under skin. When he pressed, it pressed back, not in defiance, but in balance, and the give and take steadied the wild, bright edges of his fear. Careful, Jenna whispered, a breath close to his ear that no ear but his could have caught. You're folding, not crushing. A bird in the hands, not a throat. Cup, not choke, he murmured, tasting the words. Baker's lesson lived in his wrists now. Even his fingers felt trained by that room full of circles. Balance, not force, Athena echoed, amused. Although a little force doesn't hurt when someone's trying to stab you. Noted, he said, and felt his mouth twitch. He tried compressing further, the way Lewis had shown him with the gross, deliberate patience of someone teaching a child to knot a tie. Too hard, and the aura shredded into tatters that stung as they snapped back into place. Too soft, and it bled outward, food for any hungry thing that might want to eat him from the inside. He found the balance on the breath in, lost it on the hold, found it again on the exhale. The bracer chimed. He didn't look, he kept breathing, kept cupping, kept not crushing, until the tremor in his elbow eased and the circle hummed under him in a way he felt in his molars. When the status prompt slid across his inner vision, clean as a clerk's stamp, he permitted himself the smallest, most private grin. Status update. Novice Necromancer, Level 1. He let the grin grow into a laugh, chest loosening on the exhale. It wasn't triumph. It was relief that didn't have to apologize for existing. About damn time, Athena said warmly. Your aura's not a busted pipe anymore. It's still a pipe, but at least it's a pipe with water pressure you control. Poetry, he said dryly. I contain multitudes. Jenna drifted low, a coolness like a sheet lifted and laid over a sleeping body. You're anchoring me better. He reached toward her without moving a muscle. You feel steadier too. Less hunger, she said. Less drift. When you leaked, it pulled at me. It hurt. Now it doesn't. He hadn't known. The thought hit like shame. I'm sorry. Don't be silly, she murmured. It's what you are. Now you're more of it. That's good. He stayed in the circle until the sweating stopped. He stayed until the hunger crept in, not the gnawing, ugly one that came with fear, but the simple body sense that said protein, now. And then he rose, legs wobbling, and went to the mess hall. Students eyed him. Some leaned away an imperceptible inch. He balanced his tray and sat down to eat. A paladin in training 2 tables over stared at his hands while pretending to count the notches on his training sword. Sasha planted a boot on the bench across from him in territorial silence, then abandoned it without looking at him, as if staking the seat on instinct and remembering to be angry after. Ashley drifted nowhere near, but when she left, she had to walk behind him to get to the door, and her fingers brushed the back of his shoulder in the smallest, quickest apology he'd ever received. He didn't flinch. He didn't turn. That night, he slept without dreaming. In the morning, he woke to an assignment in his inbox with Lewis' sharp, joyless handwriting marching across the page. Morgue practicum. Anchor test. Bring steady hands. He read it twice. He didn't vomit. Progress. The morgue in Mews sat under the infirmary like a truth beneath a polite lie. Necessary, cold, clean. The rooms smelled of rune ink and antiseptic and the faint iron blood echo that no amount of scrubbing could erase. Ethan had trained there before, but the place always made his back go stiff, as if standing a little straighter might keep his stomach where it belonged. Close the door, Master Lewis said without turning. His voice had the crack of leather in it, not angry, not unkind, but built to sting. Ethan closed the door. Jenna hovered near the corner of the room, a ribbon of frost, careful to stay outside the circles chalked into the tile. Athena's breath went softer in his head, the way it did when she started counting. Cadence, cadence, cadence. Drawer 12, Lewis said, gesturing with his chin. And shut your mouth if you don't want flies in it. Ethan didn't argue. He drew his circle first, the chalk hissing like a snake as it bit the tiles, his wrist steady enough that he trusted the line. The circle held. That meant he could. He pulled the drawer. A young man lay under linen, the sheet clinging to the planes of a body that had been all angles even alive. The skin at the throat had the wax sheen of money that would be spent on a coffin instead of bread. Ethan swallowed and did not make himself look away. He had learned, the hard way, that flinching cost more later. Lewis used his mastery to strip the body down to its components. He could have done it before Ethan came in but did it this way on purpose. Not just to shock, but to make Ethan desensitized, or so Ethan guessed. When only a skeleton remained, Lewis moved to another drawer to stat again. The meat and entrails had vanished. Just gone in a blink. Power like that shouldn't exist, Ethan moaned internally. Imagine it used on the living. The thought almost made Ethan hurl. Still, he knew that particular skill only worked on dead flesh. Small mercies. Stripping perfectly good bodies of their meat just to salvage a skeleton must bite him. But Ethan needed to train and he wasn't strong enough for more than skeletons yet. Forehead, sternum, limbs, Lewis returned after handling 2 other cadavers. Anchor points. Stitch joints when you must, and you must with skeletons. Listen to your hands, not your stomach. I can smell him, Ethan said, then regretted it. Good, Lewis said. It means you're here in the moment. I've been wondering something, Ethan said as he drew anchor runes with the oil he had only recently learned how to concoct. Why can't we use tattoos to enhance ourselves or our undead when the runes work just fine like this? Surely a way to make the effects permanent would be great. Maybe we could inscribe the bones for example rather than paint them with oil. Lewis stilled. In someone else it might be considered surprise. We can, but it's an advanced technique. Also, runes are magic. Without enough magic to power them, tattoos become a liability. Imagine you upgrade yourself with tats and then in battle you run low and the tattoo you used to boost corpse control fails. Ethan winced. Got it. Some runes are better used for short-time boosts. Like physical strength boost. If it drops, you feel like a normal human again. Big deal. But boosts to your core necromantic abilities can cause a disaster. Tats boosting control, spirit cap etc. will let you control more or higher levels corpses. But then if you still have them bound when the tat fails. I said I understand. No tats until I'm a master. Lewis snorted. Grandmaster. And I still wouldn't do it. What about tattooing cadavers, like the anchors or preservative runes? Again, it's a higher level skill, but yes, it would work if done right. As I said before, art is a good elective. You could add calligraphy to your toolkit too, but don't forget your undead are used for battle. Tattoos can be damaged or destroyed. Losing the binding in a fight, well, not good doesn't really cover it. Ethan contemplated what he'd heard as he stitched. He hated the slick give of tendon and the dry rasp of bone and the sound the wire made when it sang tight. He hated the way his brain wanted to climb out through his throat and run, but he loved the way his hand didn't waver today. When the binding rune snapped home, the skeleton's empty head turned as if listening. Ethan did not shy back. He bowed the smallest necessary bow. Athena murmured numbers. Jenna hovered steady. Lewis stood with his arms folded and made a gruff noise that might have been approval in a different man's mouth. Again, he said, and pulled the next drawer open. By the fourth one, Ethan's undershirt clung to his back and his teeth ached from clenching. By the fifth, he found a rhythm that was nothing like peace but something like function, that felt almost nobler. By the sixth, he realized that the moment he stopped balancing, the aura would collapse inward like a tent with its center pole yanked, and that knowledge steadied him more than any praise. When Lewis finally waved him off, he expected the rush of nausea to follow release. It didn't. He walked into the corridor and leaned his forehead against the cool plaster and counted breaths until Athena stopped counting, mid-5. You didn't leak once. He smiled at the wall. Thanks for counting. Always, she said. He expected nightmares that night. He slept. When he woke, he remembered everything with a clarity that surprised him. He expected to feel stained. He felt sharp. Baker broke his charcoal in half before handing it back to him. People grip too hard when the stick is long, she said. Shorten it and save yourself the aggravation. He drew circles until a blister formed and popped where the charcoal rested. She didn't comment. Later, he washed his palm and realized the ache in his hand matched the ache in his aura when he compressed it too far. He laughed at himself, the sound startling in the empty restroom. On the way back to the dorm, he cut through the yard. A group of older students were going through forms, their practice weapons a wind through grass in the cold light. One of them looked up. It was the smirker from the other night. He held Ethan's gaze a single beat too long. Defiance, yes, but also the smallest question. Ethan inclined his head. The boy didn't smile. He didn't sneer. He nodded back like he'd been offered a neutral treaty and decided not to set it on fire. Progress, Athena said, dryly. Or an illusion, Ethan said. Sometimes those are the same thing if you lean hard enough, she said, and he snorted. The day the bracer spat a new prompt into his vision. Field evaluation. Staging yard, 0800. Ice rimmed the edges of the stone stairs and the sky looked like a dirty dish rag. He dressed in layers, checked his gear twice, then checked it again even though he could feel the judgment from 20 feet away. Necro bait, someone muttered as he passed. See how he squeals when it's real. He didn't turn. He did not, unfortunately, not hear it. Sasha elbowed him when he reached the gate, a greeting that might bruise later. Ignore them. I am, he said. His knuckles were white on his staff. Ashley lingered near the lantern post, the cautious gravity of someone who wanted to plan for every eventuality, including a friend breaks and you have to catch him. They won't stop until you prove them wrong, she said without preamble. He almost laughed. You think that'll do it? Her mouth went flat. No, she admitted, but it's the part we can do. He nodded. Athena checked his vitals like a mother hen with a medical degree. Jenna drifted in the peripheral chill, eyes hungry and bright. Master Lewis strode out of the fog like bad news with boots. His black robe drank the light. The instructors behind him looked like people who counted scars not as trophies but as spreadsheets. This is not practice, Lewis said. We will run 3 standard risk scenarios. You will not break lines. You will not bleed power. You will not dramatize. Some of you will be afraid. I am uninterested in your fear unless it impairs function. His eyes cut to Ethan. Do not disgrace me. Heat climbed Ethan's face, not shame so much as fury that he couldn't afford to feel. He nodded once. The gates creaked. They ran drills until his thighs shook and the taste of rune ink rose like pennies in the back of his throat. They ran them again. They ran them with weights on. They ran them while instructors lobbed insults designed to break concentration. Ethan bent mid-spell to set a dropped candle upright with a precision he would not have had a week ago, and when an instructor snarled, "Look at me when I address you," he didn't. He looked at the line he was drawing and finished drawing it. Later, alone in the locker room, he sat with his head in his hands and let the tremor out of his muscles. Athena didn't count then. She hummed. It took him a minute to realize the melody was a lullaby he barely remembered from a movie trailer. He dressed and went outside. Snow was starting to fall, dry flakes that stuck to his coat. He tipped his face up into it like someone checking for rain and let the cold sit there. "You're ready," Jenna whispered. He didn't ask for what. He knew. The world had been clearing its throat all week as if impatient. When the rift opened days later with a noise like a steel door being torn from its hinges, he didn't flinch. He'd expected it. The world had finally exhaled the tension I'd been feeling. 25 The Ghost Market. The invitation is a rumor first. It comes tucked in the mouth of a whisper in the mess line. St. Tuesday is setting stalls again, and in a smirk traded between two upper years who think the word market is a joke when paired with ghosts. Athena notes the frequency quietly, a tally mark in the corner of his lens each time the phrase brushes his day. By evening, the rumor has shape enough to cast a shadow. The bracer chimes at midnight. A single text, unsigned. "If you want the truth about where the dead go, bring coin. East Yard. 2 knocks, pause, 3. "They know you," Sasha says when he shows her. She's perched backwards on his desk chair, chin on the rail, the pose something between a challenge and a brace. "Or they know any necromancer stupid enough to answer," Ashley says. She stands at the window, fingers worrying the edge of the curtain like a talisman. "Don't go." He is going. They all hear it even before he says, "I'll go," because his jaw has that set to it, the one that means his decision is already made and looking for a present tense. "I'm coming," Sasha says immediately. "You can't both go," Ashley counters, and the silence that follows has the contour of a triangle and all the old gravity that shape contains. Athena clears her throat in his head. Risk mitigation. One companion lowers some risks, raises others. Suggests Sasha as physical deterrent. Keep Jenna occluded. No visible tells. Cash only. "I need a deterrent more than a second caster," he says, trying to make it practical so it won't feel like a choice between them. "Sasha?" Ashley's mouth is a thin, pale line. "Take a ward pack," she says finally, and tosses him her spare. "If they try to mark you, you'll feel it. Don't let them put anything in your mouth. Don't eat or drink anything. Don't make a scene unless it's the only way out," Athena finishes for her, audible only to him. She sounded amused and a bit exasperated. I love her anxiety. It's her favorite superpower. Jenna curls around his shoulder like breath condensing on glass. "I don't like this." "Me neither," he admits, shrugging into his coat. "That's why we're going." The East Yard used to be a maintenance depot for trams, a cathedral made of soot and rivets. Tonight it's full of fog that keeps its shape too well to be weather. 2 knocks, pause, 3, and a slice of the corrugated wall slides back with the oily grace of a secret that's practiced by a rare few. A woman the height of a bookshelf and half again as wide looks Ethan over. Her left hand is all brass knuckles and rings. Her right is missing, the sleeve tied in a neat knot. Her gaze pauses on Sasha's boots, then moves to Ethan's bracer, lingering, not touching. "St. Tuesday frowns on weapons," she says. Her voice a smoker's. He frowns harder on people who think bracers are a religious exemption. "Keep it sheathed unless you need a priest." Ethan spreads his hands. "We're here to look." "Everyone's here to look," she says dryly, and steps aside. The market opens like a mouth. It is not a carnival. It is not a morgue. It is a bazaar where the wares are grief and ingenuity, horror with a craftsman's care. Stalls built from old turnstiles and train benches sell jars of breathed-on glass that fog when you tilt them, files of last words in handwriting that is still wet, rings with bands lined in fine silver so the sleeping wearer never dreams alone. A boy not much older than Ethan offers skeins of hair braided with thread-thin strips of lead. "Ward against the weeping kind," he calls in a voice that hasn't yet learned how to be bored. 3 coins for a left braid, 4 for both. Sasha has her hands in her pockets. She looks like a statue of disapproval the city built to shame people into paying their taxes, except her eyes are moving, mapping exits, counting muscle. Athena is quieter than usual, not out of fear but out of focus. She is recording everything for later review and upload to Ethan. Much of the merchandise, if not all, is illegal. Much of it appalling. Ethan and Sasha pass a stall selling mourner's veils, fine mesh threaded with a lattice that would multipath light around the face and scramble any basic shade's preference for warmth. Ashley would call it elegant. Ethan calls it effective in the uncanny way good hacks are. They pass a table laid out like a dentist's tray, instruments gleaming. Ghost cages, the sign says. Non-lethal, humane. A kink in the cage wire makes Ethan's jaw go tight. The flaw is deliberate, a vibration that will keep whatever is inside always a hair from quiet. Don't, Athena warns when his hand twitches toward the display. I know, he says. He doesn't stop looking. A man with a barber's hands is selling obols. Obols aren't US currency. They're dungeon-dropped coins. Ethan's stipend includes very few each month. They were a way for magicians to trade with each other when one doesn't want to throw favors around. Another reason to perform dungeon runs if another reason other than power was ever needed. Fake, Sasha mutters. No one would sell dungeon coins like this. They were too useful. To call them priceless would be a bit much, but trading them for cash was ridiculous. They were used to trade within organizations, mostly for other dungeon loot or items of dubious provenance. At the heart of the market, under a vault that used to lift trolley poles, stands a table that isn't a table so much as an altar on strike. Behind it sits a man in clothes simple enough to be a costume, hands folded, eyes as calm as a man who has never been hurried. People murmur his name without saying it, St. Tuesday. He watches Ethan the way a chess player watches a board, calculating not just the move but the appetite of the hand that will make it. Welcome, he says, voice low as soft leather. You're late. I'm cautious, Ethan says. That's what late people say when they want you to think they were on time in an alternate universe, St. Tuesday says, amused. What can I do for you, Mr. Meyer? Ethan doesn't start. He'd expected to be known. That's the point of rumors. I want to see what you do with the things you can't sell out here, he says. The ones that don't take to cages or coins. Altruism at market rates, St. Tuesday murmurs. You're new. I'm practical. Practicality is a story we use to cover ethics, St. Tuesday says, delighted. But you're not wrong, and you're lucky. We have a consignment from the choir tonight. The gray choir, he repeats. St. Tuesday's eyes crease at the edges. Some call them that. Some call them the ledger. Some call them the glass hands. Interchangeable names thieves wear. Come with me. He leads them into a side bay where the fog is thicker. Cold eddies around Ethan's ankles like cats who haven't chosen him yet. A row of glass cubes sits on a low table. Most are empty. One is not. The ghostly child inside is 7 at most, boy or girl hard to tell with hair matted to the skull by the weird adherence of death. The small hands are flat on the glass like palms against ice. The eyes are open and very tired. When it looks at Ethan, it isn't a plea so much as identification. Like recognizes like. Jenna makes a sound he has never heard from her before, thin and wild, like a filament overvolting. Take it. What's this worth? Ethan asks, and his voice is steady in the way of someone walking across a river on a fallen tree. St. Tuesday tips his head. To whom? To me. A quarrel with a principal, St. Tuesday says with gentle irony. Or a promise. Sasha's shoulder touches his, not a push, a brace. We didn't come to trade in kids, she says, voice low. We came to learn what the choir is selling, he answers. They're selling you, Athena says softly in his head. They're selling you to yourself. Careful. He counts out coins. St. Tuesday watches the pile grow with a look that is neither pity nor triumph. Done, the market master says when the coins clink into a small pile, neither too big or small. St. Tuesday is as honest as he can afford to be. He won't cheat someone he might deal with again, especially not one who deals in death. Take your cube. Open it, Ethan says. Ah, St. Tuesday says, pleased. You want blood on your own hands. Bless. He gestures to a woman with a tattoo of a scale down her neck. She brings over a key made of what looks like fused quartz and turns it in a lock that is more rune than mechanism. The cube sighs. The child doesn't move. Ethan doesn't touch the ghost. He chalks a circle on concrete that smells like rain and rust. He draws slow, like Baker is watching and will make him do it again if his hand lies. He speaks under his breath, not a spell so much as a reminder to the part of him that does not believe in gentleness that gentleness is the only way this works. Jenna kneels beside the circle and hums, a thread of sound that makes the little hairs on Ethan's arms lift. He feels the pull in his bracer like a fish tasting the hook. He does not yank. He waits. When the ghost child's fingertips lift from glass to air like the skin of water breaking, he cups, not chokes, and the little shape slides into the circle as if it found a bed there it had been looking for the whole time. Name? He whispers. The mouth shapes a syllable made of fog. He doesn't catch it. He doesn't need to. He knows the important parts. Tired. Lost. Cold. He anchors. Hold. Jenna breathes, and he does. The hunger comes, not the old gnawing but the honest ache of work. He lets it pass through him like a wave through a harbor he's responsible for not wrecking boats in. Something moves at his back. He feels the displaced air before the sound. The woman with brass knuckles has moved closer, not threatening, not friendly. Saint doesn't like it when people perform rescues on his floor, she says conversationally. Tell him to take it out of the tip jar, Sasha says without turning. The angle of her head promises violence like weather promises rain. Athena's tone is a thread. Behind the knuckles, a stamped sigil. Choir mark. She's not with Saint. He's renting her. The child's eyes flick to Sasha's hand, as if comfort were a thing you could measure by its radiated wattage. Ethan can't do anything about that. He can only do his work clean. Let's finish outside, he says, and lifts the circle, not the chalk, the pressure, the invisible bowl, so that when he stands the small presence rises with him like a candle flame breath guarded by cupped fingers. Unwise, St. Tuesday says pleasantly. They'll think it means anyone can walk out with anyone. They can't, Ethan says. They don't have my hands. The brass-knuckled woman grins. Be nice. Let the boy feel heroic for an evening. He'll learn better later. St. Tuesday's eyes rest on Ethan. Edison calm. Priest patient. The choir won't love you interrupting supply. I'm sure they'll send a strongly worded note, Ethan says, and regrets the bravado even as he tastes it. But the door is opening. The cold of the honest night is there, and he needs it. They find a strip of abandoned track. Sasha faces outward, hands loose at her sides, looking at the dark as if it owes her rent. Ethan kneels in the dirt. He does not draw a circle this time. He draws a curve that isn't quite a circle. A cradle, not a cage. You don't owe us, he tells the small shape. You don't owe anyone. If there's someone to go to, go. If there isn't, I can call the river. The child's eyes are very clear suddenly, as if someone wiped them from the inside. The cold on his tongue tastes like rain, not pennies. The small mouth moves. He doesn't catch the name again. He catches a memory of a red scarf and a hand that smelled like soap. He cups, he loosens, he lifts, he lets go. The child's weight in the air disappears like condensation. The last of the cold pulls up through the weeds and is gone. Sasha is looking at him when he stands, eyes complicated. That was good, but expensive. You have any obols left? He shrugged, he didn't. Don't look now, Athena says. Which is the surest way to make him look? There's a tiny seam in the cube's base where St. Tuesday's woman turned the key. A sliver of paper, waxed against the damp, peeks out like a secret that wants to be caught. He works it free with a fingernail. Ledger pages, thin as onion skin, covered in names and quantities and a figure 8 symbol that keeps repeating at the ends of lines like a flourish a bored accountant might have taught himself. Athena is very, very still in his head, the way she gets when she is thrilled and doesn't want to scare the deer. Proof, she says. Supply chain, dates, carriers. The choir is sloppy when it's sure it's winning. Our saint wanted us to have it, Ethan says. Why? Sasha asks. To move a problem up the food chain, Athena says. If the choir and the market kill each other, Saint gets Tuesday and Wednesday. Jenna shivers against his neck. We should leave. They do. At the dorm, someone has been in Ethan's room. There's a coin on his pillow, stamped with a hand made of lines like cracks in ice. On the wall above, written in a soot-black fingertip, is a neat message. Next time, Mr. Null, the price is you. Sasha plucks the coin up like it might bite and flips it into a ward bag. Well, she says, grinning like a dare, at least they spelled Mr. right. Ethan sits on the bed. When he lies down, the coin's cold is gone, but the line it drew remains. Athena doesn't say I told you so. She says, with a tenderness he hears only when she is not looking at him, you drew the line. Good, now get ready to fight for it. 26 Dungeon Shadows. The summons arrived out of the blue on Ethan's bracer, like a call to war, big and bold and unexpected. Field Op, Municipal Subterrane. Team Assignment: Meyer, Khan, Reeve, Cade, Proctor, Pikes. Objective: evaluate abandoned mint tunnels, purge residual hostiles, identify illegal storage. Ashley reads it twice and pulls a face. Pikes, she says, like a curse she isn't sure how to conjugate. He thinks compassion is a kind of mold. Sasha's grin shows a chip in her canine and a history of enjoying problems she can hit. Cade's a paladin brat, she says. He'll try to bleed honor on everyone. I'll bring towels. The tunnels smell like old copper and something sweet. The city grew up 3 stories above them and left this layer to its own politics. Pikes is a rangy man with a scar like a comma in his eyebrow, perpetually asking a question he won't accept your answer to. He gives the briefing with his hands in his pockets as if this is a stroll. Standard formation, he says. Reeve on the wards, Khan on point. Cade keeps the back clean. Meyer, you do your thing. The hesitation is as good as a slur. My thing, Ethan repeats mildly. You're recycling, Pikes clarifies, deadpan. We don't leave litter. Ashley's jaw ticks. Sasha's shoulders settle into fighting height. Cade, tall and square and trying very hard not to be 19, checks the edge on his sword with his thumb as if the understanding of sharpness might be transferable. They go down. The first chamber is how dungeons lull the overeager. Wide, symmetrical, the menace spread evenly like butter on toast. Old minting presses crouch like oxen that learned to stand upright when people left. The walls sweat mineral tears. Ashley's ward light walks ahead of them on careful feet and shows them their breaths, puffed pale as lies. Ethan feels Jenna stretch like a cat waked from a nap. Hollows, she whispers, and the kind that listen. He can hear it now that he's thinking in that direction. The listening, like being in a room where someone has already hit record. Shadows shift where light should be indifferent. He cups his aura, not the deep compression of anchoring but the tidy discipline of a man who doesn't want to spill on his best shirt. When the first leech lights drift in, they taste him and veer away, sensing the banks of his river and deciding not to drown. Sasha moves like punctuation. Cade moves like a promise. Ashley paints the air with runes that look like music. Pikes watches and doesn't compliment, which is its own kind of training. Beyond the presses, a corridor narrows until they have to turn their shoulders to pass. The walls are close enough that the word stuck rises like a bubble in Ethan's throat. He swallows it back. He has a circle readied if he needs it. Baker taught him to carry that particular one ready. Ahead, Sasha says softly, and lifts a hand. The gesture is a stop sign and a caress for air. Ethan peers around her elbow. There is a room beyond, long as a chapel, lit by a light that isn't light, phosphor from fungus. In the center, a bridge poured from coins. Not current coin, not old bowls either unfortunately, but old. Their faces thick, their faces marred by restrikes. They make a noise when the draft hits them, the sound of very small bells rung by very small hands. Bridge, Cade says, reverent on reflex. He doesn't see the trap yet. Ashley does. It's an account, not a bridge. Her voice is somewhere between a teacher and an alarm bell. It wants to balance us. Balance us how? Pikes asks, too casual. With weight, Ethan says, feeling it now. The ledger logic nested in the glamour. Cross empty-handed, it thinks you're a thief. Cross loaded with weapons in charge, it thinks you're paying interest. Cross without admitting what you owe, it tries to collect. Sasha looks delighted. So we have to confess? Cade reddens as if confessing in front of girls is a sin. Ethan steps onto the first coin. The sound it makes is a tiny, precise chime. He says, voice steady and not loud, I owe a child I let go tonight but I don't know her name. The coins underfoot hum and lie still. Ashley breathes in, breathes out. I owe my father a conversation about why he thinks paladins are the only answer to questions he's too afraid to ask. Step, chime, still. Sasha looks at the bridge like it's a bar fight and she's being asked to apologize for the furniture first. I owe myself a day I don't spend being angry in case someone tries me, she says. Chime. Still. Cade swallows something big enough to have bones. He starts, stops, starts again. I owe a boy who drowned at my family's lake when I was 12. I was supposed to be watching him. The silence after that confession is a wall they all put a hand on. The coins sing and settle. They cross, each step a chime, each chime a receipt. On the other side, the room narrows into a throat. There are scratches on the stone at shin height, the kind you get when something with too many elbows tries to go where it doesn't quite fit. Choir, Athena says. This is a logistics route. Storage ahead, Pikes murmurs, back to business. Eyes up. They find the crates 3 chambers later, banded in iron thin enough to be decorative and etched with lines that are neither letters nor runes but a lazy shorthand for people who think secrecy is the same thing as cleverness. Ashley lays a hand on one and sucks breath through her teeth. Don't open them, she says. Each hinge is a mouth. Noted, Pikes replies, and points with his chin at Ethan. Do your recycle and repurpose. Ethan crouches. He doesn't draw. He presses a palm against a seam until he can feel the way the spell expects to be used or read. Then he reads it wrong on purpose. The lock thinks it has already opened. It relaxes the way a person does when they think someone else is watching the door. The lid lifts. Inside, glass. Rows of cubes are nested in straw like a perverse harvest. Some are empty, some are not. The ones that aren't have shapes inside that once were hands, mouths, eyes. Now only a drift of suggestion that hurts to stare at too long because it suggests one's own future too plainly. Sale. Use. Unmaking. Cade makes a noise that has no word. Sasha's breath rasps once, then evens. Ashley puts both hands on the edge of the crate and does not shake. Inventory, Pikes says. Tags. Anything with writing. There is a ledger plate nailed under the lip of the crate. It is made of tin and scratched with that same lazy shorthand. Ashley lifts it free with a ward slide. Ethan squints until the lines unknit and mean something more than contempt. Drop points, he says. Dates. Who signs? This. He touches the figure 8 flourish, is their stamp. And here, see the spill? Someone added a line after the ink dried. Someone skimming. Saint, Athena says. Of course he is. They don't have time to feel smug. The room shifts in a way that is not architectural. The air gets thick, then gummy. The light Ashley laid down crawls backward as if ashamed of what it showed. A shape detaches from the far wall like something being turned inside out. A white. Now, Pikes says. Cade twists the blade. Ashley slaps a seal on the white's forehead made of a rune that means rest if you write it with a generous hand and stop if you write it the way she just did. Sasha drives her fist, bare knuckles, no rings, into the blank where a human solar plexus would be. The white coughs, but not really hurt, like a programmed response. Ethan closes the second circle with a kiss of his fingers. It collapses without drama. The room smells briefly of library paste and cheap gin. Ashley is shaking and pretending not to. Cade is praying under his breath in a language whose consonants scrape like knees. Sasha looks at Ethan the way people look at someone who just did something difficult without fuss or obvious exertion. Pikes clears his throat. Bag the plate. Take pictures. Tag the route on the map. We're done. They're not. They fight 3 more rooms of choir trash on the way out. Gloves that try to turn hands backward. A mirror that wants to make copies of their worst ideas. A pit that eats rope. And by the time they see daylight again, Ethan's hair is pasted to his forehead and his shoulders feel 8 inches lower than they should be. Report, Pikes says in the courtyard, like he's asking the weather what it did today. Ashley hands him the plate. Supply chain, she says. Names. Drop points. Saint's mark. All there. Market and choir are in bed, Sasha adds, but they kick each other in their sleep. Cade says nothing. He is staring at his palms as if something has been written there he didn't consent to and can't wash off. Ethan thinks about the child who did not give him a name. He thinks about the bridge of coins that asked to be told the truth. He thinks about debt he must carry and pay off one day. Pikes's mouth twitches, the closest thing to a smile the man may be allowed by his governess. You didn't disgrace me, he says to Ethan without looking at him. Build on that. It is, from Pikes, a knighthood. Sasha whoops once, sharp and fast, like laughter escaped. Ashley leans into Ethan's shoulder as if by accident and stays there one beat too long to be anything but chosen. Cade finally looks up and meets Ethan's eyes like a man who is deciding to tell the truth for the second time today. Athena is quiet until they are alone. Then she says, "Why or dangerous now?" in a way that isn't about killing. He exhales and lets the words sit. "Feels like I finally have a hand on the wheel." "Not the wheel," she says. "The river." Jenna presses her cool cheek against his jaw. "They will come for us." "I know," he says. He doesn't feel brave. He feels ready in the way of a man who has, at last, learned where to put his feet when the floor is uncertain. Back in his room, the coin with the cracked ice hand waits in the ward bag like a problem that has decided to be patient. He holds it up to the light. The figure 8 flourish catches like a hooked fish. He smiles without humor. "Tuesday," he says softly to the empty room. "See you at the bank." 27 side missions. The bulletin board floated in midair, rows of contract glyphs ticking over like a stock exchange that only traded in problems. Each line of light was a job. Pale text for low risk, amber for unknowns, red for the kind of work that ended careers or lives. Notices winked in and out as the academies network verified claims or flagged scams. The board smelled faintly of ozone and old paper, Muse Academy's attempt to make sorcery feel like a campus errand. Ethan stood under it with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his coat, pretending he wasn't counting the money he didn't have. Athena pulsed in the back of his head, the way she did when she was excited and trying not to sound like it. "I filtered for legal, within 2 hours travel, and not requiring a master's sign-off," she sang. Top 3. Debug a haunted VR sim for a local arcade. Cleanse a barn. Complaints of livestock panicking, suspecting a ghost. And a night watch at the old bridge, where people keep hearing a lullaby and then blacking out. The bridge one is probably a siren imprint, which would be a fun puzzle, but it's flagged amber. The other 2 are green. "Not exactly glamorous," Ethan muttered. "No, but they're safe, legal, and pay modest stipends. Perfect starter contracts. You want freedom one day? You'll need clients who trust you, not just a stack of victories no one believes." Jenna drifted at his shoulder, visible only because the hall's wards allowed her to be. She wore the faint smirk she saved for when mortals forgot what ghost work actually was. "She's right. The living must see you as useful, or the dead will see you as weak." Sasha leaned across Ethan's arm to squint at the options. Black nail varnish chipped from last night's drills. "Barn," she said immediately. "Less chance of frying your brain on somebody's bugged entertainment system. And it's got some adventure to it. A VR ghost? That's babysitting." Ashley folded her arms. "The farmer is outside Wilmington's wards. That means travel. And trouble." Ethan looked at the total stipend, did the arithmetic of rent and food and supplies, and felt his stomach pinch. "And money, which we need." "See? Decision made," Athena chimed. "Farmer job it is. I'll file acceptance, push travel instructions, notify the client." "Congratulations, Ethan Meyer." She put actual reverb into it. "The goof. You are officially a working necromancer." Sasha whooped and high-fived him hard enough to sting. Ashley rolled her eyes, but her mouth quirked into something that wasn't quite disapproval. Jenna only looked amused, like an older sister watching a first paycheck. The farm sat outside the city's protection, where winter wind coned frost through long grass and the sky felt too big. A squat farmhouse crouched by a line of bare trees. Beyond that, the barn stood with its doors partway open like a mouth thinking hard about a scream. A hand-painted sign on the fence read, "No unauthorized magic." A practical warning, not a political one. Out here, you fixed your own messes, or you learned to call in the right sort of help. The farmer waited at the gate, wariness turning to something brittle when his gaze found Ethan. "You're the necro they sent?" Ethan squared himself the way Lewis had taught him to. Not belligerent, not apologetic. Present. "Yes, sir, Ethan Meyer. These are my associates, Sasha Ivashkova and Ashley Klein. Can you tell us what's been happening?" The man, Pruitt, according to the contract, led them down the gravel drive. "Animals won't stay in the stalls at night. Spook like something's walking through. I'd blame coyotes or kids with a drone if it didn't come with singing." He glanced at Ethan, dared him to laugh. "We don't laugh at singing," Sasha said. "We set it on fire if it tries to drown us. But we don't laugh." Pruitt grunted something that might have been relief. Figured they'd send a graybeard with skulls on his belt. Not a kid. Don't let the baby face fool him, Sasha said. He knows what he's doing. Ashley nudged Ethan, quiet as always. Do you want the scouts first, or a circle? Scouts, Ethan said, and tugged on the thin cords of shadow that connected him to the 3 skeletons he'd stitched and carved for training. He'd scrubbed them of menace. No skull trophies, no spikes. They moved with the awkward charm of mended scarecrows, eye sockets faintly lit by the least offensive shade of witchfire he could make. He set them to pacing the perimeter, heads turning for disturbances in air and lay. Jenna drifted toward the barn doors, chin lifting. There's old grief here, she murmured. Not angry, heavy, like a song sung into a pillow. Ethan tasted the air, the way Lewis had taught him. Breath slow, tongue against the ridge of teeth, let the mana ride the senses. The barn's threshold prickled. Not a tear, not a deliberate binding. A stain. Someone had died here and loved too much to leave. Inside, the barn was all hay and dust and a geometry of wood. The animals backed away as the 4 of them entered, ears skittering in nervous ripples. A cow lowed, soft and uneasy. A big old draft horse stamped and tossed its head like it knew how to count ghosts. Ethan kept his voice low. Mr. Pruitt, has anyone passed recently? Pruitt's jaw clenched. My wife, he said after a moment. Last winter. Fever took her fast. We held the wake in here. It was too cold to do otherwise. Ethan nodded. He felt the shape of the story in the way the air leaned. Grief was gravity. It bent rooms and space around it. And the singing? Mary used to sing to the animals, Pruitt said, eyes on the hay. Sang to them more than to me. Couldn't hold a key in a bucket. Animals didn't care. Sasha tapped a post with her knuckles. That sounds like a tether. Not a curse. Ashley cocked her head, listening. Hear that? Ethan didn't, at first. Then the cord slid between the boards like cold. A few notes. A woman's voice with the roughness time puts into it. Not a siren line. Not a lure at all. A human habit repeated so often the room remembered. Recording square with impressions, Athena supplied, dumping a faint overlay into his sight. A wash of local AR posts around the wake. A photo tagged with a clipped caption. Mary Pruitt, Barn Christmas, the horse wearing a ridiculous wreath. Nothing malicious, but grief plus repetition equals a fragile haunt. A gentle one. Ethan moved toward the center of the barn, found the scuff on the boards where someone had set a chair often enough to mark it. He knelt and pulled chalk and salt and a little vial of river sand from his kit. You're drawing circles in my barn? Pruitt asked, more surprise than anger. Only so we don't drown in the past, Ethan said. He kept his voice kind. He was 19 and thin and didn't look like anyone's idea of authority, but he knew how to sound like a person you could rest your weight against. We'll talk to her, if she's still here. Ask her to rest somewhere that doesn't spook the animals. Talk to her, Pruitt repeated. If she's listening. He drew a thin ring, then another, then set 3 smooth beads at equidistant points and ran a thread between them. If not, we'll ease the memory out of the walls. He breathed in, breathed out. Let the chalk become a line. Let the line become a boundary. The circle warmed under his palms as he fed it a trickle of mana, light as breath on a candle. Mary Pruitt, he said, and the name made something in the barn hitch. My name is Ethan. Your husband asked for help. The animals are afraid. I don't believe you mean them harm. The singing stopped. A shape lifted out of the dust and light, not quite a woman yet. Grief made ghosts blunt. They came back as the emotion that tethered them. This one rose as humming at first, then the pale of a dress, the suggestion of calloused hands. When her face found itself, Pruitt made a noise like someone had pulled a nail out of his chest. Mary? He whispered. The ghost tilted her head, not seeing him. Her gaze caught on the circle, on Ethan, on Jenna, whose eyes softened in immediate recognition. She's thin as a reed, Jenna murmured. Don't pull. I won't, Ethan said aloud, gentle. He kept his hands flat on the circle, the way you kept a hand on an animal's flank to remind it you were there. Mary, do you know where you are? Her outline flickered. Barn, came a thought that wasn't words so much as stubbornness. Work to do. You've done it, Ethan said. You've kept them safe, but you can't sleep, can you? Another flicker, a thread tugging against a knot. Sing. They settle. He sleeps. I can't. Stop. Athena's voice went soft. She's caught in behavior loops. If you dissolve the loop, you might dissolve her. If you soothe it, you can redirect. Jenna crouched next to the circle, a courtesy from one ghost to another. Mary, she said, and her voice lilted the way voices do when they remember lullabies. Your hands are tired. Mary's head turned. For a second her gaze slipped and landed where Pruitt stood. It didn't stick, but it slowed. Ethan took that sliver of time and slid a new thread into the circle, thin as hair. Would you sing somewhere else? He asked. Not in the stalls, not in the animal's sleeping place. Maybe in a corner of the loft. A place that's yours, a place that smells like hay in winter. He'll know where to sit so he can listen, if he wants. The animals can rest. The ghost hesitated, hunger and habit tugging at each other like two dogs with the same rope. Ethan felt his own breath catch with the effort not to lean harder. He wouldn't make her. He could. The circle could become a leash with a twist of wrist and will. He didn't. You're still allowed to love the animals, he said. Just don't carry it through the night. Pruitt scrubbed at his face. Mary, he said hoarsely. I put your chair up in the loft after the wake. You yelled at me about dust. You can yell at me again in the loft, if you want. A sound ghosted through the barn like the shadow of a laugh. Then Mary turned, soft as a thought, and drifted up the ladder without touching it. The horse stopped stamping. The cows blew out breaths they'd been hoarding. The draft in the barn stilled, as if the room itself unclenched. Ethan let the circle fade. Pruitt leaned on a post like he'd been holding himself up for a year and was finally allowed to stop. How much do I owe you? He asked, voice raw. Ethan told him the contracted amount. Pruitt counted out notes with hands that shook, then folded another 2 bills and jammed them in besides. For, not wrenching her out like a bad tooth. I've seen things, he said, and swallowed. You're not like they say. The words hit harder than money. Ethan tucked the cash away and nodded once, because if he said anything he might say too much. Sasha clapped him on the back so hard he staggered. Ashley allowed herself a small, tidy smile. While we're here, Sasha said to Pruitt, practical as weather, you have any creaking boards that need blessing? We're running a special. Pruitt actually snorted. Get out of my barn, he said, and it wasn't unkind. They left under a sky sliding toward afternoon. The skeletons kept pace along the fence line, their gait making the crows on the wires cock their heads with professional curiosity. On the road, Athena filed the job as complete, routed the stipend, and left a space open for client feedback. I'm going to be obnoxious in the request a review field, she warned cheerfully. I won't say, smash that like button. I'm a lady. Back in their VR spire that evening the fire burned low and the city glowed beyond the windows like a distant constellation. Ethan sat cross-legged on the floor with the day cooling down in his bones. Sasha sprawled on the rug. Ashley perched like a cat in a chair that didn't believe in right angles. Jenna stood by the window in her usual stillness, looking like she was auditioning to be a gargoyle and succeeding. Finally, Jenna broke the silence. You don't just bind, she said. You fix, you talk, you learn the room and leave it better than when you walked in. Necromancy isn't a hammer in your hands. It's all the little things that make the hammer unnecessary. That's why I chose you. He had no words for that. Athena's avatar danced around the room unable to sit still. Add it to the slogan. Ethan Meyer, Necromancer, professional, compassionate, and fun. Sasha snorted cider through her nose. Ashley made a face. Please don't. Fun is a stretch, Ethan said, but he was smiling. The job review pinged in a minute later, because sometimes the world did indulge you sometimes. Pruitt had written in his blunt, tidy hand. He's not like they say. Animals slept. I did, too, thank you. Ethan stared at the text like a spell and tried very hard not to save a screenshot of it in 6 different places as if good things could slip through his fingers. For the first time, Necromancer didn't feel like a curse someone else had spat on him. It felt like the start of a life. 28 Tilda returned to ashes. The job pinged Ethan's feed just past dawn, a formal request from the city's quiet office wrapped in more digital red ribbon than a seasonal sale. The title was bland, Service Disruption at Rivergate Crematorium, but the attached hazard tags weren't. Particulate anomaly, ward inversion, staff collapse. Someone in municipal clerical land had checked boxes that didn't normally live together. Well, that's not ominous at all, Athena said brightly. They've pre-approved hazard pay and a transport credit. If we take this, we get an official city service log. That's currency, reputation currency, but still. Translation, Sasha said as she wandered out of her room in a t-shirt that accused the world of being a simulation. We finally get to be real plumbers. Necromancy, the pipes that move the dead. Ashley had already claimed a stool by the kitchen counter, reading the brief with the concentration of someone who took pleasure in finding details that might kill them. Somebody inverted a return vector inside a cremation furnace, she said. Not a full breach, but it's pushing residue back into the ash instead of venting into the city's scavenge wards. Employees have reported auditory phenomena, dizziness, and ash filling their workplace like a sandstorm in a desert. Jenna drifted in last. She'd been out on the balcony when the alert chimed, a pale figure against a sky that had contrived to be both gray and too bright. She looked at the heading and went very still. You don't have to come, Ethan said, before she could say anything. He didn't know why he said it, but he did. Jenna's mouth softened. I'm not afraid of ovens, she said, dry and unblinking. I'm just particular about them. Athena cleared her throat in his head the way an AI does when she is pretending to have manners. Ahem. Commander? Yeah, Ethan said. He rubbed sleep out of his face and came up with resolve. We take it. The quiet office had sent a driverless van with municipal plates. It accepted their credentials with the mechanical equivalent of a nod and slid through city streets that were just waking up. Dog walkers, coffee lines, delivery people moving like chess pieces in a game no one could see but everyone was playing. Wilmington's old river cut the city in two. Bridges arched over it like ribs. The crematorium sat on the south bank near a sprawl of elm trees and a church that had been converted into a community arts center. Rivergate's facade was brick and glass and a kind of forced gentleness. The lobby smelled like lilies and industrial cleaner. Placemats for grief. Soft chairs. A bowl of mints. A digital wall that cycled through landscapes if you picked the mode for it. The woman at the desk wore a cardigan and an expression that said she'd mastered the delicate art of being present without intruding. She stood when they came in, and her relief was palpable. You're the specialists? She asked, voice pitched low in the practiced library tone of places where whispers become ritual. Ethan introduced them. Ethan Meyer, he said. Sasha Ivashkova, Ashley Klein, and Jenna. He let the surname drop for the ghost. Some habits were still new. We understand you're having a containment issue. Yes, the woman checked a wristpad and pushed open a side door with a keycard. Director Quine is waiting in the service corridor. I'm Lena. I do family services, but this morning I'm also doing field triage and trying not to throw up at my desk. That's new. They followed her down a hallway that became less carpeted and more honest until it was concrete and painted cinder block. Voices murmured here, staff in conversations that did not want to be overheard. The air changed the way air does when it has been working hard. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and something mineral, and under that, a clean heat like iron gone soft. Director Quine waited by a set of heavy doors. He was in his 50s, hair cropped military short, hands that looked capable of lifting caskets without breaking stride. His suit was neat. His eyes were red. He assessed them without contempt or camaraderie, just the tally of a person who had learned to waste neither composure nor people. We shut down all furnaces at 0600, he said, skipping greeting. 3 employees complained of a ringing in their ears and a sensation of, he grimaced, as if the words themselves offended him, whispering snow. We had a release last night for a veteran. The family was still in the columbarium when the first ash movement occurred. No one was injured. We evacuated, sealed the flues, and called the quiet office. We'll need to see the furnaces, Ashley said. And the columbarium, Jenna added, quieter. Quine looked at Jenna for a fraction too long. People did that, sometimes. The living recognized the dead even when they didn't know how, the way you know a word you can't place. He nodded once, sharp, and pulled a second set of doors open. The furnace room was larger than Ethan expected, cathedral high and honest. 6 retorts sat in a row like great iron mouths, their brick interiors banked in cold. A webwork of flues and scrubbing units rose above them, filters, wards, physical and magical systems braided together to grab the things a human body becomes and teach them how to go softly into the city's bones. It was beautiful in a way that made Ethan feel guilty about the word. This was what it meant to do death right in a place with too many people to burn wood and sing alone. Athena laid a map over his vision. Ghost blue lines on gray. Intake, burn chamber, turbulence dampers, afterburner, flue, scrubbers, ward gate, dispersal. Think of it like a digestion system, she said, keeping her voice low for no good reason except courtesy. Matter becomes ash and gas. Residual emotive signature becomes low-grade charge. The quiet offices scavenge wards sip that charge, distribute it into the city's ward lattice. Efficient, elegant, and 90% of the time utterly boring. Except, Ashley murmured, stepping close to retort 3, when somebody reverses a segment. Ethan felt it as she did. A little hitch in the weave, subtle enough you could miss it if you didn't know where to touch. The ward line that controlled the afterburner's exit vector had a twist. Not a crack, a twist, like someone had taken a section and spun it a quarter turn. That would take the faint, almost harmless residue of what was left and train it back through the system into the ash instead of letting it go. Over time, it would build. Then a key in a lock somewhere else would turn, and the room would fill with the metaphysical equivalent of static and sorrow and voices that had nowhere to sit down. Sasha whistled through her teeth. That's not an accident. No, Ashley said. She crouched and peered up into the wiring like she could disassemble it with her eyes. It's subtle. Whoever did it wanted to test a theory without setting the place on fire. Quine's mouth hardened. Can you fix it? Yes, Ashley said. Then, because honesty was as much a ward as chalk and salt, probably. If I back out the twist, we'll have to drain the buildup or risk a blowback. Any idea how long it's been like this? Quine shook his head once. We had a maintenance audit last month. Clean. I can get you logs. Athena chimed in. I just grabbed copies through the city portal. The twist is 8 days old. Whoever did it had an access key and time alone. Staff? Sasha asked Quine, not accusing yet. My staff do not sabotage their own facility, Quine said flatly, and then, a beat later, or if they did, they will be fired, arrested, and educated about consequences on a level that will make their grandchildren behave. Ethan took a breath and let it out through his nose. Let's treat it first like what it is. An engineering problem with feelings. We'll drain the buildup into controlled circles, collapse the loop, and retune the vector. Then we can go looking for fingerprints. Jenna had not moved. She stood near retort 3 as if listening to a story past the words. They're restless, she said. Not gone. Not all here. Like a chorus that forgot how to end the song. Ethan laid a hand on the cool metal of the retort's outer casing. That was etiquette too. Here, you touched the machine like you would a living creature who did something you didn't understand. We'll give them an ending, he murmured. They chalked 3 circles on the concrete, a big one centered on retort 3 and 2 smaller ones in a triangle around it. Salt to harden the edges. 3 little beads of obsidian at each cardinal point, carved with an unraveling rune that Ethan had memorized the way you memorize the code to your own door. He set his skeletons on perimeter, awkward, loyal, ready to hold a line if something decided to take a shape it wanted to keep. Ashley stood with her hands on her knees and her eyes half closed, tuning herself to the ward signature like a violinist tuning to the hall. Sasha rolled her shoulders and shook out her wrists and attached a leather strap to the handle of her knife, not because she expected to stab Ash, but because rituals have knife parts and she believed in readiness. Jenna took her place across from Ethan and looked very grave and very calm. All right, Ethan said. On my count, we undo the twist, bleed into the circles, and, if they push, sing. Sing? Sasha said, half a laugh. Not like that, Ethan said, flushing. You know, you anchor, with your voice. It works. Sasha's grin softened, genuine. I know, teasing. I brought water and lozenges, she added, and tugged a bottle out of her bag like a magician with a rabbit. Athena's tone went crisp. Bleed first, art after. Ashley, on your signal. Ashley breathed once, slow. Now, she said, and reached into the ward and undid the twist with a precise series of gestures that looked like she was knitting air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air pressure changed, and the world whispered. It wasn't words at first. It was the shiver you get standing under a high voltage line. It was the prickle of dust and sunlight you can't catch with your hands. It was the sound of an auditorium before the performance starts, hundreds of throats and no voice yet. Then it rolled across the room in a gray wave that was neither gas nor solid but the memory of both, and it went looking for bodies to be. The circles caught most of it. Ash billowed and flowed and pooled in their lines like fog held in glass bowls. Faces formed and collapsed, not people, never whole, just the neurological leftover of being seen and loved and named. Ethan felt the brush of names that had been said too often to let go cleanly. Mother, husband, my son, my boy, my girl, my darling, I'm not ready, I'm here. Sing, he said, and discovered that his throat was a dry instrument until he made it do its job. He picked the simplest thing he knew. A wordless line, long and steady, no words to trap anyone, just a note that meant down. He hated his voice when it broke, but their circles didn't care. Sound is a structure even when it isn't pretty. Jenna didn't sing. She hummed, a sound like someone smoothing a sheet. Ashley chanted under her breath in a meter made for work. Sasha said names, not the names in the ash, but the names of rivers, all the ones she could think of. Delaware, Brandywine, Schuylkill, Missbillion. Names with places attached to remind the air that flow is a natural state. Athena layered a tone in his head that matched the line so precisely Ethan felt invisible hands under his elbows. The ash pressed. The circles flexed. Something big moved through the pool like a whale under a boat. No shape, just mass. Ethan said, down, with his entire body. He pictured ladders turned into ramps. He pictured doors open and close at the same time. He pictured a gate that didn't look like a gate so the city wouldn't panic if anyone clever and frightened was watching from afar. The pressure broke. Not entirely. The analog in his head changed. Orchestra sound shifted from tuning up to the moment the conductor taps the podium and everyone is briefly, gloriously quiet, listening to nothing together. The circles filled, swelled, and slowly drained into the pattern he held under his palms, a pattern Athena had helped him draw into the very real concrete using the very imaginary lines of the space under Rivergate where the quiet offices scavenge wards tangled with old water. The whispers changed as they faded. Ethan didn't understand most of them. They weren't meant for him. That is one of the secret mercies of his work. Most of what the dead say to each other and themselves does not require the living to comprehend it. He caught flares of specificity anyway, the way you catch flashes of lamps from a train. Tell Hannah I wore the blue, you promised you'd learn to cook, wait for me, no don't please, and one that hit him like the sudden drop of an elevator. Emma, if you're there. He stopped breathing for a heartbeat. The name went through him the way a thrown stone goes through a mirror in a film, no shards, just a ripple, but the image is not the same afterward. He did not say anything. There were 1,000 Emmas in 1,000 urns. That was the nature of names. He put his hands more firmly on the circle and let the chant the others made make a room he could sit in. It took 15 minutes to bleed the build-up to a level that felt less like a storm and more like weather. Ashley closed the twist with neat, surgical motions, not the original weave, but one of her own, clean, tight, less likely to be undone by anyone who didn't know what they were doing and knew where to look. The silence afterward tasted like dust and metal. Ethan sat back on his heels. Someone had opened a door in his chest to let more air in than he was used to. Status? Quine asked. He had not left the doorway the entire time, as if his presence alone could count as a ward. Vector restored, Ashley said. Build-up drained to baseline. You can bring one retort online at low fire and monitor. If you see any particulate anomalies within the next hour, shut it down and call us back. Quine nodded. You said fingerprints. Ashley stood and dusted chalk from her knees. Whoever twisted your ward did it from inside the access plinth. It was done by hand. They wiped their tools, but they left taste. She grimaced. People leave taste. Sasha came up with a flashlight and a mirror and made a production of the inspection because she enjoyed the theater. She crouched by the base of the plinth and peered at screws, at the seam where metal met concrete, at the little copper bracket that held the ward threads like a loom holds taut lines. Left-handed, she said after a minute. Smells like acrid, not sulfur. Something like burned rosemary and printer ink. Why does sabotage always smell like an undergrad apartment? Because undergrads do a lot of experimental sabotage, Ashley said, not even pretending to be joking. But this feels older. Athena let a schematic spin in Ethan's vision. I've got logs. Access at 01:32 8 nights ago. Quine had a night tech on duty, a Mr. Bow. He was on a coffee run at the time. There's a camera in the west corridor. It shows a figure in service coveralls going in. No face, no badge, walked like a woman, short, deliberate steps, left-handed fits the tool angle. Ethan relayed that. Quine listened without interruption, then said, "Send me the stills. I'll send them to the office." They brought one retort up to low fire to test the system. The afterburners whispered. The scrubbers purred. The ward gate hummed like a contented machine cat. Nothing billowed that wasn't supposed to. Ethan stood by with the circles still present and felt the room like a living thing whose pulse had steadied. "Columbarium," Jenna said, so quietly he almost missed it. Quine led them through a different door to the Columbarium wing, where quiet lived in drywall and glass and careful signage. Names lined the walls in neat plaques, little squares like apartments for the fragments of the beloved that still had weight. Flowers leaned in slim vases. Cards. Trinkets. Ethan did not look at the trinkets because everyone was a story and he didn't have enough hands to hold that many. A family hovered by a niche halfway down the first aisle, a woman in her 30s, a man in a good jacket, a kid doing the restless dance of other people's sadness. Lena stood with them, saying something gentle with her hands, her cardigan a talisman against too much. Jenna's attention snagged on a corner. There, discreetly, a metal door was ajar, leading to a storage annex. The label read, "Transfer Holding." She slipped through like a draft. Sasha glanced at Ethan and lifted an eyebrow. He nodded. The annex held rolling racks with neat rows of temporary urns, plain, labeled with names and dates and reference numbers. The city's system tracked everything. One of the gifts of bureaucracy is that it one day realizes the sacredness of receipts. Jenna drifted among the containers, as reverent as a priest who had thrown away sermons and kept awe. "They will never get used to this," she said, without judgment. "They come to a window to ask for a lifetime in a jar." Ethan wanted to take her hand. He couldn't do either of those things. He walked beside her without touching the racks because he had seen what ashes do to people who treat them like props. "We didn't make the system," he said. "We only inherited it. And fix it when it squeals," she said, a little smile there and gone. Ashley scanned labels. "We should check hold 4, she said. "Last night's veteran release. If the family already noticed anomalies in the public space, residue might be stronger around recent placements." Quine tapped a keypad. "Hold 4's door side open. 4 shelves. 8 temporary urns. One of them had a lipstick kiss on the lid. Ash is a liar. It pretends to be uniform. It pretends to be humble. It pretends to be done." Ethan felt the scuff in the weave of the room where one of the resins on a temporary urn had pulled too much heat, where a little curl of signature had snagged. He reached toward it with his hands and with the other hands, the ones necromancers have inside them. Athena offered him a string. "If you pull that, you'll get the echo. If you get the echo, you might get the person. If you get the person, you'll have to let them know they're not supposed to be here anymore." Ethan, who had done it enough times to know how much he hated it, nodded and pulled. The echo rose like steam off a cup. No face. A voice, a woman's, mid-30s, edged with a laugh you could imagine easily if you tried. "I wasn't done," she said, annoyed and bemused, "the way you talk when the oven timer goes off during a good conversation. I still had bulbs. I put them in the ground and now they'll come up and I won't." Jenna stepped forward. "They will," she said. "That's why you plant them. So someone else can point and say, 'Look. Look, the purple ones.'" The echo flickered, a kind of sigh that wasn't sadness. "Okay," she said. "Okay." She fell back into the urn the way a breath falls back into the body that just sighed it. Ethan set the string down like you set a child down in a cradle, careful of their head. He wanted, suddenly and inexplicably, to sit on a curb outside with his legs stretched into the sun while somebody told him a bad joke. He wanted coffee that had been made in a kitchen that knew him. Sasha stood very still and did not make a joke. Ashley cleared her throat. "Whatever the sabotage was meant to test, it worked," she said. "A push like that in a place like this? You could shape a lot of loose echoes into a thing. You could feed it direction." "A weapon?" Quine asked, deceptively neutral. Maybe just a proof of concept." Ashley stared at the lipstick urn lid with a look Ethan recognized as a dress rehearsal for fury. "Either way, we stopped it here." They walked the aisles once more to reassure themselves the columbarium held its quiet the way it should. On the way out, Lena caught Ethan's eye and tipped her head toward her family. He understood. He walked over with the careful professional air of a man who knows he is an unknown quantity in rooms full of grief and, somehow, has learned to be tolerated. "We're finishing the repair," he said to the woman in the good jacket, keeping his words gentle and free of jargon. "If you felt something last night, if the air felt strange or the ash behaved oddly, that should not happen again. I'm sorry you had to worry about that on top of everything else." The woman nodded. "He hated paying for parking," she said, half to herself. "He would have liked you." "I like being liked," Ethan said solemnly. The kid snorted before he could stop himself. That small sound was more blessed than any liturgy. On their way back through the service hall, Quine handed Ethan a small object without preamble or explanation. It sat in his palm like a story. A thin copper ring, blackened and scored with a symbol that looked like an Ouroboros eating not its tail, but its shadow. "We found it on the Flu catwalk," Quine said. "It wasn't there yesterday." Sasha whistled softly. "Calling card? Or a key?" Ashley said. "It'll be a sigil for a thing we haven't been introduced to yet." Athena made a noise that meant she was already drafting 20 searches in the office archives. "Nothing obvious yet. No sanctioned designs. It's slick, either bespoke or stolen. We'll keep looking." Ethan slipped the ring into a rawhide thong and tied it off. He didn't put it around his neck. He didn't like talismans getting ideas about being jewelry. He tucked it into an inner pocket where it could make itself useful by not going anywhere. Outside, the air felt different. Not better or worse, just truer, like a room after someone opens a window that should have been open all along. The van accepted them again. Ethan sat in the back and let the movement of the city make a lullaby out of stoplights. "You okay?" Sasha asked him, once the van had handled the big left onto 4th. "Yeah," he said. He meant it. He flexed his fingers around the remembered press of ash and the remembered note of his own voice, surprised at how steady both recollections were. Better than okay. That felt like doing the job. "You did the job," Athena said. "You did it kindly. The critical reviews will be glowing. The ashes, mercifully, will not." Jenna watched the river slide by through the van glass. "There are so many of them," she said. "Not the urns. The people. When a city teaches itself to handle death without cruelty, it makes a better city to live in." Ashley, who held grudges like library fines, small, precise, never forgotten, said, "And when a city gets sabotaged from the inside, it chokes. We should not assume this was a one-off." Ethan's wristpad chimed. A message from the quiet office scrolled up. "Thank you. Payment initiated. Investigation opened. Please remain available." Beneath that, a second alert, more immediate and less polite. "Unidentified emission, Old Bone Museum, basement level 2. The subject line pulsed crimson. "Speak of the devil," Sasha muttered. Ethan looked out at the river, where sunlight broke into coins on the water and the wind pushed long vowels across the surface. In his pocket, the copper ring felt warm, or maybe his imagination had decided to be helpful. He thought of the push they had just bled off and the way you could test a system by poking a part of it that wouldn't scream too loudly when you did. He thought of the name that had gone through him like an unearned inheritance. "Old Bone Museum," he said. He scrubbed a hand over his face and felt chalk come away like a blessing. "Why is there always a museum?" "Because museums collect the past and then act surprised when it wakes up," Sasha said. She cracked her knuckles. "Field trip?" Ashley pulled up the museum schematics with her eyebrows. "Basement level 2 is storage. Fossils. The gift shop is above that, which is a deeply cursed alignment. We'll need masks and the heavy gloves." Athena clinked menus in his vision with the brisk efficiency of a competent assistant who secretly enjoyed apocalypse. "I've requested scene access and pulled their emergency contacts. Security chief on site is one Mr. Del Rios. Likes to overcapitalize emails. The quiet office authorized us to proceed." "Home to gear up or straight there?" Sasha asked. Ethan looked at his people. Sasha looked exhilarated, like someone had offered her a tradition she couldn't wait to break kindly. Ashley looked as pleased as Ashley ever let herself look, which was like a cat executing a plan involving a paper bag. Jenna looked at him with that steady patience that said she would follow him into stupid and out the other side because he did not make stupid a habit. The van took the question from his hands by turning itself toward the museum district. Municipal vehicles can be very decisive when you let them. Straight there, Ethan said. He took a breath that tasted like ash and lilies and river air and decided he would buy donuts on the way back whether or not they had actually earned them. He rolled his shoulders and, without realizing he was going to do it, hummed a single line under his breath. Not for the dead this time. For himself. For the living. A line that meant ready. They were. Or if they weren't, they were moving anyway, which is the same thing when the city needs you. Behind them, Rivergate's chimneys sent up their farewells in smoke too thin to see. Ahead, the old bone museum hunched like a question somebody had put in stone. Let's go keep the past where it belongs, Sasha said, and grinned. Or persuade it to behave in public. New slogan, Athena said in Ethan's head. Ethan Meyer, Necromancer. City services with a smile. Please do not feed the constructs. Tips appreciated. Please don't print that, Ethan said. I don't have a printer, Athena said sweetly. Yet. Ethan rested the back of his head against the van seat and let the city draw them in like a breath. The copper ring tapped twice against his ribs when they hit a pothole, like a coin knocking on wood. He kept one hand near it without thinking. Every tool wants to be a bell. Every bell wants to be rung. He didn't intend to oblige. When they stepped out under the shadow of the museum's colonnade, the air was cold and alive. A security guard with a face like a closed book met them with a tablet in one hand and the slightly manic politeness of a man who would rather hand the problem to anyone not wearing his uniform. You the Necromancers? He asked. He didn't sneer. He didn't smile. He sounded like a man asking if the firefighters had finally arrived. That's me, Ethan said. Good, the guard said. He looked over Ethan's shoulder as if counting ghosts, then looked at Jenna and lost his place. Basement 2. It's, he made a small, helpless circle in the air with his free hand. It's loud. Ethan lifted his bag, felt the weight of chalk and salt and obsidian and knives and water and breath and all the things he had learned to carry. He thought of ash and lilies and names. He thought of rivers. He thought of the lines he knew that meant down and another line, newer and thinner, that meant through. Then let's go listen, he said, and started down, down, down. 29 Rift of the Dead. The guard led them past the ticket desk as if embarrassment were a second badge. School posters for Dino Night and Meet the Ancient Oceans flapped under the air conditioning like they too wanted to evacuate. I'm Del Rios, he said over his shoulder. He wore a dark blazer with security stitched in tidy white over the breast and the tense courtesy of a man who had already apologized more today than he liked. Chief of Security. The basement sensors picked up the disturbance at 08:15. We had a school group on the mezzanine for a whale talk. Shook the glass. We cleared the building. The director is in the parking lot denying everything to a camera. Is the noise still going? Sasha asked. Yes, Del Rios said. In number. He grimaced. You'll see. They told me you'd understand. Your office contact said to show you everything and not try to help. I resent that. You can help, Ethan said. You'll know the building better than we do. Just don't breathe anything you don't have to and don't step into circles if we draw them. Understood, Del Rios said, and in that word Ethan heard the relief of an order he wanted to hear. They cut through a gallery where a suspended skeleton of a baleen whale drifted over an echoing hall. The whale's jaw was open. It looked very patient and very tired of explaining itself. The guard badge on Del Rios's belt beeped the freight elevator down to the service level. He punched B2. The car hummed like an aggravated beehive. Masks went on at the elevator threshold. Paper ones for Del Rios, heavier charcoal-filtered ones for the team. Ashley checked seals with brisk fingers. Jenna didn't need one. The dead have other problems. Ethan slung his bag to the front. The elevator doors slid open on concrete, caging, and the kind of light that makes every object believe it's in a police lineup. Noise met them in a rush. Not decibels. Pressure. It lay across the chest and behind the eyes, a thrum pitched just below irritation and just above dream. Ethan had felt churches with the same stubborn hum, old wood holding hymns without caring about keys. Loud, Sasha said through her mask. Del Rios winced. That's new. Basement 2 was storage. Rolling racks, shellacked wooden cases, padded crates of bones stenciled with numbers that used to mean something to someone. Climate control gave the air a hospital dryness. Labels hung at the ends of aisles. Vertebrate paleo, crania, mammal long bones, archival, like a library that had learned to count in calcium. Every fifth light stuttered. Ethan summoned 3 skeleton scouts from his shadow, and they clacked into a neat wedge behind Sasha. Truly, being a dual-tracked death and shadow mage was a blessing. He could use the shadows for many things: attack, defense, even travel, though it was a bit limited in that and far from true teleportation, but he used it most for storage. Having his undead just a shadow away was very convenient. Master Lewis had to use expensive storage artifacts. The world had moved on from the days when necromancers walked about followed by their legions openly. Luckily the shadows were always close, and Master Lewis taught preparedness. Scarcely a week went by without 1 or 2 lessons in the morgue. He should graduate from bones to flesh by the end of next term. Athena layered a faint schematic over Ethan's sight. Museum warding grid is basic. Fire suppression pacts, theft discouragement, a sweep at the doors to keep anything with hunger from hitching a field trip. Nothing here is designed for resonance. Somebody made resonance anyway. "Where's your worst?" Ethan asked Del Rios. "Back," he said. "Deep paleo. The big stuff. We had to cannibalize storage for the whale rebuild, so there's a bunch of vertebrae laid out for measurement on an auxiliary table. That's where the air feels most wrong." Ashley made a small approving noise that she reserved for good clues. Articulated shapes are best at catching unwanted patterns. They passed a section where rhino skulls stared from shelves with the bland patience of things that had lost the habit of surprise. A mastodon femur lay like a bench. A case labeled fragile. Shell held spirals of ammonites that looked like the idea of storms. The hum thickened. Ethan felt it in his teeth. At the end of the aisle the room opened into a work bay. 2 steel tables. A whiteboard. A rack of brushes and dental picks and cotton swabs arranged with devotion. A circle of vertebrae, whale, by their size and the smoothness of their wear, had been laid out on the nearest table as if somebody had been building a halo and got bored. Copper clips glinted where clamps should have been. 4 of them, equidistant, each stamped with a familiar sigil, a snake biting not its tail but a smear of its own shadow. "Found them," Sasha said. "Definitely not our hardware," Del Rios said. He leaned, and thought better of it at Ashley's hiss, peering at the clips from a safe distance. "We use plastic clamps. Copper throws the magnetometers off during scanning." The hum rose a half step. Something in the air shivered. Ethan looked up and saw it. A seam. Not in the ceiling. In the space above the vertebrae, about a forearm's length long, like heat-distorted air that never learned to ripple right. Dust hung in it as if undecided about falling. The hair on his arms reached for it. "That," Athena said, voice gone precise, "is an unauthorized interface between the city lattice and a place that is not, strictly speaking, a place. If I were writing a memo I'd call it a transient torsion shear in the underlayer. Because I'm here and not collecting a pension, I'm calling it a rip. Please don't poke it." Jenna stepped close enough to feel, not close enough to touch. She tilted her head and stood utterly still with the concentration that made Ethan think of listening underwater. "It is not a door," she said. "It is a mouth opening where nothing should have one." "Whale," Sasha said softly, looking at the circle. "They gave teeth to a thing that didn't have any." Ashley crouched, hands on her knees, like a runner about to choose a line. "The copper's tuned. Look at the way it's stamped. Shadow Ouroboros, same as the ring. And the clips align with the vertebra, so the natural hollows become little resonators. Add HVAC vibration. Add the whale skeleton upstairs moving a little when people stomp, add a circle, and you get your rip." "Can you close it?" Del Rios asked, and in "you" was the hope that experts make problems go away without receipts. "Yes," Ethan said. He said it because it needed to be true. "But we can't just smash it. The hum is the city lattice being fed a stupid shape. If we break the shape while the mouth is open, we get a bite we don't want." Sasha tugged her knife free and laid it on her wrist strap, not touching the edge to the table. "Say what to do. I'll do it." "First, we change the song," Ethan said. He put his palms down on steel, closed his eyes, and listened properly. He'd never learned whale songs beyond a documentary once when he couldn't sleep. He didn't need to. He wasn't calling whales. He was telling a circle of repurposed bones to be what they were before a saboteur made them silly. He took the hum in his teeth and slid it down in his chest the way a singer finds a key by choosing it. When he breathed out, he let that note go back into the room. Not a lullaby this time. Not an anchor. A long, patient tone with a curve at the end that suggested distance. He felt ridiculous for a beat. Then the seam stuttered. Dust fell. Jenna's humming joined his, a third lower, the sound of a room exhaling. Sasha didn't sing. She said muscle names under her breath, anchoring herself by reciting parts. Rectus femoris, biceps femoris, gluteus medius, erector spinae. It sounded silly. It wasn't. Names or rope. Ashley, eyes open and hands at the ready, spoke a meter that had started as work chant and become an equation. 4 points, 4 clips, 4 quarter turns, 1 loop. The hum resisted. It pushed back the way a tooth resists a tongue. The seam flexed like plastic stretched too far. The whale circle trembled. Del Rios cut the HVAC at Ashley's nod. The air went still. Without the forced wind, the bass line dropped a fraction. Athena slid a thin line of sound into Ethan's head that matched his tone and gave it spine. Hold that. There's a beat at 26 Hz shaking your ribs. I'll cancel. Ethan felt the beat meet the other and take its hat off. He breathed again, one line, steady. He felt stupid and then he didn't, because the room didn't care about his pride. Now, Ashley said, and reached for the first copper clip with a pair of museum tongs like she was feeding a lion. She lifted. The clip stuck. The seam convulsed. Every vertebra on the table rolled a fraction toward her hand as if magnetized. Ashley held the tongs steady and waited 2 breaths until the resistance sagged. Then she twisted half a turn counterclockwise and set the clip down on a folded rag as if it were an egg that might explode. Sasha moved the second with a quickness that would have been recklessness if her evaluation hadn't been written in muscle. Twist. Rag. The seam narrowed, then widened, like an eye deciding what it wanted. The hum in Ethan's chest tried to climb. He kept it where it belonged. Jenna's note steadied. The city lattice tasted the new pattern and considered changing menus. The third clip didn't behave. As Ashley lifted, something in the seam took offense, and the air over the table guttered out like a candle in reverse. The vertebrae snapped an inch toward the rift and stayed there, like something invisible had taken a bite and didn't intend to give back. One of the whalebones teetered and toppled. It hit the floor with a sound like a bell. Ethan's skeletons shuffled as if scolded and lifted their arms, ready to hold a line against a thing that couldn't be wrestled with. Sasha swore. Del Rios reached for a baton like he intended to brain the air. Don't hit the hole, Ashley snapped, and put her shoulder into nothing. She leaned against absence like it was a door that would not close. The whalebones creaked. One of the vertebrae cracked, a hairline sound with a history of oceans behind it. Back up, Sasha said to the bone like it could hear. She anchored her left fist on the table's edge, hooked her right hand under the rolled lip of the nearest vertebra, and pulled as if she were deadlifting the idea of a circle. For a slow, ordinary second, nothing gave. Then something did. The vertebra slid the width of a thumbnail. The seam flinched. Ashley breathed a curse and twisted the clip. It came free with a sucking sound that left Ethan's stomach going the wrong direction. The fourth clip felt almost embarrassed when it released what it held. The seam pinched like pursed lips and then, with a sigh that had too many voices in it, thinned to a thread and went entirely away. Silence arrived like a drop of water hitting a hot pan. Ethan let the note in his throat wind down. He kept his palms on steel until the trembling in his hands convinced the rest of him that he was allowed to be tired. Status, Del Rios said, very softly, as if afraid the room would notice. Closed, Ashley said. The mouth I mean, not the problem. Whoever set this did it with intent and access. The copper is tuned. They used the building's own rhythms against it. Sasha set the last clip on the rag with the others. Up close, Ethan could see that the stamped Ouroboros had been done by hand, not machine, tiny strokes, careful, greedy. When he turned one slightly, it caught the light not as copper should but with a bluish oil sheen that made the ribs behind his ribs feel misaligned. Same taste as the crematorium, Sasha said, sniffing and making a face. Burned rosemary and printer ink. Left-handed tool marks on the bend. Del Rios frowned at the whiteboard. Someone had sketched a circle with tick marks as if measuring arcs. In the lower corner, written in neat block letters, someone had scrawled, "Do not stack vertebrae on the edge or they will crash like coins." Under it, a smaller hand had added, "Unless you wanted to," with a smiley face. The smiley face had been crossed out with a stroke that went hard left to right. A left-handed cross-out leaves a tail. Cameras? Ethan asked. Already pulled, Del Rios said. I don't have authority underground to give you the feeds. The office can get them for you though. But at 0750, an employee badge accessed this bay. Staffer. Bennett, Diana. Fossil Tech. 5'3", left-handed. Before you draw a breath, I know Diana. She's tidy, she cries at videos of dogs being rescued, and she doesn't do sabotage. Her badge could have been cloned, Ashley said. Or borrowed. Or coerced. Or she could have been told a lie and asked to clip some copper on for blah blah blah. Del Rios's jaw worked at the word coerced, like a seed he didn't want to crack. She called in sick at 8:10, he said. First time in months. Athena pinged Ethan's peripheral vision with an unobtrusive chime. I pulled Diana Bennett's public file. Paleotech. Left-handed, confirmed by a graduation photo where she's wielding a brush like a saber in the wrong hand. Last 5 days, she joined a forum for urban resonance practitioners. Posts are anonymous and mostly wheatgrass nonsense, but 2 accounts are pushing Shadow Ouroboros memes like it's a rave tour. One of the handles geolocates near Rivergate. So our saboteur has a brand, Sasha said. That's new. Jenna drifted her fingers an inch above the whale vertebrae, reverent. They remember gravity, she said. They don't remember the ocean anymore. That doesn't belong to them now. The circle didn't hurt them. But the rip wanted to. Ethan touched the copper clips with a gloved finger. They didn't warm or bite. They were ordinary objects with extraordinary rudeness. He reached into his bag, produced a rawhide thong, and strung the 4 together the way you would string fish you meant to throw back later. You're keeping those? Del Rios asked. We're logging them with the office, Ethan said. Then we'll keep them safe or melt them down. Copper likes to be something. Like a bell? Del Rios said. Athena made a pleased sound in Ethan's skull. He gets it. Like plumbing, Ashley said. You'd be surprised how often the metaphor is pipes. Alarms stopped shrieking upstairs. The building settled into a cautious quiet. The wail in the atrium returned to patience. The hum in the bones of the museum dropped to the usual human spectrum of air units and small anxieties. They walked the perimeter of the work bay to be sure the rift didn't intend to take a second try. Behind a stack of crates, Sasha found a small copper ring, a twin to the one from Rivergate but this time etched with a nick on one edge as if somebody had tested it with a file and then grinned. She held it up between thumb and forefinger the way you hold a frog. Another one, she said. We collecting a set? Do we get a prize? Ethan took it, felt the same wrong blue sheen in the copper, and touched it to the thong with the clips. It didn't spark. It sang a little, too quiet for anyone but the sensitive and the dead. The ring in his pocket, the one from Rivergate, answered it like 2 coins clinking in an empty room. Keyed, Ashley said, and her mouth thinned. Someone is walking the city with a kit. Why here? Del Rios asked. Why my bones? Because bone holds shape, Ethan said. And because museums collect the past and line it up. It's an easy place to teach your bones tricks. And because a school group of 3rd graders standing under a whale is a lot of attention, Sasha added. Attention is power. If you can make a thing happen in front of eyes, you get to pretend it was always supposed to work that way. Del Rios rubbed his temple with one knuckle. His mask was back under his chin now. The air felt safe enough to brave with lungs built for this century. We'll be shut until the director finds the right sentence that doesn't sound like panic, he said. I'll keep Diana in the building once she arrives. Wellness check, if I have to. We'll put this in our report, Ashley said. And we'll come back if you see a seam in the air again. Call the quiet office first. Then call us. He nodded. Then, because too much seriousness is a fragile thing, he added. If any of your skeletons decide to unionize in my basement, the museum will not cover dental. Sasha looked over her shoulder at the trio skulking near the rhino skulls. You guys hear that? No dental. One skeleton raised a finger bone, a gesture which managed to be both rude and endearing. Del Rios blinked. They do that a lot? Only when they're offended, Sasha said gravely. Ethan recalled the trio after seeing that. It was probably time to rotate the duty. Having your skeletons giving you the finger might be funny, but it was hardly professional. Those 3 had been his go-to scouts all along. They were obviously picking up more than just environmental magic or spirit. They were becoming far too attuned to their team's sarcasm. They rode up with the freight elevator and the quiet. The atrium was half shadow and half the spilled light of a morning that hadn't decided what to be yet. The whale hung above them like a promise. The director hovered near the doors talking into 3 devices. When she saw Del Rios with them, she started toward them with a different expression on for each face. Later, Del Rios said to Ethan, sotto voce, "If you have to do paperwork, do it with my assistant. She doesn't capitalize entire emails." They stepped outside into grainy sun. The city's noise did its best to sound normal. A gull screamed a complaint at nobody. The van waited with municipal patience at the curb. Ethan's wristpad buzzed. He looked down and felt his stomach drop 3 inches, not because the message was read, though it was, but because of the heading: Police Bulletin, Homicide, Riverwalk, Special Circumstances. The quiet office had appended their own banner. Shadow signature present. Request Necro support. Ashley saw the change in his mouth and looked at her own pad. Sasha swore softly, with the economy of a professional. Jenna's eyes lifted from nothing to everything. Busy today. How come we come out for a small job and get 2 big ones for free? Sasha said. Athena was already moving pieces in the background, lines and permissions and a traffic suggestions that the van would obey. Location pinned, 2 blocks from the old bone. Witnesses reporting a dark shape and no birds. Police on scene, keeping people back. The signature is, she paused, which she hardly ever did, family. Ethan touched the pocket where the Rivergate ring sat. The copper under his fingers felt the temperature of his skin, which was no comfort. They had already closed a rip destined to become a rift. Now someone had opened something else too close by to be coincidence. Okay, he said to them and to himself. We go. Del Rios lifted a hand in a salute that wasn't a salute, and something like gratitude passed between them that didn't need words. The van's doors slid shut with the finality of a line drawn under a paragraph. On the short ride to the Riverwalk, the city's river kept showing up between buildings like a silver thought. Ethan kept seeing the seam in the museum and the way the dust decided to obey gravity again. He kept hearing a voice in Ash say Emma. He kept not saying anything about that to anyone, because names are hooks and also prayers, and he had not decided which kind he was holding. Whoever our copper friend is, Ashley said, they're escalating. Testing the grid, then the bones. Next, the people. On the plus side, Sasha said, because someone had to, the donuts after this are going to be justified. Jenna looked at Ethan with that grave kindness she wore like a shawl. The living die, and then we carry them. That's the job, but when the living get used to hands in the dark. We'll stop the hands, Ethan said. His voice surprised him with how certain it was. And we'll figure out why they're left-handed. Discrimination, Sasha said. Truly, we are the worst. Athena, almost cheerful again because she trusted them to get through the work, changed the nav to a bold blue arrow and added, Ethan Meyer, Necromancer, now with investigative services. Please tip your night watch. Ashley didn't bother to say, please don't do that. She was looking ahead at flashing lights kissing morning glass and a knot of people held back by tape in a world that didn't need more tape. Ethan felt the river in his bones the way he had felt the museum's hum. A through line, old and indifferent and entirely available. He hummed once under his breath, just a small thing, a promise to his own chest, and the van slid into a spot as if the city had made a little space for them because they asked. The tape bowed to them. The air tasted like pennies. The shadow on the paving stones did not belong to the light. They went to work. 30 shadows of murder. The cemetery was quiet again. Too quiet. Ethan stood in the churned mud, breath ragged, surrounded by broken bones and the stench of rot. The rift had collapsed, its ragged wound sealing shut, but silence wasn't victory. The survivors stared at him with the same eyes they'd used when he was 14, not grateful, not relieved, but afraid. A woman clutched her child tighter as he passed. A militiaman crossed himself, muttering a prayer. Whispers hissed in the cold air. Necro. Abomination. Monster. He clenched his fists. The skeletons that still stood clattered faintly behind him, stitches fraying, runes guttering. His ghosts hovered close, Jenna foremost, pale and steady, the newer ones dim, wary, but loyal. They were the only ones who didn't look at him like he was a curse. You saved them, champ, Athena whispered in his head, a hand on his heartbeat. No matter what they say, you saved them. Jenna drifted near, eyes like banked coals. They will never see. That's the cost for our kind. I know. Ethan swallowed, tasting iron and ash. He could still feel the death mage collapse under their assault. Sasha's vine cinching bone, Ashley's spear cutting cold air, his ghost scissoring at the staff hand until the false life unraveled. He should have felt triumph. He felt dirty, efficient, necessary, a word he hated. Lewis moved through the wreckage like an unhurried winter. He glanced at the ruined wall of skeletons Ethan had built, the shattered skulls, the funerary stones knocked sideways by the clash. His mouth twitched, almost in approval, almost pity for all the work ruined for one battle. Adequate, he said, barely. Ethan let the word cut. Let it bleed him where boasting couldn't. Ghosts cut, skeletons shield, corpses fight. Lewis went on, as if the lesson had to be hammered in while the stink of it still filled the lungs. Alone, each is nothing. Together, they are an army. Together, you are an army. Never forget it. I won't, Ethan said. And the worst part was, he meant it. They moved out under a sky the color of old zinc. The militia fanned ahead to clear a path through townsfolk who had gathered at the gates, craning for a look, flinching when Ethan's shadow touched their shoes. The wind pushed dead leaves across the road with the dry whisper of paper. He could have pretended those whispers belonged to the living, but he had grown past pretending. The town square was waiting. It always had been. By the time Ethan and Lewis arrived with the militia, half the town had gathered. Mayor Laxton barked questions at no one in particular. A handful of reporters, local, the kind who knew every birth and divorce by first name, scribbled notes. Somebody with a phone tried to angle video without getting too close, which meant they got too close to everyone else. Accusations began like rain and built to a storm. Why's he here? He brought this on us. He killed that girl. You all know it. Now he's back, raising corpses. Rapist. Murderer. The words hit Ethan like fists. The same old fight, different day. His stomach twisted. In his memory he saw again the small clearing in the woods, the way snow had clung to Emma Olsen's hair, the crooked lay of her arm. He saw his father's hands dialing the sheriff with fingers unused to using tech anymore. He remembered the headline they ran the next morning because the media liked blood as long as it was shaped like a story. He had done the right thing. The town had never forgiven him for it. Enough. Lewis' voice cracked like thunder. The crowd flinched, but their eyes stayed fixed on Ethan as if the sound had been a trick and the quiet boy was the lightning. Mayor Laxton stepped forward, face pale but firm. Master Lewis, with respect, your apprentice has a history. He said the word the way you say mold. Sheriff Hansen himself dragged him out in cuffs. Now you bring him back, and look, our graveyard vomits monsters. What are we supposed to think? That you'd be burning candles for your dead if he hadn't stood up for you, Lewis said. Somebody laughed. One of those laughs people used when they were too scared to admit fear. Oh sure, the Necro saved us. That's the party line. The speaker had a red cap and a tight mouth. Ethan recognized him. Redden, the butcher's nephew. He'd thrown the first stone at track tryouts 3 years ago. He hadn't missed then, either. Sasha stepped in without being told. Blew hair a flag. The party line is, you're alive. Try not to trip over it. Get back, Ashley said to Redden, quiet, which was worse than if she'd shouted. You don't know what you're playing with. He puffed up. What, the ghost lover's got a bodyguard now. Jenna floated between Ethan and the nearest bodies, not touching. She couldn't, but placing herself in the space where a blow would first go. Ethan's chest warmed even as he wanted to drag her away. She didn't belong in front of fists. She didn't belong in front of anything like that anymore. Enough, Lewis said again, softer, and this time the sound had weight. He looked at Laxton. Some of your people died tonight. More will die tomorrow of old age, or kindness denied, or the 1,000 cuts that come with being human. He's not one of those blades. Laxton swallowed. Reporters wrote furiously and then, as if catching themselves writing the wrong story, slowed their pens. The crowd didn't disperse, but it shifted, anger losing its crisp edge, fear spilling in. A hand went up near the front, Mrs. Willard, from the bakery. Her knuckles were white around a rosary. Who opened it? She asked. The tier, the thing. We don't know yet, Lewis said. But we will. Ethan thought of the copper ring the office had found recently, blackened and cut with a symbol like an Ouroboros eating its own shadow. He thought of the museum, the columbarium, the way Ash had wanted to stand. Pieces were beginning to make a shape he didn't like the look of. Hey, Redden jutted his chin at Ethan. If you didn't do it, why were you there in the woods? Why are you always there when bad things happen? Because I go when and where I'm called, Ethan said. His voice surprised him. It didn't shake. And I don't run from danger. Then what are you? Someone else demanded. What are you, boy? There was too much salt in that last word, like it had been cured in something mean. Ethan wished he had an answer that would fit in a headline and still be true. He had a staff and some bones and a handful of ghosts and a mind that wanted to do the work without becoming what the work required. He had Athena and friends who were still trying to decide if he should be theirs. He had a town that knew his face the way it knew winter. He had a memory of Emma Olsen saying thank you when she shouldn't have had to. I'm the one who came, he said. That's all. It wasn't enough. It also wasn't nothing. The militia colonel named Quine, her square jaw didn't match the rest of her, tough-looking but still shaken, pushed through with her radio crackling reports to load. Make a lane, she told the crowd. We've got wounded to move. She didn't look at Ethan when she said it, which was a kindness. She didn't give the crowd another excuse to make a noise. As the lane opened, Dylan Fields from the sheriff's office approached, hat in his hands. He kept his eyes down and his elbows in the way good boys do when they live in a small place that holds grudges. Sheriff says, he'll see you, Dylan said to Lewis, then risked a look at Ethan, then away. If you have time. We do, Lewis said. Now? Ethan asked, before he could help it. Lewis didn't answer. He didn't have to. The town heard and tasted the implication and all the old talk lit behind their eyes again. Emma Olsen, Emma Olsen, Emma Olsen. Her name was a matchbox. Not here, Lewis said. Not now. They moved. The bus sat in shadow at the edge of the square, paint dulled by salt and time. Sasha kept up a string of quiet insults at the crowd under her breath, like a prayer. Ashley said nothing, which was more worrying. Jenna drifted level with Ethan's shoulder as if she had learned over months where his space began and ended. Inside the bus, with the door shut, the world narrowed to the soft tick of cooling metal and the smell of old coffee. Ethan sat hard and braced his elbows on his knees. His hands were steady, because he made them steady. The rest of him wasn't. Sasha slid into the seat across from him, ankles hooked on the support bar. She didn't clown. It was somehow worse for him, and better. They'll get over it, she said. No, Ashley said. They won't. That's not how this kind of story ends. It just goes quiet until something else screams. Sheriff Hansen asked to see us, Lewis said, as if he were saying the sky exists. We'll go, but when I say. Why see him at all? Sasha asked. He had a chance years ago to stop the bleeding. He didn't. Because the law still matters where it can, Lewis said. Because truth is hard, and sometimes you have to carry it with both hands whether you want to or not. Jenna's voice traced a line through Ethan's mind, cool as river water. Truth cuts, but it binds, too, if you let it. He closed his eyes. I didn't. He didn't finish, because his mind couldn't force him to say the word kill in the same breath as Emma. He had found her. He had brought help. They had taken pictures and bagged fibers and then put Emma away in a bag. You called, Ashley said, not looking at him. I know. You don't. I know. Silence. The bus hummed gently, like something sleeping. They waited until the worst of the crowd thinned. The square's lights flickered on, washing everything in tired yellow. Night had a way of making accidents look deliberate. Ethan wiped his hands on his knees and stood. When they stepped back into the air, the world had changed by an inch, which was sometimes all you got. People had gone home to sit at tables and talk in low voices about what they'd seen. The few who remained clustered stubbornly under the mayor's eye, as if stamina could be mistaken for righteousness. Hansen's office sat like a box under a flag that had seen better seasons. The brick had darkened where the years had run their hands. Dylan let them in without making ceremony of it. Good boy, the kind whose spine developed late and then all at once. Hansen was still himself, carved oak, more knots, more weather. The eyes hadn't changed. He waved them to chairs and didn't shake hands. Meyer, he said, no welcome, no threat, just the name, Wade. You made a mess. I cleaned up one, Ethan said, before he could dress the words. Hansen's mouth did not twitch. That too. He looked at Lewis. The town's going to want something. A story, Lewis said. One they can hold on to without cutting their fingers. Hansen glanced at Ethan again in a way. Old reflex. Old fear to be managed like a stubborn stain. We never proved anything, he said. Not like a confession, more like a ledger line. Not about that winter. Not about her. No evidence. No body after the night we gave her back to the ground. No court. Just whispers. The boys, the coach. He stopped there, because names had a way of breeding violence. Whispers aren't evidence, he finished. They're fuel, Ashley said, before she remembered where she was. Sorry, Sheriff, she really wasn't. Jenna hovered at Ethan's shoulder and didn't look at the papers on Hansen's desk because she couldn't move them and refused to pretend. She had dignity. She had earned it the hard way. The reading would be for the living. Hansen picked up a file, not offering it. There's a tool your kind has that I don't, and don't want. He said it flat, defying it to be a plea. Ghost testimony. The law takes it rarely. It's ugly. It opens doors we don't know how to close. But if she's still here, if she lingers, he looked at Ethan and finally met his eyes. Consensual summoning. With me there. With the record on. And if it comes to that, we do it clean. Ethan's gut clenched. His mouth went dry that fast. He knew the circle he would draw. He knew the rune for truth and the 2 for choice and the 1 for mercy that wasn't supposed to be used in testimony circles because mercy made the telling too soft. He knew what Emma's voice could do to him if it came free in a room that smelled like receipts and gun oil. Not tonight, Lewis said, before Ethan could open his mouth and betray himself. Not after what we just did. Not with that crowd primed. You want a clean record, Sheriff? You let the town sleep. Hansen's jaw bunched. And if it runs? It doesn't. Lewis looked to Ethan. It doesn't, he said again, but this time to him. Ethan swallowed and nodded. It felt like promising the river not to rise. Tomorrow, Hansen said, which was a way to hide a concession inside an order. He tapped the file closed with 2 fingers, like ending a prayer. They left before the town's pack remembered to hate them again. Outside, the night had gone icy. The square was emptier. A dog crossed without hurry, owner shadowing at the end of a long line. The stars were ordinary and astonishing. Ethan didn't look at them. He looked at his hands, which had done ugly, necessary work, and then back up at the 2 girls who had decided not to leave him standing alone. Sasha bumped his shoulder with hers. You okay? No, he said. Maybe later. Later's fine, she shrugged. I like later. Ashley's mouth tilted. They're going to say worse tomorrow, she said, a practical kindness. Prepare for that. I am. No, you're enduring it, she said. Different. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it, because arguing would have been a way to lie to himself with an audience. Okay, he said, then I'll prepare. Good. Ashley's gaze slid to Jenna, who had expended some power to remain visible for support. She had learned to make space for the dead without theatrics. We'll be there. They walked back to the bus. There's a special silence after a near riot that tastes like batteries. Athena put music in his ear, something with strings that refused to climax, and let it run as background to his thoughts. You can do this, she said. Only if I don't become him, he said, meaning the death mage, meaning the boys that hounded him through a town whose people pretended not to see, meaning their coach who empowered them, meaning whatever looked back at him from the crowd today and wanted a monster to justify itself. Then don't change, Athena said, with that engineer's practicality that passed for faith. Draw the circle you trust to trap your worst enemy in. Do that every time. Ethan smiled, a crooked thing. Lewis said that. I'm stealing his best lines. He steals ours when we're not looking. It's an ecosystem. Jenna drifted closer and rested ghost palm against the air near his shoulder, the way she did when she wanted him to feel the idea of a touch without the lie of it. You saved them, she said, as if he didn't already know she would. Some of them, he said. Some is more than none. He didn't argue. He didn't have the strength to pick up false modesty and carry it, too. They slept a little. That was the word for it, anyway. Ethan dreamed of circles. Chalk kissing stone, runes bright, the moment the line closed, and an idea became a wall. He dreamed he was standing in snow again, but when he bent down this time, Emma opened her eyes and said, I'm here because you asked. He woke with his hand in a fist and his jaw sore. The bus grumbled to life. Outside, Wilmington's morning turned all its sorrows blue and soft-edged for a while. He ate a stale roll Sasha threw at him without meeting his eye because she liked him, and she liked him best when he didn't make her say it. Ashley said nothing, which passed for a promise. Lewis watched him the way you watch a bridge the first 10 cars cross. Then he looked away, which was as much approval as Ethan ever expected to get. They didn't go straight to the sheriff's office. Lewis made them walk the long way, through the streets where Ethan had once run errands for a father who drank and forgot and apologized and drank again. Past the hardware store with the scarred counter. Past the diner where a chalkboard still offered the day's pie with the laugh of someone who believed sugar could save anything. Past Redden's uncle's shop where meat hung in neat red logic and blood found the groove no matter who watched it. Eyes followed them. Fewer accusations this time, more wariness. People had seen their breath in the cold earlier and for a while had mistaken it for souls leaving. That kind of morning rearranged opinions, if only until lunch. They stopped at the edge of the old rail yard. The tracks had gone to seed, rails red and useless, but the space had weight. Ethan remembered trespassing here, the good kind, the kind where you're only looking for quiet and someone mistakes it for rebellion. He remembered the day Hanson had caught him here and not cuffed him. The sheriff had asked him if he knew the difference between running and leaving. Ethan had said no then. He wasn't sure he knew now. Breathe, Lewis said, not looking at him. If you go in tight, you'll break something that matters. I'm fine. You're adequate, Lewis said, and Ethan almost laughed because it wasn't unkind, not the way he said it. Jenna gazed down the long iron aisle of the dead rails. They used to sing, she said, voice drifting, a memory borrowed from someone else's memory. Yeah, Ethan cleared his throat. They did. They turned back toward town when the sun got high enough to commit. Hanson met them on the steps. He had the same file as last night. He didn't offer it. He didn't need to. The paper was a prop. The play would not be read from it. Ready? He asked. No, Ethan said, but I'm here. Hanson grunted. Respect, maybe. That'll do. In the holding room, Lewis knelt with the ease of a man who refused to let his knees tell him stories and chalked the first ring. Ethan took the chalk when it was his turn. His line didn't wobble. He wrote the sigil for truth with his shoulder loose and his breath slow. He wrote the sigil for choice and left space for mercy without mapping it, because mercy had to arrive uninvited to count. He felt Athena watch the angles. He felt Jenna's attention narrow like a blade. He didn't call, not yet. He rested his hand on the chalk and let the circle hum like a taut string. He closed his eyes and saw Emma again because he would always see her where snow made a pillow. Say when, Hanson said softly. Dylan stood in the corner with a recorder, his hands shaking just enough to make the light stutter. When I'm damn ready, Ethan said. He didn't ask for the room. He didn't need one more thing to be given or held. He needed to choose. He opened his hand over the circle. He drew breath as if it were rationed. He didn't speak the name. Not today. No, not yet. He chose to stand with the dead without making them stand for him. Lewis touched his shoulder and stood. Tomorrow, he said, as if this had always been the plan. Maybe it had. Hanson nodded once. The file stayed on his desk. The recorder clicked off. The law waited the way a dog waits when it has finally learned not to bark at everything that moves. They left under a sky that had forgiven nothing and also hadn't been asked to. On the sidewalk, Sasha's laugh rang faint from something dumb Ashley said on purpose to make it ring. They hadn't left him. Not after the cemetery. Not after the square. That difference mattered more than anything that would be written up in a report. Ethan looked at his hands. The dirt had scrubbed away, but the memory clung. He thought of Hanson's careful words. Of the mayor's tight mouth. Of Redden pretending courage in a crowd. Of Jenna taking up a place a blow would go, even though no hand could touch her now. Of Athena's voice holding him at the edge where a man could fall inside himself and not climb out. I'll learn, he said. I'll build. I'll endure, but I won't become him. Then let's begin, champ, Athena said, warm as a palm on a pulse. Ethan nodded, once, to the girls in the ghost and the man who would teach him to be a wall without becoming a prison. He didn't know yet what tomorrow would take. He knew that he wouldn't give in. He set his shoulders and walked. 31 The weight of the dead. Sheriff Hanson didn't meet them on the front steps this time. No hand on the rail, No tired nod that meant I hate this as much as you do, but we're doing it anyway. He was already in the back, waiting where the paint stopped pretending and the concrete floors kept their stories simple. The custody area smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. Fluorescence hummed in the cage of the ceiling. Someone had dragged 2 benches aside and taped off a rectangle the size of a cell, then rolled a steel table against the wall where a camera watched with its single, unblinking eye. The holding cells beyond were empty. Doors locked open. Every surface looked too clean for what they were about to put on it. Hansen stood next to the camera with his palm on a yellow legal pad like he needed the paper to keep his hand from shaking. 2 deputies hovered a respectful distance off, trying not to stare and failing. Lewis was a vertical line beside the taped rectangle, jacket on, collar neat, eyes already measuring the space. He nodded to the concrete where yesterday's chalk ring waited, runes half drawn, a mercy bracket left undone, a door without a handle until a necromancer put his hand on it. "Whenever you're ready," Hansen said. Ethan wasn't ready and never would be. That seemed like the point of necromancy. No one asked if you were ready. The dead didn't wait on the living's courage. He stepped over the tape anyway and dropped to a knee on cold concrete. The ring stared up from the floor in neat white strokes that made the fluorescent lights buzz feel louder. His heart thudded in his ears. His hands were steady. That was Athena, not courage. "Angle steady," she murmured. "Breathe. You know how to do this." He knew what he'd told Hansen yesterday when the man pointed to the blank mercy rune and said, "Today." Ethan had said no. He had chosen not to speak Emma's name when it felt like a knife. He had chosen to stand with the dead without making them stand for him. Today he was choosing differently, and the choosing made his ribs tight. Jenna drifted at the ring's edge, pale and grave, her dress whispering in a breeze that wasn't there. "She died in pain," she said, her voice like a fingertip on still water. "Be gentle." "I will," Ethan whispered, and if Hansen heard him, he said nothing. He uncapped the chalk and finished the mercy rune in 3 careful strokes. A hook that curved in instead of out. A break in a circle that would close if the soul wanted it closed. A small, precise notch that meant not a chain, a choice. Athena ghosted the lines through his head as if she were riding his muscles with him, counting time in a metronome he could trust. The deputy's boots scuffed. Hansen took a breath and clicked the camera's red eye to life. Its light pricked at the back of Ethan's neck like a gnat landing and lifting, landing and lifting. Lewis folded his hands behind his back and looked as if he could wait a month without moving. Ethan set the chalk down and pressed his palm to the ring's rim until the cold leaked into his bones. "For the record," he said, because Hansen had asked him to say it that way, "we're calling Emma Olsen. Names are hooks. Names are prayers. Names are doors." He didn't need Athena to remind him. He said the name anyway, carefully, as if pronouncing each letter were an act of respect. Emma Olsen. The light changed first. It always did. The room went flat, like someone had pressed a hand over the fluorescence and told them to try being the moon. Concrete held its breath. The temperature dived the way water does when you stop swimming and let yourself sink. The chalk ring darkened as shadow crawled along it and pulled in the lines he'd drawn. The deputies stiffened. One of them, Dobbs, farm boy handsome and out of his depth, took half a step back and made himself stop before he crossed itself. The other, Jean, put her hand on her belt and left it there, fingers not quite touching the holster. Hansen's face didn't move. He had different ways to flinch. Ethan's aura uncoiled like smoke from a chimney. It wasn't smoke. He still thought of it that way. Old habit. The day in the street when the cruiser folded down like a handkerchief and fear had given his magic the wrong name. The right name was shadow and death and whatever else lived between breath and breath. It poured through him as if the chalk ring were a mouth and he were the bottle. "Emma," he said, and the ring drank the name. Something gathered in the circle. Not a body. Her body was deep and quiet where it belonged, and no one was going to pull it out and make it a prop. What came up was colder and more honest. The shadows knitted themselves into a contour like mist finds the shape of a hill. A girl stood in the ring the way a photograph stands on a shelf. Not entirely there, not entirely gone. Her hair looked the way hair looks in a storm when the wind hasn't decided who owns it. Her clothes the same as he'd seen them in the woods, revealing her desecrated body. Her face was gray as the underside of morning clouds and more beautiful than Ethan wanted it to be. Not because he'd thought about kissing her, or because guilt made beauty sharper? Because she was the first person who had ever said please to him from the dark, and now she was answering because he'd come when she called. "Emma," he said again, and this time his voice had the kind of softness he saved for birds that had flown into windows and hadn't figured out yet they weren't broken. "It's Ethan. I found you." The Shade's eyes turned to him. Recognition moved across the surface of her like a hand smoothing a sheet. Her mouth lifted. Not a smile exactly, a line unwinding. "You came," she said, and the sound was the thing that hollowed him. Not how she looked. He'd seen worse. Necromancy taught you that quickly. How she sounded. Her voice had the scratch of dirt in it still and the lift of a girl who used to tease the clock for running slow. "I was afraid. I thought maybe I dreamed that part." "You didn't." He swallowed. "I'm sorry we left you alone so long." "We?" There was no weight on the pronoun. No accusation. Just curiosity that hurt more than a knife. "People who should have done better," Ethan said, and it felt like the truest statement he'd ever made. "Emma," Hansen said, voice pitched careful, respectful and official at once. "For the record, can you state your name and the name of your mother?" Emma looked toward the camera like she could see it, and maybe she could. Shades didn't always track the living's toys, but if you drew the circle right, they tracked intention just fine. "Emma Claire Olson. My mother is Jenny Ann Olson." A pause. "Tell her I'm sorry about the bulbs. They'll come up without me." Ethan felt his throat try to close. "Don't," he told it. "Let her talk." Hansen nodded once, as if he'd tucked the message somewhere safe. "Emma, we're trying to understand what happened to you. We're recording this for a court. Do you understand what that means?" Emma's head tilted. "The living need paper before they listen." "Yes." "Can you tell us who hurt you?" Hansen asked. Shadow shivered around her shoulders. When she spoke, the buoyant thread in her voice snapped and the words were a wire pulled tight. "Coach Daniel Keene." The room didn't flinch, but Ethan did. He'd half expected the name. Expecting wasn't the same thing as hearing. The letters landed like coins in his chest, 1, 2, 3, until he felt poor and rich and sick at once. He saw locker rooms and whistles and the way Keene could make grown men laugh loud at whatever Keene needed to be funny that day. He remembered being 14 and small for his height and watching that laugh bounce off the hallway like rubber balls that never lost their air. Hansen didn't move. "Tell us what happened." Emma laced her hands in front of her like she was a girl again in a doorway, telling her mother something she didn't want to say but would. "After practice, he said the gear room needed inventory. Asked me to help out. I didn't think. Why would I think? Teachers are safe. Coaches are safe." She looked at Ethan for the first time like she was asking him a question and he didn't know how to answer it for anyone. He locked the door. I screamed. I kicked. He liked that. Jenna bent her head. The cold in the room changed shape. Not colder, closer. Ethan lifted a fraction of the circle's power and let the mercy line glow a little brighter under Emma's feet. It wasn't comfort, but it was what he had. "Some of the boys heard me," Emma said. "His boys, his favorites. Golden boys." The phrase sounded like a joke told too many times. "They opened the door. They had their own key." "How do they have that?" They looked shocked, and then Keene looked at them like they weren't real people. She lifted a hand as if measuring something in the air and the hand trembled. He said, "Loose threads." Like he was talking to someone else in the room who agreed with him. There was nobody there. He killed them like it was a drill. The way you fix a thing that snags. Quick, efficient. One didn't die right away. That one said my name and told me to run. I couldn't. It doesn't matter. Hansen's pen scratched once on his pad and stopped. He wasn't writing. He needed to move his hand. Lewis didn't blink at anything he heard. The deputies looked at the floor like looking at her would break something they'd need later. "How did he kill them?" Hansen asked, and there it was. The question you ask because the court will need it and because if you don't ask it now you never will. "His hands," Emma said. "He didn't need anything else. He had a strap for me. He liked that better." Ethan put his palm flat on the concrete again because the circle was slipping and it couldn't slip. Anger vaulted in him like someone had pulled a lever attached to his spine. The shadows liked anger. They fed on it, sweet and easy. He breathed, counted the way Lewis taught him, 4 in, hold, 4 out, and pictured the woods. Trees didn't judge. Trees didn't hurry. You could become a straight line again between two trunks if you stood there long enough. "What happened after?" Hansen said, so gently Ethan wanted to curl around the voice and keep it. Hansen could be blunt, could be impatient. He knew how to move soft when the ground required it. He put us in the room where he keeps spare stuff, Emma said. He called it the locker graveyard. He laughed. She blinked. He carried my corpse to the truck. It was dark. He sang a song I knew, but he did it wrong. I thought I shouldn't go with him, but when I tried to leave my body I couldn't. He took me into the woods. She looked at Ethan. I called for help then, when I knew I was stuck there. Not words. It was like I knew your name, but my mouth didn't. I called anyway, in my head. You heard. I heard, Ethan said, and that was an absolution he didn't deserve and a sentence he did. If he had gone sooner. If he'd gone further. If. The world didn't accept ifs. It accepted only what you impose upon it with your own will and strength. Emma smoothed her hair though her fingers passed through it. He said they'd blame the freak boy. The Meyer kid. Said your father would wear the shame like a jacket he couldn't take off. He laughed about it. Something in Ethan that had been trying to be good since he was small and believed movie endings would come true lifted up and reached for the nearest heavy thing. He wanted to break Keen with his own hands. He wanted to fold him down into a cube like Hansen's car and use it as a paperweight on his desk. He wanted, but wanting was easy. Doing it was harder. Getting away with it harder still. Emma, Hansen said, do you want us to ask anything else? Emma looked surprised. You believe me? Hansen nodded toward the camera. I believe you here, but others have to believe you out there. That's why we're in this room with cameras. He exhaled. Is there anything else we should know that you want us to know? Emma's gaze unfocused, then sharpened with the effort of choosing. He talked to someone who wasn't there. He tilted his head right, not left, like he was listening in one ear. He said, it's handled. He said, yes, I know what I'm doing. He said, we keep the town clean this way. She shrugged a sad shape. I don't know what that means. Maybe it will mean something to you. It meant a lot that was ugly. It meant handlers or a voice in a man's own head amplified by ego and power. It meant a reason like a mask you put on, so you didn't have to know your face. Ethan glanced at Lewis and saw the man had filed the details like a librarian who'd enjoy finding the book they belonged to. Emma, Ethan said, because there was only one part left and he wanted to get to it carefully, like easing a bandage off skin grown into gauze. I can let the circle go. If I do, you can go where you weren't allowed to go before. Or you can stay around. Not bound, not chained. There's a way to tether you for a short while. It's a kind of anchor that listens to the dead when they say they've had enough. I won't keep you if you don't want to be kept. The room stilled. Even the hum of the lights felt like something holding its breath. Jenna moved closer. If the living had a word for the expression in her eyes, it was sister. Emma's mouth lifted the way it had when she recognized him. I want to see, she said. I want to see his face when he knows it's over for him. And then I want to go to my mother when she's ready. She doesn't sleep right at night. I have to tell her to drink water. She forgets. We'll tell her, Hansen said, though not rhetorical, not official, just human. He cleared his throat and found his badge again. For the record, Miss Olson, do you consent to remaining in the presence of Ethan Meyer as a voluntary witness until such time as justice is carried out or you wish to be released? Emma looked at Ethan like they were both about to cheat on a test that deserved it. I do. Ethan lifted his hand and pressed 2 fingers to the mercy notch on the floor. The chalk warmed under his skin the way a cat does when it decides to let you pet it. The circle changed. It didn't dim or lighten. It learned a new definition and relaxed into it. A ribbon of shadow rose from the ring and touched Emma's wrist where a pulse would be on a girl with blood. She didn't flinch. The ribbon coiled once, twice, and then thinned to nothing like smoke moving from a candle to a window crack. Ethan felt it settle into him, not heavy, not a chain. A new room in a house whose floor plan kept expanding. Thank you, Emma said. It wasn't clear if she was thanking him or Hansen or the idea of the law. Maybe all of it. She looked at the camera again. Tell my mother the purple ones will come up first. The bulbs. She'll cry at the wrong one if you don't warn her. We'll tell her, Hansen said again. His voice went rough on the second we. Lewis stepped forward 2 inches and stopped, polite to the line. Miss Olson, for the record, did Coach Daniel Keen act alone? Emma frowned in concentration, the kind that makes your forehead feel like it's trying to remember someone's phone number from before phones got smart. No one touched me but him, she said. No one killed but him. Then, slowly, But he wasn't alone when he talked. Someone listened, if listening counts. It will, Lewis said, and the interest in his eyes was not hunger. It was purpose. Ethan could live with that. Hansen reached out, and Ethan handed him the chalk without thinking. Habit made sense in a room where little else did. Hansen crouched and, with a care Ethan hadn't expected from hands like his, drew a small bracket in the margin of the circle. A witness mark, nothing magical, entirely human. Then he stood and turned off the camera. Silence poured back in. The deputies seemed to remember how to breathe. Dobbs wiped his palm down his thigh and didn't pretend he hadn't. Jean looked at Emma and said, "Not for the tape and not because she was supposed to, I'm sorry." Emma met her eyes. "Me too," she said, and faded until she wasn't in the circle anymore and was instead in the corner of the room where a shaft of light from the stairwell made a bright rectangle on the floor. Ethan felt the ribbon remain, a slight increased weight in his chest, like adding a ring to a hand you'd always worn light. "All right," Hansen said, and the word had the shape of orders arranging themselves on an invisible table. "We do this clean. I'll get the warrant. Keen's friends will try to make noise. Let them. We won't give them anything to use." He looked at Ethan. "You don't go near him. You don't go near anyone who might warn him. You let me do the part with the cuffs." "He took 10 years from me," Ethan said before he could swallow it back. "He put my father's name in people's mouths and laughed when they spit. I want." He cut himself off before he said revenge. Normal people could say that lightly, but if a necromancer said it, any magical really, it held weight that the target couldn't live with. He didn't want Keen's death or disappearance linked to him. Let him rot in a prison somewhere. "I know what you want," Hansen said, and he did. He really did. Be smarter than your anger for 24 hours, and then you can be whatever want. Ethan nodded because saying yes cost less than fighting a man who had just stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the dark and asked the right questions in the right order. He climbed out of the circle carefully, avoiding the fresh chalk with a step that would have looked fussy if not for what it was. You didn't kick a door you'd use to ask a girl to come back. Lewis plucked a single hair off Ethan's sleeve and flicked it into an evidence bag. "Residual emanations," he said when Ethan raised an eyebrow. "If Keen has protection, we'll want to know which kind before we knock." "If he has protection," Ethan said, and the word tasted like an insult to every piece of truth in the room. "He had something," Lewis said. "Men like that rarely do what he did without scaffolding to prop him up." He looked toward the stairwell, then back at Ethan. "You did well." "She did it," Ethan said. "I just stood there." "Standing there was the job this time," Lewis replied, and for once there wasn't anything measuring in his voice, only approval he didn't hand out as a habit. "You can go. Keep your new tether tight. The first hour's the trickiest." Athena chimed a soft note in his head, a sound she'd found in a library of sounds he hadn't asked about. Tether reading green. Pulse stable. "You're okay, champ." "Okay," he said aloud. He wasn't, but he would be. That was the game the living played. He looked once more at the empty circle, then at the corner where Emma's presence bent the light in a way only felt if you knew what to look for. "I'll be outside," he told her, and that felt ridiculous and also exactly right. On the way up the stairwell, Dobbs blurted, "Sir?" Hansen grunted. It counted as permission. Do we call a priest?" Dobbs asked, and flinched at his own words, like saying them might summon a man with a collar to smack him on the ear. Hansen's mouth did a small, dry thing that wasn't exactly humor. "No, deputy, we're not doing theology, we're doing law." He clapped Dobbs once on the shoulder. "Keep the floor clear. Call Redden. Tell him I want warrants, not excuses." Ethan didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the circle still under the building the way you feel a river under a city if someone's taught you how to listen. It was still alive with his power but would fade over time. Emma was anchored to him and didn't need its sanctuary anymore. Ethan stepped into the corridor leading to where the sheriff kept his ordinary day. Staff in uniform minding phones, filing forms, leaving coffee rings on desks, and that ordinary day stopped and looked at him like a man walking through a grocery store with snow in his hair in August. He pushed through the door into the parking lot and the light came down on him hard and clean. The morning had got on with itself while he'd been listening to Emma. The sky was a good dishwater blue. The town smelled like someone had burned toast in a house you didn't know and now you'd remember it for a week. Ethan leaned on the rail and let his breath hurt for a minute the way exercise does. The ribbon at his chest tugged like a sleeve being plucked by a child. "I'm here," he said without turning. "I know," Emma said, her voice not behind his ear or in his head but from the shadows where his dead dwelled. "It's warmer out here." "It is," he said, and that was true in ways that weren't really about temperature. "You don't have to stay close. Just, don't wander too far for now. You need to charge up for a few days." "I won't," she said. "There's a cat under the steps. He's thinking about whether he can jump to the fence from the dumpster. If he does, he'll knock the lid and scare himself and he'll pretend it was on purpose." Ethan smiled, surprising himself with how human it felt on his face. "Cats are like that. So are boys who used to run from boys," Emma said, matter of fact. He winced lightly and let it pass. "Truth didn't care how you carried it. Do you want me to?" He gestured at his head. "Tell you things? Or do you want quiet?" "Start with quiet," she said. "Then tell me something funny when you can't stand the quiet anymore." A pause. "Not about me." "Deal," he said. Athena cleared her throat in a way that wasn't anatomical and therefore was completely theatrical. "I have a short list of Keen's associates ready to hand to Hansen the second he thinks to ask for it. Also, I've pinged Walsh about possible illicit chip enhancement chatter that would match right ear listening." "Pretty pattern. Why?" "Right ear," Ethan said. He tilted his head that way to listen. Athena said. "I'm already mad at a man I haven't met, which is efficient." Ethan straightened and looked down Main Street where sunlight made promises it didn't always keep. He could go two places from here. Home, to his father, who would look at him a long time and say very little and then make eggs, or nowhere, which was his second best thing. He chose home because his dad's eggs were decent. "Come on," he said to the ghost no one could see. "Eggs." They took the back way by habit, the one with fewer eyes. He walked like he wasn't angry because walking angry makes your steps loud, and he wanted quiet for Emma. He wanted quiet for himself. He kept his hands out of his pockets because that made him look like a kid who'd been told to apologize, and he didn't too. The ribbon tugged now and then when he got too far ahead. It wasn't a correction, it was a reminder. He slowed each time without thinking. The cabin sat like it always had, stubborn in its patch of trees, the porch boards creaking in the same three places, the tin roof honest about rain. His father sat on the steps with the prosthetic clipped on, the old rifle across his knees because peace was a choice and he didn't trust anyone else to keep choosing it near his house. John Meyer looked up and saw his son with a shadow that wasn't cast by any angle of light, and for once didn't make his face do the thing that made talking hard. "You hungry?" he asked. "Yes," Ethan said, because he was and because it was a word that meant more than whether his stomach was empty. John levered himself to standing and held the door with his flesh hand. He glanced past Ethan's shoulder and nodded once to a place where he couldn't see anything. "Ma'am," he said, grave and sure. "Sir," Emma said, and if John didn't hear it he behaved as if he had and that was enough. Inside, the cabin smelled like oil and coffee and the cheap soap John bought in bulk because it offended his sense of being taken advantage of less than the brand with a mountain on the label. Ethan cracked eggs. John made toast with a skillet because toasters didn't belong to men who liked to see their tools catch fire without complaint. Athena hummed a tune Ethan recognized from a movie that had 3 good moments and 1 great one. Jenna pretended to lean against the doorway and listen to the radio like she'd been born to do that and died in the wrong century. For 15 blessed minutes, the world let them be people who knew how to stand around a stove. Emma floated above the kitchen table like a thought that refused to be filed and told him quietly which pan was about to smoke and when to flip. He obeyed her twice and pretended he'd known both times. He didn't know how she could predict like that. Jenna couldn't or hadn't said she could. He'd ask Louis. He was Louis' disciple and student after all. When the plates were empty except for the smear that meant they'd liked it and the crust that meant toast would always be toast, his phone, a thing he only used because Athena liked having extra hardware to live in even though she could move through any data line she wanted, buzzed twice indicating a new message. Why she didn't just whisper in his head, who knew? She just liked to change it up. Hansen, warrant in hand. Hansen again, stay off Main. We're taking Keen at home. After reading, he put the phone face down and stared at the table's knot that looked like an eye if you were in the right mood. Emma's ribbon tugged his chest, gentle, as if to say I'm here. I'll wait. He stood up. He sat down. He stood up again and washed plates because water doing its work was calming, and because if he had to be still he might come apart. He dried them because cold air on wet dishes reminded him of mornings in winter when he believed in the sort of good the day could be forced into by stubbornness alone. Athena said, very softly in his head this time, "Squad at Keen's door." Hansen front. No TV crews. He did what he said. "Good," Ethan said. John didn't ask what's good. Ethan sat on the porch and watched the road. He drank coffee that left a scald on his tongue. He felt Emma settle closer the way you feel a blanket when you didn't realize you were cold. Jenna pretended to lean on the porch rail the way old friends do. Athena whispered again quite a long time later, "It's done." Ethan closed his eyes and pictured Keen's face small in the frame of a cell door. A badge and warrant. He pictured the cold unease that Keen had felt when he finally understood the rules applied to him after all. He pictured the boys who weren't here to see it and Emma's ribbon tugged again, once, twice, like a heartbeat that had learned a new song. 32 Enemy in the dark. It started when the first articles landed, hasty and breathless. Then the second wave arrived, sentence by sentence like careful stitches. Athena piped the feeds to Ethan before he asked. Breaking. Sheriff's Office confirms the arrest of Coach Daniel Keen on multiple counts following new testimony provided in a controlled arcane procedure. "We'll do this properly in court, not with rumors," Sheriff Hansen said. The alleged victims include 3 former student athletes and Emma Claire Olson, whose unsolved case has haunted Wilmington in recent years. "Controlled arcane procedure?" Ethan muttered. "Brand management, champ," Athena said, "not without Rue. Hansen's protecting you in the case." The third article made him sneer. It wasn't the headline. Headlines lied for a living. It was the byline. River County Ledger, Mrs. Thorne's paper, the one he'd used to put school fundraisers on fridges. Editorial. On Owing an Apology. By Marianne Thorne, Editor-in-Chief, River County Ledger. Today, Sheriff Jacob Hansen confirmed the arrest of Daniel Keen, a man many of us invited into our homes and our children's lives. The sheriff also confirmed, on the record, that recent arcane testimony exonerates Ethan Meyer of the whispers that have shadowed his name and family since the night Emma Olson disappeared. "We owe the Meyers more than silence. We owe them the decency of saying the part out loud that hurts to say, we were wrong. We were wrong because gossip is a cheap diet and we fed on it. We were wrong because some of us did not like John Meyer and found it convenient to pretend that dislike was evidence. We were wrong because a coach was easier to trust than a boy who hunted squirrels to feed his family." This paper apologizes to the Meyers. This editor apologizes to the parents who taught their children to cross the street when Ethan came by. Teach them something better now. There will be a trial, as there should be, for Keen. There will not be one for the boy we tried in our kitchens and at Sunday potlucks. Let us be the kind of town that sends casseroles to a grieving mother. Let us be the kind of town that learns from its mistakes. Let us not be a town that convicts people through public opinion ever again. Ethan read it twice. Other pieces followed, longer still, with quotes and timelines and care that had been missing when the first stone went into the air a decade ago. Sheriff announces charges against local coach. Arcane witness, clears former suspect. By Lena Hart, staff writer, River County Ledger. Wilmington. Flanked by 2 deputies in a brief morning statement, Sheriff Jacob Hansen announced the arrest of Daniel Keen, 47, on multiple counts of homicide and sexual assault. According to Hansen, the investigation was reopened following a controlled arcane witness procedure overseen by a licensed necromancer attached to Muse Academy. The sheriff declined to elaborate on the specifics of the esoteric procedure, citing the ongoing case. "We will try this in court, not on the street," Hansen said. "But I can say this. Ethan Meyer is not a suspect and never was. Rumors about him and his father were unfounded." A source close to the Muse Academy described the necromancer as a trained apprentice who followed strict protocols, adding that the procedure was performed under supervision and recorded for evidentiary review. The Ledger has learned that the arcane witness identified Keen by name and provided details consistent with prior forensic findings, including the location and handling of remains in the so-called locker graveyard, adjacent to the high school gymnasium. Jenny Ann Olson, the mother of Emma Claire Olson, 16 at the time of her disappearance, declined to comment, but family friends report a sense of quiet relief following the announcement. "I think she can sleep for the first time," said Lena Quine, a museum official who worked with the Academy team on a separate incident earlier this week. The Ledger will continue to report on this developing story. It was too much and not enough. Ethan took Emma for a walk later that day, a path behind the school where the soccer field sloped to the tree line. There, he let her watch a boy in a red jacket take a shot at a goal and miss and lift his hands to cover his face in a gesture that made Ethan feel protective of him for no rational reason. "I didn't get to be bad at things," Emma said, conversational, like they were talking between classes. "You must have been terrible at something," he said chidingly. "Everyone is." "Parallel parking," she said promptly, and he smiled despite the day. They headed back to the bus. The ride to Muse was quieter than a funeral. Frosted fields laid themselves in strips on either side of the highway. The sky pressed down like a piece of slate that didn't know how to be anything else. Ethan set his elbows on his knees and looked at his hands. Dirt still rimmed his nails. He could still smell rot, the way it clung to your clothes like smoke from the wrong kind of fire. He couldn't stop hearing voices that belonged to other days. Rapist, killer, monster. The words found the old grooves in his head and rolled around them like marbles. "Your heart rate's high," Athena said, tone deliberately mild. "Want me to walk you through breathing?" "No." He kept his voice to his chest so it wouldn't wake Sasha. "I want to forget." "Can't forget," she said. "You didn't kill her. You didn't fail the rift. You didn't hurt anyone." When the bus hissed onto the Academy lane and the lamps came up like watchful eyes along the road, he felt his shoulders climb despite himself. They reached the gates at dusk. The quad beyond held itself like a breath. Apprentices and faculty turned their heads because buses meant news and this one carried too much of it. Ethan stepped down and the whispers started. Why him? He wasn't the only necromancer in their department. Just the youngest. That's the Meyer kid. The necro from Wilmington. Did you see the feeds? He crushed a car a year or two ago. And they say he killed that girl. He held his head level and walked like a person who knew where his feet were going, his dead hidden in his shadow. He felt them there always ready. Emma was practicing with Jenna how to watch invisibly. He still felt them. His death magic couldn't ignore ghosts or any other kind of dead. He wondered what vampires felt like, being sorta dead but sorta not as well. Lewis strode ahead in black that made him look like a correction mark on someone else's paragraph. He didn't look back, and the silence of it weighed more than the last scolding had. They peeled off. Sasha to the women's dorm, tossing Ethan a look that said say something if you need to or I'll come find you. Ashley with a chin tilt that meant she was angry on his behalf in a way that would be weapons practice later. Ethan went to his bunk because at Muse there were schedules that didn't care about your day, and then, before lights out, a runner found him. Master Lewis wants you. The office smelled like ink and wax and the ghost of coffee that had never been weak. Books lined every surface like the bricks of a house that had decided to keep growing after the roof was finished. Lewis stood at the window with his hands folded, looking out at the snow-bright quad as if it were a piece of chessboard. You did well, he said without turning. I thought. Ethan stopped. He didn't know how to finish it. I thought you were angry. I thought I'd done something wrong. Lewis turned, eyes sharp in a face that didn't waste motion. You held the line. You balanced ghosts, skeletons, shadow. You kept your friends alive. The militia lived because of you. That matters. They don't see it that way, Ethan said, and hated how small it sounded. They never will, Lewis said, almost gentle, which made it worse. Not until you're strong enough that they must. Necromancers are feared because we put our hands where others don't dare look. He came closer, the lines around his mouth deepening. Do you think I wasn't you once? My first month, I couldn't keep food down. My master had me wash bodies under stasis until I puked in buckets. I thought he liked my misery. He didn't. He liked me alive. Squeamishness kills. The town, Ethan said, because something in him wanted to put the day in order and couldn't without saying the word. There, he groped, changing their minds. For now, Lewis said. They'll need something to do with their shame. Let them bring casseroles. Let them write articles. He flicked a gaze toward the corner of the desk where the Ledger's editorial lay open on a screen as if it had wandered there by accident. You don't have to eat them. Ethan huffed a laugh. Lewis steepled fingers. Our enemy has a face now. Keen? The name came out raw. Keen is a knife, Lewis said. Someone else chose it and honed it. Your witness said he tilted his head to the right to listen. That's a habit. He wasn't improvising. He was receiving. Lewis reached into a drawer and removed a small photo, a copper ring, blackened, with a sigil like an Ouroboros devouring its own shadow, and slid it onto the desk between them. Found at the crematorium. Sabotage. Not sanctioned. Not in the books. Someone is testing. That someone will not like what you did in Wilmington. Ethan felt the familiar lift at the base of his spine that came before fear put its hand there. Good. Don't be brave for my benefit, Lewis said dryly. Be prepared. He nodded at Ethan's chest. How is she? Quiet, Ethan said. She wants to see her mother. She'll stay until she's strong enough and done. He didn't know what done meant. The dead had stranger calendars than the living. Lewis' mouth went thin for a moment, a rare flash of something unfiled. You gave her a choice. That will make more enemies. So you've said. So I'll keep saying. Necromancers like chains. They think choice is sloppy. We'll make sure you can keep what you build when someone tries to take it. He gestured toward the far wall. Tomorrow, 6, we begin the ugly work. What kind? The kind that shows you how to hold 3 ghosts in a fight without bleeding out your nose. He tilted his head, assessing, as if the day had been the first hour of a test. Eat, sleep. Don't engage with idiots in silver armor. Definitely not, Ethan said. News moved faster at Muse than gossip at home. It rode the lines of the chip network and the hallway games, and it stuck to doors. The academy tried to be a place where the world's worst habits were left on the other side of the gate. But the world didn't like gates, and the world loved a story about monsters. Who watches the watchers? Community reckons with blind spots after Keen arrest. By Hazrat Patel, River County Ledger. Wilmington. As the sheriff's office executed a warrant at the home of Coach Daniel Keene this afternoon, community leaders and parents gathered in small groups to discuss what many are calling a failure to see. In interviews with the Ledger, several described an atmosphere in which Keene's influence discouraged questions and enabled rumors to stand in for investigation. I never liked the way folks talked about that boy, said Mr. Rob Hayes, owner of Hayes, Gas & Go, referring to Ethan Meyer. But I didn't stop it either. That's on me. Others echoed the sentiment. We needed someone to blame, said Cora Lynn Grady of Milton's Hardware. We picked wrong. Not all are reconciled. A handful of parents expressed concerns about arcane procedures, prompting the sheriff to reiterate that a court will determine the admissibility of evidence. What I will not do is try a witness in the pages of this paper, he said. In a statement provided to the Ledger, Muse Academy confirmed that an apprentice necromancer, under supervision, performed the ritual that produced the testimony. Our protocols prioritize consent and verification, the statement read. We categorically reject the binding of souls for convenience or spectacle. Ethan felt the last sentence like a hand on his shoulder that didn't surprise him. He could hear Lewis dictating it, the edges sanded for public consumption. He turned away and nearly walked into the idiot Lewis had promised. Hey, said the boy, older by a year, with the cultivated carelessness of someone who never learned to put his own dishes away. You're the corpse wrangler. Ethan looked at him. We don't wrangle. The boy grinned. We? Cute. Heard you crushed a cop car once. You gonna fold me up if I say the wrong thing? Sasha materialized at Ethan's elbow like blue smoke, remembering it used to be hair. Say it and see, she suggested, sweet as poison. The boy's laugh faltered when he noticed Ashley behind her, expression like a winter sky. He held up his hands, backing along the corridor with a bravado already rusting. Kidding, kidding. Welcome back to Muse, Meyer. Try not to haunt the cafeteria. Sound advice, Athena observed. For him. They ate late to avoid eyes. Food went down like something negotiated at a border crossing. Across the room, a cluster of fire mages looked up and then down. The way you look at lightning and then check the ground to make sure the grass didn't catch fire. In the corner, a girl Ethan didn't know whispered to another, and the look she gave him wasn't disgust. It was curiosity, a half step from reaching for an autograph. Celebrity, Sasha said around a mouthful. Hate it. Jealous, Ashley said. Correct, Sasha said, but still. He lay awake later, long after lights out, while the barracks breathed the same air in and out. He closed his eyes. He opened them. Sleep wouldn't be argued with or invited, so he did what he'd learned in the woods. He waited until his thoughts ran out of places to hide, and then he let his body pull him under like a good current. Morning brought routine back like a tide. PT at an hour designed to insult the concept of comfort. Showers that never quite got the temperature right. Coursework with pages that smelled like mice had lived near them. And sparring blocks where Sasha made herself an enemy of gravity again just to stay angry enough to be funny. Ethan moved through it like a person who knew his own weight. Ledger Special Edition. State's Attorney announces charges. Arcane testimony, admissible under new guidelines. By Lena Hart and Hazrat Patel, River County Ledger. Rivergate. At a late morning press conference, State's Attorney Amelia Bonham announced that charges against Daniel Keene will include 4 counts of homicide, 1 count of rape, and multiple counts of evidence tampering. Bonham confirmed that her office will petition the court to admit arcane witness testimony under recently updated evidentiary standards. The new protocols stipulate that deceased witnesses are not necessarily required to appear in court when statements recorded using stringent procedures are available. We proceed cautiously but firmly, Bonham said. Arcane processes must be held to rigorous standards if they are to be used in court. In this case, the procedure was documented, supervised, and corroborated by multiple law officers and a highly regarded member of Muse Academy's staff. Sheriff Jacob Hansen, who spoke briefly, reiterated that the ongoing investigation continues to clear the Meyer family of any wrongdoing. Let me be plain, he said. We have no evidence linking the Meyers to these crimes. We have substantial evidence indicating Mr. Keene acted to frame them in the court of public opinion. Muse Academy emphasized that consent and the option to release were central to the ritual in question. We do not bind, the Academy's statement read. We invite. In an interview, editor Marianne Thorne echoed her editorial from yesterday. If this town has a future, it's because we chose to learn. We aren't done yet. Ethan folded the paper along the crease the way his father did when something needed to be stowed without being disrespected. He felt eyes on him and turned halfway. A boy he didn't know sat down 2 steps below and didn't look up. My little sister was in Keene's class, the boy said. He told her she wasn't built for midfield. He chuffed a sound that was too short to be a laugh. She quit, started cello. Cello's good, Ethan said, because sometimes the only honest thing is small. Yeah, the boy said, and got up, and left without saying anything like thanks because that wasn't what this was. The day rolled along until he met Sasha on a step outside overlooking the quad. Ashley leaned on the railing as if it had been put there to hold her. Ethan felt a tug on the ribbon below his sternum just before a breath of air moved against his ear. My mother fell asleep with a glass of water by the bed, Emma said, satisfaction wrapped in awe. I did what you said and she heard me. You told the truth about that. Good, he said aloud, and Sasha said, what's good? And he said, water. They walked the long way back to the dorms because the long way had fewer people, and because walking made the day set in his bones the way work should. Somewhere over the trees, the city's river ran the same direction it had yesterday. Somewhere, a cat tried to jump to a fence from a dumpster and knocked the lid, pretending it had meant to do that. Somewhere, a boy in a red jacket would make the same shot again until it curved where he asked it to. 33 Emma's return. One evening, a week after Ethan convinced himself Emma wouldn't be coming back, he nearly dropped his staff when she appeared in the corner of his dorm room. Emma? She hovered in the shadows, bruised and battered, exactly as she had been in the woods. Her shirt was torn, hair tangled, skin blotched with the marks of her last terrible moments. I'm not ready yet, she whispered. I thought I was, but I'm not. May I stay? For a while, until I decide. Ethan's throat worked. His face burned, not at her, but at what had been done to her. Of course, he whispered. Stay as long as you need. Her pale eyes softened with relief, and for the first time since Wilmington, he felt the tether hum warmly. Lewis discovered her the very next day. They were in the practice hall, Ethan weaving shadows through chalk circles while other apprentices trained around them. Emma drifted close, her presence faint but unmistakable to anyone attuned. To necromancers, she might as well have been a beacon. Lewis stopped mid-stride, his gaze fixed on her for a long moment, unreadable. So, he said at last. She chose to remain. Ethan's jaw tightened. Yes. And does it disturb you? Ethan swallowed. Every time I look at her, I see that night. How she died. Lewis nodded, slow and grave. Most ghosts appear as they died. Wounds, burns, nakedness, All of it. Death leaves its mark. Some, with time, learn to shape themselves. Others never do. It is not your choice. It is theirs. Can I help her? Ethan asked, fists curling. Only by patience, Lewis replied. Don't force it. Respect her, whatever her form. That is part of our burden. She's different to Jenna. She can predict. Silence. Lewis' voice cracked across the hall, sharp enough to turn heads. Not here. Follow me. Heat crawled up Ethan's neck as apprentices smirked and whispered. He followed Lewis into the office, braced for anger. When will you learn to hold your tongue? Lewis demanded, though his tone was more exasperation than real fury. Blurting out strengths in public is as dangerous as revealing weaknesses. Jenna should have taught you that. She hasn't needed to, Ethan muttered. I haven't done anything like that before. Lewis exhaled, long and relieved. Good. Now, you say Emma has a gift? She predicts little things. Nothing useful. She sees only a few minutes ahead. Lewis arched an eyebrow. Not useful? Are you stupid, or pretending to be? I truly hope it's the latter. Ethan flushed. Emma must have died not knowing she was a magician, Lewis continued. Gifts like hers don't just sprout like weeds everywhere. She could have been a seer. Or maybe not. Not all potentials awaken. But even a few minutes of foresight is priceless. She predicts things like a cat flipping midair, or a boy missing a goal on the soccer pitch. That's because you haven't asked her to do anything that matters. You haven't, have you? No, Ethan admitted. Lewis' expression eased. Good. Excellent in fact. Keep it that way for now. Don't tell anyone what she can do. Don't let her speak of it where others can hear. Other magicians would kill for even moments of foresight, especially in dungeons or on battlefields. You mean, they'd take her from me? They would, Lewis said, eyes narrowing. Or try to buy her bond. Or threaten your loved ones. Or just kill you and hope she sticks around. Keep her close, warn her, and above all, never flaunt what she can do. If she needs to tell you something critical, have her use the bond, not her voice. We aren't the only death-attuned magicians here. Ethan nodded, heart hammering. Inside, though, he cursed his luck. He had tried to be kind, to do the right thing. His reward was a gifted ghost he dared not reveal. He felt gut punched by more drama. More weight on his overworked shoulders. He was being a whiny bitch and knew it, and even that made him resentful. He pushed it down. None of this was anyone's fault, especially not Emma's. And really, would he prefer someone else bind Emma? No, of course not. They wouldn't be kind to her. That night, Emma hovered as Ethan wrote at his desk. He tried not to look, but finally with his face hot, Emma, could you maybe put some clothes on? She blinked, confusion in her pale eyes. How? He scrubbed a hand down his face. I don't know, I haven't learned anything like that yet. A pause. Then, does it bother you? Yes, Ethan admitted. Not you. The reminder of what happened. Her form dimmed slightly, as if she understood. Could you be invisible sometimes? He tried. Invisible? Forget it, Ethan sighed. I'll ask Lewis. Again. Athena broke in gently. We'll figure it out, champ. Maybe there's a right. For now, hang a sheet between you two, like roommates. Ethan growled at the dig at his immaturity. He was trying for adult powerful Ethan nowadays, not socially awkward virgin Ethan of the old days. Didn't he get little Ethan upgraded from the maggot? Didn't he make friends with Ashley and Sasha? Why was a naked ghost setting him back suddenly? He couldn't let it go on. Ethan took a deep breath and reset himself. Hey girls, why don't we go out for some fun this weekend? We haven't done much of that lately. Great. Sasha was immediately on board. Sure, Ashley agreed. I've missed our dates. Too many missions lately. The next day, Ethan asked Lewis straight out. Is there a way to make ghosts invisible? Or, clothe them? Lewis studied him for a long, unreadable moment. Then he chuckled, dry as old parchment. Be patient, boy. You bound Jenna. She comes and goes. Visible, invisible. Ghosts change when they're ready. Form, presence, silence. All in time. Until then, endure. Ethan grimaced. That's not fair. Death isn't, Lewis said simply. So Emma stayed as she was. She didn't fight like Jenna did. She didn't scout far ahead or claw at enemies. She hovered, quiet, watchful, just a presence Ethan could neither ignore nor deny. Sometimes she smiled, soft and sad. Sometimes her bruises and torn shirt made Ethan's chest ache with grief and rage. She was a reminder of the woods, of lies and of truth. And she was a promise that ghosts could choose him, not because he bound them, but because he gave them choice. 3 nights later, Ethan sat bolt upright as Emma's cold presence poured into the bond. A wake-up call usually not used in the dorm. It was more for a necromancer in the field. A warning. She stood at the window, trembling, bruises flickering like memories over her form. "They're breaking it," she whispered. "What?" Ethan's throat was dry. "Not here. Far away. Something's tearing. Deliberate, not wild. A hand pushing." She pressed her palms to her temples, eyes wide. "If you don't go now, they'll get through." Athena's voice chimed sharp in Ethan's head, confirming a structured anomaly northeast. Hundreds of miles away, military channels lighting up. This isn't local to Muse. Ethan's blood ran cold. "Call Lewis. Wake him up. Don't be polite." Lewis didn't hesitate to act. Within the hour, official orders came. A rift disturbance in a remote industrial valley, strong enough to shake nearby wards but too far for Muse to notice normally. The brass didn't ask how Lewis knew of it so soon. They assumed a favor had changed hands somewhere. Lewis would usually go alone if called, but this time he used his seniority to take the commission without being asked. The brass agreed to allow his disciple and team to deploy with him after some wrangling that mentioned training, first blood, other terms that meant they're coming, so deal with it and write the paperwork. Lewis had the pull. He was a top-tier powerhouse, if not the top yet. The military staging ground stank of jet fuel and oil. Arc lamps turned the tarmac into daylight, cutting harsh shadows across rows of trucks and suppression rigs. Soldiers moved in fast, practiced lines, strapping down crates of ammunition, locking wards onto pallets, checking weapons. Ethan had never seen so much order, or so much fear. A sergeant with a clipboard glanced at the team, his eyes flicking to the black band on Ethan's sleeve before skittering away. "Necromancer detail?" Lewis grunted assent. The sergeant ticked the box. "A tilt rotor's hot in 5. Strap in. Don't unstrap without orders." The aircraft crouched at the far edge of the line, rotors whining. Soldiers filed aboard, armor clinking, rifles slung but loaded, ready to go hot. Ethan followed, heart hammering. He had flown before, but never like this, never into the unknown, never with armed men watching him like a contagion. Emma slipped aboard unseen. Jenna hovered calm at his knee. Sasha muttered about turbulence. Ashley clutched the strap so tightly her knuckles bleached white. The ramp closed. Red cabin lights flickered on. Webbing straps bit into Ethan's shoulders. The rotors lifted them into the black. Muse's lights dwindled until nothing but dark stretched below. "They're afraid," Emma murmured. "So am I," Ethan said. No one spoke after that. A corporal across the aisle twisted rosary beads around his fingers until they cut his skin. A medic checked and rechecked a trauma kit he already knew by heart. The crew chief moved down the line, yanking straps, pausing a beat too long on Ethan before moving on with a stiff nod. The hum of the engines sank into Ethan's bones. Emma hovered closer whenever the aircraft banked. Jenna stayed motionless, untroubled by turbulence as she should. She was stronger, more experienced. Nothing could hurt her here. In fact, if they crashed, she would be one of 2 survivors, if the dead could be called such. Athena whispered at the edge of his thoughts. Perimeter squads established on site. Suppression rigs spooling up heavy wards. Weather holding. Disturbance growing. 20 minutes to the LZ. Ethan closed his eyes and tried breathing. It helped. A little. The rift was a wound that breathed. They landed in a collapsed valley of factories and broken gantries. Girders stabbed the night like broken ribs. Floodlights raked across shadows that moved the wrong way, crawling uphill against gravity. The air quivered, stretched too thin, as if reality had been nailed to a frame it no longer fit. The ramp clanged down. Cold slammed into them. The smell of ash and hot iron clung to the tongue. "Off," the crew chief shouted, though his voice vanished in the wider storm of noise. Generators whining, trucks grinding, officers barking clipped orders. Lewis strode into it all like he was walking into church. Calm, sharp, untouchable. "Stay close," he said, voice low but carrying. "Do as I say. Don't break lines." Ethan fell in beside him, Sasha and Ashley on either flank. Jenna glowed faintly at his shoulder. Emma drifted ahead, trembling but steady, her eyes fixed on something only she could see. "Where?" Lewis asked her without looking. Emma raised a shaking hand. "There, by the seam. It remembers being ground and then forgets again." Lewis' mouth twitched. Gifted indeed. They advanced. The air grew heavier, crushing Ethan's lungs. The ground pitched minutely, angles bending wrong. Pain stabbed behind his eyes, a headache born of a world lying about its shape. Shapes clawed at the fissure, things half-born, limbs not agreeing on their count, mouths rehearsing the idea of teeth but not yet ready to bite. Floodlights seared them but did not drive them back. "Hold," Lewis said. "Sasha." Sasha slammed her palms to the earth. Stone knit beneath them, seams zipping shut. "Ashley." Air rope tight around them, spiraled, braced. Pressure eased slightly. Ashley's hair lifted, her eyes black with focus. "Ethan." He didn't wait. Shadows swarmed up his arms like gauntlets, licked under his boots, stretched across the ground into nets and lines. The first creature to haul itself free stuck fast, caught half in and half out. Its eye, if it was an eye, turned toward him with a terrible hope. Ethan crushed it like an insect and forced the bile down. Jenna shone quietly, ripples of calm light pushing back the worst of the pressure. Emma's voice cut through chaos. "Left," she shouted, though no one but death-aligned heard. They swerved just before a slab crashed down where they'd been. "Duck!" Hooks shrieked from the air and tore sparks from the stone above their heads. Twice she warned them, a heartbeat before horrors surged to kill. Twice they lived because she saw first. Lewis cut runes into the fissure's edge with a stylus that smoked in his grip. His voice dropped words like hammer blows. "No, now, hold." He didn't shield them. He didn't save them. He made them work at their limit but not beyond. Something huge uncoiled from the seam, patient and wrong. Fear hit Ethan like a spear to the spine. He called his dead. They came, ugly, stitched, broken. A ribcage like a basket, a shoulder too big for its arm. Loyal, disposable. He sent them forward and let them die the right death again to save the living. "Again," Lewis said. Ethan obeyed. Sasha anchored. Ashley braced. Emma whispered, steady as glass. Jenna glowed, waiting for her time to slash. At last, the fissure shuddered and forgot to be open. It sulked. It spat. Then it closed almost sullenly with a crack like thunder. Silence hit. Soldiers exhaled like men surfacing. A medic sat hard on a crate, then stood quickly, embarrassed. Someone laughed too high, the laugh of the newly spared. Ethan's hands shook when he tried to wipe his mouth. His muscles thrummed with exhaustion. Lewis regarded Emma. "Without her," he said, voice quiet but hard, "we would be counting our dead right now." Emma bowed her head. "I didn't want to fade before I could matter." Ethan shook his head. "You've always mattered. We all do." "Captain," Lewis snapped to a hovering officer. "Sweep the site every hour. If anyone pokes it, I'll skin you myself." The flight back was another kind of silence. The corporal unwrapped the rosary from his fist and stared at the marks it left. The medic slept with his hand on the trauma bag. The crew chief dozed upright with his mouth open. Emma pressed close. "You were brave," she whispered. Ethan said nothing. He woke the next day with the weight of the mission still sitting on his chest. Memory of what could have been, not dread, just awareness. Emma waited at the window, edges steadier than before, bruises fading. She looked more alive than he had ever seen her since Wilmington. "I want to help," she said. "Not just linger, not just take. I want to be part of your circle. Like Jenna, a proper bond. Let me give back, please." Ethan's throat ached. He remembered Lewis' story, the apprentice who poured too much into a shade and was consumed. But he remembered, too, Emma's voice guiding them through horror, saving men who would have died without her. "Are you sure?" he whispered. Emma's eyes met his. "I'm sure. I don't want to fade. I want to matter." They went to Lewis. The ritual chamber was bare stone and chalk dust, a table shoved to the wall. The smell of old wax and ink sunk into the floor. Lewis drew a wide circle, inscribing runes that changed the sound of the air. "This is not a tether," Lewis said. "This is a bond. She will feed you, and you her. If one falters, both will feel it. If one falls, the other may follow. Most necromancers fear this. They prefer chains." Ethan knelt. "We're not most." Emma stepped into the circle, luminous, her bruises gone. She lifted her hand above his. Ready? Ready. Louis' chant rolled low, words older than stone. Chalk flared. The tether snapped taut, then dissolved. A new current surged, deep and steady. Emma gasped. For a heartbeat Ethan saw her whole, alive, her eyes lit with life. The vision cut deep, then it faded, leaving the bond strong and thrumming with power. Emma's smile trembled through tears. I can feel you, her voice real, a memory of what once lived. You're part of us now. Jenna inclined her head. Welcome, sister. Louis studied them, his face unreadable. So be it, you've chosen. May it hold. But mark this. If others learn you've bonded a gifted shade, they will come. Ethan met his gaze. There must be others like us. Others with gifted bonded, yes, but they're masters, not level 1 necromancers. They have the strength to hold what they're won. Ethan rose to his feet, Emma with him. For the first time since Wilmington, the weight of the dead felt not like a burden, but a hand steadying his shoulder. Whatever came next, they would face it together. 34 Epilogue. Novice no more. Snow fell over Muse Academy, soft flakes drifting in the torchlight of the quad. Students hurried across the cobbles, bundled in cloaks, their laughter echoing under the wards. Exams were over, the winter term closing. Ethan sat alone on the balcony of his dorm, the black spire of his VR sanctum rising faint behind his eyes whenever he blinked. Sasha and Ashley had gone to bed after a long day of drills. Jenna lingered near the railing, pale eyes watching the snow. And Emma hovered just inside the door. She still looked as she had in the woods, bruised, shirt torn, skin pale with remembered cold. Every time Ethan's eyes landed on her, his chest clenched. But tonight, there was something different. The bruises weren't as stark. Faded at the edges, softened like old shadows. He noticed it only when the torchlight caught her cheek. Emma, he said quietly. You look different. Her ghost blinked, startled. Do I? Yes. His throat tightened. The bruises, they're fading. Emma lifted her hands to her face, touching where purple had once bloomed. Her expression flickered between confusion and hope. I didn't do anything. You didn't need to, Ethan said. Maybe it's just time. Jenna inclined her head from the balcony. Ghosts often shift. Some stay as they died. Some learn to change. She is healing. That is rare and precious. Emma looked at Ethan, her eyes shining faintly. Because you believe me. His chest ached. Always. Louis found them the next morning. He studied Emma for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. She's beginning to alter her form. That means she's drawing strength, shaping herself. Not every ghost manages it. Some remain as corpses forever. Ethan frowned. Should I help her? Teach her? Louis shook his head. No. That is her journey. Yours is to respect it. Ghosts change when they are ready. Your discomfort is irrelevant. Learn to carry it without leaking power. That is the true discipline. Ethan looked away, jaw tight. It's not discomfort. It's shame. Seeing her like that. Louis' gaze softened just slightly. Then let that shame remind you why you walk this path. We are not here to make the dead palatable. We are here to give them voice and purpose. That is the mark of a true necromancer. That evening, Emma drifted closer while Ethan scribbled notes. Her voice was soft, almost shy. Does it really bother you? The way I look? Ethan set his quill down. Not you. Never you. Just, the way it reminds me of the woods. Of everything I couldn't stop. Her ghost tilted her head. Would you like me to hide, then? He flushed. No. If you could at least put some clothes on. She blinked, utterly confused. How? Ethan's face burned hotter. I don't know. I haven't learned anything like that yet. Emma's pale eyes studied him. I don't mind. This is just me. Yeah, well, I mind. Ethan muttered, scrubbing his face. Not because of you, because of me. After a pause, he added, can you at least be invisible sometimes? Her ghost blinked again. Invisible? He groaned. Forget it. I'll ask Louis. Athena's laughter chimed in his head. You're adorable when you're flustered, champ. Don't worry, I'll flag it as a research topic. Practical applications of ghost modesty. Sasha, overhearing, nearly fell off her chair laughing. Ashley turned scarlet and refused to comment. Despite the awkwardness, Emma stayed. She wasn't like Jenna, sharp and martial. She didn't scout, didn't claw enemies. She lingered, quiet, patient, a steady pale flame. Her presence became a strange comfort. Sometimes, Ethan caught her watching him with soft eyes, as though grateful just to exist beside him. Other times, the bruises and torn shirt still stabbed him with rage and grief. But each day, the marks faded a little more. And he realized something. Emma was a timeline, a living marker of his path. As he grew, she grew. As he learned, she healed. Her slow transformation was proof that his choice, to treat the dead with dignity, not domination, was not weakness. It was strength. On the last night of term, Ethan sat on the balcony with Sasha, Ashley, Jenna, and Emma all near. The quad below was lit with lanterns, students celebrating the break. "You realize," Sasha said, kicking her boots on the railing, "you've officially gone from freak to battlefield hero in, like, a month. Not bad for a kid with smoke for veins." Ashley smiled faintly. "Not everyone sees him that way. But, I do." Ethan's throat tightened. He looked at them. At Sasha's fire, Ashley's quiet resolve, Jenna's steady pale gaze, Athena's ever-present hum in his mind. And Emma, hovering softly, her bruises fading, her eyes brighter than he'd ever seen them. For the first time, he felt like he wasn't alone. Athena whispered warmly, "They feared necromancers because of what they could take. One day they'll learn to fear what we can build." Ethan leaned back, watching the snow fall over Muse. For the first time, he almost believed her.